Chapter 1. I am Standing Water 1. Standing Water. It is a coined word for bad gamers. Older games no longer attract newbies, and they often turn into their own league by the old buys. The word that was created because this is the same as no new water flows in while the water is stagnant is remained water is. This stagnant water turns into a worse condition over time. These are called rotten water. Yes, just like me. X shot, it broke again. When the random box of gacha, which I bought for a month's worth of living expenses, is all smashed, swearing pops out of my mouth. Followed. Age 35. In occupation. A game window. I am often referred to as rotten water. Deus Ex Machina. A virtual reality game that appeared 15 years ago. I fell in love with this game as if by something, and gave my whole life to it. I wasn't particularly rare. At the time, Deus Ex Machina. My abbreviation DEM and uncle was combined with the new word Demger because it was so popular. I didn't need my family, and I didn't need friends. Only the desire to be the best in this game was the driving force behind me. It was good at first. It was okay. It wasn't the top, but it ran quite a bit in the lead. Then he was also the leader of the raid. I also tried the master of one guild. There was also a time when he became the castle lord of Binbangxiang. I should have stopped when I could live with only the taxes collected from the castle. When I look at my situation now, I can sigh. A dark subterranean one-room. Game capsule. It is a space that fills up when you enter. The game capsule is like a crown, so if you're lying here, you'll be confused whether you're in a room or a grave. Then I do not believe that was going to be the kitten. I sighed. My younger brother, who I used to know, said he was doing BJ activities and asked for my item to be borrowed. When I did, I should have blown thrush, not the trading window. BJ's younger brother walked through the hunting ground with the weapon I had lent him to, but was killed by a hunter of the hostile guild, and dropped the item I had lent. I did everything to make up for that blown item, but it didn't work out in the end. Eventually, I even touched the bonds. I poured all the money I got from the loan shark into the game and bought a pretty good knife. And with it, he sold Japdom obtained by catching high-level monsters and paid back the interest on his bonds. If you collect Japdom by hunting, you can repay this person. If it hits the jackpot, we will be able to recover the original gold. If you drop a good item like this, you will be able to gradually reduce the principal. However, the monetary value of games that have been released for more than 15 years has gradually decreased. The first 10-to-1 ratio was 20-to-1, 30-to-1, and finally 100-to-1. At the same time, prices in the real world only increased as the days passed. It became increasingly difficult to replenish the interest on bonds with Japdom obtained by catching high-level monsters. Because the depreciation was clear. Finally, I had to make a choice. A weapon bought by borrowing debt from bonds, Executive Sword, can be strengthened by applying an enhancement stone to this. It is to resell it after raising the value. 10 Reinforcement. I get angry when I reach the 10th class. What is Lecture 10? It is possible to recover the principal even by completing the 7th class. When I'm just going to the Item Reinforcement Center. Hey Eini. A message flies in the game. I frowned in my eyes. The loan shark had spoken by messenger. Aren't you thinking anything else? When I saw the day going to Gangwaso, it seems that the loan shark was also anxious. I replied calmly. When do you pay off the principal by earning a little bit of this? Isn't it a shot in a man's life? Now wait a second. Don't choose you extreme. Be a little calm. How come the loan shark is more embarrassed than me? I opened the door of the Gangwaso while chewing on his horse. And I put the item Executive Sword, which can be said to be my everything, on the reinforcement treatment table. After Lesson 7. Even if you just wander the River 7, you will get the principle. After taking a deep breath, I picked up the stone and applied it to the knife. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Executive Sword +1 has been created. It feels good from the start. If you were Chewy, you couldn't even touch the Ganghwa stone from the 3rd round, when the probability of failure of the strengthening increases sharply. In this case, even if you can't eat it, go. I applied the reinforcement stone in succession. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Executive Sword +2 has been created. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Executive Sword +3 has been created. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Executive Sword +4 has been created. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Executive Sword +5 has been created. So good. It's a great premonition. I applied the reinforced stone with a straight line, so I was lucky enough to come to the 5th river in one room. After all, gambling is half the momentum. Hunting becomes much easier with only +5. I felt my hands trembling. From here on, it's a goby. You have to be really good from +6. This is because the probability of bursting rises vertically. God, Jesus, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Odin, Allah, Muhammad, Zeus, Obelisk, Zoroaster, Mary, sealed exo-jez left arm, right arm, head, shoulder, knee, foot, Please give me strength. I'm in my heart to all the gods I've ever heard of. I prayed. Lend me power. At the same time, Gaza, I reached out for the Gangwa stone. And, tiring, you have succeeded in strengthening. Executive sword +6 has been created. I sang a delight and then stole a drop of cold sweat. There is no sweat in the game, but it is still a habit of hand movements. Please. I prayed and prayed to myself and took my hand to the 7th stone. This. You have to drive the momentum. It shouldn't even be necessary to hesitate. Please, oh no. Gaza. In my first life, I have never been so earnestly praying for something like this. If I had prayed with such extreme sincerity, there would have been nothing wrong with the world. If I was so desperate, I might be thrilled with Samson Grandma and made me pregnant. I applied the reinforcement stone by gathering the energy, despair of the whole universe. And, tiring, you have succeeded in strengthening. Executive sword +7 has been created. The moment you hear this message, I felt my whole body tapping off. At the same time, a thrilling thrill. It wraps around my whole body. Chatho, I shouted loudly. Tiring. The lone shark sends a message. Hey, what is it? What? Is it done? Hey, Aini, you said you went to the Gangwaso? What? Did you even hit +5? Answer. Do some. I'm not scared anymore. As long as the +7 execution sword has risen, stop selling it at option auctions and repay the principal. Then, it becomes a relationship between equal members of society versus those of society. I don't need to be chewy now. I robbed my seat and woke up. The sword that has become +7 welcomes me. Unlike before, it is my sword that has become unknowingly strong. If this is the case, you might be able to earn money by catching higher-level monsters. I even thought of the need to repay the principal right now. Now it's a start again. It's a fresh start. I'm a face filled with tears and runny nose. Stroke the knife. That moment, one thought came into my head. A while. Then if you sell this knife, what am I left with? Yes. Even if you sell this knife, you can only pay back the principal of the bond. I tried to die, so I barely. What's left for me after that? Age 35. The age when others will enter a prosperous workplace and engrave the titles of assistant managers and managers on business cards. An installment car, a house on loan, a rabbit-like wife, and a bear-like child. It's awkward, but isn't it the age to have all the things to have? But I'm just a game junkie. Nothing. Now, what can I do again with my empty hand? When I thought about it, I had to stop my feet from leaving the fortress. At the moment, a scary thought floats in your mind. Should I do it one more time? +7 was successful in one shot. Somehow, today is like a day when something becomes something. The price difference between the +7 and +8 is also huge. If you sell +7 steel, it is about the principal of the bond debt. But if you sell +8, you will be able to put an apartment on it. It was a ruined life anyway. What's the use of starting again with no penny now? He is a forgotten son with no family, friends, or lover, so that he is 40 anyway. Just by paying off your debts, there's no way you can live like a person. Isn't it possible to get rid of it with some money? I took a step, and I stood in front of the Gangwa treatment table again. Exciting. My heart is beating like crazy. I placed executive sword +7 and picked up one more upgrade stone. And, tiring, you have succeeded in strengthening. Executive sword +8 has been created. Ah, glory. God, you really existed. I cried out, clenching my fists. Ah, the world is so beautiful. It was sparkling in all natural colors. Hot tears flow from both eyes. Hey, Eini, you've had a lot of hardships. Congratulations. I heard a message from a borrower who became more warm. Together. Something is unfortunate to take a step back. I once again looked down at the knife in my hand. Executive sword +8. With this, you can pay off all your debts. You can fit in a small Jugong apartment there. However, just once. What if I really only succeed once more? +9 strong. 0.0000001% probability. Items can be reinforced up to 10 points in total, but the 10th reinforcement was not possible unless a special order was enclosed. So in fact, the 9th is the limit. If you could make executive sword +9, you will get a lot of wealth that can't be compared to the +7 or +8. Not only can you recover the principal, you can also buy a luxury apartment in Gangnam. You will be able to recover all the relationships with your family and friends that have been estranged in the meantime. The heyday of my life, A period that is even more powerful than those of the youngest and most glorious is coming. Okay, today is all about becoming something. I stood in front of the reinforcement treatment table once more. +9 strong. Every gamer dreams of at least once. Commoners only dream, but am I not standing here like this myself? The +9 weapon that wanders like a legend in the game is born by the hand of the person who becomes it. I only knew it now. I am special, and I am special. Today is a day where you can do anything. Gaza. I picked up the Gangwa stone without hesitation. Then I put it on the knife and applied it. Ki-yung. The sound of reinforcement. A radiant light that makes you blind. Both dreams and hopes are in my hands. To be exact, there was. Chengrang. You have failed to strengthen. The executive sword +8 has been destroyed. Moment. I felt as if even a bar of cold water was thrown over. No words come out. Looking at the sword that has been shattered and disappeared before my eyes, I plunged into place. I don't feel that this is reality. Why isn't the +9 weapon in my hand? Wasn't today the day I could do anything? I unconsciously reached out to see if there would be anything back, but there was nothing on the reinforcement treatment table. In reality gambling, even if it loses, it will be shared a little, but there is nothing like that here. Lee Genie. Let's go too. When I hear the voice message from the lone shark, a terrifying reality touches my skin. Where am I going now? Into the drum and with cement. Will I be half-bathed? Will it be thrown into a chicken feed grinder and become a cornerstone for the endless development of the Korean chicken industry? Why did I do that? Why didn't you know the fountain? If it had stopped during the +5 river, the principal would have been paid off. I would have been able to pay off my debts if I had worked out thinking I had been dead for a few years. If I had stopped during the +7 lecture, I would have been able to start a new life. It was an opportunity to get out of my life and live a healthy life only to earn money for me and to look back on the people around me. I should have stopped during the +8th round. I'm going to pay off my debt and go into a small apartment and live hard. Then, at least, he would have played the role of a person suitable for this age group. No. I shouldn't have strengthened it at all. I shouldn't have used bonds at all. I shouldn't have started playing this game at all. Tears flowed down like rain. If we go back to when this game first came out 15 years ago, then I would never live like this. But everything is too late. I am a deceased person, and I have rotted like this. Rotten water can do nothing. Even if it enters someone's body, it only makes him sick and sick. Abandonment, Wang Shang. This life is wrong. I put everything down. The moment when everything was shaken off and collapsed. The landscape you can see breaks far away. My head started spinning. Is it high blood pressure due to stress? Dalajiazia. Hearing the voice of a lone shark that droops in his ear, I quit my mind. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 1. Previous talk next. Chapter 2. I am standing water, 2. I raise my upper body. Sweat springs up like a waterfall. What? Where are you here? Before I lost consciousness in the game, I was clearly in a semi-basement studio. But where are you here? Who am I? I looked around with a quaint expression. This is a white and clean room. I am now lying on a hospital bed. I got up and looked at the wall. What? When I saw the calendar hanging on the wall, I tilted my head. Why is the March 2020 calendar hanging here? Surely today is March 2035. Tender. Moment. I was frightened to see the mirror hanging on the wall. Ugh. What? My face reflected in the mirror was covered with smooth skin without wrinkles. Everywhere I look, he is a young face from his late teens to early 20s. Cigarette and not a 35-year-old face drunk. Oh no, what is this? When I'm panicking. Keek. The door of the white room opened and some middle-aged men in gowns entered. Looks like he's a doctor. Several men in suits stood next to them. At first glance, I don't seem to be a doctor. Oh, you are awake. Mr. Lee. I was worried. Yeah? When I asked back with a blank expression, the man in the suit, who had spoken out, replied with an embarrassing expression. Mister, I can't remember. Are you up? What? What memory do you remember? It's a new capsule test. Mr. Lee Eugene supported the recruitment of the new capsule experience team, and he stopped playing the open beta version of the game, so he stopped having a seizure. You came to this hospital. At the moment, I looked stupid. Right after waking up from the nightmare. My head is bound to be blank. I am confused and anxious because I can't tell whether the dream I just dreamed is real or not. After that, reality comes slowly. I was awakened. I'm a 21-year-old, fluffy spare. He has no family or friends, and has just been thrown into society. After the campaign, I had nothing to do. I was snooping around, but I accidentally won the tester recruitment for the new game Deus Ex Machina and came here. If so, I looked at the watch with trembling heart. It is now at 2:30 p.m. on March 21st, 2020. It was only about 15 minutes after I lay on the capsule to experience the game. Go, only 15 minutes? So that long time was all a dream. For me, who has lived in a game window for 15 years, it is inevitable. The suit man said with a polite attitude, Joe Gonzagon. The capsules used by Mr. Eugene were immediately discarded. In the sense of an apology, the management will provide new capsules, hospital fees, and a small amount of compensation. By all means, what happened today is confidential to the outside. At the words of the team leader, I pondered for a moment. 15 years. It's the time of my dreams in this capsule. Should I say it? A loser, a loner, a coward who pretends to be strong. Rotten water, whether it was dragging from private debt or gotcha with the money. After pursuing only the glamorous auras of the top tier all his life, he eventually grew old without accomplishing anything. Yes, thank you. I hide my red bloodshot eyes. Replied. Already, the guys in suits weren't hearing anything. I will never live that way again in the future. I promised. Whether the 15 years in the capsule is the real future or just an error, he will surely live a different life from him. So was that all a dream? When I got home, I crouched down and thought about it. A studio with a squishy ring that does not get well in the sun. There are no newspaper invitations, insurance rights induction, milk invitations, or invitations to share good words. The only visit to such a studio was a delivery service from Dem, who developed Deus Ex Machina, who came today. Game capsule. That's what lay next to me now. A whole new beep. As a new type. I gently swept the outer surface of the capsule with my hand. Really, it was just a nightmare? However, only the memory of playing the game remained clearly in my mind. The sense of breaking through the flesh of a monster with a knife and breaking bones. A sense of reinforcing items with a trembling heart. Raid through cliffs and sea. A sense of leading and destroying hostile guilds. All of them are living and moving in this grasp. They were all illusions? I shook my head. It can't be. How long it took for one promising game to become an old man game 15. Year. It is the life that we have been with for the whole time. If you play, you'll find out. I nodded as I looked at the capsule next to it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ye tiring. Deus Ex Machina is your. Welcome to visit. Familiar tones. I opened my eyes, feeling the sensation of touching my toe. Also, I had no choice but to utter exclamation without knowing it. The moss of the tutorial tower shone in front of you. It was exactly what I had in my memory 15 years ago. It wasn't just a dream. Bite his lips. 70,000 hours of play. Deus Ex Machina, a game that made me a game changer and finally ruined me. Sure, living the life of a game window. It's my own fault. Who do you blame? But this time it'll be really different. I clenched my teeth. It's back to the past 15 years ago. Another opportunity. This time you really won't live the way you were before. In my previous life, I played purely to enjoy the game. Then, because of the ruin of life, I had no choice but to play the game less pure than anyone else. However, this life is different. You will be at the top of the game by chewing all the performances, items, and hidden pieces in the game. Only then will I be able to enjoy the game purely. By the way, where is the future I've seen? I don't know if it's going to fit. I had some anxiety. The top position and appearance of the tutorial were all the same as memories, but what if the content's changed right now? What if it's completely different from the game I've been playing for the past 15 years? But such worries are the first floor of the tutorial. It disappeared as soon as I opened the door. Wheeing. An unpleasant noise rubbing your ears. Sweet. I quickly took a wooden sword out of my inventory and held it in my hand. Why tutorial wooden sword one-handed weapon /D? A wooden sword used only in the tutorial zone. Attack plus 10. Non-destructible, special. Automatic destruction when leaving the tutorial zone, special. The option is not a good item, but the only corner to lean on is this wooden sword. I turned my head and looked at the source of the noise. Buzz buzz. What appeared in front of him was a giant wasp the size of a human. I knew it. Delight. The large bee in front of me perfectly matched the tutorial monster in my memory. Slaughter bee, grade, D/characteristics. Poison, insect, colony. Size, 1M. All continents and habitat. Large but slow punishment. Wing. Even the speed of moving it is slow and high. I can't fly. On both forelimbs and tails. There is poison at the end of the all. Have. It is a monster that I caught countless times during my career. Catching this guy is as easy and familiar as making cup noodles. As soon as he leaps with strength on his feet, his body shoots out like a harpoon. A 35-year-old body that was decaying could never do anything. As the body was young, the characters in the game seemed to be very young. The slaughter bee seemed greatly embarrassed by my sudden popping movement. Pagok. I struck the bee's head with a wooden sword. A grip that is about to burst. I can feel it. A heavy recoil. This feeling of blow, thrill. Everything is in memory. Boo. The bee staggered and stepped back and swung the awl on its forelimb. But I already predicted that the awl would fly, and I bowed my head to avoid it. This guy's vital spot. Was it the nape of the neck? Even the hitting point is not the same hitting point. To demonstrate 100% of the power of the weapon's attack power and strength stats, it is necessary to aim at the vital spot of the monster. In the case of slaughter bees, the nape of the neck is there. A triangular backplate where the cervical vertebrae meet with the head. If you pierce the base of the place with a sharp thing, Wajiki, the hard exoskeleton splits so easily. Cervical spine struck by a wooden sword is crushed and a stiff body fluid bursts out. Simplicity and honesty. I grabbed the bee's wings with my hand and tore it apart. The wings of this bee are horizontally grained, so if they are torn vertically, they are tough and not easily torn. It is necessary to tear it horizontally along the grain to make its wings tattered. This is also a tip that only an experienced assistant can know. The bee fell to the ground and turned over and began to sway. The wings were torn horizontally, so they didn't fall off the body, but you were already ripped off to the point where they couldn't serve. With his 6 legs wide open, he sees his soft, plump belly. Fuck! I relentlessly stabbed a wooden sword and burst the wasp's belly. Walcack. Intestines pour out. If you set the 19 gold filter ring, the cruel scene would look blurry and crushed, but I didn't dare to do that. Let's see the item this guy gives. I bowed my head and collected the item from the bee's corpse. All of Slaughter Bee's D. There is a terrible paralysis poison on it. Ignoring grade and level, paralyzes the enemy for 1 second. As expected, all as I remember. All. I shouted in a trembling voice. If anyone had seen my play right now, I would have been surprised. No matter how D-class monsters are, it makes no sense that they can be hunted so easily by level 1. Basically, being a monster in this world is set to be terribly strong. So you have to beat them for at least 5 minutes to catch the slaughter bees. It took me less than 3 seconds to get rid of it. It was really phenomenal hunting speed. Of course, it was a result of repeatedly hunting the same monster, knowing exactly the vital spot of the bee, so it was natural if it was natural. It is possible. Is it possible? I bit my lips and held the wooden sword, and I kept moving forward. After walking slowly, I started running. The staggering gait was already stable. The body moved quickly as if in the wind. It seemed that the gap between the real body and the virtual body had completely disappeared. I've only eaten for the past 15 years. I only played this game, so I did it. If the newbies entering the virtual reality game for the first time saw this scene, they might be frustrated and immediately quit the game. Fortunately, however, that didn't happen because the top of the tutorial was for one person. In my memory, the tutorial zone was in the shape of a tower. If you climb all of this tower, which consists of 10 floors, you will reach level 10 and you will be taken to the main world in earnest. As you climb one floor, the number of Zen bees increases each time. 1 bee on the first floor, 2 bees on the second floor. There are 9 bees on the 9th floor. The level also increased smoothly every time he climbed 1 floor. When you reach level 5, you will be able to get out of the tutorial tower without difficulty. The moment I opened the portal on the 10th floor after hunting 9 bees. Tiring. A familiar beep sounds. Tutorial 9 times cleared in the shortest time. You have set a world record. Would you like to leave your name? I paused. Although I was dead, I was far from hidden peace or other perks. It was an overwhelming skill to follow the top-tier steps while referring to the strategy. But now it is different. I left a name. Standing Water. The moment I leave my name, another beep is heard. You can select 10 boss difficulty levels. Selectable boss grades. D, C, C+. What? I tilted my head. It was a situation that I had not experienced in my previous memory. So it turns out that a ranker once said that. In the top of the tutorial, there are a lot of hidden peace. The perks are hidden. It's not clear who said it, but I remember it anyway. I looked at my options with a thoughtful look. It seems that it is a privilege given only to a few who have set a new record. Originally, 10 D-grade monsters, or 1 C-grade monster that is 10 times stronger than D-grade, appears. It should be. In general, monsters are 10 times stronger per rank. In other words, it means that C+ class monsters are at least 100 times stronger than the killing bees, which are D-class monsters. If you're sane, you don't suddenly raise the difficulty vertically like this at the end of the tutorial. But nevertheless, boss grade is raised to C+. I chose the C+ grade boss without hesitation. It is water that has stagnated and rotted over the past 15 years. In the meantime, I have caught countless A-class monsters and A-plus class monsters. There was a time when I competed with an S-class monster. Is it only when I'm pressed against a monster of C-plus grade? I smiled toward the stairs leading up to the end of the tutorial zone on the 10th floor. Standing water. The rotten water began to boil. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 2. Previous talk next. Chapter 3. I am standing water 3. Did everyone hear it? The news of Dem. You said the hidden boss appeared in the tutorial? The hidden boss is already floating, saying how long it has been since the first crack game service has been opened. Even though I caught it, it was the shortest record on the map to the 9th floor of Lakakuk. It seems that it is a Korean user. Look at the nickname left. The water is already accumulating. It's really chewable big. Isn't it like a private broadcast? Let's see what's good. Comments are active on the bulletin board of Deus Ex Machina from the morning. Most of them were focusing on the top record-breaking event that took place last night. Tutorial to clear the 9th floor of the tower. Played time 58 minutes 58 seconds. The existence that broke the previous record of 1 hour and 1 second and changed the notion of Devil's 1 hour meaninglessly. He even defeated a C-plus class monster on the 10th floor with a skill of less than level 4. It must have been a huge tutorial reward. Numerous people head to the beginner village connected to the tutorial zone. I took a step. It was to see the topical newbie with your own eyes. People who are camping in front of the village since level 10 or higher could not enter the beginner village. Among them were many headhunters of various famous guilds. From the tutorial, if it is enough to reveal this level of prominence, it is clear that it will fly as a ranker. Such talented people in advance. You have to scout. Must. However, didn't you see anyone like that inside? If that's the case, it would have been obvious. C-plus level to level 4? Where is such a person? It's ridiculous. I'm an old game pro gamer. YPM came out with 300, but I also struggled quite a bit with 10 slaughter bees. Who can get a C-plus class in such a village? It's ridiculous. All those who have just come out of the beginner's village only have their eyes open. The news about the supernova newbie is that it is just beginning. Even if I look around the town, it's really snow. There were no outstanding newbies. How the hell happened? The hunters searched the beginners with the eyes of the hawks, but did not find anyone who stood out. As soon as the news of the clearing on the 10th floor was announced, I ran right away. How can I do this? Countless times, the hunters closely mark all players from the novice village at the same time. It was small. If they are hiding their identity, they intend to offer a scout for the moment when the revealing moment arrives. However, 1 month passed and 2 months passed. Nobody could do what they wanted. In the end, the supernova did not appear. He would be ******. I vomited an old exhalation. A tall monster in front of me was dead. Skeleton King, grade, C+/characteristics, dark, undead, lower extreme, closed battle veteran. Size, 3M. Habitat, evil castle, rotting and burning land. A swordsman who had stepped into the ranks of masters in his previous life. Even after death, the enemy's life will be saved with skillful movements. Apply. Although his body was strong, his spirit was not intact, so he could not enter the undead hall in the end, and his body remained as the Skeleton King, the craze for Death Knight. Much taller than a typical adult male. The thickness of each bone deserves to be said to belong to an animal. The two-handed great sword, which was drooping under the cloak that became rags, was dull. It looked more like a mace than a sword. I had 6 bee stings in the center of the Skeleton King's face. All of Slaughter Bee's D. There is a terrible paralysis poison on it. Ignoring grade and level, paralyzes the enemy for 1 second. At every emergency, a bee sting was inserted into the skull's face to escape from the fencing pattern of atrocities. Like a deceased person, he was able to attack because he knew all about when and at what timing he would stab and backswing. The paralyzed poison of slaughter bees, which is effective against undead and golems, was also of great help. I easily defeated the Skeleton King, who said there was no one to suffer from among the fuselage-class monsters. When someone sees me, I must have been stunned, but I myself am embarrassed. Now I'm going to get a sense of it. I muttered, reflecting on the energy I felt throughout my body. Everything was the way it was 15 years ago. It's the Skeleton King's attack pattern. It's already familiar to you. If you are a little nervous, you can catch even one without getting hit. If you're a little nervous, the pain is just as I remember. I groaned and pulled out a piece of the blade that had been stuck in my forearm. Compared to my heyday, Skeleton King is just a choreographed monster. Was it so vigilant? I had allowed him 1 room. There is not much difference from the pain in reality because the synchro rate of sensation and pain that rushes to the limit has been raised to the limit. but I bite my lip and desperately endured it. I turned on the status window and checked the condition of my body. Continued. LV10. Title: Beginner, no benefits. HP: 29 out of 100. Item: Tutorial Wooden Sword/D, no skill. Stat is a constant growth in proportion to the level, so the important things are stamina and items. The base health is level *10, so it is normal to be 100 unless there is a separate item that increases health. In fact, stats aren't important in this game. The item is important. Originally, life is Tamsock. All good items to be released in the future must be preempted. I flash my eyes. I always remember what to go where. Even if I couldn't remember the lunch menu I ate today, those things were clear. The game window is not a game window for no reason. I looked at the status window again. Currently, HP has fallen to less than a third. I need to recover. I tried to eat the basic potion in the inventory. Recovery is not possible in the tutorial zone. Only dry notification sounds are heard over and over again. I have to take the item out. I move the wooden sword and move the item. Collected. Before long, something dropped from the Skeleton King's head. The iron armor that calls the best of the best /armor/C+. On the surface, it is ordinary armor, but the moment it is attacked by an enemy stronger than himself, a hidden poison thorn pops out. Defense plus 35. Attack plus 10. Poison property spirit power plus 5. Lower P characteristics can be used, special. I nodded. A pretty favorite item came out. The lower extremity trait is a passive skill that inflicts reflection damage only when attacked by an enemy with a higher level than itself. I immediately put on the armor. Continued. LV10. Title: Beginner, no benefits. HP: 29 out of 100. Item: Iron armor that calls the lower extreme /armor/C +/ lower extreme. Tutorial wooden sword / one-handed weapon /D / no characteristics. Usually, if you catch a monster, items with a rank slightly lower than that of the monster will fall. If the item of the same rank falls, it is quite valuable. If it's a C+ class item, you'll be treated pretty much even in reality. I sang a delight to my heart. The level has risen and items are packed. Now, you have attacked all the top 10 floors of the tutorial. The portal to the exit opens. It's time to get out of the tutorial zone. If it were an ordinary person, he would have done it. However, can I just go out? I turned my steps against the portal. One day, I heard an interview with a very dark super high ranker. I did it. If you clear the 10th floor of the tutorial in the shortest time, you will be given a privilege to go to the 11th floor. That's the top floor of the true tutorial, and it's the most difficult hidden quest of all the hidden quests in this game. The entrance to the 11th floor is... I'm in the outermost corner of the tower, the Skeleton King's web. I began to search for the dark shade that came down. There was another portal there. A secret portal that is hidden and invisible to the eyes. As I grope with my hand, I can see the small letters engraved on the stone pillar next to the portal. 11th floor. You really have it. The experience of the past 15 years shines. What I heard, not what I experienced in person, was a great help. Hidden dungeons only those who set new records can go to. I took one step into the portal. Just entering the 11th floor. Check. The surrounding landscape is reversed. But I wasn't embarrassed at all. The moment I put my whole body on the brink to adapt to the new environment. Suddenly, my hair is sprawling. The sensation felt first before recognition. It was a sensation that was absolutely impossible to recognize unless it was worn out and worn out. Check. I lay back with all my might, sleeping comfortably as if sleeping. Hegemon 1. Bang. At the same time, a roar broke out and the wall behind where I was standing broke. Oh! It was a huge hand that protruded from the hidden portal. Before long, a huge monster appeared in front of me. Long OK's Torture Engineer, Class, S/characteristics, Darkness, Earthquake, Nemesis, Ling Chu Chujan. Size, 15M. Habitat, Burning Land, Number 1 Dragon Jade. Dragon built a rare and made the area around like a labyrinth. Those trapped in this labyrinth while coveting the dragon's treasure are punished by these tortured demons, the dragon's servants. A fat monster with a tattered black triangular hood on his head was looking down at me. The scales of a lizard that covers the humanoid body, and its ragged gums have sharp teeth like the blades of a long sword. If I was hard, I would have died without knowing that I would die. I kicked my tongue and stepped back. The danger level of the monster indicated by the status window. But to the extent that I can't believe it, the monster's grade is grotesque. Oh my god, the S-class monster in the tutorial? I met an S-class monster in a yard that has not yet reported that a C+ class monster has been attacked. Neither it nor beginner's village, but in the tutorial zone. Ah! Yongok's torture ears roared toward the front. Disgusting saliva and pieces of gum flutter in all directions. Thud slash. In the continuing attack, I just retreated without hesitation. But something is weird. Thump, slash thump, slash thump, slash. How subtly this monster. Are you slow? When I first met him, I was embarrassed and didn't know, but this monster was wearing heavy restraints on his shoulders, arms, and legs. That is why the movement is extremely simple and slow. As it were, is it a burning plate? Thud. Of course, each fist shot was powerful enough to turn the earth upside down, but it wasn't a speed that I couldn't avoid, a stagnant water. Like that. It wasn't made to catch this. Hey, I kicked my tongue. A spiteful game developer sets a world record and kills the spirit of a newbie bursting with confidence. Rather than made it for. It can't be a bitter Easter egg. As soon as I realized that it wasn't a monster that I made to catch, if I was like a normal person, enough to stimulate me. I am not. Puck. The beginner's wooden sword was swung. Perfect slash. Along with a faint sound, the torture engineer's fist was scratched. Long OK's torture engineer, class, S/characteristics, darkness, earthquake, nemesis, Ling Chu Chujan. HP 129, 999, 975/130, 000, Damage of wooden sword 10, armor attack 10, poison property attack 5. A total of 25 damage went in. It's worse than an ant bite. However, nevertheless, I was laughing. There are two things to believe. One is the indestructible characteristic of the tutorial wooden sword, and the other, recovery is not possible in the tutorial zone. It was the content of this notification sound in my ear. Obviously, it would be the same that monsters also could not recover. Originally, the resilience of an S-class monster exceeded the image. Even if several groups of raids fire a total attack, it's enough to get struck again after a few hours. But here it is different. The rules of the tutorial zone apply equally to players and monsters. I grasped the wooden sword firmly. If even a single hit is hit, you will die unconditionally. It also feels awful pain. While pinching, it's not just monster attacks that are dangerous. Patter, patter, patter. Watch out for bouncing stone fragments. Even the wind on the leaves makes me suffer. Because of the deep immersion, the pain here is as much as the actual pain. Maybe you're worse than that. But rather, I was able to move faster and faster. You can also avoid the attack before it takes place, as if looking into the future a few seconds ahead. This is a sensation that the body remembers. Hump, hump. Bang, bang. I grasped the wooden sword and continued to move. The more you move, the more you move. The black trajectory drawn by the wooden sword in the air becomes darker and more complex. Now that no one pays attention and no one expects, time is only on my side. The S-class monster you met in the tutorial. The rotten water is now starting to boil very flutteringly. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 3. Previous talk next. Chapter 4. S-class weapon. 1. Easter egg is a game. It refers to a message or function that the developer has secretly hidden in the game as fun. It cannot be seen as a normal function of the game, and it is necessarily hidden because it is meaningful to find itself. If the difficulty of finding the game is high, there are many cases where it is found poorly several years after the game was released. Long OK's torture engineer, class, S/characteristics, darkness, earthquake, nemesis, Ling Chu Chujan. Size, 15M. Habitat, burning land, number 1 Yongok. The dragon built a rear and made the area around it like a labyrinth. Those trapped in this labyrinth while coveting the dragon's treasure are punished by the dragon's minions, these tortures. This monster in the tutorial zone is, of course, not the monster you made to catch. However, I can't miss this guy who appeared in front of me. If you run away from here now, it will take at least 10 years to see him again. If you get hit anyway, you die. Whether you win or I win. Let's do it. I rolled my head and traced the memories of 15 years ago. Yongok's torture engineer. What kind of monster was it? First of all, this monster belonging to the reptile series and the dragon race is one of the few dominant species throughout the continent. This guy is the first players. When it appeared in the front, it would have been about 10 years after the game started officially. At that time, the players formed a large-scale alliance and were fighting a large-scale war with the Balor monsters. It was this monster that suddenly began to appear at the forefront of that front. Yongok's torture engineer is a tanker in the front row with a huge body. I broke the seal. To catch this guy, some of the ranks at the time gathered their strength, but they were struck by that log-like arm, and were logged out in one room. Above all, it was speed that made his strategy tricky. Power is also power, but there was no skill to stop that huge body from moving so fast. Despair for the then-player coalition. It was the torture technicians of Yong-ok. However, it is quite worth doing now. Isn't his maximum weapon speed sealed? It's a lot less overbearing because he's trapped in the tower of the tutorial. The guy who wandered the vast battlefield freely is trapped in a narrow tower like this, with heavy handcuffs full of heavy handcuffs. There is no such deterioration in deterioration. Quackwang. Gnome's claw broke the temple's pillars. What do you do if you count on strength? It doesn't fit. I moved leisurely to avoid the flying debris. Anyway, it was only when it just appeared that he was talked about as an impregnable monster. After years of countless trial and error, deceased gamers must find out the pattern of attacking this monster. Down, down. I eagerly wielded a wooden sword while avoiding the attack of the torture engineer. Perfect /picked /kakong / Weak damage eats the torture engineer. The torture engineer went crazy and started to run wild. It raised the scales of lizards on the whole body like a sword, and then shot them in all directions and sent them away. Quack. Ocha. Egg. I lay on my seat with a very comfortable expression. A scene of a homeless man lying on a park bench to bask in the sun. However, the place where I lay is exquisitely the gap at the moment where all attacks are swept away. If you lie down quietly at 7 o'clock diagonally on the left, you have a square where the scales cannot reach, maybe? Everything was as I remembered before. Rumble. Kuda. Temples around it collapse. I quickly bounced myself up. Afterwards, he began to hit the torture engineer with a wooden sword again. Bean. Perfect. Dadak. Takong. It's already been a second month. In any case, I found a crack in the temple and logged out. When I was eating and having a bowel movement, I went out briefly and then reconnected. Slap, 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 and slap in the same place. It's like rocking with eggs. What if the eggs are infinite? Someday, the rock breaks. In situations where recovery was not possible, Yong-ok's torture engineer was also like a broken rock. KOO. The last time I stabbed his Achilles tendon with a wooden sword. Thud. Finally, this S-class monster knelt in front of me. It was soon after the bridge was destroyed. The next leg, too, was cut off quickly, followed by both arms. Finally, 3.5 months after I started beating with a wooden sword, he is completely. It became sagging. After it was a real kinky mob. I muttered, wiping away sweat that I couldn't shed. Tiring. Your level has risen. Sound effect to announce level up. I hear them clumping together. How much has it risen? When I turned on the status window, I noticed the numbers that were different from the previous one. Continued. LV32 new. Title, Beginner, no benefits. HP 29 of 320. Item, Iron Armor/Armor that calls the best of the best. /C+/ latency. Tutorial Wooden Sword / One-Handed Weapon /D. No skill. The level rose to 32 in an instant. At the same time, HP and other stats also increased significantly. On the internet, it says that the number 1 registered in the current ranking is 25. I stuck my tongue out in a terrifying violence. They are proud of the game. If you register your level directly in the ranking, probably the highest level in the current situation is around 25. Even if there are some masters who like playing games that are sometimes hidden, it won't be over 26. Stats such as strength, agility, and horsepower usually rise in proportion to the level, but they are not very important. In fact, it was the item that determined the gameplay. Now then, shall we see what came out? I tasted good while seeing Yongok's torture engineer. Items in the Deus Ex Machina worldview are valued in the following order. Japtum accessories, armors, weapons. Of course, as the price is divided among Japtums, accessories, armor, the price is also divided into weapons and the like. Of the armor was the most expensive, and of the weapons, one-handed weapons were the most prized. That's right in that you can lift too. Of course, those who had physical monsters like dogs wield two-handed weapons like one-handed weapons, but I'm not among those talents. It would be a big hit if only A+ or A-class items fell off. I hummed and searched the torture engineer's body. What item would this S-rank monster drop? If I drop only one A-class ring, I would bow down. Among the items that have appeared so far, the best grade is the C+ grade. If the Class A ring is out, it will be worth calling it. For reference, the most expensive item I wore 15 years ago, the execution sword, was an A+ grade two-handed weapon. It would be possible to slaughter both citizens even if you wander around with only a ring on the naked body. I actually laughed and searched the body. Moment. Soon his body hardened as if it had been hit by a lightning bolt. This. My voice trembled thinly. A weapon shining brightly in the body of a torture engineer. It was a golden glow unique to the one-handed weapon. A one-handed weapon, came out on the plate that would be grateful for just the accessories. If so, what is the grade? I quickly scoured the body and pulled out the item. Yet, the cold and firm energy that wraps around your hands. After checking the result, my two eyes grow as if tearing. An A-plus class two-handed weapon that stole the entire fortune 15 years ago. The sword to enforce. An item that can't even be compared to it has emerged. Oh my gosh. I muttered with a half-excited expression. The child of Angshin, Yang-sun. I said, where did I get this? Lee. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 4. Previous talk next. Chapter 5. S-class weapon. 2. Hands as if I can't believe it. I looked down inside my ear. A feeling of weight as you can hardly see. However, the coolness of the grip clearly tells us that we are holding something. The item that fell to me was a short dagger, about 60 centimeters long. So, should I say that it is a little longer than the usual keyboard length? The black handle has no decoration, and the blade is also flat, so it has no features. At first glance, it wasn't much different from just a big awl. However, I only remembered it. What a terrifying weapon this little dagger is. Defeat the horse one-handed weapon /S. A weapon used by the darkest and most vicious among torture technicians. Even the noble archangel will have no choice but to insult God before this sword. Attack plus 900. Non-destructible, special. Can be used with special features, Ling Chujuan. Commonly known as cutting. This is the full season of the dark ranking Ongsin that made the whole world tremble with fear. This is one of the two items that symbolized him. The attack power is so terrible that it is an S-class item. If you hit 900, it's about the attack power of a B-class weapon. However, the fear of cutting is not an attack power. I smiled bloody and looked at the dagger in my grasp. Can be used with the characteristic Nungjis, Ling Chujuan. Special. B. Reduce the physical strength of the opponent once injured little by little. This effect lasts until the opponent dies. Damage. A certain amount of bleeding damage inflicted while ignoring defense. This is a fraudulent characteristic that made Angshin the number 1 in the dark rankings. The damage done by the cut goes in seconds. The amount of HP cut in 1 second is 0.01% of the opponent's species HP. 10,000 seconds after being stabbed by this dagger. It means that the other person will die after passing. 10,000 seconds. That is, 2 hours 46 minutes 40 seconds. You can kill 100% of any opponent by holding on for this time after a successful attack. The enemy's recovery is not a calculation that we have in mind, but it is certainly a morale. Go to the temple and take the resurrection spell. Until then, this condition continues. Possibility to regenerate in the case of monsters. Means there is no. Of course, you have to succeed at least once in the attack. I put the cut in my inventory well. Would it be better to use this? Or is it better to sell it? I turned on the internet information window. Well, among the items that have been available so far, the best one is about C+. Even a few days ago, C-class was the best item. The interview with the person who ate the C+ class accessories for the first time was on the news at 9 o'clock. It's an S-class weapon in such a yard. I don't know who will believe this. I looked at the inventory with a smile. Probably, for an S-class item to be released on the market, it will have to wait 10 years from now. Then, tiring. A familiar electronic sound is heard. You are from now on the tutorial. You will go out of the tower. Please select a camp to join. Dragon/Devil. At the same time, a game story that was so long that I could feel every word began to emerge. Of the forces of dragons and demons dividing this world, man is one. You have to fight on your side. Later, when a cataclysmic cataclysm occurs and the two camps wage a long war in earnest, the human on the side of the dragon and the human on the side of the devil will have to take responsibility for their own choices. The man who received the energy of the dragon and the man who received the energy of the devil will later transformed into one shape. Are there any 3-line summary manners? I hit the skip button without hesitation. Who hears this lately? It's really boring to put out the description of the game's worldview in multiple passages. I watched too much on the mobile phone game start screen, so I got a scab in my eyes. I am not going to any camp. I picked up and erased my options. Then there was an option that anyone with a little patience could find. Would you like to remain human? I accepted without hesitation. With this, I am completely out of control of the two dominant species, the devil and the dragon. You won't be able to receive all kinds of perks, bonuses, and items in return, but I'm looking forward to a bigger future. If you take either side of the demon or dragon, you will not be able to catch the monsters of your camp. That means that your prey will be cut in half. Only in the heads of those who think of everything in this world as their prey. It is an idea that can come. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I left the tutorial tower and headed straight to the beginner village. The place where beginners usually go out of the tower of the tutorial is the beginner hunting ground. In addition to the slaughter punishment, I would like to experience various monsters. Also, NPCs who give beginner quests catch low-level monsters. It is also because they ask for it. However, look, I am the elder of this village. I am troubled by the swarm of mice that have increased rapidly these days. Please go outside and collect 10 tails of plague mice. Hate. Good morning. I'm Nell at the bar. Royal gel collected by slaughter bees. Lee said it tasted so sweet. If you can get it, it's a serious example. No. How are you? Strong and strong morning. If you ask who I am, gone. Do not know, comma. I was determined. There is nothing to go to the early hunting grounds. I guess right away and jump into the field. At this point, my level is by far superior. 1 or 2 heavy-duty players who were heavily armed with only bare stats could chew and eat them. What about the basic attack power of Cumden? In the Water League where Cumden was later declining, he criticized him for low attack power. At this level, it is the highest level of lethality, even if it does not have a trait. The answer comes out without thinking about it. Now I should learn how to use this sharpener most effectively, right? Having rejected all NPC quests, I moved on without hesitation. How do you make the best use of this S-class item that appeared unexpectedly? I knew the answer clearly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I came to register the item. In my words, the NPC at the auction house does the job silently. Then, some people who were looking at the items in the corner of the auction house talked to me. 5. Will you sell something useful? I have nothing to put on the auction. Our raid can give you a good price. What would you like to register? Due to the popularity of the game in full swing, there were quite a few people trying to solve it with money because it was cumbersome to collect items through hunting. All they do is not hunting monsters, but at the auction house. It was all about seeing a good deal. Currently, Deus Ex Machina's gold and real money exchange ratio is 10-1. It's early in the game, so it's time for gold prices to be hot. At this point, it can be said that it is almost at the level of virtual currency. Of course, Deus Ex Machina is almost atrocities to save gold. It was possible because it was difficult. Isn't this the original currency ratio of the game Ex Nihilo, which was popular a long time ago? I thought to myself and scattered around. Several items that are about to close auction are floating in the status window. I reached out and clicked the highest price button. Troll Tooth Mace / two-handed weapon / C+ / regenerated skin -80 million gold. Remains of a coward apprentice knight / armored clothing / C / Beekjan veteran -45 million gold. Dying Goblin's Hate / ring / C / no characteristics -10 million gold. The best item is the Troll Tooth Mace. 80 million. Special. Regenerating skin is attached as a surname? Not bad. I stroke my chin. 80 million gold is a huge amount of 8 million won in real money. In fact, only now C+ class items are treated like this, but the price will drop a lot after a few months. However, best seat right now. For those who want to preoccupy, this level of investment is not a special demerit. At this point in the world of D-class items, wouldn't we be able to enjoy more privileges in the future if we had C-class class equipment in our hands and hit it forward? If you think about it, it may not be a very expensive price. To the last, it makes sense in the early days. I laughed bloody. Within, I registered one item at the auction house. Tiring. The item has been listed. The total auction time is 72 hours. It is automatically transferred to the person who called the highest bid. Ah, what are you selling? Just do business with us. Oh, that's good. It must be Japtum anyway. Look, it looks like it just came out of the tutorial top. There is a loud clamor from all over. I ignored the chirping noises around me and went to the auction window. Raise the water. Okay. Ugh. The shouts from the surroundings stopped. Within, people who were looking at my auction window shouted in an urgent voice all at once. Oh my god, where did you get this? Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 5. Previous talk next. Chapter 6. Kinky Meta 1. Well, really, this item at auction. Would you like to bring it out? NPC's reaction is pretty good. As I nodded, the auction list was updated. The iron armor that calls the best of the best /armor/C+. On the surface, it is a normal armor, but the moment it is attacked by an enemy stronger than itself, a hidden poison thorn pops out. Defense plus 35. Attack plus 10. Poison property spirit power plus 5. Lower peak characteristics can be used. Special. An item obtained by holding a skeleton, which has good defense power and good characteristics. The lower extremity is a property that returns reflection damage when damage is taken to an opponent stronger than itself. It can be said that it is a skill that is perfect for those who enjoy fighting with those who are stronger than themselves. When a C+ grade item appeared, all eyes in the auction were all at me. Oh my gosh, where did you get this? What mob does it give you if you catch it? Wow, great. How much do you want to sell? I didn't dare respond. I was thinking of moving for an hour or more until the winning bid price for that auction was decided. Time is money. When I'm just about to go out. Well, there. One female user called me up. What is it? When I asked, she said, turning her face red. Will you go out then? At the words of the female user, I looked down on my body. Naked. I am now completely naked because I took off the steel armor that sings the best of the bottom. I'm just holding a shaved one in my hand. What's wrong? When I asked, the female user answered, trying to avoid the gaze. No. It seems that the only armor you are wearing is the one you just put out at auction. There are many monsters out there and it's dangerous, so why don't you wear any room gear? It's a bit obscene, and when finished talking, the female user showed me the things he had put on the auction house. Leather armor, cloth shirt, scale breastplate. They are all D-class japtums. How much is it? When I asked, the woman replied with a smile. Rings, necklaces, helmets, shoes, top and bottom. Right? Twist, give me 300,000 gold for all. It may sound like a very attractive proposal from the perspective of newbies, but from my point of view, it is of little use. Deciding not to waste a small penny, I shook my head. Did you decide to peel it off very much? The woman who heard the words is absurd. Made an expression. Isn't this what the guy who is already naked will say? However, the opinions of others are not important. I shook my head firmly. It's better not to wear it than to wear that kind of thing. After I've finished talking, I'm rumbling. Jikyo left the auction house. A cool naked wind blows inside the auction house. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I thought while standing in the central square of the town, naked and carrying a shave. Anyway, all the monsters I'll catch from now on are Gorobmons who are in a state that can't even dream at this level. Stuttle. It's death even if you pass by them. For the time being, something like armor doesn't mean anything. Light armor such as gloves and shoes, or jewelry such as necklaces, earrings, and rings are much more helpful. It's death just by passing by anyway. What would you do with heavy armor? Hoo. I felt my laughter come out. Come to think of it, one day when I played a lot of game and there was no more content to enjoy, the deceased people, including myself, began to create content and enjoy themselves. Oh, it's shit mangeme. It's scary enough content to enjoy. Clear dungeons with bare hands without weapons. Field boss raid with only one diaper on the naked body. It was the booby lap field marathon with closed eyes. When I think about it, I was naked and wearing a diaper and attacked numerous dungeons. Well, afterwards, I couldn't pay off the bond debt. I'm still doing that. Of course, the situation is a little different from then, but at least the clothes aren't the same, isn't it? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm standing naked, lowering my head and laughing by killing myself. The players who have seen me stop stepping on their way together and squirm. Oh hey. What? This transformation cubs. Appa, let's go somewhere else. But, as I said before, the gaze of others is not important. I go my own way. Right then, a notification sound popped up in my ear. Tiring. The best bid price for the auction has been decided. What? Already? I raised my head with a puzzled expression. The original auction runs for 72 hours immediately after registration. There was an exception, however, when an amount that was at least 10 times the auction price came out. Then, the auction ends automatically, and the person who paid the minimum auction price of 10 times can purchase the item immediately. Hey, what kind of gold spoon did you buy it? I hurriedly opened the inventory. The steel armor that calls the best of the bottom, which had been changed to a transparent color, disappeared, and a huge amount was deposited in the inventory box instead. 85 million G. 85 million gold. Converted to real money, it is a large amount of over 8 million won. Haha, it's just a business that leaves it completely. I laughed in half with half excitement. It's like this with just one C+ class item. Of course, the option was so good that the iron armor that calls the best of the best is among the same C+ grade items. However, it is absolutely not enough to get this price. Perhaps because it is in the early days of the game, The desire of those who want to lead the game is at its peak. I like it. Get nervous in the future, customers. I will loosen up the amount of money. Of course, in a way that does not blur the market prices. C-plus grade items will lose value over time, but high-grade items will still trade at astronomical amounts after a decade. So, I just need to sell C-plus grade JAP items closely at the beginning and preempt items that don't change in value or will jump several times. In the past, when I made money in reality, I was busy playing games. This time, the opposite is true. If you make money in the game, you have to bring it all into reality. I feel good at the thought of making a lot of money. Then, I started to hear a voice that poured cold water on my mood. Hey, a pervert there. I don't know I'm calling myself. I was laughing and enjoying myself alone. Okay, perfect. My back head suddenly tingles. As he tilted his head and turned, he saw 4 men standing behind him. 16, 17, 17, 18. Above the heads of the 4 people, the level was unveiled. Well, if you want to reveal your level, you can also reveal it, but no one has to reveal it. However, they felt something different. Sniff. I opened my nose. These 4 men were faint, but smelled the same kind of themselves. This subtle, squishy, rotten civil war. Standing water. I nodded. Initially, this is a special zone for beginners among beginner villages. Area. It has been set so that once you pass level 15 you will not be able to enter again. Since I took level 32 in the tutorial zone, I can still be here, but once I leave the beginner zone, I can't come back in. This is a setting made to prevent high reps from bullying beginners. However, some of them abuse the setting. Those who deliberately cross level 15 by collecting experience points that rise to atrocities while sitting and hunting in the beginner's area. In general, when level 15 is reached, other beginners will leave the beginner's area on their own and go on a full-fledged adventure. But these 4 men here, it seems like I don't want to do that. Hey, you previously put out a pretty good item at an auction. Where did you get that? It wasn't an armor you could get at your level. Where did you pick it up? Is it a quest reward? If you did, we could do it. Tell me quickly. If you don't tell us, they will follow you every time and interfere with your level up. You just came out from the top of the tutorial, so you're still level 10. Each of them was armed with iron swords, long spears, and shields. At a glance, it is quite worn and worn out. Of course, if you are a beginner, it looks like a stiff look. I squeezed my eyes like a gentle sheep. Well, then I'll sing. I'll tell you where to go to get the golden armor. As I softly nodded, the faces of the 4 men lingered in paint. Oh well, the conversation works well. This child, I thought I was a kinky psycho because I was taking off all my clothes. It's surprisingly normal, right? Hey, guide me right now. Quickly, let's go to wake up. By the way, what should I put on this one? It's a little embarrassing to go together. The 4 men went head to head, gossip, went to the general store, and bought a 10,000 gold leather armor. Hey, where's some of this? Thank you. I bowed my head and received my armor. This is a pretty good item, though, if you want to buy it with money, you need to have 1,001 as real money. All game money now seems to me as real money. It is the exact opposite of 15 years ago, when all real money was viewed as game money. Child, please guide me quickly. Tell me if there are any monsters on the way. My son. It will do this. The 4 deceased people laughed as if I liked them quite a bit. If it's okay, let's kill this guy and take the item alone. Isn't that natural? Inside, I was giggling about a sneaky plan. However, deceased water of deceased water. Rotten water that couldn't be accumulated. To me, who has become oil because of rottenness, their top-notch is just a bastard. I smiled and said, first, let's go somewhere quiet and ugly. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 6. Previous talk next. Chapter 7. Kinky Meta 2. Friday, June 5th, 2020. One day before Memorial Day, high school lunchrooms across the country are noisy. Wow, are you guys watching the dem video uploaded by YouTube View yesterday? Back, it's completely Eva Tuna's story, right? Is it a true story to get rid of the dead water in an instant? Several high school students are sitting in the back of the kitchen and watching YouTube video. A poor quality video uploaded by someone last night. However, the content in the video was amazing. Mysterious naked pervert versus deceased mole raid. In the video, there was a 1:4 PK. Bastard, do you know who we are? For men shout out. However, the mysterious naked villain dealing with them is just calm. You have good spirit. Question mark. I like the gripping spirit. After speaking, the naked man rushes forward in an instant, holding the crude all in his hand. It is by no means the movement of the person who just came out of the tutorial zone. Spock. In the blink of an eye, the naked man swung his all and defeated the 4 men. There was no splendid battle. The first man suffered a fatal blow to his neck before he was properly positioned. The second man was startled, and the moment he stepped back, his uvula was cut off. The third man punctured the elbow joint when he tried to pull out the knife in the waist dance. The fourth man turned around and ran away with a hole in the back of the head. And I just took the elbow joint. The end came to the third man who was stabbed. The process of defeating them one by one was so terrible that mosaics appeared everywhere. For deceased Waters died literally with the pole left. However, there weren't one or two people who were thrilled to see those who reached the end while being cut terribly. I got an uncontact gem because of me young. I have to start over. Our guild newbies said they always paid money and items at the hunting grounds because of them. You say it's really hard for female users? Ask for a real phone number. If you didn't tell me, it would interfere with the hunt. BM, it's garbage. It's really between you and you. Those stagnant water should disappear quickly. Boo. But who's that pervert? Gee, righteous pervert, cuck. Gee, go tiki, gee. As the situation was like this, other large guilds were also interested. Who the hell is that naked pervert? You don't have to put on a single thread, but you show such a sharp movement with only a single all. Clothes, weapons, and combat style. There is no place that is not extraordinary either. However, there was a newbie like that. You have to scout right away. By the way, I'm a little worried about the outfit. The skills are definitely great, but must be a scout. Should I do it? Our guild wears uniforms too. Either genius or pervert. Or two. Or everything. Some guilds seem to hesitate because of the state of their clothing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, children. Cute. With a bloody smile, I brushed off the blood from the cut. They might have thought of themselves as stagnant water, but to me, they were just infinitely cute newbies. I was originally taught that newbies are love, but this is a little exception. I hum and rummage through the four bodies. Deus Ex Machina and PK. When you die, you are supposed to drop items randomly. I also know well because I once had a big deal because of this. I just wasted my time for nothing. The time is soon gold. I was rummaging through rusty iron swords or leather armor. In a moment, his expression changes. What? This. The item dropped by one of the four dead. It was a green mass the size of a fist. Essence of Y slime D. After collecting and boiling 1,000 slime flesh, only the core substances were filtered out. Oh, I caught my eye. Sla is a random integer. Maybe it's not a waste of time. I closed my eyes and thought about the information about slime. Slime, grade, D/characteristics, regenerating skin. Habitat, all continents. Size, M. A jelly-type monster. A sputum stuck in the throat of a large monster moved with life from one day. Experience, money, and items. The worst monster with nothing to give. Even the habitat is usually a dungeon that is not lit by sunlight. That's why it was a monster that wasn't popular with female users at all. It looks like the deceased water guys just grabbed the slime and leveled up. I laughed bloody. Having obtained the essence of slimes, the trouble of catching 1,000 slimes was reduced. In some way, it saves a lot of time. I did it. It was necessary for the dungeon to be attacked in the future. That's good. I headed straight for the smithy that way. Buying a large pot and casting mold in the smithy, I went to the corners of the field to make a bonfire and start heating the pots. Jurulruk. Soon, the essence of the slime began to boil in a pot. The green material that boiled and boiled gradually began to glow black. At that point, I poured the essence of slime into the main water frame made of bronze. R77F73. GGGVAR. The essence of the slime that boiled. Soon it is put in a bronze frame and cools down. After some time, I split the bronze frame in half. Within, in front of my eyes, a lump of green, fluffy jelly appeared. It was in the form of a walker. 100% raw slime juice walker. Armor/C. It feels like wearing a slime as it is. There is not much defensive effect. Would it feel good to wear it? Defense +5. Movement speed +10. Poison property spirit power +5. Ability to use the characteristic soft skin, special. It's so muggy that smokers. It seems to be seeing spit. If you were an ordinary person, you would have avoided it because your defense was low and above all it was sticky. Good. I wore a slime walker with a satisfied expression. It's perfect. I walked the floor once. Every time you step on, it's moist. And a soft jelly-like thing penetrates between the toes. Those subtle feelings that are good if you feel good, bad if you feel bad. However, the real power of this walker is not in terms of defense power or speed of movement. Characteristic soft moist skin, this is exactly what I needed. This is a secretly early stage. I put on a slime walker and ran once. Sweet. Attached to the tree, I stepped on the tree as it is and climbed. The skin on the soles of the feet becomes too moist and sticks to the bark. It feels like a Spider-Man. Okay, shall we go right now? I walked up a tall tree wearing a slime walker. In the distance, over the plain, the dungeon that I was aiming for was visible. The labyrinth of the rocking ear, grade C. Hidden dungeons inhabited by large earthquake-causing monsters. Of course, in the eyes of others, the place will appear as just a part of the terrain, an ordinary ruin. From now on, I was thinking of going to attack the place. Let's look, how many were you in the rankings? The archer. I closed my eyes and traced the memories of 20 years ago. Long time ago, when I was a newbie, Lang. There was an archer who made the king rush. At that time, archers were an unpopular profession. While the defense items dropped at the beginning were too good, the drop frequency of the one-deal weapons was ridiculously low. All the other players are armed with good armor, but hitting them with a coarse bow won't work in PK. Naturally, the job as an archer is also. It was getting worse. Then, there was an archer ranker who appeared like a comet. Strangely, he hunted with items other than excellent weapons and made PK. The archers fight with something other than a bow, and those who used to scoff must feel the pain of breaking an ankle without fail due to a mysterious attack. I did it. That's why the nickname given is Gene Archer. It is the potential that quickly raised him to rank. According to what I heard later, he received a special item as a reward for clearing the hidden dungeon called the Labyrinth of Rocking for the first time. I don't know exactly what it is, but that's probably the point. I'm not an archer, but I need to move as fast as an archer. I look down on my body. Neat nudity. The only thing I wear is green, sticky shoes. In some cases, fashion that arouses even more rejection than just a nude one. There's a blunt awl in my hand. I mean, well, how about, if you get hit anyway you die? I shrugged. It is a transformation meta of the deceased person who is not familiar. Of course, it was a fashion that was too far ahead of the times, so it was unlikely that others would recognize it. Shall we go then? I spur the tree and run down. Dive to the hidden dungeon in front of you. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 7. Previous talk next. Chapter 8. Boss Monster 1. The Labyrinth of the Spirits, grade C. I could easily discover the labyrinth of rocking ears. Why didn't you know this at the time? After entering the abandoned house in the northern part of the beginner's village, you can see the entrance of the underground dungeon right away. It doesn't seem to be hidden, but it took some time for it to be revealed. Hey, well, Columbus's egg is the same. Someone would think to open the floor here. Probably new users will have a hard time finding this dungeon. I'm just having some fun before that. Upon entering, you can see old dust floating. I narrowed my eyes. The black labyrinth is complex both up and down. It is not only necessary to move from side to side, but also by moving up and down using stairs, pits, and footboards to get the road going down. The Labyrinth of Spirits, grade C. Even the oldest and most wise are in this old district north of town. You don't know when or why the bruises developed. Ghosts large enough to grab and shake the ground continued to crawl from below, and some brave men gathered their strength and built a labyrinth on the wall of the hole. Since then, the ghosts have said that they haven't come anymore. Oh, I'm not curious. I hit the skip button repeatedly. Turned off the previous explanation. Even if you don't read anything like this, it doesn't hurt to play the game. It's time to come out. Not surprisingly, the other side of the labyrinth started to swell. I stuck flat on the wall. Oh. A huge humanoid monster. I was going down the stairs. It can be seen to be at least 5 meters tall. One eye with a muscular body, and huge horns protruding from the forehead. It is the same as the demon in myth. Onigi, grade C/characteristics. Demons, giants, natural disasters. Habitat, the labyrinth of the soul ears, rotting and burning land. Size, 5M. When you get angry, grab the ground and shake it. It is all due to these guys that the inside of the dungeon is constantly being confused. Where shall we stick together? C-class monsters and Dakadai. Even if the level is 32, it is a burdensome enemy if there is no item. However, I had nothing to do with it. I picked up cutting and poked a little bit into the skin of Oni who was running. Soon, the real power of Kumden began to be activated. Oni flinched. Due to the disastrous effect of cutting, Oni now lose 0.01% of their total HP per second. Considering the sludge's resilience, it will naturally die in about 3 hours. All night, Oni instinctively realizes that she is going to live a limited life. It seemed to be Moon. Instead of sitting down with a slender body and counting the last leaves, he picked up the last log that was rolling next to him and started shaking it up. Oh, and I. I pulled my tongue out and started spoiling it quickly. The labyrinth of rocking ears is on the wall or ceiling. There are stairs on the road. It was because the terrain was mixed up because the monsters shook it. No one knows where the passage will be. Scratch. Clapper duck. Slime Walker was also very useful in this way, since you can run the walls and ceiling like a flat ground. Even if there is a door in the ceiling, you can open it anytime you want. 5. Are you coming? How are you? I encountered countless sludges going back and forth through the complex labyrinth. For such sludges, the person I handed is simple. Cock, 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 cock. It's like making a hole in the lid to drain the water. I lifted the cutting edge and placed a cutlery for each needle I encountered. Oh, and I profit. Each of the sludges, who are angry with their heads, rush toward me, carrying logs or rocks. The number is usually from a few to a few. It has increased to 10. In an instant, a massive monster wave was created in the labyrinth. Thud, thump slash thump, thud. Wow, wow, extra profit. The sight of the large army swaying the Earth axis was truly overwhelming. It was a left turn in front of 500 maybe? I was running away from the tail, so I had nothing to do with it, so I wasn't at all atrophy. An item that speeds up the movement speed is urgent. As I tasted again, I kept moving away from the swarm. The destination is the innermost wall of the labyrinth. I make a complex labyrinth like my house. The place I came in and found was a dead end with no more places to go. However, this is not a dead end. Tongue. Let me kick the wall once. Crunches. From above, the blade is black like a saw blade. One guillotine falls down. If you avoid it well, the guillotine will dig through the thin grooves on the floor, and it will be the key to open the door to the basement. Chiolkuin. Soon, the labyrinth door to the second basement floor opened. The second floor of the labyrinth of the Spiritswary grade, C+. Plus was added in front of the dungeon level. I swallowed my saliva. Oh, and I. The sound of the end-spears screaming from the back is loud. No matter how much a country is surrounded by so many sludges and trampled, it will not be able to survive. Even if I can't eat it, go. Gaza. I dive to the second floor door in a relentless movement. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The darkness that lingers deeply at the end of the crack. Ugh, comma. As soon as I entered the crack, I heard a crazy beep. Warning, dungeon boss has appeared. The boss is preparing for an earthquake. A red alarm ringing in the ear. But if you're embarrassed here, you can't say it's a deceased person. The welcome is intense as soon as you enter. I smiled and turned back behind the huge stone pillar in front of my eyes. There is space behind the pillar. Just as expected. On the other side of the stone pillar, you can see a giant monster, about 10 meters tall, growling. One eye with red skin. There were 2 horns protruding from his forehead, one of which was broken. Akaoni Triguri, grade, C+/characteristics. Giant, demon, earthquake, fusion. Habitat, second floor labyrinth of spirits, rotting and burning land. Size, 12 One of the 7 demons, Belpagal's subordinate. He was ordered to invade the ground and came up from hell, but he has suffered a bad head and has been trapped in a labyrinth. I haven't been able to fulfill the owner's orders for a long time, but it's okay. Belpagal, who gave orders to him, was also quite lazy, so it has been a long time since he forgot his existence. Oh, and I profit. Akahoni rolls over the floor and screams. Thud slash. As the guy rolls his feet, the heavy Jinpa shakes the intestine. Stone pieces fell from the ceiling. I remembered that his maximum HP was about 12,000. On the other hand, my HP is ugly 320. If even a single hit hits him, it would be cut by more than 50%. If 2 are hit, it is death without seeing any more. Maybe it was the same even if you wore the iron armor that sings the best of the bottom, right? That's why I don't buy armor. I grumbled lightly, and then pinched the shaved hand in reverse. Then, oh, and I profit. A loud sound can be heard from behind as well. As I turned my head, in the meantime, he followed himself steadily. I could see the sludges that had increased in numbers gathered together. Oni profit. Akari is the leader of these sludges. The attitude seems to be reassuring when he sees his subordinates gathered in front of a strange intruder in front of him. However, oh no, a powerless scream comes from the crowd of sludges. Even though one of the sludges standing in the front row didn't do anything, they picked up in the future. At the same time, oh shit, Okiak. Okay. Oni's flurry appeared one after another in various places. The effect of cutting was only exerting its effect now. One by one, starting with the person who was stabbed first. It is steadfast. Let's make a bout, it's big. I clapped my fingers as if I wasn't even aware of the mobs in the back. Oh, and I profit. Akahoni, who was caught in provocation, rushed like crazy. The movement is not that fast, but Nina Richina has a huge leap forward. Quabang! As Akahoni swung his fist, part of the labyrinth wall collapsed. I dodged swiftly and stabbed Akahoni in his forearm. Plenty. Was eaten. Now, if I only escape for about 3 hours, this guy will also die with a flurry. The problem is how to avoid it in the meantime. Oni profit. Akahoni took a deep breath. Oh. Akaoni vomits hellfire. A beep sounded loudly. I hurriedly hid behind the stone pillar. Fururuk / Hell's flames spew out of his mouth. Contrary to my expectations, Akaoni continued to move while breathing fire. Quack. Hiding behind a stone pillar, I was a little embarrassed. Well, was there a pattern like this? I couldn't remember it because it was the guy I hunted too long ago. Quabang. Oh, I almost died. Barely avoided Akari's attack, he stepped back. I had to pay attention. Even if you are good at avoiding, the victory will certainly lean in this direction. 50000. But Akahoni began to show strange behavior. Akaoni is preparing for an earthquake. Another red alarm in my ear. And bang. Akahoni lifted his huge foot and started rolling against the ground. The moment his foot hits the ground, a heavy seismic wave rises around it. Put it in ruins. It is the moment when the natural disaster of the gnome shows its power. However, hot one cha. I escaped Akari's earthquake by jumping out of my seat. And soon, let me land on the floor. Honey brew. It was seen that the slime walker was trembling and absorbing the shock waves from the earthquake. This jelly-like property, which is like a semi-liquid state, blocks seismic waves. Would you hold on for 2 more times? I stroked Slime Walker with a happy expression. Among the C+ class monsters, Akahoni, who is a very powerful Axis, is the opponent, so it cannot last long. But what prevents 3 earthquakes? Oni profit. Akashi screamed. Akahoni's one eye was stained with blood red. It is proof that his HP is running out. Akaoni has become even more violent. Ran towards me. I avoided the other day and kept backing back. Quakwang / Again, part of the labyrinth collapses. The terrain is changing. I think I know why the name of the trait is Earthquake. The dignity of a C+ class monster that cannot be dealt with even when 100 D-class monsters come. Oni, this is good. Akahoni began preparing for the earthquake again. Akani raises both hands high in the sky and slams them into the ground. In that state, he gave strength to his arm. Wow, 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 wow. Bloodlines like water pipes popped out of the red forearm. Soon, Akani began to shake the ground, grasping it with all his might. It was truly an overwhelming sight. Grungy, 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 grungy. The ground shook like a wave. Shock transmitted to the body through the footsteps. But I survived the earthquake, crouching. Slime Walker turns into a viscous liquid in the moment of impact. Reduces damage. It is like a structure in which rubber withstands earthquakes. Quakwang. The surrounding stone pillars collapse. I hurried forward to avoid falling rocks. The earthquake and the fire have been exhausted. Now you are just a meat shield. I already knew that Akahoni would have exhausted all attack patterns. I moved with a thoroughly calculated route and consumed all of his special moves, so now all I have to do is catch it. Puck, puck fur, puck ye. It is the power of cutting, which is terrifying even if it is judged only by its simple attack power. No matter what a KO nigga beginner zone. Even if he was the most powerful hidden boss in the world, he couldn't be the opponent unless he had exhausted all his special moves. Thud. Finally, this giant, land-type beast knelt in front of me. Tiring. You have cleared the labyrinth of soul ears for the first time. Would you like to leave your name? I engraved the same nickname this time. Standing Water. At the same time, I noticed a beam of reddish light shining in the center of this red giant's body. The item that was waiting for the baby was dropped. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 8. Previous talk next. Chapter 9. Boss Monster 2. Beginner villages have a huge number of phosphorus. It was crowded with waves. This is possible because Deus Ex Machina is gaining sensational popularity around the world. It's not a joke on the Blade Bee. Help me. I was hit by a bee sting. 2 or 3 beginners work hard to hunt a single monster. Basically, Deus Ex Machina was a very unkind game for players. The difficulty of all the monsters was set very high, so even if the players caught one monster, they had to go around in groups of several people. Due to the odd nature and unpredictable variety of attack patterns, many of the players gave up hunting at all and turned their attention to enjoying the wonderful natural scenery or smelting various items. However, anyway, no one objects to Deus Ex Machina as an attractive game. Even today, a lot of people access the game with their bloated dreams. There were some who wanted to purely enjoy the game, others who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to hold a firm share, and others who simply wanted to stand at the top. Hoo. Here is one man who smiles happily while watching all the newbies in the world. How can newbies be so cute and adorable? I was leaning against the railing of the square fountain and looking down at the users who had just moved into the novice village. 15 years of living crazy about games. Among them, I haven't seen a newbie in the last 5 years or so. I pretended to be a newbie and saw rotten water trying to catch other dead water. Then, seeing so many newbies with their dreams and hopes, they cannot be happy to see them. Who did it? The final content of the highest level is called newbie raising. With the same heart, I want to put newbies in sleeves instead of pickpocketing them. However, what is that crazy guy? Oh, it's dirty. What about GM? I'm not going to catch that guy. The gaze of newbies going to and from the square towards me was never nice. It was because of my dress. Naked, an elongated awl that is tied to a waistband and shakes, and red shoes as if seeing the flames themselves. My attire was a pervert itself that no one could disagree with. Crying. Mom, that uncle is weird. There's something in between my legs. It is. A boy pointed at me and began to cry. The woman, who appears to be the mother, hurriedly covers the child's eyes. At the moment, I was sulking and coughed a few times. Then I began to explain my situation to the boy in a logical manner. I'm a kid. My brother is not a pervert. It's just the monsters he hunts. It's so powerful that you don't have to spend money to wear clothes because it's all destroyed if you rub it. And this messy one-handed weapon, how about? Isn't it amazing? I pretended to roll up the cut and hold it. Where are the most common opportunities in the world to touch an S-class weapon? If the rankers at this point have heard this offer now, they'll probably bow and run. However, the child broke his throat and began to cry. Maybe it's a little too early to be interested in rankings. Save people. A pervert appeared in the central square. What are you showing to the kid? The mother of the child runs away with the child. In reality, she shouts out using a paid loudspeaker for 301. Oh, what is it really? I hurried myself up and started running away from the fountain, whining, as I started flying in earnest. What has passed? Quite a few people couldn't even track my movements with their eyes. No matter how high my level, even if my agility stat has increased, this will be impossible. The reason my moving speed was so fast was because of the red walker I'm wearing right now. Akaoni's foot leather shoes /C+. A walker that skinned the red ghost's feet. It is said that those who wear this will be able to borrow the power of a demon. Defense +50. Fire property attack +30. Movement speed +30%, special. Possible to use characteristic earthquake, special. Fusion, special. These red shoes are rare items obtained by catching Akaoni. It is not given every time, but only once for the first time. A hidden piece that is given to the brave who defeated Akani for the first time. Among the armor items of the same class, it is of course good enough to have good defense power comparable to that of one armor, as well as increases the speed of movement by 30%. The fire attribute's additional damage is also increased. It's great, so the fire wizards will probably be drooling. However, best of all, it is possible to use seismic characteristics. Earthquake. Akahoni's seismic technique can be imitated in a similar way. If you roll your feet in these shoes, a wide area deal proportional to the power goes in. Because the former owner of this shoe, who was famous as an earthquake archer, also boasted of an impassable god by shooting a bow at a distance and causing an earthquake at close range. Another good thing, this shoe is a fusion item. I smiled at these red shoes, the only one I was wearing naked. In terms of characteristics, the only thing better than these shoes is Red Dragon's feet. But it's a legend item that no one was looking for 15 years ago. I always let go of this and that grunt and ran forward. Now, shall we preempt the next goal? Field Boss Akaoni is a beginner. It is the highest grade monster in the area. However, in the beginner area, there are 2 more C+ class monsters of the same class in addition to Akaoni. Hidden bosses are difficult to meet because they are all hidden deep in the map. I was going to see one of them now. Nightmare Forest. An open field with bizarrely twisted trees and poisonous energy from the rotten swamp. Like the map's appearance, the monsters that crawled around this place were mostly insect-type monsters. A snail crawling with a large skeleton home. Unusually large warts with only one forelimb. It's big enough to think it's a dragon. DC-class monsters with eerie and bloody appearances rumble. In other games, it's an insect-type monster that exists to shuttle the experience of the squad, but at least in this game, Deus Ex Machina is not. But Sangsik/. Now these eerie-looking bugs were busy hiding somewhere. Kyo. The Kalanka castle resonated through the bushes. And Quackwang. Rotten logs shattered, and a bizarre spider emerged from the inside of the forest. Wet spider, grade, C+, / characteristics, poison, insect, ambush. Size, 5M. Habitat, nightmare forest. The lurk of the nightmare forest, waits with a net, then suddenly runs into it. It is probably because of this guy that those who entered the forest will not be able to return. The shape of a large spider has 6 large chests on his chest. White milk was flowing from the chest, and as it was released into the air, it turned into a transparent thread. Wet spider. The strongest monster in all areas of Nightmare Forest, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, of a huge area standing at the peak of the beginner's zone ecosystem. This field boss was following me with an angry expression. Phew, this bastard is faster than I thought. I really did become a newbie. I was running with my tongue sticking out. I went in to milk the spider's milk a little, but I met him properly, so I'm still ruining it like this. Is there anything that a Kaoni, who is more difficult to attack than a wet spider, will escape to the demon he was captured by Dai? I want to. Actually, my purpose wasn't to hunt this wet spider. It was impossible. Come on, follow along. It's a right turn here. I wandered through the winding labyrinth of Nightmare Forest like a front yard. The wet spider looks at me who can't be caught, as if it's caught, and it's full of teeth. Pass a sack. Eventually, I succeeded in getting out of the Nightmare Forest and arriving on the vast plains with a snarky spider. Then see you next time. As soon as I came out onto the plains, I speeded up and disappeared in front of the spider's eyes. Key profit. The spider started to stomp on 8 feet, as if angry. Within, the spider didn't know what to do, so he stood up and started to hesitate. Should I go back to where I was originally in? However, unlike most field bosses, the wet spider goes to where it was originally. Didn't go back. Instead, it began to build a spiderweb nest by spreading its milk over a large area of the plain. Also, hiding in a pit in the plains far away, I nodded. Weak spiders don't like to move by default. It's not because I really like the place to sit and hunt for food caught in the net. I just don't want to move much. The same was the case this time. I was blinded by anger and chased me, but as long as I missed the target, it would be annoying to go back on the way back so far. Soon, the spiders hung on the wide plain. The soft mucus began to sprinkle. It was more like a trap than a spider web, so the ones that stepped on it had no choice but to stick to it. Passion came to the monsters living in the plains. Skeleton snails, blade snails, doctohorse snakes, and other monsters that crawled across the plains are all new and emerging powerful milk spiders' prey. Caught in the water, the plains ecosystem began to be disturbed. Munch, munch, munch. The spider catches other monsters, then relentlessly chews them with their teeth and swallows them. The monster eats the monster. The oddities of Deus Ex Machina. It is one system. When monsters feel hungry, their HP was set to decrease accordingly. In order to live the milk spider, and to continue reigning as the boss of the forest, he had to hunt and eat. Okay, as expected, the speed at which mobs gather is definitely different. I clap my hands. The milk of the spider has a sweet smell. At first glance, it seems that there is no difference from real milk, but once you eat it, you are immediately addicted to the powerful neurotoxin. The monsters attracted by this are caught in a sticky trap and immediately caught. I was attracted to the spider's web, and every one of the monsters caught. I looked at it. Wow, the number of skeleton snails is terrifying. When did I collect all of this by myself? Thanks. I blew a wink at the wet spider at the end of the sticky trap and secretly started catching the skeletal snails caught in the trap one by one. Then grabbed the skeleton snail and put the mucus from the inventory. Regards. In time, I was able to collect up to 200 skeleton snail slime. I could definitely save time. Shall we go now? I stared at the milk spider trimming the food net from a distance. I wanted to grab that guy too. I gave up right away because it seemed that it would take too long in a place where the food web was spread out. There will be no player who can catch him for a while. As he left the Nightmare Forest and built a nest on the plain, the difficulty of attacking further increased. Who is going to try to catch him now? Right then. Hey, look over there. All mobs you haven't seen. A strange voice came from somewhere. I quickly bowed my head under the bush. What? My eyes are round. Those who appeared out of nowhere as planes. They were the deceased water riflemen I saw in the novice village the other day. Oh, is it a hidden boss? We must be lucky. Catch. You have to catch something like this. The 4 quickly started rushing toward the middle of the plain, the milk spider spinning the food web. Are you brave or stupid? I dragged my tongue and watched it. I thought I would try it, but what dare? Just as expected. They were running forward and soon stepped on the net and became stuck. After that, It was the scheduled order. The milk spider shook his huge and heavy body and rushes in vain toward the 4 dead musketeers. Wow, wow, wow. Soon, the spider ate 4 players in the blink of an eye, as if eating a biscuit. Truck tuck. I have to stretch out my feet to see where I will lie down. I shook my head and turned. That moment. CR. I sensed an ominous noise in my ear. Ugh. As I quickly looked up, I saw a terrifying thing in my sight. Scales standing up like the blade of a long sword, 3 eyes shining like a ruby, and a thick and long body. A huge snake, as if it were a dragon, came to my nose without a sound. Long sword scale king cobra grade. C+/traits. Transformation, poison, battle veteran. Size, 13 m. Habitat, breathtaking plains, suicide forests, and the nest. These capricious reptiles are known to value their territory more than their parents. Therefore, you have to hold your breath when passing through the plains. That's the only way to ask this monster for permission to pass. Of course, whether or not he will accept your request depends entirely on his satiety. Oops, I never expected to meet you. I frowned. I'm sure you'll meet this field boss, who is said to be so hard to meet by chance. If you hear this news, you have decided to see him once in the face. The IDs will collapse. The long sword scale king cobra is a monster with very excellent special attack power among C+ class monsters. If you get bitten once, you will be quite fatal to your body right now. Of course, if you try to catch it, there is nothing that you cannot catch, but it is difficult to deal with because of various characteristics. First of all, characteristic change. It is a characteristic that converts fire damage to ice damage and ice damage to fire damage. Depending on the climate of the field, it nerfs fire and ice type attacks to its own advantage. However, it's a trait that doesn't make much sense when I'm not a wizard. What is really tricky is the characteristics of the 100 battlefields. Beck Battle Veteran's characteristic is a passive skill that increases the maximum HP or defense by the amount of damage suffered when HP is reduced and recovered to the maximum value. Therefore, even with the same monster, the more powerful it is, the more powerful it becomes. Looks like it's been a while since I've been zen. I kicked my tongue. This long-scaled king cobra is more than I knew. It was much larger. Chill. Probably killing some of the players passing through the plains and becoming stronger. Madam, I have to collect snails. I don't have time. I complained that I was annoyed and grabbed the sham that was hanging from my belt. At that moment, the long-scale king cobra rushes forward, spreading the muscles of his neck like a fan. Yes, it can't be helped. Grab it and go. I picked up the shaver and put myself into battle. The moment when I'm about to collide with the long-scaled king cobra. An unexpected variable has occurred. He is this prophet. One more creepy screaming came from behind. Arfu. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 9. Previous talk next. Chapter 10. Boss Monster 3. Key This is this prophet. Sharp teeth, white mucus emanating from the bumps on the body. The spider was shining 8 red eyes behind me. Ike. I quickly lowered my head. Okay. Quack quack. Above the head, the teeth of the snake and the legs of the spider struck fiercely. The long-scaled king cobra and the milky spider came together in the air. Chill. Key gig. Kick. 2 field bosses with different zones face each other tightly. Long sword scale king cobra that never leaves enemies invading its territory. The target once taken as a prey must be caught, a wet spider. Who knew that the lord of the breathtaking plains and the lurks of the nightmare forest would meet? Chill. The first player was the long sword king cobra. With the scales of his whole body erected like a sword, he started to rotate his whole body. Key ing. It looks like an elongated electric saw blade. As it was, he rushed toward the wet spider. But it's the long sword scale king cove. It was Ra's mistake. Squeak, squeak, scratch, loosen. As soon as it touched the field, the scales of the long sword king cobra that were spinning fiercely slowed down rapidly. This is because the mucus that the spider had previously laid on the ground got stuck between the scales and the scales. The wet spider did not miss the gap. It is a type that solves falling mobility with slime, and if it is in a nest buried in advance, it will never be lost to a fuselage-class monster. Fook. The spider's fangs penetrated the long-scaled king's nose bra's torso. But this time, it was a misjudgment of the milk spider. Shriek. The long-sliced king cobra stopped rotating the scales and gave strength to the muscles of the whole body. Chai-jeek, chai-jeek, chai-jeek. Scales come off the mucus. For the long-scaled king cobra, the scale was a consumable that could be removed as much as possible. Long-scale king cobra in the falling rain. After throwing the stretch on the mucus, he moved his bare body with only the remaining muscles and wrapped and tightened the body of the spider. Poop duck. The spider's hard exoskeleton began to crack at a tremendous rate. The long-scaled king cobra is a monster whose whole body is made of muscle fibers. Its tightening power is beyond imagination. Chill. Key kick. Wet spiders that continue to inject their fangs, and long-scaling king cobras that give strength to the muscles of the whole body. The match between the two continued in a messy slime nest. Sure, I was taking advantage of that time to eagerly take care of Silly. Hey, the slime ignorance of the skeleton snail. I collected a lot. It's difficult to get together like this again. I diligently caught skeletal snails caught in the spider's net and collected mucus. Certainly, the spider web is a good bait because of its sweet smell. Soon, skeleton snail mucus fills up the inventory. I turned to the two field bosses who were fighting. Are you still fighting? The two field bosses are conscious of the exhausting HP or not. They are just breathing their lives towards each other to die. Woojik, woojik, woojik. The hard exoskeleton of the spider was cracked and the intestines were protruding. The long-scaled king cobra's muscle tightening. It was boogle boogle. The long-scaled king cobra also has vague bubbles flowing through his mouth. The neurotoxin of the milk spider was so dangerous and insidious. If they were quite a few players, just seeing the two fights would have been overwhelming, and the legs would have been relieved. In the first place to watch the two fight. I couldn't even think about it, and I would have been struggling. However, for a dead water like me, such a fight was nothing more than just a fun spectacle. In the past, this is the age who also visited Ranker's S-class monster raids. I was watching C-plus class monsters, field bosses, and medical wars. In the original fight, the X-Bob fight was the most fun, right? Who in the world dare to say this to field boss class monsters? That's what no one can say unless I am who I am now. Let's not win after a few more minutes. Hey, when I think about it, I can't write if I cry. What will the kids see and learn? I gave a light admonition to the two field bosses, and then held the cutting edge from the belt in reverse. Now that you've achieved your original goal, it's time to collect unexpected extra income. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few hours later, I entered the auction house with a regretful expression. I'm trying to bring out something. The eyes of the NPCs who saw the items I put out for sale were once again wide open. Exoskeleton of the ambush armor /C+. Those who lurk in the dark are poisonous. And be quiet. This secret garment helps the owner's insidious inside. Defense plus 35. Attack plus 10. Poison property spirit power plus 10. Can use characteristic latency, special. Scale sword with no blood or tears two-handed weapon /C+. The one who holds this knife in his hand will be able to focus on killing the enemy without any feelings. Cool, like a reptile. Attack plus 300. Poison property spirit power plus 5. The characteristic changeable temperature can be used, special. There were two C+ class items out there. It was a slope that was really difficult to see in a beginner village. The latent feature makes the sound go out of the way with a 5% probability when moving. Transformation characteristics first change fire damage to ice damage and ice damage to fire damage. If you use it well, it is a trait that allows you to play strategically. Assassins and wizards. You'll be pretty welcome. Where did you get these things? If you catch something, will it fall? What about these rare items? Let's know together. What is the know-how? Isn't that a hack? It's a bug. It's a bug anyway. People wandering around the auction house crowded and asked. Those who are envious, those who are jealous, those who have respect, those who have curiosity. Indeed, various gazes turned to me. I was thinking about answering. In the past, I would have enjoyed this gaze to my heart's content, but not this life. I decided to pay attention to other people's eyes. This time, I will try to live a life that is never pathetic and not stubborn, only for my success. Meanwhile, the head was spinning fiercely even at this moment. Anyway, the hidden boss is hidden in the area where beginners can go. I caught everything. I definitely took the reward. 2 field bosses and 1 dungeon boss. There are no stronger monsters in this area anymore. Therefore, it is said that this is the last reward. 30 million gold. Are you kidding me? $50 million. 6,000. 6,500. While I'm thinking alone, commercial bids bursting from the surroundings soar in real time. Eventually, several people joined forces to collect money and press the buy button immediately. Well, no matter who collects money, buys it with dirty money, or buys it out of debt, it wasn't what I knew. I was like that too. As I watched those cheering with their auction items in their hands, I made a messy expression for a moment. Those who cry and laugh at the debris that don't need much ahead of them. I wonder if this is the view of the top tier and early adopters, so I feel subtle. I left the auction house and opened the inventory. Ye amount of possession, 270,000.000 G. 270 million gold. When exchanged for real-world money, it is close to about 30 million won. It doesn't take much effort, and it's this much. Earn money. Even before it started full-scale hunting, it was just the preparation stage below. If you put a Kaoni's footskin on an auction, you will get 200 million won. I smiled as I looked down at the red walker around my feet. But not yet. This is a fusion-type child that will be useful in the future. Because it was a temp. I don't need game money yet, so I have to change all billions of gold to real money. I opened the options exchange window and uploaded my own game money. Tiring. 200 million gold was traded. The byte comes immediately after how long it has been uploaded. I opened an account. Deposit 20 million won. 20 million won was deposited neatly. There is no fee because it is an option exchange event period. At this point, it is a year's worth of salary for quite a few office workers. Because the field boss is regenerated once a month, even with them for a while, it will be enough. I laughed as I remembered the secret area where the field bosses were zen. With this, for the time being, about 20 million won a month will come in. However, now wasn't the time to pay attention to those small things. The real jackpots are starting from now on. Now there is really no regret in the beginner zone. I went into the general store and bought a very large pot. Then he went to the outskirts of the hunting ground again, gathered firewood, made a bonfire, and began to heat the pot. Scratch. Cheel puck. The mucus from the skeleton snails collected in the meantime fills the pot. It took on the fire and started to boil, making a bad mood. After boiling for a long time, the mucus of the skeleton snail quickly swells to the limit. Tiring. Skull snail slime has been changed to skull snail's essence. I put firewood under the pot for a while after it turned into the essence of the skeleton snail. Within, the mucus of the skeleton snail took its final shape. Skull snail gel D. Lubricating oil released by skeleton snails during mating. It is very slippery because it contains a lot of love. Ignore the degree of bondage and slip. Aren't snails hermaphrodite? I frowned at the boiling liquid in the pan. As you stretch out the branches and stir them, you will immediately feel a satisfactory viscosity. Bouillie. Take out the branches and lift them up into the air. A drop of sieve stretches and flows like honey. Good. If it is this viscous, pass. I nodded. The bonfire was turned off, and the pot was cooled. And, with a splash, I throw myself into the pot. Go started applying the gel of the skeleton snail all over the body. It was a scene that someone would swear by as a crazy pervert. My pupils were extremely cold. Like the light of a hawk's eye aiming for prey. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 10. Previous talk next. Chapter 11. Real Reality 1. Tiring. You went out. Please come again next time. Simultaneously with the beep to announce logout, I woke up from the capsule. Yes, I don't even get dizzy. Feels so good. To be young. I muttered with stiff eyes. After playing games for more than 35, all the bad things were sweet. Turtle neck, scoliosis, carpal tunnel syndrome, eye tremors, etc. I was lying only on the capsule, but I wondered why it occurred. However, there is no such thing as a young body or a new body. When exiting the capsule, there is always a phenomenon that the head spins and the field of view becomes dark. I had to bend over and groan, but now there was no such thing. Good. It's a start over now. I trembled while enjoying the youth that I had regained. Weighing. But it was my cell phone that was really shaking. Well, I looked at the number on my phone and tilted my head. Eldest father. He was a guardian until the age of 19 after his parents died. So, until 2 years ago. It's been a long time since then. I mutter like I'm dealing with others. It has no choice but to go away. He would be like that, because I didn't have much good feelings for my eldest father. The eldest father who always admonished while comparing his two sons who became doctors and lawyers. In fact, since I went to the military right after graduating from high school, I had no financial aid at all. Rather, they took my parents' legacy and used it to pay off their debts. I answered the phone. Yeah, eldest father. What's going on? Then, over the handset, I heard my eldest father's nervous voice. How are you the one who ate right now? What are you talking about from the start of the call? When he was embarrassed and couldn't find anything to say to him, his eldest father spoke right away. This guy, oh, if you are discharged, you should visit this great father and say hello. Oh yes, eldest father. It's a right soon, so let it come down the day before. And now the whole area. I did, but I have to be a little adult. Make sure you have the skills to earn yourself and eat. Look at your cousins. Everyone went to college. How much they earned. I took my ear off my cell phone. If anyone sees it, I think he's been feeding him alive until the war. He lived with his parents' legacy, and even that he was happy with the subject. 15 years later, the eldest father sleeps so much. Two sons who were in love with each other. So all my cousins live in a dark reality. His cousin, who went to medical school, became a doctor, but he suffered a medical accident while performing illegal medical procedures, resulting in a large amount of compensation, and he was eventually deprived of his doctor's license. All that compensation was my eldest father's retirement allowance. My cousin, who went to law school, became a lawyer, but a few years later. After flying only flies, you will eventually get divorced due to hardships in life, and in the meantime, you will live miserably with wrong guarantees. Who would have known that the Hyungs who were shining so brightly until the SAT will live like that? Life doesn't really know 1 inch ahead. I muttered in a low voice. High school graduate. A body with nothing other than military discharge card. But I will still be creative for 15 years. If you make up your mind, you can earn infinitely things like money. As evidence, I looked around the piles of paper piled up next to the capsules. Money. 30 million won in cash. This amount was created just by arranging the japdams collected while playing at the auction house. That's about it, even after taxes and fees. You come in like this even though you just walked the start. Huh, how many more are you going to come in the future? I rolled my head. The enormous privileges that former rankers enjoyed. The enormous amount of money pouring into them. Slim sports car, big house, enormous fandom, reporters catching up, influence to decorate magazines and newspapers, various commercials, shooting entertainment. All of them are now waiting for only one person. It is me. I woke up from my seat. As much as the splendor in the game is important, the splendor in the real world is also important. Why didn't I know this for granted in the last 15 years? In this life, I promised that I would never make a mistake. I took the first step into real reality. Hey boy, from a while ago, are you listening to this, the eldest father? The sound of my eldest father's yelling echoes in the empty, subterranean studio. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Let's see. How much is the building cost these days? I'm running around real estate now. As I looked at the advertisements on the wall of the real estate for a while, a woman from inside called me with a bearish smile. Oh, bachelor, what are you looking for? One room. I shook my head. I'm going to see a shopping mall. Then, her expression changed at once. She schemes my clothes. Sweats, slippers, thick hair. A 21-year-old young man who hasn't gone down there yet. Why is the mall? Are you looking for your parents? Yes. Right what? Then the lady who listened to me. She smiled brightly with an expression saying yes. What is your father looking for? I answered right away. The capsule room. Capsule room. Emerging powerhouses appearing out of the PC room. A long time ago, a game called StarCraft. As if I created these numerous PC rooms. Today's Deus Ex Machina was making numerous capsule rooms. I intend to set this up. Phew. Father, let's have a sense of business. Capsule rooms are hot these days. There are a lot of things happening here and there. Ajuma beckoned to follow. Then he started his small car. Borno. I headed for an alley in my aunt's little car. Ho ho ho. The capsule room should have a better throat, right? The real estate lady asked as if it were natural. Hagi, that is common sense. But I shook my head. No. My father said that underground or remote places are also good. Oh, really? Even if it's a PC room or something like that, the capsule room would still have to be built on the ground or in a crowded place. Unlike a PC room where you can evacuate at any time in the event of a fire, capsule rooms are difficult to notice abnormalities outside the capsules, so you need to have a good neck to do business. Isn't it frustrating to enjoy capsules in the dark underground and get on fire? Well, it will rarely happen, but it is an early phenomenon that occurs because human psychology has not yet fully adapted to the new technology. However, no, please introduce them as remote and inconspicuous places as possible. I am determined. Because the capsule room I'm running wasn't just a capsule room. Well, I don't have much money now anyway. You just have to look at the property. The outlying, back and forth underground shopping mall didn't go out well, so I was going to study just about the price. Yet, the real estate lady took me and entered the basement in a remote alley. It's cheap and it's okay here. It's not easy to see people, so it's cheap. Ajuma's words were true. The price is cheap and it is hard to see. Even the light doesn't come in well, so when you come inside, the surroundings are all dark. It's a gloomy atmosphere that if you're a good person, you'll never step in. If you were like someone else, you would shudder and run away. This darkness felt very familiar to me. It's good. I'll come back later. After planting a line of hope for a real estate lady, I came up. The moment you just climbed onto a road in sunlight. Ah, there. A real estate lady reaches out to the front. There is someone in front of me who does the same thing as a bachelor. At the words of a real estate lady, he made a sad expression. A capsule room in a place like this? A shabby sign can be seen where the real estate lady points. Pozik's indoor fishing ground. The old signboard is too old to know when it was destroyed. Is that a capsule room? As I tilted my head, the real estate lady smiled. The boss runs a capsule room. But strangely, the signboard was left as it was by the old fishing man. Maybe you don't want to promote it. Oh, look at my mind. I asked you to keep this secret. Moment. I smelled it. It's a capsule room that I hate to stand out. Besides, the signboard is old and rotted, so I hang the signboard for the indoor fishing spot. Put it. It has a very nasty smell. With a red-eyed expression, I snooped around the indoor fishing spot, or the capsule room. Right then. Hey, I'm going to play this game BJ in earnest. From the underground stairs in front of you, I heard a roaring voice. I sneaked behind the real estate lady's car. This is because I wanted to take a look at the face of the person coming out of that basement capsule room. Don't you think you're going to be a game BJ? If I look like myself, I never fall for it. Well, what if it's like a sister? The voice getting closer and closer. Moment. Creepy. Goosebumps burned in my spine. What? My hands are trembling. When I hear the voices of the two men and women coming up from below, a cold sweat flows and my legs are relaxed. Bachelor, are you okay? Ajumma looked at me with an anxious expression. Yes. I'll get in the car first. I quickly opened the car door and threw myself into the passenger seat. Then I looked at the building across from the driver's window. Yet, two people appearing on the road. One was a woman pretty enough to make the viewer's eyes wide open. 8-headed body, straight legs. The clothes that emphasize the superior chest and pelvis are as if you were seeing an idol stage costume with a sexy concept. The face was also pretty enough to chew on a pretty girl group. A big eyeball like a deer in the snow that seems to have a half moon upside down. With a straight nose, thick eyebrows like a moth's antennae, and even the tail of the mouth that makes you smile even when you are still. And I certainly knew her name. Yudahi. Deus Ex Machina's pro gamer and famous game BJ and streamer. Alpha girl who will advance into the entertainment world later. Of course, this is about 3 years from now. Why is that woman here? I open my mouth halfway. As far as the future is concerned, that woman and I will meet in the game guild in about a year or so and become friends. But then, it would have been a time when studying abroad just ended and you didn't know anything. Dahi was definitely the first to play the game at that time. But listening to you Dahi's words now, she seems quite a stickler. There are a lot of guys who rush to say that it's good to have a face or chest. Good. It's so easy to play. She laughs as she speaks bitter words she had never seen before. When I heard that, I felt shocked as if I had been hit by a hammer in my head. Yes, Yudahi. She is the woman who put my life to ruin. About 3 years later, I had a huge amount of money to help her BJ activities. Start to use as a star piece and donation money. Even that was not enough, and even the items I had bought with all my dedication were lent for broadcast activities. And she lost the item due to PK. With her innocent expression and tears dripping, I couldn't take responsibility. After that, I even fell in love with the game by writing bonds. To make up for lost items. And to pay off the bond interest. And the man who is smiling with a bloody smile next to Yudahi. The moment I saw the man, my body began to tremble once more. Fluency. The loan shark I borrowed money from. Why the hell is that guy over there? Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 11. Previous talk next. Chapter 12. Real Reality 2. Yudahi. The first time I met her was during a party hunt at Deus Ex Machina. Appa, can't you please pick up that bus? She said it was difficult to keep up even if she jumped into the game a little late. How delicate did it look? If a face is a face, a body is a body, a head is a head, a heart is a heart. She didn't have a corner for anything. Numerous people have helped her with both water and heart. With one sound of the brother, the throat of a huge monster was cut off, and with one sound, the castle of the guild on the other side was captured. Queen. Yes. She quickly became the queen of the game. And I was also one of those many followers. If you need an item, you get the item, and if you need to break the quest, you have the quest. As Yudahi's level got up, it became harder for me to help her. The items she needed became more and more expensive, and the monsters she had to catch were getting stronger and stronger. I had to play harder because I had to be able to fully cover her growth rate. And so a few years later, Yudahi debuted as a game BJ. BJ Yudai. BJ playing PK with excellent control. The equipment was so great that even a fair number of rankers couldn't beat her. Even if he won, the ranker had to be attacked by numerous fandoms following Yudahi. Looks, skills, and items. Yudahi's influence on broadcasting is day by day. In the end, it grew, and in the end, he had a truly enormous fandom. It was so smoothly released that I also received a ton of celebrity offers. From then on, her contact gradually declined. The days when I was confused by the illusion that I was a lover while making video calls sometimes were over. Later, she added more of her face on TV or on a banner on a large portal site. I saw it often. The more so, I had to work harder and harder to get into her eyes. Giving up on being the owner of a small fortress, I put on high-end items and caught bigger and stronger monsters to get her eyes on. And, Appa, I broadcast a game over the air. Please lend me only one knife to be holding when I am going. At Yudahi's words, I gave the item to me. A knife cut with all the money I've collected so far. However, as soon as Yudahi received the sword, she was killed by PK. And the unidentified PK criminal ran away with my sword dropped by Yudahi. To me, who was frustrated, Yudahi said, "Brother, then would you like to borrow our money?" Yudahi took me to a credit bank to get a loan. When she said that she had her own responsibility and that she would cover the interest for a few months, I used a bond. At that time, the lender who lent me money was Yu Chang. "Hey, Yujin Lee, what is the interest?" A few months later, when Yudahi stopped paying interest, I became a slave to Yu Chang. And the tough relationship with him lasted for a long time. I made money by hunting like macros, and all of that had to be taken away for interest. The more I became a master of hunting, the more my achievements in the game went up, the more I became, the more I was in reality. So my years have disappeared. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oh my gosh. And now, I'm back 15 years ago. Yudahi, who has just returned from studying in the US and doesn't know much about games. All of her words were false. I didn't even go to study in the US, and the game started right away from the open beta. And he seems to be very close to the lone shark Yu Chang. Shall I play game BJ and intercept the kids who lend me items? What can I do? It is also a crime to steal items in games these days. Hang on. You can use PK for the content. What would you do if you said you fell down in death? Oh, so if my sister borrows an item, can I go and kill her and collect it? Bingo. Yu Chang and Yudahi seemed to be between siblings. They were quite fit personality. Came to me and borrowed an item. Done Yudahi. All of her approaches were planned. Even after losing the item, everything that had been caught in the bonds was a scepter from her head. Jeep, judge, judge. After Yu Chang and Yudahi, sturdy physiques walked out. Oh, those guys. It is a face that knows everything. When I see the feeling of not paying interest, they come to my semi-basement studio like a ghost and make a mess. Since 15 years ago, they are still young faces, but I remember them clearly because they are so skinny. Yes, it was all one group. Oh, hello young boss. A real estate lady greeted Yudahi to her brother and sister Yu Chang. Yudahi chewed the greetings of a woman who lived in the mountain with a deep expression. That's cheap. I think it's the Yudahi that I knew. Meanwhile, Yu Chang was greeted by a real estate lady with a relatively nice expression. Hey, it's been a while. Aunt. Ho ho ho. How are you doing business these days? It's not worth the monthly rent. Yu Chang laughs with his unold skill. Then, the real estate lady tilted her head. You haven't cleaned the signboard for the indoor fishing spot yet? Yes? What? Now we have to put it away. I have a bad throat. It would be nice to do a little new interior of the entrance to the building. Are there a lot of people coming? Yu Chang struck her hand with an annoying expression at the worry of a real estate lady. I don't care because it's a business that everyone knows anyway. Look at this. There are many people. As Yu Chang beckoned, the men standing under the underground stairs rumbled out. The real estate lady who saw the appearance made a forcible smile. Ah, there are a lot of people. I guess capsule rooms are popular these days. Okay. Yu Chang frowned in his forehead. Madam, can't you go somewhere and say there's a capsule room here? At the moment, the surrounding atmosphere becomes cold. The energy of the hot summer was gone. Ho 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 ho. Oh my mind. Look, it was a secret? I know. Off you. Usually it's woozing, asking for some rumors. But we, President Yu, are really peculiar? Is it a young sensibility? The real estate lady laughed hard. But I noticed that I still don't understand well. Whether it's a PC room or a capsule room, it would be a business only when people gather. Why am I so wary of word of mouth? What the hell would you do inside? However, soon the real estate lady shrugged. Well, what to do in the capsule room, not to play games. Well, let's go. Yu Chang spit on the floor once, then waved his hand and disappeared. Yudahi and many large men follow him. Sister, what do you want to catch this time? Is it Queen without a name? Why is there a dungeon in the desert? Let's attack that. Good. Let's go on the weekend. Isn't there anyone with faster clearing speed than we are now? Then, we are the sole leader. Yu Chang and Yudahi giggled as they exchanged conversations with each other. Their appearance is far away in the alley. I went around the corner and disappeared. I thought as I watched them disappearing far away. Let's see. It will be different this time. Oh. I first noticed the other person's existence and grasped the inner situation of the ancient lecture. This is changing my future. It would be a tremendous help indeed. By the way, these guys, are you aiming for the nameless queen? The pickers can infer the whole conversation from pieces of information. It would be nice to have this ability in all fields, but unfortunately, this ability is limited to game-related topics. Because I am a game changer. Finally good. I wash my face dry once. Their goals overlap with my goals. At this point, seeing that he is trying to attack the dungeon of the nameless queen, he seems to be a ranker who is quite ahead. However, what to do with this? Two rankers cannot coexist in one dungeon. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 12. Previous talk next. Chapter 13. Gatekeeper of Ancient Civilizations 1. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After a short routine, I immediately return to the game. Wing. A bleak breeze blows. I thought about it. Because the nameless queen. No. After crossing that desolate gorge that surrounds the beginner zone, the vast desert comes behind it. On the outskirts of the desert, there was a pyramid-type dungeon that was not easy to find. The final boss of the dungeon is Queen, without a name. The nameless queen is a pretty attractive boss, but the charm is in earnest. It is 2 years from now that it is in the spotlight. The next 2 years, exactly 730 days later. The queen without a name becomes an essential hunting monster for high reps for some kind of reason. However, the unnamed queen in her current state would be just a boss monster with very demanding attack conditions. Yudahi, there will never be a woman who already knows this. Did you just accidentally search the desert and find it? I thought with my chin on. Yudahi and her younger brother, Yuchong, are going to catch the nameless queen, right? If so, can you just let it go? I had no intention of letting them go well in this life. Also, the queen without a name is a very important boss. It is a boss monster that is the key to catching higher level monsters. I needed to put the flag of the attack first. Hesitate as long as the plan is set. Is nothing. I walked forward without hesitation. Hueying. Again, a bleak breeze blows. The place where I am stepping on is a wasteland with huge mushroom-shaped rocks. Matongjung Gorge. Open field with a rather peculiar name. It is not a dungeon, but the entire map is playing the role of one huge monster field. The types of monsters that appear. I couldn't organize my thoughts. A tearing scream echoes in the clear sky. As I turned my head, I saw something enormous body arousing from underneath a rock that looked like a mushroom in the distance. Oh! A huge body emerged from the floor. Human appearance, but without a head, and the palms of both arms are unusually large. Mud Golem, class, C/characteristics, rock, self-destruction, minions. Habitat, all continents. Size, M. Receive someone's fortune and move. Is a lump of mud. Even if I kill it, I get experience. There is no above. However, the material required for item production. Maybe you can get a fee? The mud dripping from the whole body. The mud-flowing body smelled of humus from the grave on a rainy day. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. The mud golem miraculously walked forward, sprinkling red light from one eye on his chest. 3 women stood where the golem was heading. A party made up of magicians, swordsmen, and archers. They seemed quite surprised to see the golems protruding from underneath their feet. Fireball. A woman who seemed to be a wizard swung her staff and threw a fireball. Whoa, okay. Mud golem feet and fire. Struggling. I looked at it and kicked my tongue. You can't do that. As to my worries, the mud golem stepped again, walking through the flames all over his body. Kuraruk, / Let's be roasted, besides the mud golem. The blood is getting harder and harder. Then, the 3 women seemed to have gained confidence. The mud was baked and turned into pottery. It would be comfortable to do damage. The woman who appears to be a prosecutor swung the sword. Chingrang. The porcelain mud golem is. That's right, the whole body was shattered. However, quack it. Soon, a huge explosion occurred inside the golem's body. Mud golems sometimes self-destruct with a 10% chance of dying. The mud golem's filthy body can destroy the filthy mud around itself. It doesn't do any special damage other than fried, but the story will be different if your body is hardened by flame-type magic. Puff puff puck. Fragments of hard and sharp pottery flew in all directions, destroying the whole area. Quackwang. Rumble. The rocks around it collapse. It was a self-destruction with considerable attack power. It wasn't fatal enough to lead to death, but it was enough to reduce the durability of the armor. Naturally, the 3 women had no choice but to build a wool statue looking down at the rags of armor. As I look at the figure, I lightly tongue. Kicked. The mud golem should not attack with flame-based magic, but with water or ice. Grass or rocks are okay. But well, this kind of strategy will be known gradually. There is nothing I can do to help others. There is no gain to fall. Right then. Oh. A golem popped out in front of me as well. Ochre golem, grade, C/traits, rock, self-destruction, minions. Habitat, all continents. Size, M. A lump of dirt that moves under someone's liking. Even if you kill, experience. Is not at all. However, may you be able to obtain the materials required for item production? An annoying guy appeared. This painless gorge is a paradise for golems. According to the setting, it is a place where the remnants of ancient civilization that no one remembers are scattered. These golems are gatekeepers blocking the path leading to the essence of ancient civilization. Therefore, either their body is destroyed or not. They try to hold on to the ankles of travelers. The same goes for this golem that has appeared in front of me now. Walgrak. As soon as the lust golem appeared, he stretched out a hand made of stone piles and held my body in prison. However, slide. As soon as my body touches the golem's grasp, it pops upwards. Hold. The golem tilted his head, then reached out again and grabbed my body. Slide. But again, my body naturally slipped out. Essence of skeleton snail, /D. After collecting and boiling 1,000 drops of mucus from the skeleton snail, only the core substances were filtered out. A potion that makes anything slip. Skeleton snail, using a spider. After my labor, I applied the oil all over my body. Sliding. Countless golems appeared and tried to catch me, but they couldn't catch me with their power. I applied oil and ran vigorously with a greasy naked body. Oh. Countless golems following me. But I have no intention of catching these guys. This is because golems do not give any experience no matter how much they kill. The guys who don't have to hold on to when they have to make certain items or collect quest materials, they're just annoying to me now. So I oiled my whole body. Oh, I don't want to deal with it. Sliding. Whenever I was caught in the grip of the golems, I just ran away, so naturally I was able to pass by many golems in a short time. Aggro attracted a lot, but it was a benefit to save a lot of time. Kugugugugu. As countless golems moved along with me, a huge wave of monsters appeared. The entire painless gorge was so loud that it was shaken. Other players who saw it opened their mouths. It's great to have attracted this number of golems, but the most surprising thing is, why the hell is the outfit like that? The naked body is oiled, there are red shoes. I live in snow that I haven't seen. Fuck, what's in your hand? Oh, what to stab with that? Oh, it's like a pervert. Dirty. Can I live my daily life? Oh my eyes. I have to report that. Isn't it? The voice of criticism is high everywhere. In particular, some female users were blatantly disdainful. However, the gaze of others is not important right now. Where are you? Even at this moment, I was scattering around with my cold eyes. In my memory, about 13 years ago, a ranker gave the following interview. Everyone treats the golems of Painless Gorge as a golem, but I think it's a treasured map above all else. Moreover, the hidden boss hidden there must be caught. If you pass by without knowing, it will be unconditionally lost. Yes, where I am heading now. The most important hidden boss monster in the entire field is sleeping in this abandoned mine, which is the most remote place in the Painless Canyon. No one has ever caught this guy yet. Originally, in the future, it will be about 6 months later that the hidden boss here will be caught. And it is 2 years after that the real value of the item that the monster gives will be revealed. However, I am looking forward to rushing all of those things in the future. Right now? Then. Hey. When I had just arrived at the entrance to the abandoned mine, a voice calling for me was heard from under the rock in the back. As I turned my head, I saw the 3 women earlier looking up at me with an angry expression. Did you follow this far? What are you doing now? One of them, who seemed to be a leader, asked me. As I tilted my head, she said nervously, No, what if I drive golems that I can't even catch? You can't even hunt because the golems are crowded. Moment. I thought her voice was familiar somewhere. Okay, I remembered it. Rankers and future programmers who once worked under the name of the 3 Musketeers. If my memory is correct, those 3 must be sisters. Junbai Li, Yunbai Li, and Dongbi Li. All of them graduated from prestigious colleges, and they are famous for being attached to the Judicial Examination, Administrative Examination, and Foreign Affairs Examination respectively. Because of his outstanding appearance, in a few years, he will also be a game magazine and telegamer special model. Maybe? However, it has nothing to do with me. It doesn't mean that you will be notified by sticking a notice. I don't have to and don't want to look good just because they're going well later. The high school students will go and study. Why are you playing games? As I spit out, the eyes of the sisters in Gyumi and Dong rise up. What? Who are you? How do you know we are going to study for the exam? Lump. Are you a poem stalker? Oops, did you say something useless? Let me say nothing. Hey, you stalker who made this aggro, come down. How did you know how to prepare for our exam? Look out, your sisters, I'll break the floor. They began to run wild in anger. However, even if Gyumi and Dong's sisters don't come out and destroy where I am, cut it a deed. The incident was starting on its own. The moment the three women feel something unusual. Quabang. All the mushroom rocks around it collapsed. And, below the ground, something huge was rising. At the same time, a loud beep began to appear in the ears of me and the three women. Warning, warning, the hidden boss is up. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 13. Previous talk next. Chapter 14. Gatekeeper of Ancient Civilizations 2. Warning, warning, hidden boss has appeared. Warning, warning, hidden boss has appeared. It rises from the bottom of the ground with a loud beep. It was so huge that it seemed as if the earth was soaring into the sky. The giant beast roared, unpleasant to hear. When Jin Wook and the rotten trees fell from his whole body, the outline of his body began to appear. The Gatekeeper of Forgotten Ancient Civilizations, Grade, B/Characteristics, Rock, Emoji. Minions. Habitat, Painless Canyon Abandoned Mine Area. Size, M. The loyalists of the ancient dynasty that no one remembers now. Repel the intruder with the bronze fist infused with the will of the queen. It is guarding the castle ruins of the old royal palace that has now turned into a wasteland. Unlike the fat and dull appearance of the golem, this golem was in the shape of a slender person. It looks more like a colossus rather than a golem. His body was made of bluish bronze, so every time he moved, he hit the ground on the rocks. Sparks splattered with the sound. There is only one big eyeball on the head that has nothing but a fluffy head. Class B. Among the monsters I met after returning, the monster with the highest grade. This guy is the first key to the next big march. I looked at the bronze golem in front of me and sat up. But there were some who moved before me. It was the Gyumi and Dong sisters. It's a hidden boss. Of course I have to catch it. Leader Junbai Lee pulled up the sword of the waist dance. His younger brothers Yunbai Lee and Lee Dongbi also prepare magic and arrows. I sneaked back at an interesting sight. I can't hand over the game I've found to others, but I have no intention of disturbing them. You won't be able to catch it anyway, and if you do, can you just bounce after eating the last shot? Yet, the raid began. Bronze golems threw their fists at the three sisters in front of them. Quakwang. The sisters were a little embarrassed at the speed that was not like a golem. Flare. Yunbai Lee is seen casting and throwing flame-type magic. This is a very bad choice. Kuriak. The bronze golem wrapped in flames began to burn. What is this? Fire damage comes from him. Li Jianbai, a swordsman, fell back in amazement. The bronze golem, which was heated red by the heat, is entwined in the fire magic of Yunbai Li, so it should have a fire attribute. It was done. Metallic golem has a passive characteristic, Embrace, a characteristic that is well influenced by others. This is a characteristic that copies the attributes of the attacker as it is, and is a very tricky counter-characteristic for wizards. That guy got the fire attribute. If this happens, because it's a castle, the flame damage will be halved. Yunbai Li retrieved the staff with an annoyed expression. However, it's not bad for me. Archer Li Dongbai assisted her sister, Li Unbai nicely. Puck, puck, puck. While the body of the bronze golem, which had been hardened by the flames, was retired by the flame, Li Dongbai put an arrow into the body of the bronze golem that had become soft. Swords, magic, and arrows were exquisitely harmonized to complement each other. It was a pretty well-balanced party. The bronze golem began to rave in earnest. Bang! Quakwang! Simplicity and honesty. Dang! The surrounding terrain was ruined. The gorge collapses and rocks fly in all directions. Hyung's mind will reset after 24 hours anyway, but seeing such a catastrophic change makes me feel distant. That guy, are you in a frantic state? If this happens, it becomes difficult to attack the pattern. It's so difficult. The attack seems to be just random and random. The three sisters expressed warmth. Now that the golem's attack pattern changed randomly, it became difficult to deal with. However, it is the opinion of the newbies that the attack pattern is random. My thoughts are a little different. Right fist over there, right? Kick left behind him. After that, while rotating the wide area, and jump behind it. After that, There is a 41% chance of rushing, a 32% chance of rolling forward, a 17% chance of throwing a rock, and a 10% chance of being struck. It's an attack pattern, and we've already seen it. No, even if you don't know the attack pattern, you can avoid it enough. Bronze Golem attack pattern 15 years later. The difficulty level is evaluated at the level. You can't say that it's difficult with that degree. It will be difficult for newbies who have never faced a large monster, but if I am, that degree can be avoided by scratching the groin. Ioism is that difficult. I don't even try to learn patterns. I mean, when I am. This is the position of the deceased character of Conde who admonishes the newbie. Let me pull my tongue and shook my head. Also help. I heard one of the Jumunding sisters looking at me and shouting. When I raise my head, I see Yunbai Li looking at me and waving desperately. Hey pervert, please help us. It's not a pervert. Look at your outfit. You are perverted. Originally, the real Coriander is running naked. Oh, I understand. If you help me, I will excuse you. I'm really in a hurry. Yunbai Li cried out with a desperate expression. I swept my chin once. It's true that those women will be in the top-tier ranks a few years later, but now they're just blank newbies with nothing. Even if you erase the debt, will you bother later? Still, the house seems to live well. So if you do well, you may be able to get some money. The death penalty in this game is quite high, so it might be quite expensive. If so, how much should I give? What would you give me? Let me ask. Yunbai Li hurriedly opened her mouth to answer while avoiding the attack of the bronze golem. 99026-584. What? Are you giving me 9,926,580 temples for my life? As I was tilting my head, Yunbai hurriedly shouted again. It's my phone number. When I call you my sister, I'll date you. I nodded with a smile. Go bronze golem. Do those girls and get rid of them. I have already decided to look like a stone for both women and golems. Because of the opposite sex until this lifetime. I don't want to end my life relationship. He will become a stronger man than the bronze golem in front of him. And meeting a woman in her early 20s at this age is also stabbed by her conscience. I climbed to the highest point of Mushroom Rock and sat down. And I started chewing the popcorn I bought from the tavern. Hey, you pervert. Dare you? Ignore me. Yunbai Li shouts while looking at me. It seems that he has never been rejected by a man until now. But I didn't really care. The relationship that will pass by anyway. See you again at Mythical. But, unlike me, the bronze golem seems to have been quite concerned about Li Yunbai's screaming wails. The bronze golem turned his head and soon found me. The shape of the player detection AI is better than expected. Hio-wook, The sisters of Gyeomyeondong go back and hide behind the mushroom rock, as if taking a sigh. Among the monsters I've seen so far, since it is the highest grade monster, it seems that it is difficult to complete the raid. Quackwang. The bronze golem punched me at me. It bounced aggro. It cannot be done. I woke up from my seat. And he jumped into the air while wearing Akani's shoes. Tang. My sharpener struck the bronze golem's fist and made a small scratch. Done. I got it. Now, after 2 hours, 46 minutes and 40 seconds, the golem dies. The gold and silver sisters would have reduced their HP considerably, but the damage of the cut would be in percent anyway. It doesn't matter. So, starting from now on, the unknown is real. The work was a bit easier thanks to the HP that Gyeomyeondong sisters had cut. The bronze golem has been fighting for me. Li Yunbai, looking at me from a distance, cried urgently. Transformation. Be careful. There is no specific attack pattern for that guy. It's random. Yes, no. I laughed bloody and grabbed the cut in reverse. And soon my splendid stagnant water play began. You don't need a tank and you don't need a healer. Because it doesn't fit. I roll forward. I turn left. Lying on the floor, functionally lying on the floor, I functionally rolling back I. Big foot sliding. You can avoid it even with your eyes closed. The bronze golem's punching, kicking, butting, and body sliding went crazy, but I didn't get hit by a single one. Shaking. Is it due to the mood? It seems that the bronze golem, which was stained red by the fire magic, is trembling. Quackwang. He has been throwing his whole body towards me and hitting the body. It would have been embarrassing to those who did not know this final attack pattern when they reached Dalphi, but I watched this scene more than 100 times in YouTube video 15 years ago. It's not right like that. I avoided the attack by lying in a nap between the legs and legs of the bronze golem. Quackwang. The cliff collapsed, but the debris exquisitely avoided the place where I was lying. Meanwhile, far behind the mushroom rock. Oh my god, is that possible? Yunbai Li is looking at this side with her mouth wide open. The same was true of Jumbai Li and Dongbi Li next to him. It's a genius. beyond the human level. Look at that body vision. The reaction speed is crazy. Really, not the least person. Are everyone doing good video recording now? Yep, I don't have time to prepare. Line is low quality, but who the hell are you? Why wasn't that good enough known? I checked the rankings, but there is no. I was ranked in the top 100, but there are no similar people. Everyone set the equipment full and took a ranking picture. That person probably didn't register for the ranking itself. Sister Jiamundong was gossiping in horror. Then suddenly, there was a thought that ran through their minds. A rumor I heard a while ago, but I forgot because it was too unreliable. For the first time in the world, a player who hit the highest difficulty boss in the tutorial and broke the 1-hour record of evil. The same in the mouth of 3 sisters at the same time. The words came out. Standing Water? Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 14. Previous talk next. Chapter 15. Desert Fishing 1. Connect. Security release by voice recognition. Synchronizing. Synchronization complete. Continued. LV32. Title. Ordinary Adventurer, No Privilege. HP 320 of 320. Item. Defeating the horse / one-handed weapon / S / Akaoni's foot leather / shoes / C+ / natural disaster convergence. I checked the status window. After catching S-class monsters in the tutorial, there are quite a few boss monsters. He turned upside down, but the level didn't really rise. What do you do because you keep turning the status window off and on again? Just grab the amount and eat. I shook my hand and turned off the window that was filling my view. In the future, it shouldn't be turned on. But the item window will be turned on often. I opened the item window instead of the character status window and appraised the item I obtained a while ago. Bronze Shield of Ancient Civilization Armor / C+. An ancient shield made in a very old way. It's too old to have little room power. The user's face is shining smoothly. Defense +10. Special. A fairly large circular shield. It is made of bronze and gives off a bluish glow. There were 5 fingernail marks on the outside, as if by a big beast. You can think of it as a C+ class item. Unexpectedly bad stats. If someone got this, he might have discarded it, saying it was a dunktem. However, this item has a special hidden option. For that reason, I did not throw away this item that came out of the bronze golem and kept it in my inventory. Hey, it's from the golem's eyeball, so it's so shiny. In the golem's one-eyed eye, like the shield he used to do, this was very smooth. In particular, the inside of the shield was like a mirror, so my face was reflected. As you sweep with your hand, you can see large wounds on the surface of the shield. Nail marks. Of something. These are the dragons. By default, this shield is a shield that once prevented a dragon's attack. So, it was a pretty high-grade item at one time. Of course, now it is of no use other than just using it like a mirror. It's a dragon. I muttered in a small voice. Balor. The 2 branches that dominate the world of Deus Ex Machina. One of the embryos. The upcoming battle between the Balor and the demons will soon swallow up the entire world. And Cataclysm. There will be an update on a massive scale that has never been before. As it was, it will be about 5 years later. But I intend to push this Cataclysm forward. Until then, you have to level up quickly and match the items. When I saw the dragon's nail marks on the bronze shield, my heart was naturally hurried. I turned my head and looked down the sand dunes on the outskirts of the desert. The sand dunes floating like a crescent moon. There is a small town on the side. A cactus tall enough to reach the sky over the sand breeze stood tall. In the cactus, there were things that looked like a large pot, and water was leaking out from there, forming a stream. And around the waterway, tents and huts are gathered to form a small village. Ketis in the desert village. I finally found it. I was relieved. I brushed off the sand on my face and headed for the village. ******. The entrance to the village was bleak. Originally, this place was not a desert, but a dense forest. Was able to guess. Upon entering the village, an old man standing at the entrance sneaks up and talks to him. Nice to meet you. I am the mayor of this town. If it's okay, would you like to hear the secret story about this village? Ketis, a village town here, was the capital of the ancient kingdom Rhodia, which was destroyed by a great war between dragons and demons. Even now, on a day when the sand breeze blows, the old queen screams. The sound you say mixes with the wind. Skip. There is no need for such detailed settings. All I want is a quick level up and an expensive item. I lightly ignored the mayor's explanation and passed by. Buy a weapon. Don't you need a potion? Please be blessed by the priest. In an empty village because adventurers have not yet reached, only the lines of NPCs resonate empty. Among them, I was heading to a shop selling camels. There are different types of camels. Please choose. In the words of the NPC merchant, I said firmly. The cheapest guy. The most inexpensive camel is 500 gold per horse. The merchant gave me a camel with a nice smile. The camel is implemented quite realistically. Had been. It is gentle and tamed for good riding, so it is a great way to move around the desert. Dagdak, Dagdaki. I rode a camel across the village. Exclamation marks scattered all over the place. Numerous quest signs called me, but I ignored them all. Unless it's some kind of hidden quest, most of the rewards are bad or useless. I drove my camel straight across the village. After crossing the sand dune for a while, a large dungeon in the distance began to appear. Remains of forgotten ancient civilizations /B. A pyramid that is so big that you can't see it all. It is a dungeon where average B-class monsters appear. This is where I am aiming now. Also I have to attack there. I tasted while looking at the pyramid dungeon. That huge dungeon is actually only a part. Like drift ice, few parts are visible above the ground, and the real thing is hidden underground. A huge number of monsters. It is lurking under. It's not a level of difficulty that makes it impossible to clear solo if I do my best, but there is a reason I have no choice but to hesitate nonetheless. Remains of forgotten ancient civilizations /B. Only those with a party of L2 or more can enter. Boo, one female character among party members. You must be at least one to enter. It is very useless and has strict entry conditions. A party of 2 or more people, even one woman, must be involved. Solo playing is set to be impossible at all. If you've seen it, beginners would have complained about why you put such a ridiculous limit. However, only I know. At first glance, this condition, which seems to be insignificant, is a really terrifying trap. I turned my head and looked around the dungeon. Some singularities are visible. The bodies of giant scorpions are scattered near the entrance of the dungeon, and that there are several cactus chapters that store water. Someone passed by. I turned my head and looked at the pyramid dungeon. Someone is in that dungeon right now. I am now there, Yudahi. I was guessing it would be a party. Nameless Queen. The boss monster that controls the ruins of forgotten ancient civilizations. When overheard from the real estate woman's car, Yu Dahi and Yu Chong were probably discussing plans to attack this place. You can't lose the first clear to those things. I drove my camel with a frowned eyebrow. Even at this moment, the hateful brothers and sisters Yu Dahi and Yu Chong are clearing the dungeon. I must jump into that dungeon as soon as possible. However, if there is no party with 2 or more, and even a female party member, you cannot enter that pyramid. It's quite a difficult situation for me, who only plays solo. But there is a way to do it all. I smiled and drove my camel to a place far away from the dungeon. Where can't the world be? Everything is done. How to play solo in a dungeon where solo play is not possible. From now on, I'm going to use a trick. Let's see area B of the desert where it is. First Zen is harsh. 1. If we set the normal speed of movement of him at 40 kilometers per hour, one day later, at area A4, and then at area A3. By now, I closed my eyes and finished the complicated calculation. Strangely, even if the multiplication table is sometimes wrong, this kind of calculation works amazingly well. Anything related to the game is well calculated and memorized well. If I had done math like this, I would have gone to Seoul National University immediately. I groaned bitterly and approached the camel. Then he stomped on the floor once with his feet. Good. If the calculation is correct, it is definitely here. It will be around. I stood at the corner of a completely empty, deserted desert. And, _. He lifted the shear and cut the camel's neck. The camel is pitiful, but it can't be helped. You are the one who brought you for this in the first place. Squash. Hot blood poured over the desert sand. The sand turns dark red. I muttered, seeing the camel's blood slowly seeping down the sand. Ask. How many minutes have passed? Fong. A slight vibration began to be felt, and it quickly became so powerful that it made the whole body tremble at the level of tickling the soles of the feet. Quack. In the distance, the sand splatters loudly. Up. A huge peak of the ground was popping up and approaching this way. What a fierce speed. I opened my closed eyes. I asked. At the same time. One bang. The carcass of the camel was sucked into the ground. Woojik. The sound of crushing flesh and bones can be heard realistically. Soon something huge rose from the ground. Puffer fong. Earth tumbling, spewing in all directions. The sand. Among the monsters that have come so far, the biggest one reveals its ugly appearance. Sandworm, grade A+. A monster you can't catch even if you came to Bonka 15 years ago. It is the appearance of a real monster boss. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 15. Previous talk next. Chapter 16. Desert Fishing 2. Sandworm, grade, A+, / characteristics. Insects, ground, drought, overgrowth, drilling, earthquake. Size, 50 m. This giant monster, marked at the end of the mythology, has not appeared in front of people for a long time. But as much as the desert nomads still remember it, a nightmare in the sand that used to swallow hundreds of camels at once. Huge mouth, wrinkled leather. Sandworm was in the form of an earthworm with a large mouth. The difference from a general earthworm is that its mouth is filled with teeth like the blades of a long sword and rotates at high speed. The leather is so thick that it does not get any physical or magical damage. In addition, on the surface of the body, rocks or sand are melted. Even the lysate was secreted, blocking access to it altogether. Sandworm. HP 9, 250, 000/9, 250, 000. Of course, this huge monster at the top of the physical ranks among the A+ grade monsters wasn't made to be caught alone. You must have a party of at least 100 people to attack this monster. About 5 years have passed since the game was released. At the time, this guy is really accidentally discovered by a traveler. The moment a player who loved to harass camels accidentally abuses and kills camels, this giant monster that no one can hunt emerged at a truly accidental opportunity. Many players died because of this sandworm that suddenly appeared at the time. The rankers said to be flying. After flocking in and attacking a few times, the desert map here was considered one of the best places for newbies to never enter. Oh! A terrifying roar vibrates the heavens and the earth. A giant beast, likely to appear in mythology, was running towards me. Wow, it's still great. A+ class mon. It is an area that individuals cannot deal with from the master. I couldn't hide my elasticity. You can never catch this? No matter how much of an S-class weapon, the sharpening, you must be able to feed even a little damage to be able to hunt. But for me now, I can do 1 damage to that sandworm. There wasn't. It is because of the rocks and the solution that fly in all directions. There was no pattern in that, so if it touches the body, even a drop, it dies immediately. It's best to bounce. I quickly turned around and began to move away from the camel's corpse. The sandworm that once appeared. If the battle doesn't take place, it will continue to roam for a few minutes, and then go back to the depths of the basement. It's enough for that time. Sandworm has been pursuing me with a terrifying scream. Quackwang. Several sandhills collapse. As is the case with monsters with earthquake characteristics, sandworms. The surrounding terrain was completely destroyed. A fearful feeling of pressure and thrill that can never be experienced with a monitor engulfs my heart. I ran forward with all my might to die. The destination can be seen before my eyes. Remains of forgotten ancient civilizations /B. A huge pyramid built on the ground. An underground dungeon that only women can enter. I ran with all my might and ran up the walls of this pyramid. Yet, quabang! There was a tremendous roar from below. The earthquake is so big that it seems that the entire ruins will collapse. The sandworm, who was following me closely, started to bust in this underground dungeon. Kuryong. The ground shook, and soon, the desert was wrapped in silence. Sandworm couldn't have died. If so, the answer is 1. Good. I jumped over the ground when it was quiet. There should be an entrance now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I went back to the tunnel where the sandworm first appeared. A huge sinkhole in front of the camel's body. Go in there. Dwarm crossed the tunnel where it moved. The tunnel was long and winding. The walls were melted down by the body fluids of the sandworm, but it quickly hardened again, and it was not unreasonable to walk. You are here. When the long, winding tunnel was over, an empty underground space suddenly appeared. That's the inside of the ruins of forgotten ancient civilizations. I have trespassed into the middle stage before the basement now. Thanks to Sandworm's setting, I lived. According to the game settings, Sandworm is one of the few monsters belonging to the subterranean species. These subterranean monsters can go anywhere under the ground, as are the seas, lakes, and dungeons. So, sandworms often destroy sculptures in the field or underground dungeons. According to their original habits, the dungeon does not come out far away, but once it detects the prey, it follows it anywhere. Wasn't that the case with a wet spider the other day? The only thing that cannot be entered unless you are a party member of 2 or more is a rule that only works at the entrance of a dungeon on the ground. I leisurely followed the path that Sandworm had pierced in the center of the dungeon. Soon after entering the dungeon, the inside of the pyramid was clearly revealed. A huge plaza, torches are fluttering. The surrounding area was filled with ochre and gold ornaments. If there is a singularity, there is a huge. There is a hole in it. Sandworms seem to have gone out there. It would have been better if I had to get rid of the boss while invading the dungeon, but unfortunately, the sandworm broke through the wall on the other side of the dungeon as soon as it fell. If you come in, it's time to stay together, fight, and go all over. It's really not sticky. I entered the dungeon with a light grumble. Then, a spooky notification sound popped up. Tiring. Under the forgotten ruins of ancient civilizations. You have entered the 6th class. The madness of the dead is activated. Like a dog peculiar to undead monsters. Silver quantity. It is a beep to announce it. However, there was no need to make an effort to clear the 6th floor. Multi-angle. The coffins that were standing on the wall are scattered across the floor, all smashed. And also the countless mummies in it. Alive and buried warriors of ancient civilizations, grade, C/traits, undead, warlords, minions. Habitat, ruins of ancient civilizations. Yi size, 2M. Now the forgotten ancient civilization's lifeguard. Even in the afterlife, it was voluntarily buried alive to protect the queen. Now I seem to regret the decision at that time quite a bit. Countless mummies were struggling with swords in their hands. All are broken limbs. But that's also the story of what survived the sandworm's attack, fortunately. Most of them disappeared without leaving a single piece of bone. Pook. I lightly killed the mummies and moved forward. The level that has risen by catching S-class monsters does not budge by catching a few C-class monsters. When you just came to the 7th basement level, in front of the last door with the boss's room. What? A small voice came from beyond the square of the dungeon, filled with all sorts of traps. His head flashed. I see 2 familiar faces in front of me. Yu Dehi and Yu Chong. They were here. Oh, has anyone come this far? Whose colleagues all died and came alone. They looked at me and were quite amazed. They must have thought that they were the first clubs. But they talked quite kindly to me, who were on the lookout for fearing that they would bring PK. Hey, would you like to play with the raid? We've been dead here for a few days, leaving a boss behind. At the words of Yu Dehi and Yu Chong, I had a blank expression. Oh yes. It is now 15 years ago, when we weren't aware of each other yet. So, from their point of view, there is no reason to be hostile to me. As soon as I realized that, I smiled. From now on, I should try to get along well. I have no idea whatsoever. I hate them. So crazy. But from their point of view, it would be a little unfair. If someone who sees it for the first time hates them for no reason, of course, it will be unfair. So, I intend to do great care for them. I'm trying to give them a reason to hate me too. Then it's fair now, right? Good. Let's run together, raid. I will help. I opened my mouth with a voice as gentle as possible. Originally, Yu Dehi's brother and sister were here. I expected to come, but I didn't really know that we would meet and have a party like this. Good. My sister and I also died twice while attacking the boss here. I feel good this time. Right. It was too hard to do it alone. If you do this up to 2 minutes, it will be a raid. Yu Chong and Yu Dehi greeted me with a bearish smile. But I know. What kind of dirty shit is hiding behind that kind smile? They didn't ask anything about my naked outfit. If you really thought of me as a party member, I would have been worried about the armor or weapons. Also, they didn't ask why I was alone. Where the other party members are, why are they alone, whether they can bring more people, and haven't had any conversations. Probably just appearing body-bred one. You must be looking at me as a meat shield. That is why I am not interested in anything other than my body. These children probably retreated back from the 7th basement boss battle every time. I must have failed the raid because only one of them has grown up. That's why I will use myself as a body-bred and play a boss raid with the 2. And it's clear that you will be hogging yourself with good rewards. It's obvious that you don't even see it, because you've seen too much of Yu Dehi's bad behavior in the past. Now, are you ready to open the boss room door? Yu Chong said, holding the handle of the door to the 7th basement floor. I nodded. Come on in. But do they know? Who will be the real body? Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 16. Previous talk next. Chapter 17. Nameless Queen Raid 1. Rather lack. As the pulley rotates, the sound of the chains spinning is noisy. Kukum. With a heavy roar, the door on the 7th floor of the basement opened. As I went down the stairs, a huge festival came into my eyes. A space decorated with gold all over. In the center was a large throne. A huge throne made with a sword and a spear. There, a mummy of tall, likely to be 3 meters tall, sat with her head bowed. Now that's the 3rd challenge. With a determined expression, Yu Dehi looked up and stared at the mummy of the throne. Yet, the mummies raised their heads, reacting to the popularity of Yu Dehi and Yu Chong. Flashed. A terrifying eye light exploded, and the swords and spears attached to the throne were shot in all directions. Qua 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 quang slash. Spears and swords are all filling up everywhere. It was a speed that couldn't be avoided if it wasn't for those who had already gone through it once. A system in which attacks spread from the start. It's really the difficulty of atrocities. At the same time, it smells blasphemous. The male smell. Mummies rose from the throne. Oh, a bandage that wraps around the whole body. She was tall, but she was definitely a woman. Anyone can tell by looking at the curved body and the long hair that droops under the crown. Queen without a name. Level. B/traits. Eccentric, wholehearted, anti-war, battlefield, undead. Habitat, forgotten ruins. Yi size, 3M. The last queen of the ancient country that existed a long time ago. The country she ruled had prospered so much that it ruled the entire continent. But one day it disappeared in just one day. A ruined country that no one remembers now. Her Korean bank will be greener for 1,000 years in the future. Finally came out. Nameless Queen. The monster with the most difficulty among B-class monsters. This monster is a monster that is difficult to attack regardless of level and ranking. It's not just because the status this monster has is great. The Nameless Queen had a more fundamental danger than this. But it will turn out to me in quite a distant future. Thump, 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 thump. The Nameless Queen descended under the throne with a huge spear in her hand as a staff. Brightly, her face, with only bones, leather, and teeth, turned to this side. Come. Yuchong drew out his knife and shouted. Quakwang. In the blink of an eye, the Nameless Queen lifted her spear and slammed the floor. Kuryong. The shock wave shakes the entire festival. The tragedy flew and stuck on the wall, and soon, a large crack has formed. It looks like all three are close dealers, so let's go ahead. Yudahi exclaimed. Of course, it was suggested first with the intention of using the opponent as a meat shield. But I didn't hear the answer. There are only empty seats where Yudahi and Yuchong turn their heads. What? Where is this child? Huh. You were here just before. Yudahi and Yuchong began to look around. However, the unfamiliar party member previously had nowhere to go. No. What? Where have you gone, cub? Yuchong looked around. However, I don't really see a place to hide here. 2 large pillars next to the throne, and numerous jars of gold and silver treasures. There seems to be no place to hide anywhere. It's hard for the two of us. Maybe it would be better to step back. Yudahi bit her lips. The other day, the brothers and sisters Yuchong and Yudahi had been defeated 3 times in a battle with the Nameless Queen. At first, he was killed by a sword and a spear shot from the throne before he even tried to fight the Nameless Queen. The second, unnamed Queen's special move, suffered a thunderbolt from a spear and died. Third, while fighting, he resigned because he couldn't reduce the Nameless Queen's HP anymore. If there was only one more person, I could definitely catch it. That's why I got a guy to use as a meat shield and came in. As soon as this guy started raid, it has disappeared. Isn't it possible that you logged out right away? It's like a coward. Yudahi bit her lips well. Then he turned to the doorknob that went up to the 6th basement level to withdraw from this no-wins fight. However, what is this? Yudahi had no choice but to be astonished. The handle of the door that goes up to the 6th basement level was already half destructed and swaying around. When I saw the messy handle, another messy thing came to the mind of Yudahi. Ah, that child. Did you break the door handle? Yudahi is a cow with an absurd heart. Lee struck. When you log out of the boss's room, the title, Coward, will follow for a certain period of time. This title is an abbreviation that gives a disadvantage in terms of experience and gold. So if you want to give up the raid, you don't log out, you just have to run away from the game. But that damn naked body. It was impossible because the pervert broke the doorknob at some point. As long as it's like this, I have no choice but to try it. Yudahi grinds his teeth and said, Okay, sister. Yuchong also agreed with Yudahi's opinion and pinched his sword. The 2 brothers and sisters raised swords with a determined expression. The monster in front of you is the strongest boss monster on the official website as of now. There is no known strategy. This is because there is no record of being caught yet. If you catch this monster, we are the official pioneer. Yu Chongdu looked up at Yudahi's words. Not. Pioneer. It refers to those who are at the forefront of the game Deus Ex Machina. Of course, most of them are the top tier in the top 100 rankings. They explore monsters, unknown maps, etc. that have never been revealed, take videos of their strategy, and upload them to the homepage. As a result, the income that pioneers earned was enormous. In addition to game money, video sponsorship revenue, advertising fees, etc. come in a huge amount. Yu Dehe and Yu Chong's siblings planned the Nameless Queen, Rai, aiming for that. Goes. Yu ran forward. Carrick. She swung two short double-headed daggers and struck down in the air. An X-cross tragedy flies in the air and aims at the nameless queen's neck. Kang. However, the queen without a name lifts the window so easily. I stop the gap. And response. I receive it in return and give it in words. As the nameless queen swung her spear, the pressure shattered the atmosphere. Qua 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 quang slash. A terrifying shockwave flew in and swallowed Yu Dehi and Yu Chang. Sister, come behind me. Yu Chang raised a large shield to cover Yu Dehi's front. Jijik. The sound of cracking on the shield, but Yu Chang survived the nameless queen's blow. However, the nameless queen did not wield the spear once. Qua 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 quang. The thunderbolt exploded from the spear of the nameless queen approaches like thousands of snakes. It is an attack with plenty of magic damage as well as physical damage. Fuck it, it's like a B-class monster. Yu Dehi swears with her harsh tone. Spit out. Nameless queen. It has a variety of attack patterns and skills, 1:1 extreme popularity and wide range, and even AI is excellent. Indeed, I was like a boss monster. First of all, the hand holding the spear. Yu Chang charged with holding a shield. Quakwang. The stun skill attached to the shield was activated. The nameless queen, who was hit by Yu Chang's assault, paused for a moment. Take that gap. You die. Yu Dehi made fun of the knife at a high speed. Spock. The nameless queen's HP was considerably cut, and the wrist that held the spear fell about half. Okay, let's go like this. Yu Chang gained confidence. His stamina was already limited, and his shield durability was short. The potion was almost gone, but it was still worth holding on. He's a big bust at the waist. I heard a sword. Originally, this is a two-handed weapon, but Yu Chang's superpower made it possible to swing it with one hand. This is because all the items are organized around strength stats. Quabang. The spear of an unnamed woman struck by Yu Chang's sword trembles. One more ragged wrist. Broken. Bing ling bing. A black mist began to emanate from the eyes of the nameless queen, a sign that your HP is almost exhausted. Come. Yu Dehi shouted. In fact, the nameless queen has HP. I'm on the low side, so I'm just doing my body bread properly. It wasn't a monster you couldn't catch. However, the reason it is difficult to catch this monster at once is that the thrown sword and spear baptism that flies as soon as the raid starts, and the lightning strike of a random orbit that extends from the end of the spear is triggered when the HP drops below 10%. This is because of this reverse characteristic. Qua 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 quang. The nameless queen, wrapped in a dark aura, began to move. Suddenly, this monster completely reversed its attack pattern and began to move. Inverted characteristic. Left-handed attack with right hand, right-handed attack with left foot. Complete the attack pattern we have done so far. It was completely reversed by left and right reversal. It's also twice as fast as ever. It is not easy to adapt to this attack pattern, which has suddenly changed in the opposite direction after getting used to the conventional attack pattern. Yu Dehi has kept her left arm. He was accustomed to the attack leading to the right leg and right window. So I avoided the right arm and left leg, but I made the mistake of bending my body to the left reflexively. It was the right window that was aiming just at the left to greet her. Oh! The nameless queen struck Yu Dehi with a spear in her right hand. Damn it! No. Yu Chang quickly ran with a shield, but it was too late. Yu Dehi will soon pierce through the spear of the nameless queen and become a skewer. However, that didn't happen. Wave angle. The throat of an unnamed female king fell off in an instant with a sparkling blade. Yu Dehi opened her tightly closed eyes and raised her head. Someone was seen sitting on the shoulder of the queen whose neck had disappeared. There is space behind the pillar. Until now, he was quietly hiding behind the pillar. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. If it were a normal person, I would say hello for saving my life at this point, but it wasn't Yu Dehi. She is looking up at me with an absurd expression. Did you just pick up and eat? Yes, you can think so. I just shrugged. Dump. As I sat down to the floor, the nameless queen knelt with her neck blown away. You're staring at me like that. Is the brother and sister of Yu Dehi. It's cowardly. You've been hiding so far, and you've only been hitting the dead end. I couldn't give up the raid because you broke the doorknob. To the words of Yu Dehi and Yu Chang, who were tumultuous, I replied insignificantly. So, in the end, I got the boss because of me. I also saved your life. When I answer naturally, Yu Dehi and Yu Chang tremble with their teeth. The last shot was stolen from the situation where it was almost completely caught. Of course, if it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have caught it in the first place, but it would be unfair. But, hey, why doesn't the level rise? The items aren't falling too? Zhu Daihe and Yu Chang tilt their heads to see the body of an unnamed female king. He would be like that. Even though the HP of the nameless queen became 0 and collapsed, there was no change. Even the congratulatory message saying that you have defeated the boss monster does not appear. What is this situation? Ah, that's right. It must have been recognized as a bug that the unnamed queen was caught. GM didn't even think it was going to be caught already. Yu Daihe suggested a plausible hypothesis. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Deus Ex Machina has numerous bugs in the future, such as money copy bugs and monster nesting bugs. Bugs will occur, but at least not now. And anyway, the GM has very little ability to interfere with the game. It means that they are not influential enough to control what happens after the boss's death. There is good reason for capturing the nameless queen, but the reward does not fall. Because, when I'm thinking alone, Walgrak, a small noise came from behind. Oops, dear. I don't have time to think like this. I stopped thinking anymore. The first thing you have to do is step back quickly and cheaply. Yu Chang and Yu Daihe tilted their heads as they rushed to see the day they were hiding in the jar behind the pillar. What is that crazy guy? A sister than that. Let's check if there's any dropping of the item quickly. The moment Yu Chang and Yu Daihe just waved their heads and moved on. Flashed. Dark energy began to explode from the corpse of the nameless queen. At the same time, ping geek. The nameless queen's body began to move again. What? The eyes of the brothers and sisters Daihe you are wide. Lost. Clearly, the nameless queen's HP is 0. Even the neck is cut off. But how does it move? Right then, I started to hear a gloomy notification sound. Tiring. You have successfully defeated the nameless queen. There is more than one female character in the party. All the conditions for activating the hidden quest sleeping in the forgotten ruins of an ancient civilization have been met. Yet, the nameless queen woke up, staggering. Farther away, a creepy voice leaks out of the head of the cut-off queen. Woman, your body. Dedicate it to me. At the same time, Hou. The black energy emanating from the body of the nameless queen flocks toward one place. It was where Yu Daihe was. Oh, Yu Daihe screamed. At the same time, her eyes turned red. Tiring. Hidden quest discovery. The quest window I saw for the first time floated in front of everyone. Both Yu Chang and Yu Daihe received hidden questions. However, the content of the quest was different. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 17. Previous talk next. Chapter 18. Nameless Queen Raid 2. Choi officially known so far. Lecture Boss Monster. Nameless Queen. Level. B/characteristics. Eccentric. Wholehearted. Anti-war. Battlefield. Undead. Yi size. 3M. The last queen of the ancient country that existed a long time ago. The country she ruled was prosperous enough to command the entire continent. However, one day it disappeared in just one day. A ruined country that no one remembers now. Her Korean bank will be greener for 1,000 years in the future. The nameless queen woke up, staggering. A gloomy throat flows from the severed head. Woman, your body. Go to me, beat me. At the same time. Oh. Yu Daihe screamed. Your vision turns red. I wondered if my body was getting stiff, but soon I started moving on my own. Srung. Yu Daihe picked up the nameless queen's spear that fell on the floor. At the same time. Flashed. A red light began to emanate from Yu Daihe's eyes. Oh ho ho ho. You guys like trash. Get back. Yu Daihe began shouting in a completely different voice. Seeing the depressed expression, it seems that he is still conscious. However, it seems that I can't control my body at all. And the status window of the unnamed queen who occupied Yu Daihe's body began to change gradually. The queen who regained his name, grade, B+/characteristics, eccentric, wholehearted, anti-war, veteran, undead. Yi size, 3M. The queen without a name had been sealed in a deep underground dungeon and was looking for a chance to tam-tam. Now she took the body of a robber woman and evolved even stronger. Now that a new body and name have been created, she will move to relieve the sadness of the ruin. The nameless queen has low HP and is somewhat lacking stat. This is the reason why it is counted as a boss monster with a high level of difficulty, even though it is high. Eccentric and wholehearted character. This is because when they die, they take the body of the nearest female player, and even higher level monsters evolve. The Belt Ring. Hidden quest discovery. The quest window I saw for the first time floated in front of everyone. Both Yu Chang and Yu Daihe received hidden questions. However, the content of the quest was different. Fluency Ver. The boss monster on the body of the party member. The soul of the person was possessed. It's time to make a decision. Defeat Yu Daihe, the queen who has regained her name 0 of 1. Reward / Penalty/experience reduction, acquisition gold reduction, 1 day inaccessibility. Dehi Uver. Forget about the old ties. Now you are the owner of this dungeon. Intruder kill 0/2. Yi reward slash. Penalty/experience significantly reduced. Earned gold significantly reduced. Access is not possible 7 days. Yu Dehi and Yu Chong. They only came up with the conditions for entering the dungeon. There should be 2 or more party members. And one of the female characters. There must be more than one person. I wondered why there was such a strange entry condition. Fuck, are there any crazy monsters like this? Yu Chong opened his mouth with an embarrassing expression. Once my sister dies, the death penalty is too great. Almost games if access is unavailable for a week. It's the same as saying to fold. Because time is really running out at this point where I'm aiming for a pioneer. But if so, can Yu Chong kill Yu Dehi? It wasn't again. The queen who regained name evolved from the nameless queen. The grade went up from B to B+. The B+ class monster was the first time even Yu Chong, a senior ranker, had seen it. Yet, the queen's mouth opened, who had regained her name. I am the last queen of the ancient country of Rhodesia, who perished in a war between dragons and demons. From now on, we announce the resurrection of Rhodesia, uncivilized males. Rhodesia is an ancient country in myth that was made up only of women. After regaining her name, the queen seemed to have a strong hostility toward men. And the hate and the object of life was only fluent. Quakwang, the queen, who had regained her name, rushed at a terrifying pace. B+ class monsters are difficult to deal with even if 10 B class monsters are gathered. There is no way Yu Chong can handle it. Poop. The spear and Yu Chong's shield, which the queen who regained its name, swung like a sweet, shattered like me. Sister, take control of your body. Yu Chong abandoned his shield and quickly stepped back. However, Yu Dahi only puffed her mouth with an unfair expression. Probably no chat. Quakwang, the queen who has regained her name, no. Ju Dahi attacks again with a spear. Blah blah blah. The thunderbolt protruding from the tip of the window, torn all over the room. The ground, the wall, the air, and everything torn. Yu Chong's bastard sword too. Quakwang. Yu Chong rolled around on the floor while turning into a lump of charcoal. The intense pain felt due to the high synchro rate setting. But more pain than that. My item. Yu Chong looked down at the smashed shield and sword while crying. If you go to the forge, you can repair it, but it will cost you as much as buying a new one. And the maximum durability will also decrease compared to the other day. Isn't it like a used car? The combined price of this sword and shield is also true. It will be 0 stop. Damn. Yeah, let's get stuck once. Yu Chong pulled the sword out of the waist again. Anyway, the lightning attack that comes only once has passed, so now, if you familiarize yourself with the pattern, how can you deal with it? But, it's obviously fluent. It was a mistake. B+, class monsters are so precious and strong that there is not yet a joke that they have seen on the official website. There is no way to share a chest with a B-class monster. Thump. The queen, who has regained her name, raised her spear and began to engage in a land battle. And flashed. At the end of the window, another lightning strike. Oh, what a million. Fluent was frightened. Unlike in the days of the queen without a name, the queen who has regained its name is free to reverse the trait regardless of the HP status. I spoke with it. In addition, he began to pour out several lightning attacks that could only be used once. Not to fall out. Lightning streaks from the tip of the spear exploded like tens of thousands of snakes. It stretched out with a momentum to devour the entire dungeon. Statues, jars, walls, torches. Everything is destroyed. Where the lightning passed, a groove with the depth of the index finger was made, and the smell of burning vibrated. Unsurprisingly, Yu Chong couldn't escape this attack. Crisp. His body struck by lightning was scattered in dozens of minutes. Clinking, clinking. Items that fall automatically upon death are removed from Yu Chang's inventory. Ranked in the top 30 in the rankings, he quickly turned into briquettes and shattered. The power of the B+ class monster was that much overwhelming. Chang'e. Yu Dahi looked at the scene and looked at her lips. Bite. But it can't be helped. This was better than being hunted. Above all, isn't he a bigger death penalty than his brother? And since you repelled the intruder, you will be given your own reward. It will be bounced from the body of this monster soon, so you can check what the reward for killing your brother is after that. But, Dehi Uver. Forget the old quest. Now you are the owner of this dungeon. Intruder kill 1/2. Yi reward slash? Penalty slash experience significantly reduced, gold acquired significantly reduced, 7 days of inaccessibility. The reward is not coming in. Intruder kill 1/2. Yes, the raid is not over yet. Oh right, that kinky guy? In Yu Dahee's mind, there was an ominous foreboding. The very moment. For Buck. Yu Dahee felt her back sore. Let's turn your head. Oh, excuse me. There is one Al-Badi man who smiles brightly and greets you. It is me. I was watching Yu Chong and Yu Dahee's confrontation with my head out of the jar. The deceased person is special, avoiding uninteresting and useless fights. I am careful to conserve sweat that I do not need to remove. Instead, I'm self-interesting. I was taking a video. That unfair expression of Yu Dahee is the killing point. While recording the video, I thought about it myself. The Queen without a name is a B-class monster, but it is quite as difficult to deal with as A-class monsters. This is because no matter what raid is, one female character must be sacrificed unconditionally. Therefore, in the future, high-ranking rankers deliberately recruit a female character to sacrifice before going to capture the unnamed queen. It is not easy to recruit female characters who will be sacrificed as experience and gold have been greatly reduced and access is not available for a week. Therefore, after that, the female character who participated in the role of a sacrifice in the Nameless Queen raid was nicknamed Shimching-I. It is also called as, "Congratulations on becoming the first filial daughter Shimchong, Mr. Yu Dahee." I sat in the jar and watched the image of Yu Dahee in the green screen. Yu Dahee. In the future, he will be active as a game broadcaster BJ Yudi. That crying expression, sensual body, and well-stretched proportions. How many years have you spent so far because of that appearance? When I see that Yu Dahee is killing her younger brother, I feel refreshed. Poop. Yu Chong, the borrower who bothered me so much, was eventually logged out as a lump of charcoal. Yu Dahee just puffed her lips while crying. Now, then let's start. I came out of the jar. The only jar I was in was out of the scope of the Thunderbolt. Grade B+. The most powerful monster at this time. The Queen who has regained its name. This is the moment the full-scale raid begins. Perhaps at this point, it will be a raid that no one can take. Ocha. I woke up with a sharpener in my hand. However, I was forgotten. The fact that the video recording that I was taking a while ago is still in progress. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 18. Previous talk next. Chapter 19. Nameless Queen Raid 3. Deus Ex Machina's monsters. Is divided into several species. Dominant species that includes the dragon and demon races. Ancient species who used to be a dominant species in the past, but are now pushed out of their place. Undead species who borrow their bodies from the dead. Underground servant, living in the deep ground. The king of insects to which all the worms in this world belong. Neon Wong species that only inhabit the sea. In addition, there are community species that live as a group of Hyuktan species who believe in one body, and poison species with strong poisons. Numerous monsters are divided according to species and family, and again divided into several series and several factions. The Queen who regained his name. This monster with Yu Dahee's face is quite powerful among the undead species. Most of the undead monsters are monsters created by the needs of someone, so hunting them means linking to another quest. Because of this, numerous brave players and rankers from the beginning of the game flocked to catch this monster. The Nameless Queen was also quite popular. However, it was more than a year after the game was released that this monster fell. Not only is it hidden in the deepest part of the basement 7th floor, which is infested with numerous undead monsters, but also the tricky entrance conditions of the dungeon, an esoteric attack pattern, and grotesque characteristics such as Excite Mind and Reverse. There were too many factors that hindered the clearing. The boss is a boss in the yard that is quite difficult to catch even the seemingly insignificant undead mobs. Unlike general undead monsters that have a fairly simple attack pattern, the attack pattern of the Queen, who has regained its name, is quite tricky. The physical and magical attacks will also be even more difficult to mix. However, it's only for newbies who have started the game for less than a year. I had a posture and met the boss monster in front of me. From now on, I will show you the power of the dead water that shines in the 16th year of this game, 70,000 hours of playtime. This is it. Achievement of 70,000 hours of play that can only be achieved through 16 years, 365 days, without a single day off, 12 hours a day. For reference, the day this was taken, the developer sent me a gift. How long? Play a lot. For a moment, let's forget about the reaction of the employee who was unhappy about whether he wasn't ranked as a ranker. But it will be different from now on. I rushed, clutching the shaver. Thanks to Akahoni's foot skin, my movement speed is quite good. Dirty males. Yu Dahee exploded a terrifying glance at me. At this moment, she will want to kill me too. The moment when Yu Dahee and the Queen who has regained their name perfectly unite. Blah blah blah. At the tip of the reclaimed queen's spear, a terrible thunderbolt was exploded. An attack that can never be avoided. Even a little controlled fluency was prepared to hit the HP slot when this attack came out and cast a shield block. Not only does each stalk of thunderbolt move like a living snake, but it is so tightly packed that it cannot be avoided. Even the direction in which the thunderbolt flows is random. From the perspective of a newbie to the last. It doesn't fit. That's what it is. I lightly lifted one leg. Squid Game, we're all over. Other games are called by various names, such as Heaven, Earth, Star, Earth, and so on. When I was young, I drew gold on the ground. It was a game of jumping around with a haircut and stepping on or avoiding a specific area. What I do right now is the game without any fuss. Poka_Poka, Poka 7 I moved my feet like a tap dance, avoiding the thunder and the stems pouring onto the floor. Even the shoes I'm wearing. It is made by peeling off Akani's footskin and can use the earthquake skill. Every time I roll my feet, a light earthquake occurs, damaging a wide area. //ETU//ZLZ. Like playing pumps, DDRs, rhythm games, audition games, etc. I tease my feet like crazy. Finally. Widely. I rolled my feet lightly and landed on the floor. Clear. The wave of lightning passed safely. The queen who has regained her name, Noa Judahi, is looking at me with her mouth half open. What are you standing still? I was deliberately sarcastic, knowing that the reclaimed queen would stop moving for a while after pouring out a brain battle. And, puck, my shears attacked the leg of the queen who has regained its name. Damage splashed with a loud sound. I won't be able to withstand 3 hours since I was hit by my cut, but I don't want to wait blankly for that time. You have to keep inflicting damage and catch it quickly before you move in search of the next dungeon. Puck. I happily squeezed the queen who had regained her name. Prophet. Yudahi had just been released from stun. As soon as she lifts the window and snaps the floor. Hodadak. I'm nastily rolling backwards. Avoided her attack. Quakwang. Yudahi has been charging at a terrifying speed. But I also charge for her. What? Without a chance for Yudahi to be embarrassed. Blah. I brushed her side and gave me a deep cut. It is difficult to avoid the rushing attack of the queen who has regained its name. Either avoiding to the left or to the right. It is caught in the long range of the spear and suffers damage. Complete avoidance is to avoid upwards, but if you do, you will fail to secure enough distance to avoid lightning strikes. The strategy is to rush face to face. And just before hitting it, it rolls it toward the right hand holding the spear and rolls it away. Benefits. Yudahi, who allowed the damage, was very angry. The queen, who had regained her name, turned around with a spear. This time, there is a 70% chance that the window. It rotates like a windmill, shoots an aura from a window with a 20% probability, and a lightning strike with a 10% probability. Boom, boom, boom. Not surprisingly, the queen, who has regained her name, has been charging with a spear with both hands. Ahem dash. I lie in bed without needing any defense. Bershungburyuh. 1. The tip of the spear, turning like the wing of a windmill, gently passed through the tip of my nose. If you dodge this attack shamefully, it will take damage. There is no attack on the bottom, so it is surprising to lie flat or lie flat. Windmill attacks last quite a long time, so it's good to keep your eyes on it for a few minutes. Meanwhile, off that. When the attack missed, the queen who regained her name cried out. This is probably a yell with Yudahi's anger added. Wood. Not falling out. Another thunderstorm spilled out. This time, it seemed that even reversal characteristics were expressed. All the thunderbolts are upside down. It was even faster than before. Oh, you can't stay still with such a quick attack. It pours as if it consumes the whole world. Looking at the incoming thunderbolt, I move my hand urgently. BGM, Beethoven Virus. Beethoven's Vikhang Sonata's third movement is a modern remake. The fast and cheerful electronic violin tone is impressive. Bob Q/UL/T/L/CT1-3/1G IJG 2 o'clock/hour L/T. I raised my feet again and jumped to the right of the thunderbolt. Eventually, when the thunderbolts burn up the wall, the left foot of the thunderbolt is a gun, and when the thunderbolts pop in earnest, the mesh between the thunderbolt stems. I step down like a tap dance between my toes. Stepping on the center of the numerous grids, I hum to the music. Yet, Taki. By the end of the fast-playing music, the queen who has regained her name is stunned again with a blank expression. Fell in love. What's the alternative, kittens? It is an expression. I did not answer the queen's question, or Yudahi. flashed. It just silently feeds the pile of dill. Poop. Along with a loud roar, a notification sound erupted in front of me. Tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first raid of the Queen who regained name. This is the world's first solo raid of Queen Reclaimed. You have cleared the forgotten ruins of ancient civilization for the first time ever. Reward is paid. Would you like to leave your name? After about an hour-and-a-half raid. In the end, I was able to catch the Queen who regained his name, or to you. The Queen who has regained her name is on the verge of dying. So, when your HP drops below 1%, you act for a while and say, that intent is released, don't kill it. I even struck a line saying, yo, but I'm killing you regardless of your intent. It didn't work at all for me, knowing that he was also the boss's pattern. Even if I didn't know it in the first place, I don't intend to look at the other person as you he. Tongarong. When the Queen, who had regained her name, fell, an item fell. The handle part of the spear held by the Queen who has regained its name turns into sand and disappears, and only the blade part of the spear remains. Bronze sword of ancient civilization, one-handed weapon, /C+. An ancient one-handed sword made in a very old way. It is too old and has little attack power. The user's face can be seen through smoothly. Attack power +80. Dash. Special. Phew. I picked up the bronze sword obtained by killing he. Poop trash item. If someone other than me picked up this item, I would have said this. I barely caught it while going through that hardship, but only C+ grade items fell. It is said that monsters drop items of the same level or less than 2 levels as they are, but when items less than 2 levels fall, they get really pissed off. But without any complaints. I put a bronze sword in my inventory. Although the options are grievous, no one can complain if you know the hidden value of this item. Good. Now I have collected everything to collect. I woke up with a good pace. But when I tried to leave the dungeon, there were quite a lot of things shining on the floor. Oh, the eyes are rounded. The floor was full of gold coins in a sack. It seemed to be the money that Yu Chong and Yu Dahi had shed while they died. Unfortunately, the brothers and sisters Yu Dahi did not drop a particularly valuable item. Instead, a huge amount of money. I feel like I'm possessed. The death penalty also includes the option of dropping 1 to 10% of the maximum amount of money. This is what a honey field. I crawled the floor and scraped the gold. It is said that money is earned like a dog and spent like a true song, but, in fact, it is bullshit. Originally, money was earned like a dog and taken to Zhang Sung. So in this case, I can be called Zhang Sung. Right then. Hey, you bastard. Don't pick it up. There was a voice that seemed to be torn from somewhere. I tilted my head. As I look away, I see a soul hazy over the Queen's body. It was Yu Dahi. Alright, when I die, I can leave a will to Par Taiwan for about 10 seconds. I clapped my hands. Yes, I forgot that there was also such a function. Yu, what the hell are you doing? Yu Dahi is the last one who has watched all of my play. It's not unreasonable that such a reaction comes out. I just winked once without an answer. Then she swears. You're this dog XXXX, just XXXXXXX. I can't listen. She once looked so gentle and tender. She said this bloody curse. It falls further to the extent that it was not there. What are you really doing? Yu Dahi wrote Barak evil toward me. I shrugged. I was about to leave my name on the dungeon clear record anyway. Would you like to leave your name? I hit the accept button. And as an answer to Yu Dahi, I entered my name briefly. Standing Water. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 19. Previous talk next. Chapter 20. Best reward 1. The second floor of a commercial building. Non-smoking area. Cigarette smoke rises hazy. Cigarette smoke from here, and there was forming a cloud over the fog. The dim electronic lights flicker beyond the smoke that seems to be on fire. Capsule room. Capsules are stretched out to enjoy the virtual reality game Deus Ex Machina. At first glance, it looked grotesque, as if it was lined with crowns, but no one going back and forth between them cares. Some lie down or sit on the capsules to play games, while others take off their helmets and look at the monitors attached to the capsules and sniff out cigarettes. Oh, there were also people who ordered delivery food to eat. It wasn't that different from the scene of a PC room that has almost disappeared now. And, among them, a man who looked exceptionally uncomfortable was scratching his head in a corner of the capsule room. Hey, she looks like she's just in her 30s. A location where the water purifier and air conditioner can be reached with just a hand. This man has occupied a position that anyone can covet in a capsule room for several days. Lee Hyung-gun, 32 years old. He doesn't have anything to do with his age, but he also has one achievement that he deserves. Game Deus Ex Machina ranker. To be more precise, it is ranked 44th. A life devoted to VR virtual reality games. He has now become a body that cannot survive without a game. He devotes more than 15 hours a day to games. And when I'm not playing, I'm looking at the monitor like this. Do-line shopping. What are you shopping for? It's not like necessities. Of course, it is game money or items. Oh really? I need to increase my rankings this weekend. Lee Hyung-gun said, as if he was nervous, checking his ranking through the monitor. Now it was 44th, but the level is the same as 45th and 46th. There is a subtle difference in the total amount of experience, but barely dominates, but you do not know when your ranking will be lost. Oh really? When the connection is disabled, when will it be released? Lee Hyung-gun muttered while chewing his thumbnail. Wet spider. The lurk of the nightmare forest. He went into the nightmare forest without knowing and was killed by this guy, so he received a penalty for not being able to access 24 hours. You're going crazy, really. Are you telling me to fold the game? Doesn't it make sense to not let them in for a day? If you pay a death penalty in this way, everyone is grounded. Oh. However, it is unlikely that Lee Hyung-gun, who is struggling, will collapse the game due to the death penalty. Rather, is it because of your mood that you seem to work harder? Indeed, like a game window. During the time he was unable to enter the game, Lee Hyung-gun resided in the internet community and began to search for all sorts of strategy information. Not only that, but also auction options to purchase game money and items with real money when in and out. Oh, why aren't there for sale like this, really? Hyung-gun Lee slammed the keyboard without knowing it. The amount of items and game money on the auction house was very small. In this game, it is so difficult to obtain gold and items, so few people want to sell at the exchange rate of 1:9 rather than the exchange rate of 1:10. The same was true for items. Then, Lee Hyung-gun's eyes, looking at the items on the auction house, suddenly widened. Dash at C+ class items for sale at preemptive at auction queue at best bid at. Someone posted on the auction channel. C+ grade item. Isn't it the highest grade item in existence? I haven't heard any reports that more items have come out. Oh, it's finally out. Lee Hyung-gun brightened his eyes. He does not have the ability to hunt C+ class monsters alone. So, it's hard to get a C+ class item. With tiers, I have no choice but to play wise. But it's okay. If you buy C+ class items with real money, you can hunt and catch higher grade monsters. Then you can earn more gold and get a lot of other items. If you exchange it back into real money, it is a business that remains. From a macro perspective, it could be. Hyung-gun Lee quickly clicked the auction channel. Buried Nightmare Crossbow One-Handed Weapon /C+. A one-handed crossbow that assassins love. Even if you are not an archer, you can handle it as much as you want. Anyone struck by this arrow falls into a state of addiction. Attack power +90. Poison attack power +10. Poison attribute available. 10 million gold. A pink heart is in the eyes of Lee Hyung-gun who saw the item. Oh, you have to buy this one. Poison trait is a trait that continuously inflicts damage equal to 0.0025% of maximum HP per second for a limited time. This time limit is affected by the level. It can be said that it is a very useful item in the beginning because damage accumulates with the concept of a stack when used by high-level players. The price is 10 million gold. In reality, it costs about 1.1 million won. However, Lee Hyung-gun decided to scream without hesitation. Gaza, if you can get ahead of the beginning with this, you can make more money. Now is the time to invest courageously. However, tiring. There is no item. An empty beep echoes over an empty auction channel. Is it a little expensive? Someone already bought it in 0.1 seconds of hesitation because I wanted to. Damn it. Lee Hyung-gun slammed the keyboard with his two fists. His riots continued until Alba came and gave strict attention. This is taken away. Lee Hyung-gun grabbed the marlin and fell in despair. Even if the click was a little faster. Auctions are held both inside and outside the game, but competition is fierce on either side. Rankers who say they are going ahead are always paying attention to the auction house. Alas, now, it would be really hard to see C+ grade items. Lee Hyung-gun crouched in front of the monitor with a discouraged expression. At the bottom right of the item exchange, the pop-up window continued to flicker. When you hover the mouse cursor, the scene of the top-tier rankers of Deus Ex Machina splendidly circling the raid is played as a GIF. Envy. Lee Hyung-gun muttered while looking at the top rankers in the splendid virtual reality VR. Ranker. Top tier. They are called pro gamers and have their own management. Of course, there are managers, and they appear in various TV programs. But, whatever you say, the flower of the broadcast is a private broadcast. Top-tier rankers work as BJs and streamers and conduct personal broadcasts in various fields. It was known that the income earned from this was truly enormous. Slim sports car, big house, luxury sports club membership. To ask for the sale price of millions of won. The cat, expensive liquor, dating with pretty and handsome models, a face to decorate a magazine cover, playing an active part in entertainment, relatives who lost contact, close friends of alumni, paparazzi who persistently catches up, fandom enthusiastic about every step of the way. All the light and darkness that catches up with the top tiers. The dignity that even the darkness looks brilliant. Sigh. Lee Hyung-gun was immersed in limitless fantasy while watching the top-tier raid animations. Not the American dream. This is Deus Ex Machina dream. Thousands of people follow their dreams and plunge into the world of virtual reality again. Right then, awful. Lee Hyung-gun came to mind. My mind flashed as if an all made of ice had been stuck on the crown. I didn't really realize the reality. It was a message at the auction house that brought Lee Hyung-gun's nerves to the fore. Gem folded. Organize items. A simple phrase without a comment mark. As usual, selling D-class Japtum. It would have been overlooked because he thought he would be a mischief. However, the number of people in this auction channel's channel was to awaken Lee Hyung-gun's spirit. Number of channel users, 7,892. There are almost 8,000 people crowded in this auction room because some item was put on it. Is it? Lee Hyung-gun pressed the auction channel entry button in a hurry. Tiring. You have entered the store of the deceased water. A notification sound for entering the auction house. Within, the list of items on the auction house began to be listed. Buried Nightmare Crossbow One-Handed Weapon / C+. Death Call Club One-Handed Weapon / C+. Leather of the Fearless Child Armor / C+. Big Step of Twisted Ambition Shoes / C+. Secret Eye Ring / C+. Old Pledge Necklace / C+. Weapons, armor, and even accessories. There are no missing items. Truly a huge amount of C+ class item. There are dozens of them. Panger. Turn. Go back. Hyung-gun's eyes began to turn like crazy. Live. I live it all. Lee Hyung-gun lost his temper. He quit the publishing house and held it in his hand. All severance pay was put into the auction house. Increasing price, repeated overrun bidding. To win this competition, the answer is to buy immediately. You have to buy it. You have to buy everything. Lee Hyung-gun bought the item like crazy. Salary bankbook, living expenses bankbook money. It disappears at the speed of light. At the same time, Lee Hyung-gun's character in the game started to shine. Wow. Finally, I also got a C+ class item. Lee Hyung-gun shouted so loudly that everyone in the capsule room could look at it. A shout full of joy. Today was the most joyful day of Lee Hyung-gun's life. Meanwhile, what? Are all sold? I tilted my head looking at the auction channel I made 3 minutes ago. After creating an auction channel, they uploaded Japtums that had been filling up their inventory. Not only is it cluttered to look at, this is because it interferes with the raid in the future. Because a good item came out, it's annoying if the inventory is full of trash. That's why he had registered Japtum all the time on the auction channel without much thought. But would it be so popular? Items with a C+ rating or higher still do not appear in the auction house. The trash items that I cleaned up as dirty in my inventory were the top-rated equipment at the time in other people's eyes. I guessed a little bit from the time I got a C+ grade item in the tutorial before, but this is still the highest grade. Somehow, over the past 15 years of game life, it seemed that my eyes had become too high. Maybe the current users are overestimated. Yet, the money earned by selling the items was settled and deposited into my account. Minus 78,310,451. 7,831,450. 1. Nearly 80 million won of money went straight into my account. It was the result of selling a total of 23cc plus grade equipment. Yes, if you add the 30 million won you earned last time. It has exceeded 100 million. Punishment. I stick my tongue out. If you go this way, you will get rich soon. Where do you spend all this money? Where did you write it? I smiled and covered my bank account. 1 million? This amount is still just a handful of sand. I intend to shake off the entire desert. With just such a small amount of money. It's too early to be happy. The real raid to be unfolded in the future. Now, the nameless queen has to face an unmatched enemy. The items to be dealt with will be different from these Japtums. I look forward to the future. I shrugged and went to bed. Regular sleep and exercise are the driving forces to play games for a long time. I have to sleep well today. Then, I found something on the top of the screen of the cell phone connected to the capsule. Tiring. The raid is over. Recording ends. Strange notification messages are floating. What? I wanted to do something, so I clicked on the message. Quack 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 wang. That's not right. That's what it is. Thank you. Rumble. Along with the loud sound, the scene where I hunt the nameless queen is played. Alright. At that time, I hid in a jar and recorded a video. I didn't turn it off. I accidentally left my hunting video. Yudahi's expression was so talented that I took it, but the raid process. I think it will be stamped with glue. I was afraid to erase it, but then quit. It's a picture of this king, but it wouldn't be bad to preserve it. Then it turns out it's my first raid image. I grinned and edited the video. Erase your face and other information on the status window that lets you know your personal identity. All of them were mosaicized. I'm bored. Can I post it to the community? I uploaded the video to the user board on the official website of the game. Honestly, it was a thoughtless act. I was sleepy, so I only wanted to sleep quickly. 98%, 99%. After confirming that the video was uploaded well, I turned off the community and lie down. Now sleep. I'm dirty and tired. It seems like I'm more tired just playing games all day long. I closed my eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Is it so? Just a few seconds later. I didn't see the screen of my cell phone by my bed flashing like crazy. Tiring. There was a comment on the post. 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 Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 20. Previous talk next. Chapter 21. Best Reward 2. Most US among Korean pro gamer teams. Myeonghansol Kook K1. It is the current strongest professional gamer team, also called the National Assembly member team. Now, the K1 practice room is very crazy. Hey, look at this. Im Joseph, who is a team leader and currently second in the Korean rankings, is looking at the monitor while sweating. Members of the Second Army crowded around him and stood in front of the monitor. A video of an inquiry from Deus Ex Machina's official website user bulletin board. Joseph Lim and the members stared at the monitor with serious expressions. Inside the monitor, there was a video of a man dealing with a boss monster alone. The queen who regained his name. I didn't even know there was such a monster. Even the monster class is beyond imagination. B+ class. Far from hunting, it was a super high grade that had never been discovered. Probably the most difficult boss ever discovered. The queen without name seems to have evolved. Are monsters also evolving? Oh my god, the queen without a name is so strong. If you catch this, another boss will come out. No, but playing solo against this monster? Aren't you crazy? The pro gamers chatted at once. All negative reactions. All. However, the atmosphere immediately reversed. BGM, Beethoven virus. At the same time, the upbeat music plays during the raid. /L/CT. The player who completely avoids the incredibly complex lightning pattern. That dazzling tap dance is truly at the point where your mouth will open up. What is this crazy Torah? Buy this. Payoen. The mouths of pro gamers are wide open. Im Joseph. He was looking at the monitor in a cold sweat. This video has already been viewed by over 1 million. The maximum number of comments is actually. It is updated with time. Dash? Yee? Wasn't it nuclear? Wow. It's water that's rotted because you can't? It's fantastic. Is this a play that makes sense? Ranked first place can't do it like this. Nonsense. I cannot believe it. I haven't seen it in this person's rankings. But why are you naked? Anyway, if even one gets hit, he dies, so it seems like he's just taking off all the heavy armor. No matter how it is, that's too much. What? Someone thinks you've only played games for 10 years. It's been less than half a year since it was released yet. The raid ended. Tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first raid of the Queen Reclaimed. This is the world's first solo raid of Queen Reclaimed. You have cleared the forgotten ruins of ancient civilization for the first time ever. Reward is paid. Would you like to leave your name? The player in the monitor pauses. Minha soon left his name. Standing water. Okay. The comments went up again. Isn't this the person who set a new tutorial record in the past? It was 58 minutes 58 seconds after Ma's 1 hour awakening. I think sober. Level 4, C+ class monster brush. It's a low raid person. The dog is going crazy. Who the hell are you? No matter how much I think about it, it seems to be using nuclear R. Where's the hack in the virtual reality game? I'm a KBC reporter. If you know his contact information, please report it. I'll be back. I'm an MBS reporter. If you know his contact information, please report it. I'll be back. SDS reporter. That's his contact information. If anyone knows, please report it. I'll be back. It's not just the viewers who are upset. The pro gamer practice room was also raging. What is this ecosystem disturbing species? When we play games like this, what do we eat? It's a foul. I just have to inherit my father's noodle shop. Some trainees bow their heads with sad expressions. It feels like facing a four-dimensional wall that can't be overcome. Right now, put a message to this person called Departed Water. I want to scout with our team. Director Jae Young began to train coaches. How much is the annual salary are? No matter how long. Give it whatever you ask. How long is the contract period? As much as I can hold. You have to be tied up for life. But it's okay to just sign a one-year contract. Unconditionally make it a sacrament. Shall I just send a message? Hey, crazy? Even at this moment. They must be sending thousands of messages besides us. If you just send me a message, won't you be buried? Then what do you do, T? Find out everything you can find out about your personal information. Go home. Whether you visit the human parent's house. I mean, at all costs, you must embrace it. What should I bring with you when I go? T. I'll handle the security, so go get the expensive ones. Korean beef set, no? I'll call Hang Seong, so just drive a cow and go. When Director Jae Kyung is running. Tiring. A notification popped up indicating that a reply message had arrived. Go, Bishop. A reply came from asking the deceased. Then, everyone in the room widened their eyes. They quickly gathered in front of the monitor. We will report and message your impressive play. Our professional gamer team, Kook K1, is the best team in Korea. Syncopation. If you don't mind, join our team and you won't see your dreams unfolding to your heart's content. The conditions will be met with the best treatment. A long message sent. Glance. Even if you look at it, you can feel the sincerity and earnestness of the K1 team. However, the answer of deceased water was short. Annoying. The moment you receive that message. Taki. Director Jae Young's two legs are relaxed. Oh, Bishop. Some of the first team players and coaches support the fallen coach Jae Young and take him to the infirmary. These monsters weren't even counting in the rankings. If such a crazy guy joins the pro league, the ecosystem will be overturned. It's a real ecosystem disturbance. I lost myself after seeing this guy play. I just want to retire. Numerous pro gamers seem to be shocked. Even in Korea's best team country, K1, I can't imagine what it would be like in other professional teams. However, far from being upset, some people. Rather, he was burning his poisonous eyes. For example, Matt Kong, a pro gamer who was just assigned to the second group yesterday. Something like this. Using the nickname Investigation, he stared at the person in the monitor. Matty Gang, the trustee. A man who has never been pushed out of the game until now. Control is control, strategy is strategy, physical is physical. Despite being in the second group due to the procedure, he is almost certainly a man who will hit the first team as an ace at the next screening. What is that monstrous reflex? While looking at the monitor, Matthew felt a complex emotion mixed with admiration, jealousy, longing, and curiosity. Looking at his movements, he seems to have played this boss raid a few hundred times. However, if I had done so many challenges, I would have faced numerous death penalties and I would not be able to stand here. If so, it means that you are competing with pure talent, not experience. The level of that talent is so crazy. It's ridiculous, really literally crazy. Matthew Kong clenched both fists. In the meantime, he thought that no one was more talented than him. But now it is different. The first talent I saw since I was born. That mysterious person in front of me was obviously one number, or even a few, higher than himself. He felt relieved and anxious at the same time that there was someone higher than him. Matthew started to burn his desire to compete by looking at the person on the monitor. Genius is no longer lonely. Meanwhile, some of those who watched the video began to take a little extraordinary action. Ah! Bang! Along with the sound, the surrounding pieces were smashed. Fluent, he has red and red eyes. He was breaking all the mugs and vases on the shelf. Why? Can you break the capsules very much? In front of him, Yu De-hee is trimming her nails. Yu Chang kicked the game capsule and stopped. This is the latest version, so it costs over 2 million won. Pop. Yu Chang eventually turned his foot slightly and kicked the trash can next to him. It is sold at Daiso for 2,000 won. My sister is not even angry. Yu Chang shouted at Yu De-hee. Okay. Yu De-hee raised her head, not trimming her nails. Are you kidding me now? Who sold your face right in the video? Yu Chang, who faced her sister's bloody gaze, turned her head with a tingling expression. Yes, the biggest victim was Yu De-hee. As the boss monster died in an innate state, the death penalty was much greater, and even the face was leaked. In the video, the fucking naked pervert had a mosaic of his face, but the face of Yu De-hee, who became the boss monster, was not mosaic at all. Thanks to this, He began to become quite famous, commonly known as a pretty boss. I'm going to kill it, really. He clenched her two fists and began to tremble. I wanted to work as an elegant and provocative mystical image, but I got the label of boss monster. Because of the death penalty, my dream of being a pioneer was frustrated. It is no different from the word choose, that everyone got a ticket to be unable to connect by themselves at the point of their rushing out. Once I log in first and do farming, my sister. In the meantime, I should prepare to start BJ activities. I have to take advantage of what I sold my face as the boss of the former governor. Yu Chang and Yu Dahe decided to share the roles. Do not worry. We can farm in no time. Yu Chang laughed confidently. Then, jingle. The bell on the door rings once. Brother, I've been collecting money. One of the rice cakes bowed and said to Yu Chang. He took out the loans he had collected today from the squadron and handed it over to Yu Chang. Yu Chang hums and uses the money to enter the auction house and screen game items. Aye, brother. One of the rice cakes asked. What? When asked fluently, he replied with an embarrassing expression. Isn't there Mr. Hong who goes to that construction site? But why? Can't you pay it back? Yes. The interest was pushed a lot, but he said that he couldn't work because he was sick. When Yu Chang heard the report of Tiakti, he smiled with blood. Then get it. Can I pull it directly here and make it pay off? Yes. Can I put it there like last time? Tiakti said, pointing to the numerous capsules in the corner. Yes. Yu Chang is working on the loan business and at the same time, the work of game Deus Ex Machina. Zhang was also running. If they fail to pay back the interest on their bonds, they will be brought here and forced to work in the game. Usually, it plays the role of digging minerals in mines or collecting Japtum by catching miscellaneous mobs. As a result, Yu Dahe and Yu Chang were able to quickly raise the rankings even though they started somewhat late. If I only need a little more, I'll be in the top 20. Yu Chang and Yu Dahe looked carefully at the rankings. In a little while, the money you make from games will be more than the money you make from the loan business. Still, it is still a long way to make up for the cost of setting up a capsule room as a workshop. It's a very important time. That kinky guy who really made me unable to access. If caught, I will kill it, for real. Yu Dahe muttered, chewing her nails that had been trimmed as far as possible. But do they know? Even in the midst of being dumbfounded in a state of being inaccessible, that hateful pervert is running straight away with a naked body. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 21. Previous talk next. Chapter 22. Best Reward 3. A morning with bright sunlight. However, this does not apply to my semi-basement studio. I am a Hambo knife class. She pushed the damp blanket and put her feet down on the floor. The pads stick to the soles of the feet and then fall off. After making a cheap cup of coffee with an old drip machine, before playing the game, I checked for any new community information. I found a hidden boss in the Nightmare Forest now. Do you know that it's a milk spider? Dog scary raw steam. Ye possible. If you catch that, will you give me a C+ class item? Please, I want to have a class C item. Ging. Ding. Ding. Oh, last time, some crazy guy was breathing. This one died after releasing the wet spider on the plane. Somehow suspicious that there is a lung outside the beginner village there. Sometimes the house shakes alone. There is something like a hidden dungeon. There is nothing new, but these days, the rankers. It is also work to check how far you have gone. Looks like there's nothing special about it. But, what is this? I narrowed my eyes. Hit. A solo grade of some unknown ranker. Views. 1 for 70, 52 times 17. Time new. A video file is shown on the main gate of the official website. The video was uploaded in less than a day and recorded crazy views. Did anyone hit the accident last night? I clicked for something. What else do I say? It was a video I uploaded yesterday as a boredom. But why is it so high in views? My video uploaded to a personal channel link to the official homepage is now floating at the top of the homepage. The link itself was embedded in the link itself because it was set not to be shared. The title was changed to a bold font, and in front of it, the labels that caught the attention of people in red are Diokjidiakji. Stuck. It was only 17 hours, but the total number of views was over 1.4 million. All of the comments were upset. Wow, the crazy deceased. Payoan. Wasn't it a hack? Real TUT. Tiger 1. Does anyone know this person? Yo, I want to serve you as my teacher. This is a broadcast station reporter. Please make sure to report it. Korean? It is nonsense. Amazing. Wo wu fa shang shin. Yibu v. Jaiver manger de la. Baguette. Is this a play that makes sense? I was a little embarrassed. I thought the views would be high, but I don't know if I get caught in the door of the official website. There, gamers from all over the world are gathering and making a hot noise like a furnace. Blah blah blah. KOOO. Difficulty to tremble just by looking at it. Lightning flocking like a tsunami. A spear that tears everything apart. The boss monster's overbearing was really great. That's not right like that. But with an unconventional attitude, without a bit of distraction, people are mad at me as I avoid myself. Just this much. However, from my point of view, who has been playing games for 15 years, this is really as easy as drinking water. Apparently, the gamers of this period seem to be a lot lower than I thought. I've been overwhelmed by the early rankers. Was it great? I tilted my head as I watched the comments. Yes, the early rankers in my memory were all great people like me. Rankers wandering the battlefield with overwhelming physical and charisma. The beings who destroyed the mountain with a single fist and cut down a giant monster with a single sword. However, 15 years ago now, it is the time when they were still chicks, who were like idols and Taysan in my heart. It seems that I was unconsciously lowering myself, conscious of the rankers of the future without knowing it. Still, you don't have to be arrogant already. I turned off the comment window. If you run wild with these small achievements, you won't be able to get a bigger one. Shall we go straight into the game? I turned around and headed for the capsule. Right then. Tiring. The message alert tone is loud. Looking at the message, I wanted to do something. I saw a lot of messages coming over the past night. Our XX water purifier, I want to put an advertisement on the Deceased Waters channel. 190 by 100 on the initial top banner. The size is 2:1 per impression, and it is a 290x70 size stop banner, based on 1:1 per impression. I look forward to a good relationship. Hello, I'm the Deceased Water Sama. Electronic MD Chem. It's no different, so I'd like to ask an advertisement M on the initial screen of the channel. How about 1.61 per impression based on your size? 95x290/85x145 times the left and right margins? If the channel is currently in the trend of collecting trillions, profits of over KRW 1 million per day are likely to be guaranteed. I look forward to a positive response. XX Food. I looked at the channel of the Deceased Water interestingly. It is judged to be a channel with a high possibility of development in the future, so we will contact you for advertising partnership. We mainly use premium text advertisements at the bottom of the channel, and we believe that it will fit well with the characteristics of this channel and offer an unconventional proposal of 0.51 per 1 skip. Inquiry about PPL from Toys. If you wear a cloak with the image of our product in the game on a daily basis. This is the content of a huge number of advertisement inquiries. I want to place an advertisement on my personal channel connected to the official website. Not only that, but even a request to PPL during gameplay. Came in. Wow, you look like a sports star. Hoggy. The effectiveness of PPL marketing through sports players is great. Once upon a time, when Michael Jordan played a game wearing a specific brand basketball shoe, the sales of the maker increased vertically. Esports influence is now that of major. It is natural for these advertisements to come in. The things I was vaguely envious of came to reality, one by one, and I became a little stunned. Good. From now on, I will have to record all of the raid scenes. All of them are money-worthy. Fortunately, the degree of video editing. If you don't do it a little, and dubbing and subtitles and moderation, interesting broadcast contents will come out quite a bit. I was good at watching the game broadcast BJ broadcasts that were popular in the past. What kind of BJ broadcasted with what content and with what concept, and what kind of concept it worked. I'm aware of all the game broadcasts that will unfold over the next 15 years. How do I become a popular BJ? How do I become a ranker? I know as quickly as I know. I can wipe out the personal broadcast version. I started thinking about the future and making a strategy. Right then, there were also other messages that caught my eye. I will report and message your impressive play. Our professional gamer team, Kukayun, Myong Silgong, became the best team in Korea. Syncopation. If you don't mind, join our team and you won't see your dreams unfolding to your heart's content. The conditions will be matched with the best treatment. Pro Gamer Soul Team. Station KL. Korea's best professional team, and later. There is a club that will be the best team in the world. It is famous for attracting talented people. Come to think of it, he must have been assigned to the Second Army by now. Independence, who will later become the undisputed #1 in the ranking, also belongs to this team. I stroked my chin. And then, he replied briefly. Annoying. Short answer. It is an obvious rejection. But in fact, I had no intention of rejecting this offer. Until the last for now a pro gamer. It means you can't afford to do it. I'm going to go into the second group and go through the screenings. It would be better to get the ransom higher and be transferred to the main game league right away. Anyway, If you become a pro gamer now, you can't make much money because private broadcasting is banned because of the monopoly clause. But sooner or later, the monopoly provisions disappear completely. The era will come when professional gamers can also broadcast personally and generate additional revenue through SNS. It's not too late to be a pro gamer at that time. And honestly, it's a little bit to play with my game's rice. I may be cheeky, but I also have this thought. I'd rather be an active player, and at the same time, I also thought of what to do with coaching. There is a limit to eating all by myself. So what if I gather and raise the ranks that will become famous in the future to start a club? And later, he reaches out to the world transfer market and recruits all the players from all over the world. Club in reality, guild in game. Of the darkness that I'm going to put in there. What if the Power Capsule Room Workshop line was operated? That would be fun too. The plan stands in my head. However, didn't you say that the road to heaven is from one step? First of all, don't be excited. You shouldn't be arrogant. Failure throughout life came from unfounded optimism and arrogance. Washin counseling, Washin Changdan. Lying on a bed of thorns and licking a bear's gallbladder, I lay on the game capsule. Yes, it is important to step forward one step at a time. Grab a stronger boss and get a better item. It's time to stick to the basics of the game. As I entered the game world, I remembered 2 items I had arranged in advance. Bronze Shield of Ancient Civilization Defense. Sphere/C+. An ancient shield made in a very old way. It is too old and has little defense. The user's face is visible as it is smooth. Defense +10. Special. Bronze Sword of the Ancient Civilization One-Handed Weapon/C+. An ancient one-handed sword made in a very old way. It is too old and has little attack power. The user's face can be seen through smoothly. Attack +80. Special. 2 items obtained by catching the Forgotten Ancient Civilization's Gatekeeper and the Nameless Queen. At first glance, it looks worthless, but in fact, these 2 items made of bronze are very valuable. Because in the game world, bronze. This is because it is a very rare mineral in itself. Bronze mineral/D. It is not used well because it is soft and weak, but it shows very strong resistance to reptiles and dark monsters, so it is sometimes used as an accessory material by shamans and priests. It is very rare due to the small amount of mining. Shields and swords in which such bronze was completely melted. Besides, it's hidden. Up to 2 special options. Obviously, these are great quest items. And I have a monster to catch using these too. I dive deep into the virtual reality with a pleasant smile. It is a real main game from now on. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 22. Previous talk next. Chapter 23. Sweet Bait 1. The Labyrinth of Shaky Ears 2. The deepest part of an underground dungeon with an average difficulty of C+. Here, a loud roaring sound is erupting right now. Warning. The dungeon boss has appeared. Akaoni is preparing for an earthquake. 7 of the size of an ordinary adult man. A demon more than twice as large is getting angry. The red horns rise above the big one eye. Covering the muscular body is Hondoshi, which was roughly ripped out of leopard-patterned leather. Akaoni Chirguri, grade, C+/characteristics, giant, demon, natural disaster, fusion. Habitat, labyrinth of rocking ears, rotting and burning land. Yi size, 12m. One of the 7 demons, Belpagol's subordinates. He came up from hell, commanded to invade the earth, but his head was so bad that he was still trapped in a labyrinth. I haven't been able to fulfill the owner's orders for a long time, but it's okay. Belpagol, who gave orders to him, was also quite lazy, so it has been a long time since he forgot his existence. The strongest boss monster in the beginner zone, 12,000 moths. The flames of ultra-high temperature emanating from the mouth through the clean HP are really powerful. Above all, the most tricky thing about this monster is the earthquake characteristic. Thud. Each time the foot is rolled, an earthquake occurs, inflicting wide area damage to the entire dungeon. Every time he jumps, the stone pillars and the ceiling collapse, and the rockfall shower. Followed. And there is one being in a battle with this giant monster right now. It's powerful. Matigang, the trustee. It is a pretty hot ranker in the current Deus Ex Machina. With tremendous control and reflexes, he became stardom at a glance, and with a handsome face and a young age, he received the attention of many fans in one body. He was recently promoted to the first army in Coup K1, one of the best pro gamer teams. The broadcast was not turned on because of the provision that personal broadcasts should not be performed, but nevertheless, a number of people were flocking to the scene to watch his raid. Wow, control dab. I fight really well. The item also looks good. Kia, avoid that. God, Countless people cheered as they saw the commitment. Longing and envying gazed to underscore. However, Matigang, the investment god, doesn't care about such a gaze at all. Was going. Thump. Finally, red-eared Akahoni fell to the floor. Solo rate of C+, class monsters. However, you have succeeded in the solo grade of the dungeon boss Akahoni. Reward is paid. Solo raid rankings are being compiled. First, deceased water /0 death 0 give up. /1 hour 6 minutes 2 seconds. Second place, investment god /2 deaths 3 give up /4 hours 7 minutes 16 seconds. The first, that Matthew Kong wants so much. I couldn't get the title. That means you can't get item drop correction. Boss monsters must be attacked for the first time to drop items of the same class with a high probability. Trang. In the case of Matthew River, there was no luck. Akani only dropped a few pennies of gold and material items. Circa. The only way to find out is that the experience point has increased significantly. Shaking. Matthew Kong clenched both fists. Standing water. I felt it when I first saw him in the video. If you can't go beyond this guy, you won't be the best. M. Joseph, who is second in the ranking, can be caught in no time. If only the equipment is supported, it is not a job to beat him with PK. However, this one of the deceased water was different. The movements that seemed clumsy, but that's all the action after counting the next number. Can I win? The first person who had never doubted his two fists. It's a question. And now, Matthew was feeling it hard. Dump. Matthew Kong sat down and drank the potion. It was luck to be able to catch Akari. He caught this huge dungeon boss. In order to do so, he died twice and had to ruin 3 times. And, after making all the preparations, challenge. Finally, because of the rockfall that fell from the ceiling, we were lucky enough to avoid Akari's lightning bolt. In the end, was it by luck? Matthew rip off his head. Originally, it was a monster you couldn't catch. 3 deaths, 3 raid guns. Jira almost left a stigma. But, they were all dying, and they even managed to catch them with luck. It appears that the deceased person has already succeeded in solo raid first. Even the time it took makes an overwhelming difference. I felt like my tantrum would burst and die. He has finally caught Akari, but then how much ahead is the guy who defeated Akari a long time ago by now? I can't even measure it. Matigang, the trustee. He sharpened his teeth. Puduk, you can't get ahead of him with the methods you've adhered to. Not to overtake, but to catch up. It's overwhelming and impossible. Make sure to find it. Standing water. For the first time, I canceled what I had always kept at my own pace. It is not enough to study the late-coming laid image of deceased water. Even if you are stepping on the back, you need to know him in real time. Beep underscore. Matthew, who got up from the seat, ignored the fans cheering toward him and began to search through the community window. This is to track where the dead water has been recently witnessed. I must find it. It was Matthew Kong who made a vow with his desire to win. Meanwhile, tiring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. As soon as I connected to Deus Ex Machina, I immediately checked the status window. Level is the same 32. There are 2 items you are wearing. It's just that. Defeating a horse / one-handed weapon / S / Akaoni's footskin / shoes / C+ / earthquake convergence. The equipment a character can wear in Deus Ex Machina is basically unlimited. Due to the nature of the game with high degree of freedom, there is no specific limitation on the equipment that can be applied to. However, there is a basic equipment setting. 2 one-handed weapons, including shields, or 1 two-handed weapon. Helmet and mask. Armor and cloak. Shoes and gloves. These are rings, necklaces, and earrings. I am currently in shoes and a one-handed weapon, so it's okay to say that you are actually naked. I have to do some item farming in earnest. Originally, this game doesn't mean much to the level, and collecting items is real. So later, the word start from the highest level became popular. Even in the end, the maximum level limit will be abolished. The level is only a measure of how well this person is in the game. Well, I'm going to do this up to this point. This is the main game from now on. As soon as I log in, I go through the desert. Crossing over, we headed to the outermost jungle of the South Continent. The village that arrived through the dense palm tree forest is Acre. It is a small port village that comes out after passing through the meat-boiled jungle, and it is an exotic seaside scenery where the clear sea water is usually full. There are few items in circulation and there are no special quests, so users rarely find them. However, there is a hidden peculiarity in this small port town. In Acre, there are occasional days when there is a thick mist of water. At that time, the storm was too rough and I couldn't go to the beach. NPCs are also compelling players who wander outside to go indoors. It was at this time that I took a small boat and went out to sea. Ugh, it doesn't look dirty. I paddled a small boat and went out to sea. The waves were very rough, but that did not turn the ship over. Squash. The sea water that touches your face is really. Because it is real, it is scary. But you have to trust it because you're spending quite a bit of money and you're unlikely to sink a good boat. Puff. I continued to paddle through the raging waves. People would think the map would be over if they could see the sea, but the truth is different. The sea is the beginning of a new map. Under the sea and beyond, there are countless different maps. And at this point, I am the only one who knows that. But now, it's not a job with equipment and level. The place I go is not over the sea or the sun. It is still too dangerous to venture into such a place. This destination was not so far from the land. A small island that can only be reached by boat from the southern coast. However, it is a secret island that only appears on thick fog days. Within, a eerie shadow begins to cast over the fog and storm. Found. I raised my head with a tense look. Floating island. It is an island floating on the water. A pumice stone formed by hardening magma, a body filled with gas from rotting, and a tooth made from sticky mud entangled with each other. The strange island itself is a huge dungeon. Fuyu Island Grade. Dungeons marked with question marks. This strange dungeon floating in the water greeted me in the shape of a huge island. People who know this place 15 years later. It leads to a hidden map that only knows. For reference, the island's true boss is an S-class monster. As I am now, I can't even think of catching him. Even if I know the attack pattern, I'll just burst and die if he breathes once. But I can catch one monster under his command. In addition to the main quest where the bosses of this island are entangled, I am thinking of eating only one sub-quest involving small subordinate monsters. That would be pretty big. Squash. Through the spooky fog, the sound of waves hitting the boat is loud. I paddled slowly and set sail on the first outskirts of the island. And be careful not to get caught in the main quest as much as possible, and wandered around the edge of the island. I think it was about this time. As I looked around for a long time, I saw a bay with rotten flesh and spider webs draped like a veil beneath the bones of a large beast. Like the eyes of Chong Mengguani, there is one dark and gray blood. Rotten water was slowly drooling into it. Creak, creak. I paddled slowly toward the cave. Squash. The foam touches the boat and blows white. Stand. Cold cysts wet the cheeks. Ooh. The rancid wind was blowing from inside the cave. I put up with the disgust and drove the boat into a cave where bones, rotten flesh, and spider webs droop. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 23. Previous talk next. Chapter 24. Sweet bait, 2. Bones, rotten flesh, and spider webs. Dangling cave. Chiolver, buck. The feeling of touching my feet is dirty. Whenever you step on the soft floor, cold sea water slumps in your calves. Tiring. You have entered the hidden dungeon rotting underground waterway. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. As I stepped into the cave with a boat on the entrance, an alert sound came out. The name of this hidden dungeon is Rotting Underground Waterway. It is a dungeon with a true name value. Whenever the sea breeze blows in the cave, the odor comes in. However, the things that were more annoying than the stench were the monsters. Filth snake, grade, C/trait, poison, transformation. Habitat, floating island. Yi size, 1M. A snake that lives in filth. Lives on the corpse of an old animal. Scales are more dangerous than teeth. If you rub it, you will immediately get tetanus. The filth snakes were gathering towards me. It's not a high-grade monster, but it's quite annoying because it flocks to the page. Seek. They jumped up with a loud noise. Unusually, he rushes with his mouth tight and his teeth hidden. He would be like that because their venom is not in their teeth, but in their scales. Originally, it was born without poison, but as he lived in filth, several germs were raised among the scales. But what? It's my lunch now. I rolled my feet lightly and caused an earthquake. The shoes I'm wearing are Akao Ni's feet. The earthquake of Akahoni, a C+ class monster. The attack turned this decaying cave once over. Qua one bang. All the snakes that ran towards me died in that blow. By any chance, those who survived because they were floating in the air would die one after another. Replying to @team_team. I put the pouring C-class items into Jusium. These can still be paid quite a bit at the auction house. You will be able to receive at least a daily allowance for a daily job. Soon, I entered the deepest part of the cave. Okay. Soon I saw the scenery I expected. A large statue stood inside the cave. A stone statue with a muscular man crying. Behind it were piled up with brilliant gold coins. Then, market profit. A loud sound came from behind the statue. A black snake is glaring here with its red eyes shining. Filth serpent Chrysor, grade, B/traits, poison, mana burn, transformation. Habitat, floating island. Yi size, 8M. Among the filth snakes, the long-lived one evolves to have a huge size. The poison that was only on the scales became inhabited by Li and his eyes. The filth snake named Chryseo is a pretty annoying monster. One of his characteristics is mana burn, bum. It is a technique that burns the opponent's mana just by looking at it. There are many types of things to burn, but there are various patterns, such as literally burning them, making them out of stone, and addicting them. In the case of Chrysor, it was to poison the opponent from the body by giving the viewer's mana a poison attribute. There is no one who doesn't deal with mana, so everyone is addicted just by making eye contact with Chrysor. So I had to hurry even more. This is because these kinds of monsters can suffer even if they know the pattern. Spock. I ran a sword straight at Chrysor. The flurry that was cut off, commonly known as the cutting edge, broke the air. Chrysor's nose was hurt. That was it. I go back and forth. I went around. Chrysor belongs to the simpler pattern among B-class monsters. After hurting with a cut, let's run away for about 2 hours, avoiding your gaze. Thud. Chrysor soon hung on the floor and died. Phew, I thought I was dying too. I sighed as I drank the detox potion. HP, which was over 300, was suddenly reduced to less than 100. It's such a damage just by making eye contact. The gaze itself is a monster that is no different from violence. But, oh, in the midst of that, I dropped the item, this jazz. Chrysor's body floating in the water. As it flips over, a red pillar of light rises from the skin of the stomach, indicating the existence of the item. Two-headed warrior, two-handed weapon, /C+. A type of deformed long spear. The Changyuk is divided into 2 parts, so it looks like 2 snakes entangled in a long way. The poisonous energy drips from the tip of the 2 forked spears of the head. Attack power plus 150. Poison attack power plus 50. Characteristic can be used, special. Look at this. I whistled. A pretty good weapon came out. The attack power of the C+ grade weapon is 150, and the poison attack power is also attached to it, so the attack power value is almost 200. This will be sold quite expensively at the auction house. I put the spear in the inventory in a happy mood. However, it's not the time I'm picking up Japdom like this right now. I quickly return to my original purpose. What I have to do is not a clumsy mob like Chrysor or someone may be surprised by my behavior of dealing with C+ class monsters, but it is only natural from my standpoint. Who knows the future 15 years from now? Taki. I touched the filth serpent Chrysor's Chin-Ching statue. Okay. Welcome to the decaying underground waterway, stranger. The statue suddenly started talking. Yes. This guy was a hidden NPC. The crying statue Pygmalion. It was only then that the name began to appear on the statue's head. Jurik. Gargoyle Pygmalion. Suddenly, bloody tears flow from his eyes. Stranger, I don't mind, but will you accept one of my requests? If you listen, I'll give you all the gold coins behind me. Accept/decline. Options are open in front of me. The content of the quest was not disclosed, but the reward is certain. A huge amount of gold coins in the back. At first glance, it looks like millions of gold, but I pressed the reject button without hesitation. Then, Pygmalion cried out in distress. Alas, don't do that. Destroy me. Please end my pain. Yes, Pygmalion's quest is to destroy himself as a stone statue. In other words, he was asking for help with suicide. But I already pressed the decline button. Discarded body. If I had clicked accept, Pygmalion would have been broken and I would have lost some gold and experience in my hand. However, after refusing his request, the quest began to flow in a slightly different phase. Pygmalion began to verse his own circumstances. I was originally a person. He was a famous sculptor. One day, I carved out my ideal type. I didn't like real women. After hours of elaboration, I succeeded in carving out an angelic woman. I prayed every night that she could be a person and love me. By the way, my wish came true. One day my statue suddenly started to move like a real person. But what was in it was completely different from what I expected. It was literally a demon. As soon as she was able to move, she turned me into stone. It is also very long. I could not be so appropriate. I immediately pressed the skip button. Then Pygmalion summarized his quest with a relatively short line. Please find the hateful statue and destroy it. At the same time, a quest notification popped up. Ye tiring. You have discovered the hidden quest Pygmalion's hate. Destruction of the crying angel 0 of 1. Reward dash. Accept/decline. I immediately clicked accept. I came all the way here to receive this quest. CFL Park. You really are taking this quest here. I saw it in an interview with Tushin a long time ago. It was really hard to find and complete this quest. But the reward was sweeter than anything else. No matter how hard I tried, it was the reward of this quest that made myself the top 10 in the rankings at once. Tushin said so. It was good. Then now is the real start. I took out the rewards I got for killing the bronze golem and the nameless queen, bronze sword and bronze shield, and even Pygmalion's quest. Everything is ready. Now, really for a while. It's time to go catch the guy you've been looking for. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Squash. Cysts that bloom loudly. When I left the floating island, the fog gradually faded. Oido-o-o-o. The cry of the main boss of the floating island is heard faintly mixed with the sea breeze. It was finally cleared, and the floating island disappeared like a fantasy. Wait, I'll go see you soon. I paddled, promising the day that I would someday confidently catch an S-class monster. But he paddled hard to the land, and I saw familiar faces greeted by the harbor. Oh, that child. Come now. A woman wielding a sword towards this side. It was Yudahi. You can see the fluency of a living-like expression behind her. It wasn't just Yudahi's siblings. I came to revenge that day. In the past, I also saw a deceased musketeer who was slaughtered in a novice village and was robbed by me. And Sister Jiam Undong, who has half curiosity and anti-vigilance toward me due to the incidents of the bronze golem raid. Perhaps because of the Nameless Queen raid video posted on the official homepage and YouTube channel in the past, there seems to be quite a lot of people chasing my path. How did you know I was here, by the way? Then, I had to open my eyes. How can I forget that face? Matigang, the trustee. It's still unknown, and I can see him mingling with people from the days when he just started to make his name public and staring at me. His gaze, always arrogant and arduous, was burning with jealousy, longing, awe, and a desire to win against me. There is no such glory again when I see such glances from the world's commitment to the world. Let me paddle and reach the ground. Chong. Some people have it, Ali. I take it out. Can you stand against this side? The deceased water gunman roared. A total of 10 people gathered here. 6 of them are certainly enemies. Besides that, there is no one who is friendly to me. Catching a monster is different from PK. Please take revenge on your sister. Yuchong stares at me with his sword and shield. That me, the Syscom kid. Look at the stuffy stuff. It's a C+ class item, but it's alright. I can see that I spent some money to get me. But most of those things I sold at the auction house as Japtum trays. Somehow, I thought all of Yuchang's armor was familiar. I held back the laughter that was about to burst. What kind of soft black cattle did you buy, but was it you? The guy who treated me 15 years ago is now being treated as a hoga by me. The world is ironic. Meanwhile, Yu Dehe, who had suffered a week-long death penalty, was also staring at me with a hateful expression. It was the same as the history of the deceased musketeer who was transferred to me. Scratching. I scratched my head with a bleak look. Yes, certainly, if 10 people try PK, it would be a little difficult for me. I have no choice but to. It is a special item for low-level to hunt high-level boss monsters in a perverted manner, and Akahoni's footskin shoes also have seismic characteristics, but are basically just armor. Even if you know the pattern of the boss monster, the PK between players will still be a bit burdensome. However, I smiled and looked at the 10 people in front of me. Well, that doesn't mean there is any reason to scare 10 newbies. That 10:1 PK is not confident is the premise of playing against 10 deceased people who have played the game for 15 years. Demlin, who just started the game, can steam up about 10 people. But Jagoro said that Gosu wins without fighting. Kill 10 people in front of you with PK to increase the useless karma level. It would be better to use them to help me as much as possible, rather than to use them. I was just in need of some extras. So I moved. Not the hand holding the knife, but the bottom of the tongue in the mouth. Guys, would you like to run a secret raid with Azoshi? A secret proposal, like an uncle recommending a secret friend. All 10 people who heard the words shouted their ears. Even if I don't show off, I can see everyone's flinching. Hagia, the reason they came to catch me wasn't simply resentful. What I really want is the information I have. Information on the numerous boss monsters, hidden dungeons, and quests that I have been hunting for. Pioneer. Early adopter. How attractive is this? Information is essential to continue positioning yourself as a market leader, right? I wedge. This is express information. 10 uvulas gulp. My tongue was sweet enough to make me forget the conventional purpose of the assassins. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 24. Previous talk next. Chapter 25. Sweet bait 3. Slaughter ants. Grade D/characteristics. Poison, insect, colony. Size 1 m. Habitat, all continents. Large but slow ant. Even the speed of moving the legs is slow, so you can't run fast. There is poisonous poison at the tip of the sickle attached to both forelimbs. Simplicity and honesty. The sound of breaking a hard exoskeleton. The D-class monster slaughter ant was struck by a knife and fell badly. He complained, hastily wiped off the ant's body fluid splattered on his face. There's really a lot of dirt, these trash. Every time she walked through the jungle, she swears at the ants popping up over and over again. The jungle is steaming enough to be named Meat-Boiled Jungle. This is a place not far from the central continent. This field was a paradise for slaughter ants. Hey, only D-class monsters like trash come out. Is there really a hidden dungeon in such a place? He asked me nervously. After her, Yu Chong, the deceased water gunman, Sister Jia Moondong, and the Tushin Roll were looking at me with similar questions. I am the one who goes through the front. I didn't dare answer their questions. It just gave me advice that was helpful in my life. There is no such thing as trash in this world. After listening to me, He frowned as if he were talking about what kind of dog he was talking about. This is a common treat. But I wasn't really wrong. I clearly said that there is no garbage in this world. In the real world, trash overflows, but at least there is no such thing in Deus Ex Machina in this game. They say that they were made because they were all useless. A slaughter bee and a slaughter ant that are evaluated as the weakest among D-class monsters. These become food for other monsters and cause the ecosystem in the game to return. If these countless beings, who account for more than 40% of all monsters, disappear, the world will probably be destroyed in no time. And that's not all. I pondered as I looked at the slaughter ants passing by. In the next 15 years, 3 cataclysms will occur in Deus Ex Machina. The first cataclysm will make us realize that all of the game scenarios we've enjoyed so far have been tutorials. The second cataclysm will overturn all existing orders and open a new era. The third cataclysm will destroy the world. Each cataclysm occurs in a 5-year cycle. And I am the only one who has experienced all 3 cataclysms. The next 15 years before the last cataclysm occurs. Only I have witnessed the end of this world. At that age, I have no choice but to look at this insignificant D-class monster passing by my side with awe. Slaughter ants and slaughter bees. 10 years later, who knows that a second cataclysm will be opened by these petty creatures that no one has noticed. As a result, Deus Ex Machina, whose number of users has gradually declined, rises to the top-ranking game at once again. Well, but that's still a distant future. It's the story of... I confessed my thoughts. He reaches out and kills the slaughter ants in front of him and moves forward. The first cataclysm that should have been 5 years from now will soon come. Right by my hand. How long would you have walked among the bushes without roads? When everyone's HP reached the limit due to the scorching heat. I found it. I stopped stepping. Yu Dahi, who had been following me closely behind me, turned her head in a state of pakimchi due to mental exhaustion. Heard. What is this? She frowned. There were piles of straw piled up at the place I pointed to. The dried-up grass is covered like a tombstone, and it rises in a round shape. Moisture is trapped inside and warms up as it is. I don't know, but there must be a steamer inside. What? No compost pile. It is surprising that Yu Dahi knows about that pile of straw. People who grew up in the city may not know. Crispy, crispy. I dig through the large straw with a knife. Then something inside reveals its appearance. Wadong the Secret Puppet Grade 1, B+. What was hidden in the rotten straw was a black curtain. The entrance to the dungeon is quite large. Even the dungeon grade is quite high. The rest of the people seem to be quite surprised by the fact that the dungeon is really hidden in a place like this. What? Is it a circus tent? How do you know that there is a dungeon like this? Aren't you an insider? I heard that GM does not know the exact location of the dungeon, but it is naturally occurring by monsters or NPCs in the game. Everyone's fisheye has a dumb expression. What are you really? How did you find this dungeon again? Yu Dahi asked as if I was pleading. I just shrugged my shoulders. I just came and found it. Yu Dahi looked very dissatisfied with my answer. I'm so excited about her expression. Hand it over. How did you guys know that I was an acre? Then, Yu Dahi laughed openly and snorted. Home. I just came and found it. Why? It seems like he was ambitious to shoot back, but, well, I must have followed you from an auction house. Yu Dehee's expression shakes at the words I spit out. How did know? Look, you want. It was a move that I could follow if I wanted to. Acre isn't far from the beginner's area. Is my outfit so peculiar? Anyone will look back at least once if you see a person who wears only red shoes and a naked body. Next time, I'd like to buy a black cloak and wear it. Anyway, what is important now is the dungeon strategy. Oh, now, did you all have a good party? Then it goes in. I looked back at the party members and said, everyone has no answer. It's my first time to have such a vigilant and awkward party. Tiring. Hidden dungeon, the secret puppet. You entered the meeting 1. The manipulators behind the blackout are wary. Beings on the stage awakened. The clowns start acting. There are spooky notification sounds. The interior of the circus dungeon was simple. All. A long rectangular room with all sides confined. Statues, dolls, and clown monsters constantly rushed. Scarecrow Butcher, class, C+/traits. Minions, darkness, reverse, insult. Habitat, secret puppet meeting, 1, rotting and burning land, suicide forest. Yi size, 2M. A being made of rotten straw. He carries a long scythe in his hand. It is not known whether the inside of the body is filled with straw. Serial killer Pyro, class, C+/traits. Minions, darkness, reverse, 1:1. Habitat, secret puppet meeting. 1. Yi size, 1M. When parents broke the warning not to leave this doll alone with their children, the tragedy was already scheduled. Gag oil, level, C+/traits. Minions, darkness, anti-war, battle veterans. Habitat, secret puppet meeting, 1, Perina's nest, 1, 2, 3. Yi size, 3M. From when the statue made of stone took life and moved. Normally, I stand still and pretend to be an ordinary piece of stone, and then suddenly attack me. A scarecrow with a rotten odor swings a scythe. An eerie clown with a giggling laughter ran over with a saw. Gargoyles, which are made of solid stones, are a bothersome opponent. But wasn't it a C+ class monster? They are the ones who caught a lot of boringly 15 years ago. I know about their characteristics, passive skills, and patterns. Bang, 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 bang. I rolled my feet relentlessly and caused an earthquake. All of these puppets and minion monsters are vulnerable to damage coming up through the ground. When the stage collapses, the place to stand will soon disappear. Is there anything more scary for an actor than the stage disappearing? Because of this, clown and puppet-type monsters double the earthquake damage. In addition, if the minion trait is also attached, it will be doubled again. In other words, they eat 4 times the total earthquake damage. For me, who wears the Akaoni's footskin walker, it is truly a honey hunting ground. After that, it's simple. It is to feed puppets with cuts and sweets. Scarecrow swinging from left to right, and from right to left again. A punch where the gargoyle blows up and down, up and down. A saw blade that the Pierrot rotates 360 degrees with the backstep. I'm seeing it all. Even if I want to be beaten at least once, I can't fit into the barrel that the body remembers first and avoids. Puff, puff, puck. In an instant, more than a dozen C+ class monsters died and fell behind. Toggle, toggle, toggle. Red pillars of light spewed out from all over to announce C+ class items. Oh, don't pick it up, just throw it away. Is it? It became annoying for a moment. It's a waste of time to pick up those japtums one by one. However, an unexpected situation happened. Give me those items. The deceased water gunman drew a sword. They blocked me and the item and put a frustration. What kind of party is this? You're just eating it all by yourself. We also have the right to have the item. The party should be fair. No way you are going to eat all these expensive items by yourself, right? Everyone who sees the atrocities of the deceased water sergeant swallows up the wind. However, no one was holding back their actions. It seems that everyone is tacitly agreeing with the opinion of the deceased monk. Only Tushin took a step back and watched the situation. The deceased musketeer, Sister Jiam Undong, Yu Dehee, and Yu Chong. A total of 9 rankers confront me. The moment the bloody atmosphere is about to be created, I'll do it. I open my mouth right away. No need what? Maybe I thought I would shout out to get rid of the situation. Everyone asks back with a blank expression. I only shrugged. The items that come out are distributed fairly, because we are a party. The 9 people who heard me seemed to be a little shocked. Bird, isn't he worse than you thought? Yeah. Why do we think we are bad? Is there a misunderstanding? A small line of thoughts flows out of them. I smiled and turned my head. The toe only for Japtum was not sweet. Strange. That guy isn't the one like that. Yu Dehee. She was staring at the back of the head with a terrible expression. In any case, I thought I would wipe it out and wipe out the items, but if I do that now, I will be disturbed by other guys who have become friendly to him. There is a risk. There is no one who can control the rest of the world when the evil spirit disappears. Soon, the logic of the weak meat diet will dominate. In that case, expecting party rewards is absurd. Isn't it possible to enter a new dungeon at best and not be able to clear it? Besides, Yudahi knew Iojin's skills better than anyone else. I know it by playing PK while being possessed by the boss. Even though I came out of the dizzying special moves and approached me, I didn't even have a single point of fear in my eyes. But that didn't mean I had courage or enthusiasm. Bother. While avoiding all kinds of attacks that poured out, both eyes were filled with only annoyance. Creepy. When I think of the dead, dynamic eyes, I get goosebumps again. How can a person feel despair, fear, courage, or joy in such extreme situations? Could it be possible not to have any emotions such as nets? I'm sure you're trying to use those idiots. Yudahi thought as she saw the deceased water gunman falling in joy while picking up items. They don't even know the subject and now treated Jean like a good hogu. Hey, open the door to the next floor quickly. To the disrespectful words of the deceased musketeer. Yes. Now everyone. I'll open the door on the next floor. Iojin smiled more than necessary and shook her head. Creak. Yet. The door to the next floor opened. Tiring. Hidden dungeon, the secret puppet. You entered the meeting too. The manipulators behind the blackout expressed their anger. The boss monster has appeared. Loud notification sound is simultaneous with Moxabustion. Bang. Cheek. The door that came in was closed. With a momentum that will never open again. Locked up. What is this? It's completely locked. The deceased water gunman shook the door, but the door that had already been latched was locked securely from the outside. More than that, where is the boss? Yuchong looked around the empty room with a thoughtful look. There was nothing in the room. Torches burn on the walls of the empty room. There was nothing in the center except for a large statue of an angel standing. An angel crying with both hands covering his face. However, it seems to be just one of the map's sculptures. Where are the monsters? Everyone looked around in the large room with a blank expression in the fisheye. Then, Yunbai Li, one of the sisters in Jiam Undong, looked around her head and said suddenly, "That's an angel statue. Was it there originally?" Everyone turns their heads back at those words. I look straight ahead. It seems that the statue of an angel that was in front of me has come a little bit forward. But even so, there was no special change in shape. Is it because of the mood? Everyone tilted their heads, and then again. Look around every corner of the room. However, only me is standing still and smiling. If it's because of your mood, it's not because of your mood. With everyone's eyes pointing to different places, I was paying close attention to only one place. An angel statue standing tall in the center of the room. It looks like a sculpture that is nothing, but in fact that is the real. Crying angel, class, B+/characteristics, rock, seed of interest. Habitat, secret puppet meeting. Yi size, 2M. Early attack difficulty. It is the appearance of a monster boss that has never been caught in the first 5 years since it was discovered. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 25. Previous talk next. Chapter 26. Survival cost 1. What is this? Shit. One of the deceased water riflemen tapped on a crying angel. This white statue, which appears to have been carved out of ivory, was delicately carved with thread. The sky and sky cloth covered in soft skin, and the curves of the waist, which are pressed by the fabric, are perfectly reproduced. What is this? It's very hard. He soon lost Hongmi in the angel statue, and he searched every corner of the room to find a boss monster that might be hiding somewhere. However, there is no room to breathe in the room. The spacious room is just empty. Where are you? No matter how much you grumble, the boss monster does not come out. Nothing was found behind the torch in the corner of the room or in the jar. Right then, puck. A short, dull sound resonated. Huh? Looking inside the jar from the side. When he turned his head, soon a terrible sight came into my eyes. The head of the guy who just hit the angel statue was bursting out. A colleague who logs out immediately. Hey, what? What's up? The rest of the personnel rallied to the corpses of their dead companions. All eyes were focused on the body. Then, crisp. Another sound of cracking was heard. When I turned my head, I can see that the head of the guy who was searching the jar just before was smashed. What? What happened? Hey. Looking at the two colleagues who died in an instant, the other one shouted loudly. And there was a big hole in the chest of the screaming guy. Oh. Yuda, he screamed. She looked closely. The crying angel's statue moves in the blink of an eye, taking the lives of Seth. Well, that's what the statue did. As Yu Dahi shouted, other people's facial expressions became serious. Yuchong came to Yu Dahi's side first. Really, sister? Yes. That statue just moved. It must be. But this is just a statue. No, it's a monster. Look at those blood spots. Yu Dahi pointed to the crying angel statue. As she said, the crying angel statue was quite far from where it was standing. In addition, blood is smeared on both hands that cover their faces. This child, it was a monster. Sister Jia Mundong started the raid first. Kwa 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 kwang. Slam, magic, and arrows rushed toward the crying angel. However, the crying angel did not even budge. He was just posing crying with his face covered with both hands, and his body made of ivory didn't have any incontinence. Yunbai Li mumbled as if they were absurd. Indestructible? Nonsense. Yes, the crying angel was indestructible. Even if I tear the emotion scroll, I can't see his HP status. It was like a monster that was treated so that it couldn't be caught at all. People in the room are absurd votes. He looked at the crying angel while he was making a bond. It seems like he can't do damage except when he goes on an attack. Matigang, the trustee, he muttered with his arms folded. He looks calm, but his throat is trembling. Yu Dahi muttered tiredly. That guy just killed 3 other people. Did you see the speed? It took less than 0.1 seconds. I don't know when he will move, but once he moves, I can never stop it. Okay. Taek Jang, the only survivor among the deceased water gunners, said in a frightened voice. Well, but this angel statue, when are you moving? Everyone was silent at his words. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of 11 people were years old. However, the 7 who survived knew nothing about this angel statue. How and when this crying angel moves. Why it has an indestructible property. I couldn't figure out what one. Only one thing. What is certain is that this crying angel statue is a monster. It's also very heinous. In the end, all of the survivors seemed to have come to the same conclusion. The eyes of the 7 people pointed to one place. That's where I am. Asterisk. A few minutes ago. Haha, it's a bad game. I was rubbing under my nose and smiling. Greed to find the boss first. Is it because of it? Everyone eagerly searches every corner of the room. Because of that, no one was paying attention to the angel statue in the center of the room. Except for me. That's why it's a big deal. I was focusing all my nerves on the angel image in the center of the room. From the perspective of Hagia newbies, that might be seen as a simple sculpture or part of a map. Does it seem as much as you know it? However, I can't just be carefree because I know what it really is. Crying angel, grade, B+, / characteristics, rock, seed of interest. Habitat, secret puppet society. Dong 2. Yi size, 2M. Traveler. By the time you are reading this explanation, it is already too late. This terrible being, to describe in more detail, this unidentified dead body nestled in a sculpture made of ivory, will immediately rush to prey on you as soon as you blink or take your gaze away. Fortunately, if you are reading this explanation and have not yet taken your gaze from the statue, keep this in mind. Never blink your eyes. Excerpt from Pygmalion's Will. Ada, the explanation is also very long. I yawned, being careful not to close my eyes. Crying angel. Monster grade is B+. The difficulty level of the initial attack is. It has 5 stars. For reference, the difficulty level of this crying angel's attack was so crazy that he had never been caught by anyone for about 5 years after the release. The reason is just a few of these guys. It is because of the seeds of interest, which is one of the characteristics. When the crying angel remains in someone's sight, it becomes a statue and cannot move. But when it's not in anyone's line of sight, that is, when no one is looking at you, it moves at terrifying speeds, tearing and killing all living things around you. Even when someone is watching, it becomes indestructible, so it is impossible to hunt in a barrel that is treated as part of the map. The only moment when the damage goes into effect is when he moves, and in order to do that, you shouldn't look at him. This is because it moves only when others' gaze cannot be felt. Catch without seeing. Since the crying angel has tremendous speed and attack power, it was difficult for even one ranker to respond. In order to catch this guy without seeing it, it is essential not only to analyze all the patterns, but also to get acquainted with the actual situation. In the original future, such attempts were made over 5 years. It was a boss monster with a high degree of difficulty. 5 years after the first crying angel was discovered. Eventually it knelt down. It was at the hands of heavy gamers who borrowed the power of collective intelligence. Countless masters were dying by a crying angel and analyzed the attack patterns one by one. And it's all on the Deus Ex Machina, hereinafter referred to as DEM, Wiki. Recorded. collective intelligence, inductive records, all oddities and variables, hidden options. It was only after the elite raid, who was familiar with all the manuals, prepared for annihilation and ran for a few times, to catch this fearsome monster. Having watched all of the series of processes, I have no choice but to cry. Yes, I still remember that I caught that guy 5 years ago. I was on that raid at that time too. It took almost 3 years to just look at his face. But now I am standing here 6 months after the game was released. There were a few other job extras, but it didn't matter at all. Anyway, they won't be able to see the scenes of fighting rather than stealing from my tactics. Shall we make it move once? I quietly closed my eyes when everyone's minds were sold elsewhere. As I pulled my eyelids, of course my vision turned black. My gaze, which had been fixed toward the crying angel, disappeared. The number of eyes looking at him became 0 with this. Within, flashed. The crying angel's seed of interest character was manifested. Pappet. The crying angel moved like a lightning bolt. He smashed the head of a player who had just tapped on his body with a blow. And the run ML that everyone's eyes are distracted because everyone is embarrassed. Kill the lives of 2 players. As if when it moved, the statue was crying with both hands covering his face. Soon everyone knew that this crying angel statue is not an ordinary statue. When I opened my eyes, the inside of the market quickly turned into a mess. Ah! Yuta, he screamed. Well, that's what the statue did. I was a little admired at her words. The presence of an angel crying at once. You notice, the sling is pretty good. Well, it turns out that Yuta becomes a pretty huge ranker in 15 years. Isn't it a being that rises high beyond my comparison? It may be natural that the eyes are sharp. Then, following Dahiyu, several figures analyzed the situation in a cool way. Indestructible? Nonsense. Yinbai Li, the second of Sister Jia Moondong. She will also become a senior ranker in the future. She cleverly noticed some of the angelic traits of tearing emotional scrolls and crying. Preparedness is thorough and situation judgment is quick. It seems like he can't do damage except when he goes on an attack. Matigang, the trustee. #1 permanent absence in the Korean rankings. It was not for nothing to say that the world rankings could not be discussed except for him. He is still only 19 years old, but he is already sharp. That ability to see the characteristics of monsters in an instant. I watched the situation with my arms folded. Was in the middle. Looking at the rankers who will be on the top tier in the future, I feel new. They looked so great, but now they're sick of selling them in front of the school. When I was standing still and silent, Yuta looked back at me and shouted, "Hey, pervert, what are you gonna do? Who? You were the one who brought Lee here." She seems to pass on to me the responsibility of being trapped here. I was hoping for something. The eyes of the 7 survivors are focused only on me. I slowly open my mouth. There are 2 ways to exit this dungeon. Everyone looks at my mouth with their ears straight. I extended one middle. First, to go out of death. Then everyone started to look like a shit. Maybe it's an option I don't want to think about. Second, I lifted my index finger after the middle finger. To grab a crying angel and go out. When I tried both ways, Yudahi shouted with a stunned expression. "Hey, if you can catch it, you got it soon. What can we do with that? If you see it, it's indestructible. If you don't see it, X. I'm fast." At her words, I lowered my index finger, which I had just opened. Then, only the middle was left. Who is saying, "We are catching this"? What? When Yudahi asked with a frown, I kindly answered again. "I'll catch I'm alone." Okay. The 7 survivors looked stunned. "Are you going to catch it alone? Did you declare a solo raid against a B+ class monster, and a monster with such a grotesque pattern? Yudahi is absurd and doesn't make any sense." As if he was coming, he asked, stuttering. "Well, if so, why did we bring us here?" At her words, I nodded with a casual look. "It's because it's useful." Then, this time, Matigang, the investment god, stepped forward. "Useful? What use?" "We are me. I don't know the monster's pattern. Looks like there's nothing you can do to help. Indeed, it is sharp. It is the #1 ranking in the future of Korea. But he was wrong. Why is there anything you guys can do to help? There is definitely. How can they help me?" So from now on, I was thinking of explaining the method in a friendly way. I looked around the 7 survivors with a smile. And he said in a gentle voice as possible, "Give me the money." Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 26. Previous talk next. Chapter 27. Survival cost 2. Give me the money. Then, the expressions of the 7 survivors who listened to me turned out to be absurd. What bullshit is it all about? When Yudahi asked in a nervous tone, I folded my arms. "Have you guys ever taken a bus, haven't you?" "I do." "Where is the person who hasn't taken the bus here?" Yudahi responded cynically. Sister Jiam Undong in the back seemed to be a little hot, but it must be because of the mood, right? Anyway, I keep talking. Are you just riding the bus? It's money. If you don't pay, it's a free ride. So, what you're trying to do now is a free ride. I smiled and glanced at the faces of the 7 survivors. I'll catch the crying angel on my own, so you guys give me the cost of survival. In short, it drives the bus. It is natural to get the bus fare. Meanwhile, the 7 survivors appear absurd. It's yes that you brought us here. You are him. Yu Chong shouted with trembling. However, it is a place where seeds are not eaten. Who brought the reins back? It's not like that. Didn't these guys crawl in because they were blinded by their greed? What about the subject that stalked me to Acre? Give me money quickly. You don't want to have a snowball fight because you're trapped in a dungeon with a monster you can't even catch. When I beckoned as if I was bothering, everyone made a look that seemed to be unfair. Now reality seems to touch the skin. When will they try to open it? What? How much are you asking for? It is also you to he who can judge the situation most quickly. She asked in a cold, sober voice. But I know. She really trembles at the bottom of her left eye when her anger soars all the way to her head. Oh, that's almost manner mode. Yeah. I held back my laughter as I watched Udahi's left Egeo sway as if it had come from a sandworm earthquake. And briefly, I fulfilled my request. 100 million gold. Not $4, but 100 million gold. All who listened to my request had a curious vein on their foreheads. This is a crazy kinky kitten twine me really, cause it gives them 5 feces and urine hitting the nail on ya. Fluency exploded. He drew his sword and shield from his waist and ran toward me. Sudden attack. The momentum of Yu Chong was terrifying. Wow. I'm scared. I was so scared that I stopped closing my eyes gently. Okay. Spot. The crying angel, who was being held back only by my gaze, opened his eyes. He moved in an instant, grabbed Yu Chang's head in the nearest place, and crushed it as it was. Crisp. Like a tomato under an elephant's feet. The end of the fluency was decided so quickly. Udahi sighed when she saw her younger brother die and disappear. I said to Udahi, you are especially double the bus fare. What? Why? Why leave the responsibilities of my younger brother to me? It's a family. Udahi trembles when I laugh. But she couldn't stand up to me like Yu Chong. Read, the formerly nameless queen. At that time, even with a stronger body due to the boss buff, it is probably because I had a memory of being horrified by me. But she just mumbled, being careful not to make contact with my eyes. Lord, if you give it to me, are you going to let it go out here? Then, Sister Jiam Undong and Taek Jang, the only survivor of the deceased water gunman, and even Matthew Taegang, the investigator, are surprised. It is because I had experienced Yu Dahi's dirty temper hair while coming this far. How can this strong woman be pushed down like this? They looked at me with fresh expressions. I shrugged. If you can't believe it, deposit it. Deus ex machina, DM, hereinafter referred to as dem, has a peculiar system. Have. That is, it is a deposit, gong tuo, system. For example, when you make a transaction, you do not give money or items right away, and you place a reservation remittance in a third space so that it is paid when the target of the transaction meets certain conditions. It's kind of a safe deal. When a deposit is bad, the person who gives the money and the person who receives the money will pay the money. I can't give it. If the recipient of the money does not meet the conditions of the giver, the money is returned to the original owner's inventory. If the person receiving the money satisfies the conditions of the person giving the money, then it is a system for smooth transactions. The third space where deposits are stored belongs to anyone's inventory. It is not a space and is protected by absolute laws, so you never have to worry about being robbed. Tiring. The deceased, you opened a deposit account. Condition, defeat the crying angel. When I opened the account, the 6 survivors seemed to be worried. They will be weighing now. Will I just log out of the boss room and suffer from all kinds of debuffs? Or will you just die neatly once and get a death penalty? Or will you pay money and hunt down that unprecedented boss with me? If you defeat the boss anyway, the reward is divided. Udahi thought. First of all, as long as the name is a party, the boss. When is killed, you have the right to distribute the item. That's not all. If you upload a video that catches the boss to the community, you can expect view revenue, sponsorship revenue, and advertising revenue. If you give up the raid in the middle, the recorded video will be automatically discarded, so you should avoid giving up the raid unconditionally. The video I've taken so far becomes a waste. Finally, Udahi made a decision. I will. Survival cost. Then the others groaned all at once. Rather than killing or giving up a raid, it seems that he decided that it would be better to do the rear. It can be said that it is a wise judgment in its own way. Okay, I thought it well. 100 million gold means 6 people, so per person is 14 million. Let's use my heart and try to calculate Pumpai in bread. The belt ring. Before that, money started to flow into the deposit account I opened. The deceased, you opened a deposit account. Conditions for remittance. Defeat a crying angel. Udai has deposited 200 million gold. Gold Rain has deposited 100 million gold. Silver Rain has deposited 100 million gold. Bronze Rain has deposited 100 million gold. Jang Taek has deposited 100 million gold. Investment Trust has deposited 100 million gold. OMG. I swallowed a breeze inside. 700 million gold. It is a huge amount of almost 80 million won in real money. I was told to put out only 100 million in total, and everyone put out 100 million per person. Such a cool deal. I really want to clear quite a bit. This dungeon. Their desire for pioneers is felt from the sum. Hagi, it's a waste if you die now or get a penalty. I started playing as a leader in the early part of the game, but I'm sure that all of the latecomers will catch up. Humans can do anything. Maintain the sweet benefits you are enjoying now. To do it. Hey, because I have this tenacity, I guess I've come this far, right? There is a reason to go well in the future. If it were me, I would have just died once. I once again confirmed the tenacity of the top-tier rankers. Indeed, those who belong to the top 0.01% have a different mindset. You have to see and learn these things. Besides, I looked at the deposit account. Udai has deposited 200 million gold. Udahi deposited 200 million gold up to Yuchong's share. Your tenacity is great, but you're feeling a little bit upset? Well, but that's not what I know. I smiled and turned off the deposit status window. Then he turned his head and looked at the last 6. The reward that came out of catching the crying angel was taken care of. I won't touch it. Everyone who heard me opened their eyes wide open. They obviously saw when it came this far. All, treating my countless falling C+ class items as Japtum. However, the crying angel is a B+ class boss monster. It must be the world's first clear, so items that fall will also receive grade correction. Then it is a story that B+ class items will fall with a very high probability. The same thoughts passed through everyone's heads. Jackpot. The highest grade item released at this point is a C+ grade item. By the way, is the B+ class item released in this yard? If you can get it, you can go a long way ahead. Who did that? There are many geniuses in the world, but there is only one peak. If you can get only B+ grade items, you will be able to stand at the top tier of the top tier, literally peak. Everyone thought so. Even the calm commitment is agitated. But it was an uneasy expression that only one person couldn't. Abandoning B+ grade items? What the hell is it? Udahi. Only she was chewing her thumbnails with an impatient expression. How good the hell is that child give up on the B+ class item because he has a good item? She looked at me and looked confused. Indeed, she is a woman with good eyes. It seemed to me that I was vaguely guessing that I had something much better than a B+ class item. However, she won't know. Oh, I came out holding a crying angel. It wasn't just words that I was told to take items at will. Everyone has their own reasons. However, there is no duty or loyalty to explain to them. I made a deposit and they accepted it. That's the only deal. A raid with an additional reward of 700 million gold. It was a very good opportunity. I had the 6 survivors stare at an angel crying far away from the back. And I myself stood in front of the crying angel. When I send a signal, take your eyes off the crying angel. The 6 survivors who heard me nodded. Yet, I took an item I had prepared for a long time from my inventory. Defense of Bronze Shield of Ancient Civilization. Sphere/C+. An ancient shield made in a very old way. It is too old and has little defense. The user's face is visible as it is smooth. Defense +10. Special. A bronze shield that is soft enough to look like a mirror. Although the options are awful, I've heard this one. Since the cut is a one-handed weapon, there are no restrictions on holding the shield in the other hand. Soon, I see a crying angel reflected on the inside of the shield in my sight, looking away. Put your eyes. Let me open my mouth. 6 survivors move their gaze to the floor at once. Simultaneous language. The figure of an angel reflected on the bronze shield began to move. Wake. The crying angel took away both hands that were covering his face. Open eyes, rubbed gums, sharp teeth. The man's face that was grossly distorted. Only then is it clearly revealed in my sight. Will be. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 27. Previous talk next. Chapter 28. Survival cost 3. Gaiahaha. An unpleasant scream coming up from the depths of my throat. Fear, peculiar to a crying angel, was activated. This cry causes the listener's instinctive terror. It raises. Of course, for me, it's just an appetite howling. Crying Angel Level 1, B+, / characteristics. Rock, seed of interest. That annoying characteristic of the seed of interest. When looking, it does not move in an indestructible state, and when not looking, it approaches with tremendous speed and attack power. The difficulty of this monster is set to 5 stars because of that difficult passive skill that cannot be seen or not. In the end, in order to hunt him, he has no choice but to catch him without seeing. Even if the pattern is completely analyzed, if it comes with reflexes or sebum curls, it will inevitably be allowed to suffer from cold strokes. If that happens, you'll get a one-turn kill by its terrifying attack power. It is a monster that is really difficult to attack in many ways. Well, to the last, I stand in the shoes of newbies. But now it's my lunch. I was watching the Crying Angel approaching. However, despite being shown to me, the Crying Angel is approaching with its ugly face exposed. The reason was thanks to this item. Bronze Shield of Ancient Civilization Armor /C+. An ancient shield made in a very old way. It is too old and has little defense. The user's face is visible as it is smooth. Defense +10. Special. Although I didn't write a separate emotion scroll, I already know what that hidden option is about. Hidden option. Gaze treatment. Special, you can't feel your gaze through this shield. View range +10%. It's really a simple feature of gaze treatment. In battle, you can see through this shield 10% further. The problem is that looking indirectly through this shield is not perceived as a gaze. In other words, if I use this shield like a mirror and look into the front, the Crying Angel cannot feel my gaze. Therefore, it does not hide the identity and reveals the way he saw. Well, the shield option is copper, so you won't be using it much. In fact, the shield's defense is so wasteful that it is of little use except when dealing with monsters with the seed of interest. In a word, it can be said that it is a counter item only for the seed of interest characteristic. Gang. I bowed my head to avoid the handsaw swinging by the Crying Angel. When I look at the shield with my head down, I see the eyes, the only damage point of the Crying Angel. There is only darkness in the eyelids that have been hollowed out without eyeballs. Since damage can only be done through that part, the Crying Angel always covers his eyes with his own hands. Poop. I swung my arms like willow branches. The flurry that was cut off. My hidden piece stuck in one of the Crying Angel's eyes. Jaiwa. The Crying Angel began to rave like crazy. However, there was no problem with avoiding it because the figure was also reflected through the bronze shield as it was. Let's see. How did you catch this guy 10 years ago? Maybe the attack pattern was Arvbolfkrvdolverfull. Attack pattern Arvbolfkrvdolverfull. What? Wasn't Han Yunki pressed incorrectly? No. This is a Crying Angel's attack pattern. At first glance, it may seem complicated, but in fact, it is not that great. And one are abbreviations for right and left. It means left-handed scratching and right-handed scratching. That is, flat hitting. V is violence. To fall into a wide state. O is the abdomen. Attack of ivory thorns protruding from the abdomen. B is for breath. To exhale a poisonous breath from your mouth. C crumble. To hug the enemy in front with both arms and crush it. D is for draw. Using telekinetic power to attract opponents. E is embalmment. Sucking in the HP of the opponent that touched the hand. F is for follow. Getting to the nearest person in no time. Further detailed description will be omitted. Anyway, Arvbolfkrvdolverfull refers to the sequence of the Crying Angel's attack pattern. Pew. As expected, he attacked with a pointed ivory taken out of the ship. The direction is, well, maybe it was the front. I bowed my head and avoided it. The gap widened quite leisurely. Then he pulled Pierre out of his body to see if he was angry. It has entered a state of berserk. In that state, right dashed. I avoided the attack of the Crying Angel's nails by twisting only the waist, and the poison that will lead to the next. Avoiding his breath, he crawled tightly under his groin. Sharpen poked his chin and went in. The Crying Angel screamed and stopped, but that did not stop the attack. Again, the nails fly from the left. I like to reverse the waist. I avoided it. Spock. Several strands of hair cut off the nails and scatter. Goosebumps on the crown. No matter how much you look in the mirror, his speed is really fast. 1 room, 2 rooms. I don't know how long I can withstand. Warwick. The moment I fell in thought, a Crying Angel tried to hug me. If caught there, 100% die. I rolled back without delay and avoided the angel's embrace. Then, it was seen that the berserked Crying Angel was preparing for the next attack. Whoa, okay. It reached out with both hands toward me and began to memorize strange spells. Telekinesis. It is a technique that attracts distant enemies near you. How many rankers were killed by that grotesque pattern? But I have a countermeasure. Open your eyes. Let me shout. Eyes in the corner of the room. The 6 survivors who were lying down raised their heads at once. Jiak. As his eyes focused on the crying angel, he returned to the normal stone statue, as if when he had moved. Good. Lying on the floor, I nodded with a satisfied expression. The crying angel has a habit of repeating the pattern from the beginning again when the gaze is concentrated when it reaches step D of the Arvbolvkurvdolverful pattern. If its seal is released again, the crying angel will repeat the attack from again. In other words, I don't have to fight patterns such as telekinesis, HP absorption, and teleportation. However, just before step D, when rolling the ground, you cannot see it momentarily. Well, it's taking the gaze of others for a while. It may seem easy to listen to it this way, but it is no easy task to set the subtle timing when step D is just beginning. This is just me. Now, everyone, please close your eyes again. Let me wave my hand kindly. The 6 survivors bow their heads with a shaky expression. Within. The crying angel began to move again. Puck one puck, puck. I kept shaking the eyes of the crying angel. Despite the movements they did 10 years ago, they are tightly wrapped around their hands. In previous years, I caught B+ class monsters by myself. It wasn't dead yet. Wow. I rolled back again, avoiding the embrace of the crying angel. No, it was about to roll. But, I stopped rolling backwards. The crying angel tried to give a hug and returned to the stone statue in a hurry. I turned my head around with an unpleasant expression. Flinch. There was a guy who caught my attention and was hot. Matigang, the trustee. He was looking this way, even though I didn't even order it. Oh, I almost got it, but what are you doing now? I just missed it because of you. You know. The face of Matthew River, who heard the criticism from me, turned red. Can't you even see it? Runko. Even if you don't see what you're thinking, you can see it. The first B+ class monster in my life. And I saw a master fighting against it, and you'll miss it. You'll want to look crazy. However, the crying angel immediately returns to the stone statue. It is impossible to glimpse. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I want to see. Oh, I really want to see you crazy. The thoughts of all 6 survivors were the same. They are all very passionate about games. But if you peek a little, the crying angel turns into a stone. Not only that, it is also impossible to know what other words that man, who is called the deceased, will scratch the inside with sarcasm. If you're curious about how to catch it, and you get a glimpse of it, the crying angel is made of stone without fail. You can only see humans kicking their tongues towards this side. Are you sure you just interfere with the raid? The dissatisfaction of the 6 people is growing. Anyway, what if you see an angel crying and close your eyes? Jurchi's movement will also be twisted, and eventually the crying angel will be allowed a shot. I think it's naked, so my defenses are going to go down. See it once. Is it? Before long, Yudahi was the first to have a strong heart. The moment she is about to open one eye. Tiring. The world's first crying angel ray. You have succeeded in drawing. There was a loud guide sound in everyone's ears. Eventually, the crying angel fell. Oh. Everyone cheered. Then he turned his head and looked at the crying angel. Chijik. The crying angel was slowly splitting into 2 pieces. The ivory body is cracked, and debris falls off the head. Maybe it's powdery than me. At the same time. Tiring. Defeat the crying angel January 1st. The deposit is paid. Deposit conditions were satisfied. 100 million won each from everyone's account. It goes out. Yudahi is especially 200 million. Thank you. I tried to wink at the survivors. 700 million. Is this going to be the balance of the bank book again? Then, what is this? Why aren't there any rewards? Yudahi complained loudly. Yes, I caught a crying angel, but the raid reward didn't fall. The world's first message was even popped up, but there was no special privilege. What is this situation? When everyone is in confusion, a terrifying message rang once again in the hall. Tiring. The crying angel screams. The private body sealed inside the statue wakes up. The gene boss of the back world, monster, opened his eyes. At the same time, blah. The crying angel statue split into 2 pieces. Then, I saw something like a black aura boils in it. Well, that. 6 survivors stepped back, stunned. However, their gaze was firmly fixed on the dark energy from the crying angel. The crying angel was a being who could not do anything when people's eyes were on it. So it would be the same if something else awakens in the crying angel. Once you keep it from moving, you can plan the next time again. They thought so. So I was staring at the crying angels every step of the way, without blinking an eye. However, Only I was turning away from the crying angel with my eyes closed. And soon the thought body, liberated from the crying angel, sparkled his eyes at all who survived. Medusa Grade A. I finally woke up. The true owner of this dungeon. Worn and Worn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 28. Previous talk next. Chapter 29. I hold it with my eyes closed. 1. Medusa, class, A/traits, darkness, snake, summon, mana burn. Habitat, secret puppet meeting, floating island, rotting and burning land. Yi size, 2M. This monster, which has been handed down only as a ghost story in the sea, has long been denied its existence by a pagoda. This is because just acknowledging her existence denies the perfection of magic that has been handed down for thousands of years. Excerpt from Sugi, Chujik, of Whores, an intermediate devil. Finally, the real owner of the dungeon revealed himself. A being who rules all the clowns of the secret puppet meeting behind the blackout. Medusa, the serpent empress, who was sealed inside the body of a crying angel. She opened her eyes. Flashed. Through the head of a wriggling snake, Medusa brightened his red eyes. Eyeballs that look like blood dripping right away. The light emanating from those eyeballs turns the whole room red. And, 6 survivors who survived from the crying angel vomited at once. Strange sounds coming from all over the body. The body does not move. When the blood does not pass, the sense of becoming unfamiliar with the body as if it were someone else's. That eerie sensation was burning more and more from the tips of my toes and fingers. Petrification. Yes, they are turning to stone now. What is this? Why is this happening? Yudahi moved with fear. However, the legs have already turned into stone, so I can't move in less than half a step. I laughed as I looked at it. The existence that comes to mind when thinking of Medusa is obvious. A monster from Greek mythology. It is said to have a name meaning queen. Each hair is made of a snake, and its face is so ugly that it is said that the viewer turns into a stone. Yes, the Medusa in front of me is a monster created with a motif from a mythical being. And the characteristic of Medusa, mana burn, BNIRN, means petrification. When she faces her gaze, the mana in her body gradually hardens like a stone. In the worldview of Deus Ex Machina, there are extremely few monsters with the mana burn characteristic. Will it be 3 at most? This trait, which can only be used by a few high-ranking monsters of at least A grade or higher, exhibits various manifestations for each monster. In addition to making the opponent's mana into stone, burning, freezing, and even making gold are all mana burn traits. And among them, Medusa's petrification ability is famous enough to be a symbol of the mana burn trait. Because of this, in the quite distant future, Medusa will be considered a natural enemy of sorcerer players. Not only does a fair amount of magic work for Medusa, it is also because it is too easy to stab a counterattack by the mana-burning trait. Maybe Medusa's nickname was Mage Killer for the past 10 years. Of course, I wasn't turning away because I was closing my eyes when Medusa first appeared. The time has finally come to break this quest. I nodded with a happy expression. The quest he received from the hidden NPC Pygmalion on the floating island came to mind. Hidden quest Pygmalion's hate. Crying Angel Destruction IO reward dash. Hidden quest Pygmalion's Middleoquist. Medusa treatment 0/D new compensation dash. The original quest was to destroy the crying angel and take the piece as a token. However, due to the current situation, one more hidden quest has been increased. A chain quest linked to the first quest. That's the final boss, Medusa hunting. In the end, to completely destroy the crying angel, you have to catch Medusa. This is because Medusa is the one who dwells in an ordinary angel statue and created a monster called Crying Angel and turned even Pygmalion into stone. In fact, it can be said that this Medusa is the reason why the Crying Angel's attack difficulty is. Before evolution into Medusa, the strategy of a Crying Angel was relatively simple. It keeps looking at me and catching it. At least as long as you're staring, it's not threatening. However, once she transforms into Medusa, her words change 180 degrees. You shouldn't see it anymore. If you meet your gaze, it immediately turns into a stone. How many high-ranking rankers have had to lose their lives in reversing this pattern? Probably, thousands of units will easily pass globally. Bronze Shield of the Ancient Civilization Armor, /C+. An ancient shield made in a very old way. It is too old and has little defense. The user's face is visible as it is smooth. Defense +10. Dash. Special. A bronze rune that negates the gaze. It is true that without a hand, it is difficult to even try a raid. All of the rankers who did not know the existence of this special option turned into stones with tears of passing through. Now here, these 6 survivors who survived the crying angel were also in such a state. What? It was safe to see before. Is it safe to not see it anymore? Where's the pattern flipped so suddenly? Sharp protests are raging everywhere. Even right now, I'm going to revolt and attack me. But it's okay, because they have already turned to half stone. Hey, I'm a freak bitch. He, who was unable to move because of her stiff body, shouted. Why? When I asked, He spit out all sorts of curse at me with a dazzling face. You bitch, you will fuck this XX. You knew XX. I didn't tell you. This is XXXX. Once upon a time, the girl I knew was very kind and gentle, but it was all just cotton. I feel depressed all of a sudden because it was a masterpiece to rip off the items from me. The snout is still less stone. I reached out and grabbed Yudihi's lips and shook it up and down once. Slow this sh. Yudihi, who was talking about town with her lips held in place, was soon unable to curse her. It is because the lower jaw has turned into stone. I soon removed my hand from her body, which had been completely grayed out. Maybe this place, the dungeon of the puppets, was a very suitable place for her in the end. It is quite suitable as a grave for an actor wearing a mask. Meanwhile, Yunbai Li, one of the sisters in Gyeomyeon-dong, she was sighing. You're totally struck by that pervert's hand. She looked at her sister and younger brother who had turned into stones and sighed. She, too, has undergone quite a bit of petrification. There is no way beyond Medusa's mana burn. It will surely turn into a stone in the near future. All the recorded videos taken so far will also be blown away. Only 100 million gold, which I had bet as a deposit money, was blown away and only acted as a meat shield, and then I died. I remembered your face. Yunbai Li opened her mouth with a lively voice towards me. I just shrugged at her. It's all like the original game, where it gets eaten when weak. She just tried to get the sweet fruit easily and was taken advantage of by me. That's just it. It doesn't mean that I have the will to take care of my work to tell me not to look in Medusa's eyes. Besides, isn't it the woman who thought of killing me with Daguri, who was quietly an acre in the first place? There is not much guilt in this situation. I wish you learned something. Sister Gyeomyeon-dong took this opportunity. I turned my head hoping to grow a little more through it. If it's deception, it can be deception, but in the first place, where do you see A-class monsters from a distance? In these days, information and experiences are like money. Even for them, it won't be without achievements. Moreover, since I knew the location of the hidden dungeon, there was a business that remained. Well, knowing the location doesn't mean you can get it. I shrugged. Now then, shall we play with Medusa's sister? He prepares to add Dill to Medusa. Medusa stands still and tours the room for about 30 seconds after being zen. I just do it. Of course, the mana-burning trait persists, so it's natural that it's absolutely impossible to make eye contact with her. However, for me, who knows all of Medusa's attack patterns, isn't this the perfect chance now? Now is the only chance to put in a big deal. There will be no moment when Medusa is still in the future. Dalgrak. I tilted the bronze shield attached to my left forearm at an angle. Go. You can see the Medusa spewing black energy from the whole body at an angle. Of course, my gaze is invalidated, so I do not turn into stone. This item is perfect for feeding counters to the characteristics of the crying angel seed of interest and Medusa's mana burn. With this bronze shield, when I'm about to start a solo raid in earnest. Shoo! A stream of wind blowing in my ears. The instinct of the dead water shouts. This is dangerous. I turned my head reflexively and bowed my back. Spock. It's narrowly grazed on the top of the head. Outgoing shockwave. Quackwang. A stone pillar behind me collapsed. I looked to the side with amazed eyes. At this point, there would be no one who could attack me except for Medusa. However, things in the world don't always go the way they want. Even I, who has a clear view of the future 15 years ahead, something unexpected has happened. Audacity, Doug's son Matthew. 15 years later, Korea ranking first, Asia ranking first, human race official ranking 1. A hero who will shine above, no shine. He didn't even care about Medusa, and he was only fixing his gaze to me. Yet, Tushin opened his mouth and threw a short line. Let's stick. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 29. Previous talk next. Chapter 30. I hold it with my eyes closed too. Madagang, the god of death. 15 years later, the hero who will shine at the top of the Korean ranking, the top in the Asian ranking, and the top in the human race official ranking. Surprisingly, he did not receive the mana burn effect. Rather than becoming a stone, they are staring at me with a body full of vitality, as if they are about to explode right now. He spoke briefly to me. Let's stick. Moment. Creepy. A creepy strand climbed up the nape of his neck and set his hair straight up. Let's stick. This is a post-fire ambassador that will ignite the hearts of many gamers 15 years later. Wasn't it the same comment as a symbol of commitment? When he kneels down the great king of darkness alone. When you defeated the Balor giraffe. When he defeated the demon commander and brought him down. When tore apart a giant monster called the strongest underground species. In the face of any adverse situation and reckless challenge. The investment wasn't frustrating. I didn't even back off. I only spit out a word. Let's stick. I trembled with a new emotion. I'm sure you'll hear the famous words of audacity again. Say it to me too. Probably future gamers would have envied me crazy if they knew this. But now, 15 years ago than I originally lived. No, it's not the past. Now is now. Anyway, who can understand my feelings right now? Maybe no one understands me now. Even Investment Shin himself. However, today's commitment is still only a young chick. Let's stay calm. I calmed my trembling heart and grasped the current situation with a cold gaze. Why didn't audacity become a stone? If you think about it a little, the reason is simple. You mean you closed your eyes after me? While everyone is frightened, greedy, and wondered by the appearance of a new boss. Tushiman was benchmarking me thoroughly. With the advent of Medusa, I snow. He also followed me and closed his eyes and avoided Medusa's gaze. When everyone was sold in one place, the gaze that knew how to step back and see the whole thing, that was in the two gods. He is truly an absolute person who has enjoyed an era. And now, he heard a rebellion against me. As if he wasn't going to be deprived of me anymore, he began to force his own pace on me. It's also very fierce, in a traditional way of fighting God. Qua. Audacity kicked his feet and ran to me. His two fists cross each other by half a beat, filling the space far away. It's amazingly fast. Qua 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 quong slash. The pillars and walls that touch the fist are crushed like a sundebu. The shattered debris was broken again and again, and became a dense stone powder. However, the attack from Tushin comes in like a tide. Never stopping. Continue. Continue. Drive until you reach the goal. The trajectories of numerous strikes were fluttering like a storm, up and down, left and right. I continued to retreat using the option to increase movement speed of Akahoni's feet. The speed is also speed, but the aggression is inevitably surprising. How can you play the game for the same time and be so strong on your own? At this level, you can do solo raids for quite a few C+ class monsters. Quite a monster. It seems to be seeing a demon born to fight. I can't. I frowned and stepped back. However, Tushin has been pursuing me closely by making fun of my feet right away. Matigang's job is a martial artist. Among them, it is a winding type that mainly uses fists. No one can get out of my combo. You're done. The investment that narrowed the distance seems to be convinced of victory. I didn't have a petty defensive vehicle. But, bung, I avoided all the swinging fists of the audacity by a piece of paper. In spite of narrowing the distance, Investment seemed to have been shocked by the fact that despite the numerous attacks, he couldn't hit me with a single hit. But that's obvious in some way. Let's see. What was the item tree of the investment at this time? Maybe it was Wanderer's Gauntlets, two-handed weapon, purple victory helmet, Gambler's quick steps, shoes, and shaved rock armor. The 15-year skill level can be set aside for a while. I was once a big fan of Matigang, the investment god. I was the one who was more enthusiastic than anyone else when he beat many strong players and rose to the top of the Korean rankings. At that time, how much did you cheer him up, calling him older than me? Later, he went beyond his brother and called him God. I haven't been to church as a child. Tushins play the nights of crying, laughing, trembling, and crying at every step of the way, like a panorama, pass through your mind. Right middle kick following the left hook, and a single turn. Spilling jab straight. Wow, it's been a long time since this. In my head, the physical of the heyday of investment is perfectly reproduced. The combo that I followed and repeated countless times. Yes, how do you forget this? Puffer puck. I avoided all the fists and kicks of the Tushin and spilled them again. Compared to its heyday, it was insignificant, but thanks to various patches, it became a trend. Still, the initial skill combination of audacity. Then fighting comb. Meanwhile, the trustee, Matthew Kong, opened his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe it. This naked pervert in front of you is skillfully attacked, as if you have had hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of times with yourself. No matter how much you hit it, it doesn't reach you because it doesn't have a shape. As if he knew how to hit the place in advance, he avoided everything and spilled everything. Even. Puck. Oh, this is it. Good. A little more. Deeply. Quack. Okay. This is it. Response. Kaya, it's this taste. Whenever he is hit by a attack, he spits out weird exclamation from his mouth. It's like a complex mixture of admiration and excellence, joy and excitement, and anyway, a bad expression. The more you get attacked, the more you like the naked guy. The more he fights, the more he feels unpleasant. There is plenty of room. Is this? What the hell are you? Tushin clenched both fists tightly. Second of all, such as perverts, no attacks hit. It feels like you are dealing with a huge mountain or a huge jellyfish. I've never fought against an opponent who feels like this. An emotion that I have never felt even in reality. Then, now, shall we finish it? Only here to sell memories. I really don't have time now. At what I said, audacity flickers. At the same time, Pappet. I ran forward with the sharpener in my hand. Hat. The investment moment stopped in place. An all-piercing in the front. Tushin quickly leaned his head back and tried to avoid it. However, chin underscore. I quickly turned the trajectory of the cut down. The lower body was poor at this time of commitment, right? It will be about a year later that Madakong will become a top-tier ranker, and before that time, Audacity had a fatal shortcoming. Boxing. Matthew was from a boxer who made a name for himself even in reality. He was called a genius and sought his own victory, but one day he was hit by the other side and fell down and retired as it was. It was due to the glass chin, a unique weakness. Is it because of that? Tushin tended to overreact to incoming attacks aimed at his chin from the front. Also, due to the nature of the boxer, it was relatively awkward to defend against attacks using the lower body. Fit. In the end, my scabbard touched the chin of the Tushin slightly. But the real goal wasn't there. Plenty. All defenses were thrown into the chin, and I turned the track of the awl and made an awl hole in his thigh. And that's it. Once the damage was entered, the game was over. Ugh. Tushin felt blood draining from his whole body like an ebb tide. Damage. I wasn't addicted to poison, but my HP keeps running out. What did you do to me? I asked myself in embarrassment, but I have no specific reason to tell it. Cut. The flurry that was cut off. A weapon that is used to torment an opponent who has entered an attack once, until death. I said goodbye with respect to Tushin, who showed me his brilliant play. Now it's my turn to go ahead. Beyond his shadow, to a further place. Goodbye, comma. It's over because you've been cut off. I gave a final greeting to Tushin. The very moment when I swing my awl. Per folk. Matigang, the trustee. He just didn't get hit. Mate. In exchange for giving a heart to my awl, Avatar hit my left arm. Will be. But I can't get my HP to 0 with just one kick. My level is a whopping 32. Useless moment. I saw the expression of Audacity. He was laughing. And I soon realized where the Toshin's laughter originated. Chingang. An item that negates the gaze of the bronze shield attached to my left arm. That's what has been broken by the kick of Audacity right now. He seems to have noticed that I have caught a crying angel on a bronze shield. And in the future, Medusa will also try to hunt in the same way. The monsters that I can't catch are, I can't catch anyone. Tushin uttered the last line of trouble. It was a really frantic word, but somehow my head nodded. In fact, he was the first person to take Medusa as a solo raid in the future. Because there is no shield, you will have to give up the raid too. Let's see, I got that bronze shield too. Before you I'm going to catch Medusa. A commitment to staggering when HP reached its limit. It is a dignity reminiscent of a mountain gun, standing tall despite numerous wounds. To such a great being, a hero of an era. I open my mouth with awe and love. What can I do? Can I hold it with my eyes closed? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 30. Previous talk next. Chapter 31. I hold it with my eyes closed 3. The bronze shield, which served as a mirror, was eventually smashed. Because there is no shield, you will have to give up the raid too. Let's see. I also got that bronze shield. Before you I will catch Medusa. The evil spirit of the Audacity was evident. The attitude that I can do anything to hinder my Medusa raid. However, how can I hold it with my eyes closed? I responded so calmly. Tushin made a grim look. What bullshit are you talking about? How to close your eyes on an A-class monster. The magnificent appearance just before has nowhere to go. It's just a startled little kid here. But he's already done. I did not give an answer to the dying investment god. I just laughed and left a word. Look at the YouTube view video later. What do you need to say? If I grab Medusa and post that strategy on my YouTube channel, everything will be clear. Shaking. Tushin began to tremble with anger, doubt, and confusion. Is it real? Oh, no way. Your opponent is a Class A monster? But, didn't you easily get rid of the crying angel who seemed to be impossible to attack? Then maybe. Really? The complex mind is revealed through the eyes as it is. You this gum. He just opened his mouth and tried to shout something. That was the last. Avatar's HP became 0. Thump. A hero who enjoyed the times I lived in. He knelt shabbily. In the past life, in a form that I have never seen before. Sutsutsu. The time the body is completely decomposed and disappears is 24 hours. I turned my back on the body of Audacity, which was gradually fading. Medusa is the one holding on to the rice cakes there. The true boss of this dungeon. With a black aura rising from her whole body, she rolls her red eyeballs towards me. Medusa, level, A/traits, darkness, poison, summon, mana burn. Habitat, secret puppet meeting. Size, 2M. This monster, which has been handed down only as a ghost story, has been denied its existence for a long time by the tower. I came. This is because just acknowledging her existence denies the perfection of the magic that has been handed down for thousands of years. Excerpt from Intermediate Demon Whores Sugi, Chujeep. A terrifying mana burn trait that turns everything that meets your eyes into stone. But it doesn't apply to me. It's work. Because I've been closing my eyes from before. What's the pattern of Medusa? With my eyes closed, I analyzed Medusa's attack patterns. First of all, it can be divided into 4. The pattern is relatively easier than when the Crying Angel was. 1. Hellfire Lava. Active. Medusa opens the portal of the 7th Demon King and borrows the hot flames from the depths of hell. Flames also burn water and stones. 2. Hell's Frost. Active. Medusa opens the portal of the 7th Demon King to borrow cold frost feet from the depths of hell. Frostbite freezes fire and lightning. 3. Summon Jormungand. Active. Medusa summons the large serpent Jormungand. Jormungand ignores all magic damage. 4. Mana burn, passive. Everyone has mana in their body, even a little. Medusa turns mana flowing in a person's body into stones. 3 active skills and 1 passive skill. If you're careful with these things, there's nothing much like Medusa. Of course, there is a premise that you have to move with your eyes closed. Medusa's attack difficulty is still. I stood in front of Medusa in a state of super tension. When I close my eyes, I can hear the surrounding sound more and more. Medusa's first attack was random. There is a 33% chance of not knowing what will happen. Exciting, 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 exciting. It was the first time I thought my heartbeat was so loud and irritating. I focused on the subtle sounds I heard between the loud noises in my body. What? Except for the 4th passive, which of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd actives will come? When I was focusing all my nerves on my ears with my eyes closed. Pajijic. I heard a familiar sound. Quickly. Sounds like popping poops at once, grinding teeth, biting ice in a cup of coffee, and chewing. If you think about it, it will be the latter of the 3. I quickly stepped back, while jumping as high as possible. Blah blah blah. My prediction was correct. Until it jumped, the floor was just solid limestone. But when I jumped up and stepped on my feet, the floor was cold and covered with fleet, sharp frost. 2. Hell's Frost. Active. Medusa opens the 7th Demon King's Chi-1 gate. To borrow. Frost feet freeze even dogs only once. Medusa has attacked with pattern 2. If it was a fire that flew in the first place, you would have to lie flat on the floor, and if it was ice, you would have to jump up. Of the 2, ice is the easiest to avoid. I was lucky. Bang. I rolled the floor vigorously using Akaoni's footskin. Kuda. An earthquake broke out and broke the frozen frost on the floor. Because it was a C+, class item skill, the damage could not reach Medusa, but at least there was enough space for me to tread. Kuriak. To me with my eyes closed, the sewer. There was a sound as if water was being sucked in. At the same time, my face is getting hot. I quickly laid on the floor. 1. A flame storm emanating from Medusa's palms turned the entire front into a sea of fire. Of course I threw on the floor and avoided all the baptism of fire. It's this time. I climbed the floor through the frost that was shattered by the earthquake. Low crawl. Since I closed my eyes, I had to guess the direction only from the scenes I saw when Medusa was first in. Look, at this time, the distance you had to crawl was about 12 meters, right? Following the strategy I've seen countless times in the past, I proceeded slowly calculating the distance. Yet, it turned out that the whole world became a sea of fire, and the radius of Medusa standing 2 meters was a quiet zone. Who said it was dark under the lamp? That's just right for the situation right now. I held the reciprocal and stretched out vigorously in the direction I suspected of having Medusa's legs. Pew! The feeling of breaking through hard scales and scattering all the soft flesh inside. I couldn't see it because I closed my eyes, but I felt it. The peach bone of Medusa's left leg was cut off. Ooh! Medusa screamed and stepped back. However, the countdown of death has already begun. In the next 2 hours, 46 minutes and 40 seconds. She dies. Was he smelling the crisis in front of him? Medusa began drawing intricate magic circles in the air after collecting hellfire and frost. I could notice the feeling even if I didn't see it. I saw that the attack didn't come, so next is the summoning meta. I quickly stepped back. Just as expected, Medusa began to use one of his traits, the summoning ability. Quakwang slash. The entire dungeon began to be filled with an unfamiliar sense of coercion. Oh! The roar of a huge monster began to shake the entire space. Jormungand, class, B/characteristics. Battle veteran, poison immunity, magic immunity. Habitat, secret puppet meeting, giant in-law, and confession. Size, 15 m. The snake that occupies the tip of the myth. The scales that are tightly covered with no gaps are immune to all poison and magic damage. Incredibly large monsters exist. It seems that the dungeon is full just by doing it. But there is nothing to be frustrated with. He's a minion at best, and his rank is only B. The attack pattern is also too easy. I laughed and fluttered. If ordinary players saw it, I would have been very surprised by my behavior of treating B-class monsters as mischief. There is no one to be surprised because there is no one else here besides me. Well, if you post the strategy video on YouTube view later, it would be nice to react. It is good to see how those who have already seen my strategy video will react. Probably, all the internet communities that exist in Korea will be overturned. But it's a future thing that hasn't come yet. What matters is always the present. Even at this moment, Medusa's gaze filled the entire space, so there was no room to be vigilant. I stepped on, paying attention to whether I might even open my eyes. As you close your eyes and focus your nerves on your ears, you can feel a huge flow of energy from the front. Whip the upper right tail. Quakwang. Sweep the lower left fan range. Goo goo goo. The head dive into the player position. Quakwang. I avoided all the tails Jormungand wielded with a single car. The body of a huge monster passing by the tip of the front hair and nose. This is really an end fight. Every time I shake my body. Puck gee puck, woo duck. Jormungand's body has an all. It shows tremendous resistance to magic damage, but is poorly vulnerable to physical damage. At first glance, because of his huge body, he will throw magic from a distance rather than approaching him, but in doing so, he tends to annihilate with only wasting potions. Rather, this guy should stick close like this and pull it out to catch it quickly. It's relatively easy to get by with just 2 tanks or just 1 dealer. Puffer puck. Let's keep picking and stabbing with my cuttings. Thump. Jormungand soon laid the enormous body on the floor. Ka-ah. Medusa seems to be furious at the fact that the serpent he summoned has died. Flashed. Her eyes, turning players into stone, have become even stronger. It's of no use to me with my eyes closed in the first place. I'm grateful that if I run out of anger, I only tell you the location. Kuraruk, slash. Don't fall out. I have endured several flame storms and frost baptisms since then. Then, Pujik. Smashing the frost on the floor, Medusa rushes straight to me. I did it. It is a dive that monsters with poison properties usually do when HP reaches the limit, and a rushing machine that rushes to poison the surrounding area while wearing a terrible poison all over the body. For newbies, it would be really fainting, but it wasn't very new to me. But the reaction is fast, and God, there was a need to be serious. Originally, it would have accumulated damage by rolling over the floor to avoid it, and then putting in a dilemma from the earthquake. Good. Let's stick. I bit my teeth with my eyes closed. In fact, there was a separate countermeasure when a poison dive came out due to Medusa's attack pattern. The last is treated with the original bronze shield. I was thinking of doing it. This is because Medusa's mana burn can be reflected. Even in the myth, Medusa, who saw herself reflected in the mirror, does not turn into a stone. Therefore, if you hold the bronze shield upside down to illuminate Medusa himself, the mana burning trait will cast petrification magic on Medusa himself. Once the mana burn has been entered, Medusa, whose HP has reached its limit, is tied to that mana. That's the second time. It's a big deal point. However, 2 bronze shields were thrown away by the Avatar God. I am in a situation where there is no other item that will give a decisive blow to Medusa. No, there was one. In that short moment, I opened my inventory and grabbed the items in my hand. Bronze Sword of Ancient Civilization, one-handed weapon, /C+. An ancient one-handed sword made in a very old way. It is too old and has little attack power. The user's face is seen shining smoothly. Attack power +80. Dash. Special. A bronze sword obtained by grabbing the nameless queen. It faces Medusa head-on in place of the broken bronze shield. Everything according to plan. The moment has come when the hidden option of this item will show its true value. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 31. Previous talk next. Chapter 32. I hold it with my eyes closed for. Bronze sword of ancient civilization, one-handed weapon, /C+. An ancient one-handed sword made in a very old way. It is too old and has little attack power. The user's face can be seen through smoothly. Attack power plus 80. Special. A bronze sword obtained by grabbing the nameless queen. I confronted Medusa while holding it tight. Hidden special options for this item. Only I know what the options are. Why bronze mineral /D? It is not used well because it is soft and weak, but it shows very strong resistance to reptiles and dark monsters, so it is sometimes used as an accessory material by shamans and priests. It is very rare due to the small amount of mining. This is the main material of bronze swords, bronze. It is a very rare mineral in the worldview of the virtual reality game dem. The characteristic of bronze is that it gives double amplification effect to reptiles and dark monsters. That's the default. And the hidden options of this item are as follows. 4T times only. It deals damage of attack power *IO to dragon monsters and is destroyed, non-reparable. The Nameless Queen, who dropped this item, is actually the last descendant of the dynasty destroyed by the Balor. She had a terrifying hostility to the dragons who destroyed her country overnight, and it melted into the item as it was. By setting, the items she dropped have counter characteristics to the Balor, although it is disposable. But what does the counter traits of Medusa and Balor have to do with it? It matters. This is a setting hole that can be thought of as a berg to newbies. Medusa was unexpectedly a dragon monster. Although not displayed in the status window, Medusa is certainly classified as a subspecies monster of the dragon series. The two are related to each other. It is a characteristic that is present, but is clearly classified as a different characteristic. Medusa's dragon trait is not yet displayed in the trait window, but you'll know the reason once you grab it. I prepared for the fight against Medusa. Currently, the attack power of the bronze sword is 80. If you add a disposable buff that goes 100 times more than the Balor, the damage per hit increases to about 8,000. But I recalled all the qualities of Medusa. Medusa has characteristics of the Dark and Snake series. It has two inverse properties of bronze. Therefore, the damage that goes into it is double the darkness and double the snake, which is 4 times. The damage of a bronze sword with 80 attack power soars to about 32,000. Medusa's maximum HP is about 390,000, and he will be quite exhausted from the damage of the cut. There is nothing to drag. One hit. It was time to see the results. Wow, I swung my bronze sword with all my might. Medusa made eye contact, but it didn't matter. Chai-jeek. It's been a long time since this cold feeling that the body turns into stone. But it's okay. Hands are more than eyes. Because it is fast. Faster than my gaze met, my hand with the sword fell towards the front. And there was no surprise. Because I am not adventurous. Dangum. It is cut coolly. Medusa's throat. Tuck, degur. I felt that my limbs, which had been hungry for a moment, returned to their normal state. As I felt the warmth of my fingertips again, I turned my head. Farther away, Medusa's head, which had been cut off, rolled around. In mythology, Medusa's severed head also has a petrifying ability, but Medusa loses that ability as soon as he dies. At the same time, loud beeps began to appear in my ears. Tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first Medusa raid. This is the world's first Medusa solo raid. You have cleared the secret puppet meeting for the first time ever. Reward is paid. Would you like to leave your name? I left my name as always. Standing water. The raid video was completely recorded from start to finish. I sat down with a sigh of relief. All around it is burning and frozen. From the puppet monster wave and the crying angel to Medusa. When I came in, 11 people came in, but I was the only one who survived. Tiring. I turned on the status window. Continued. LV33 up. Title, Medusa Hunter, Special, Mana Burn New. HP 29 of 330. Item. Removing a horse / one-handed weapon / S / Akaoni's foot leather / shoes / C+ / earthquake convergence. There was a harvest. Once the level has risen. It seems that it is because I caught a lot of monsters, and finally, I also caught Medusa, an A-class monster. The current official ranking #1 level. Considering that you are still in your mid to late 20s. It can be said to be a phenomenal shame. Also, there was a name that wasn't there until now. From Class A monsters or higher, The title is given when caught. The title is a concept in which the monsters you have caught are displayed, and as a privilege, one of the characteristics of the monster is given randomly. In the midst of that, I'm lucky to be Midu. It has become a passive mana burn characteristic of the company. Why didn't you get it in the tutorial? It would have been nice to have acquired the S-class title when I got Yongokei's Torture Engineer, but it's regrettable. Was it not a mob that I made to catch, so I didn't give it a trait? Anyway, flashed. I opened my eyes wide. The effect was unknown because no one was in the room, but I felt like my eyes had changed. I don't know because I can't look in the mirror, but maybe my eyes are reddish now. Of course, compared to Midusa's mana burn, it would be poor, but where is it? It is very satisfactory to be able to stone a pursuit's ankle for a short while. It is highly possible that it will be a lifeline to save my life in times of crisis. But on OFF is possible, right? I finished checking the status window. Now it's time to collect item rewards. Let's turn our head. My name is Medusa. In the distance, the severed Medusa's head began to speak. Medusa doesn't just die in the end. After briefly explaining the reason and background for this, he spits out the item. I was originally sealed inside an ivory stone. Tweak it. It's a stupid piece that's made by carving each piece. He got drunk on the outside of me, he made up and talked freely, without knowing what was in it. Medusa speaks phrases and phrases and phrases. I pressed the skip button with a confused expression. Who is listening to these things these days? I quickly get a reward item. I will take care of it. Within, the reward was paid. Yi Tangent. Medusa spit out the item. Y Ring of Thoughts, Finan, Ring/A. Jormungand, a giant snake that lives in the demon world, discovered a small gap that leads to the human world that is good for living. Since he couldn't poke through the hole alone, this cunning snake decided to take advantage of the human greed beyond the hole. Horsepower plus 300. Summon Jormungand, Max 1, Special. A grade, but not so bad. This is a bad item. It would be better to have the title obtained by holding Medusa. Well, though, this snake plays a great role as a poison and magic shield. Jormungand is a first-class monster with a huge body and a high speed. If the grade is B grade, it is quite strong. In fact, against the players, there are almost no opponents. Although the physical defense is almost at the level of soft tofu, he is a man who defends almost 100% of the magic of the same class, like a minister of Medusa, a wizard killer. Maybe I can use it later when I'm chased by a wizard. Just before the Medusa raid, I looked up as I recalled the cool eyes of Yunbai Li among the sisters in Jumundung who were turning into stones. Nodded. If it doesn't make sense, I can sell it to the auction house. Although this Medusa ring was an A-class item, it is an item that does not fit well with other items. As for items, harmony and linkage are important. It is simply said that the grade is high. What would happen if this grade A ring was released in the yard, where C+ grade items are being treated the most? Oh, don't be crazy. When I'm clothed alone. Yi Tangent. One more item dropped. Sculpture of a crying angel D. It is a fragment of ivory stone. I feel something ominous. Oh, this also came out. Good. I forgot. I quickly reached out and picked up a piece of white stone. This should later be brought to Pygmalion on the floating island. Then you will be able to get the awesome buff. That's it. Then, now Pygmalion's hidden quest has been completed and items have been obtained. There was a title, and the level rose. However, nevertheless, I wasn't opening this dungeon. I am seated and patiently glaring at Medusa's head in front of my eyes. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Precious time keeps passing. Even at this moment, your competitors will continue to level up. The time I wasn't able to relentlessly hit the front, I sat here and was passing by. 3 hours and 20 minutes. 3 hours and 40 minutes. 3 hours 50 minutes. And when it's just been the 4th hour. Hey. Medusa's head, which had been cut off, opened his mouth. It seems dead already, but it wasn't true. Haven't you gone yet? She talks to me as if alive. I keep waiting silently. Character. Medusa took out the hidden lines of his mouth according to the set AI pattern. I can't close my eyes like this because it's unfair. If you killed me, I think there's a good chance. Will you ever accept my request? Finally came. Another hidden quest chain. I was originally a human, but I fell in love with a black dragon, so I gave birth to a child through a relationship with him. Thinking she's dying now keeps her heart breaking. I can't die without him. Kill my child and send me to the world where I am. It finally turned out. Why does Medusa have a vaguely dragon attribute? Meanwhile, you already know the content of the quest. I was there and kicked my tongue. What a crooked motherhood is this? I'm worried about the son who's left behind, so please kill me together. Isn't this similar to the feelings of parents who take their children with them when they commit suicide? Tiring. You have found the hidden quest Medusa's mother. Sun Hunt 0 out of 1. Compensation E? Accept/decline. Outing. It's worth waiting for 4 hours. This is the real last main quest. I'm not sorry to keep hitting it as the last one, but this time it's real. Bronze Golem, C+. Nameless Queen, B. Weeping Angel, B+. Medusa, A-. Boss Monsters. Chain Quest. I am now about to put an end to the journey. Let me press the accept button of Hidden Quest. Tungarong. An additional item was dropped. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Black PD 1. There is probably nothing good about touching this object. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 32. Previous talk next. Chapter 33. Balance Inquiry 1. The Crying Angel. It's a B+ class monster that you should never take your eyes off of. If I take my eyes off even for a moment, I will attack with such a wicked look. But, well, that's okay. If you don't get hit by an attack, it's not a big monster. There is nothing to be scared of at all. It's if it doesn't fit to the last. My broadcast started. Face and personal information all covered. In the lost situation, I put on appropriate subtitles and dubbing before sending out the video. As always, the concept of this broadcast is a solo raid. That's the video for the Crying Angel. There is no specific exclusive broadcast. It does not matter if the settlement ratio is reduced a little. Red Bean TV, Coco Stream, YouTube View, Face Note, Apricot, etc. My video has spread to numerous private broadcasting platforms and video streaming sites. It's my channel that has been getting word of mouth little by little since the raid of Nameless Queen. It was in full bloom due to this Medusa raid case. What do you mean? It is said that the bread broke with a little vulgar language. Over 50,000 viewers from all over the world watch my video at the same time. Views going up like crazy. Koyobi plus class monster raid? True story? YTT, that's big. If it doesn't fit, it's not a big deal. If not, If it's not right, isn't it the same for Ilgen, gangsters, bullets, and nuclear missiles? Why is there no subtitles? English please D. J any per pas croire. J asterisk Ada Agile. Groot. Jundama. Wow. People from all over the country are gathered. Geekuyo. Numerous comments pour insanely toward me. Who faces the Crying Angel on par? The number of real-time views of the video quickly exceeded 500,000. The number of favorites, interest registrations, regular subscriptions, and favorite works were being updated in real time each time F5 was pressed. Now, from now on, we will enter the state of Berserk. Wow! Jumping from the range attack and avoiding it. Breath. Right. Your breath is terrible, so let's roll back once to avoid it. And go down 1 too. Now, I've stabbed it once, so now stop being greedy and backstep back. Right. Now avoid scratching with the left hand, and avoid scratching with the right hand. The thing that continues right after that, drag fish hug. If this is caught, it will die unconditionally. But like this, it's easy to react in 0.3 seconds and avoid it between your legs in advance. Another chance, 1-2 on his chin, and one more time backstep. Here again, the behemoth explodes. The thorns coming out of the boat will be avoided twice like this. 1-2 again, and backstep. How is it? How easy is it? I catch an angel crying without a single hit. Really? Not even one. Does not match. How much time has passed? Before long, the Crying Angel's HP breaks through the limit and falls. Suck. HP, which broke through the red section, fell like crazy stocks of a company that had been pushed before bankruptcy. Simultaneous word one with him. The tension of the onlookers watching it is crazy. It hurts. Cloud. And only one reaction. Yi Gaza. All of the viewers who were watching my video were madly enthusiastic. Just a little bit more, you can get caught. The monster-like boss mob Crying Angel is caught. Among the monsters found at this point, the strongest was Class B. For reference, I also found it. But, now, a B+ class monster that is 10 times stronger than that B class monster has appeared. Even that, with the difficulty of attacking atrocities beyond imagination. And, it's a physical control that doesn't get hit by a single boss monster like that, but grabs it with a naked body. That's what I mean. Dead water. Yeah, this is the end of the Crying Angel raid. Until now, it's been ABJ old person. I asked for one recommended favorite from my brother, sister, and younger brothers, thank you. At the same time my polite voice resonates. Thud dash. The Crying Angel falls. A boss monster that crumbles little by little. Its appearance was even magnificent. Many viewers can't talk for a while because of the lingering of this boss. However, it is not over yet. What? What else do you think is coming out? Right away, I'll start the next boss raid. I wondered if my comment seemed surprised. Quackwang. The black aura fills the monitor screen. Yet, the crying angel takes off the ivory shell and reveals the real hidden inside. The crying angel screams. The thought sealed inside the crying angel. The sieve wakes up. The Gene boss monster is about to reveal itself. Along with a loud beep, the real boss showed up. Medusa. Viewers who tried to turn off the video window with their beating heart. I had to hold my heart once. Unbelievable. It's crazy. Sorry, I was so surprised that English came out. Wow, it turned around. Really, is it Medusa after the crying angel? It's also A-class. The difficulty is also crazy. She'd if you look at it. It will not turn into a stone, right? Then, you have to see until now, but now? Wow, the pattern is amazingly complex. Even the deceased person will be difficult this time? Sorry, I've caught a crying angel, but I'm going to die by Medusa. Still, where did you come to here? Hey, admirable enough. Payoin. Viewers are surprised, but on the one hand, they are disappointed. It seems that I can't do this time, even catching the crying angel and coming this far. It would be natural to think so. The highest grade monsters that have been officially discovered so far are C+ grades, and A grade monsters are at least BH stronger than those C+ grade monsters. However, I get rid of those stereotypes at once. Now, it looks like Medusa. Oh, you can't see a guy like this. Now you have to grab it while avoiding your gaze. That's the feeling. Oh my god. The bronze shield broke in the hope of a fellow betrayal. Well, that's okay. Shall we close our eyes and grab it? I have good ears. The viewers who heard my comment approached closely with the momentum to put their heads on the monitor at all. Chats were being updated like crazy. Wow, is it really crazy XX? Closing your eyes and grabbing? Dead person go to the hospital and get some liver and brain tests the swollen thing. Is it crazy awesome? If I get a big TT, I shoot each of my 1 year's extras. Voice donation has arrived. Lee Young-gun has paid a donation fee of KRW. Hong Jianpo shot the happy bean dog. Park Gunday is the deceased water. Subscribe to the channel regularly. Still, public opinion was on the negative side. The opinion of how to return to knowing that you are satisfied with the glory just by seeing Medusa occupied an absolute majority. However, isn't it that public opinion is originally telling you to turn it over? Sun Suoju Tanwan Mao San Chung Dili. Haunted tricks have already fulfilled the reason of heaven, and subtle tricks have already penetrated the reason of the earth. The ball that caught the crying angel is already high, so how will you be satisfied at this point and return? Crisis is a chance to turn over. Trials are the springboard of attention, wouldn't it? The blind meta starts now. A chance to soar in one shot in this red ocean, which is already dominated by numerous BJs and streamers. The crying angel seed of interest trait is also in me, because I'm a real servant. I started the blind raid with a new broadcast. Although I closed my eyes in the game screen, viewers could clearly see the sight in front of me from behind my back. Maybe. Well, when I hear the sound, it looks like ice is coming. Once I jump, I think I can avoid the ice on the floor to some extent. Karuruk. Okay, listening to the sound, it looks like a fire is coming this time. I'll lower my head to avoid it. Quack-quack-wang. Easy profit. I can feel it. I guess there's something interesting in my house. It looks like a big monster has been summoned, but I'll go closer and rub it. No way there is a pet, but with fire. You won't use ice again, right? When I started the raid in earnest, the viewers were silent for a while. I was so surprised that I didn't even have time to write a comment. The number of subscribers and concurrent users almost double. While there is no chat, the number of viewers has already exceeded 4 million. And, after avoiding fire and ice, and all the attacks of the giant pet Yamungant, I now declare the end. Now, the Japtum that was stocked up in the inventory is used here. Remember all the items you got from the last time the Nameless Queen. Right. Finish with a bronze knife. And, Dangjong, with a short sound. Medusa's throat fell. Thionioiithiami thin. Stripped and panty. Rue. Bulsked fuck he is God. Amazing. Ye crazy Kirkar one blind and double swords. Now is it Toichi? Lately, the chat room was all over. Countless expressions of astonishment, a melting pot of wonder that transcends both nations and races. The enormous interest and praise poured into me for showing the ridiculous play. However, in the state where the viewers are hot, like crazy, then the raid is over. That's all for today. This much. The broadcast ended relentlessly. What rewards did you get? What items did you get? And what are your impressions? Without revealing anything. It is said that that night, a cry full of regret resounded high in the night sky of all continents, countries, and all over the world, except where electricity is not turned on. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, the response is fine. I was checking my hand phone with a nice smile. Among the numerous broadcasting platforms, I entered YouTube View, the largest portal. 100% battery. I ran the app when I saw a sign indicating that the battery is full on the screen on the top right of the phone. However, when you click on the comment window, the state of the battery changes quickly enough to be seen. 94%, 81%, 74%, 69%, 43%, 27%, 13%, 4%. I'm hungry. Real-time comments running like crazy, views, recommendations, favorites, and other figures that explode, and the circuit burned. And at the same time, my circuit burns the same way. Happy circuit. I will become a YouTube view star in the morning. Of course, I don't have to worry about long since I have kept all personal information in my YouTube account private. The only thing left is the email address. This is for receiving advertising inquiries. Then, where should I look at the state? I am curious about what kind of mail came. Also, profits from One Income, donations, star pieces, red bean balloons, and happy beans after coming from various platforms are also. Click. I quickly opened a platform account before the battery ran out. And soon my eyes widen. It can be seen that the inevitable amount is stamped on the screen of the hand phone. How many zeros are there? Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 33. Previous talk next. Chapter 34. Balance Inquiry 2. The number of views of the Medusa strategy video was soaring. The more time passed, the more comments. So in the end, I didn't even dare to drive. I'll probably have to stay 2 nights to read all of that. 99% praise to my godly play. The remaining 1% are slightly different types of comments. What are some comments? No, it doesn't matter now. I hurriedly opened accounts linked to broadcast platforms. Voice donation / video donation / happybean / star sculpture / donation / gift gold. The virtual currency of the platform divided into several branches comes into sight. In general, the settlement ratio between the platform and the individual is about 7-3 after deducting the fee. But that is the story of a monopoly. In the case of non-exclusive, it is around 6:4. In addition, the withholding tax is too large to be ignored. The ridiculously large amount of money was torn off for fees and taxes, but the remaining money was still substantial. About 400 million won of money came in overnight. Most of the donations from overseas, especially North America and Northern Europe, accounted for a large proportion. Of course, the amount of money that was plucked by those who survived when the crying angel was caught was also part of it. How do I settle this? After thinking about it for a while, I decided to inquire directly at platform. First of all, Africa TV. When I make a call, the person in charge answers the phone in a bleak voice. Yes, it is Africa. In a calm voice, I made a statement. Yeah, this is BJ working at Africa. I would like to inquire about the settlement. Yes, what is the settlement statement? I was curious about the deposit date and settlement method. Then, the person in charge of Africa squeezed. Replied with a hateful voice. Yes, if you look at the bottom right of the site, there is a notice, right? Payments are made on the last day of each month and on the Monday of the following week if it is a weekend. The settlement method is that we deposit directly into BJ's account later. I don't know the ratio well, so how much can I deduct? Yahoo! That's BJ's monopoly. It depends on whether it is non-exclusive or not. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a little busy right now. We will look at it later and explain it through a separate note. What is your stage name? Why are you a little annoying? I hurriedly said to save his trouble. I'm a late BJ character. Okay. Yes, BJ late person. Yes, I instructed to send a note through the staff later. Well, yeah. Who are you? The person in charge of Africa put a question mark at the end. BJ deceased person? Have you ever started broadcasting from all 2 weeks? Are you the deceased person? In terms of the game genre? Yes, is that correct? Let me answer with a nod. Now, wait a minute. Please wait now. BJ. I started to hear a loud noise over the phone. About 3 seconds later, he answered the phone again in a very sharp voice. Yeah? Hello, BJ Goinmal. My name is Hyung Hong from the Africa response team. It is called Gun. Hong Hyung Gun. He opened his mouth to me in a very warm voice. Wow. I'm watching the broadcast very well. There are many rumors that a super rookie has appeared inside us as well. The hit chart All Kill, the new sponsorship gold record, and a very unprecedented record in the game genre have been made. Because of that, I really wanted to meet you and share your conversation. It's so inexhaustible to talk like this. It is an honor. Now, a couple of ugly videos, even recording them, even uploading them as non-exclusive, is too kind to me? Sure. There are many people in this world who do excessive trash, but no one is excessively kind. I already knew Hyung-gun Hong's intention behind the handset. Because it's kind of bewildering me, I'm sure I'll try to make it a monopoly BJ, a partnership BJ or something. First of all, I will raise the payment ratio for the sponsorship and pay for the advertisement separately, and they will be confused with sweet words. That said, I intend to squeeze my final income to less than half and suck up all the sweet juices generated in the middle. In return, Hyung-gun Hong, he will receive a salty incentive. If I were a 21-year-old newcomer to society, there is a high likelihood that I would have passed the Ola Dang due to such a hospitable treatment and a seemingly gorgeous title and conditions. I don't have a tag now. Isn't I the body that has suffered from the collapse of Hickey, a 35-year-old game changer who has gone through all of the prenatal care? The platform, not just these people, but all the beings in the world are the same. The winners are given passionate love and interest, but the losers are extremely cold and bitter with contempt and indifference. The same was true of Aprika, whom I had a relationship with in my previous life. Which time are you okay? Our Aprika is located in Cheongdam-dong. Why don't you come to play once? Or I can go. Just tell us the region and we'll run wherever you go. I'm really a big fan of BJ Goinmul. The fan is a bighorn. A hound who is pretending to be a pure fan, but in fact, is blinded by performance pay. People who do not see people as people, but only as a means of making money. That's why I basically don't believe in platforms, pro gamers, and broadcast management seats. In this life, you will distrust you more and more thoroughly. Please send email only the information that occurs during the settlement and distribution process. Oh, you must observe the settlement date no matter what. Thank you. Oh, yes, of course. There are platforms in the world playing around with settlement money. Would it be? No need to worry. Next time if you don't mind, please. Jay. I just hung up the phone. I saw a lot of BJs and streamers who left the broadcasting world after being depressed by the settlement money problem. That's why they stick to non-exclusive contracts. It's tied to one platform as a monopoly and exclusively, but if the money doesn't come out here, it'll get really troublesome. There is no need or reason to be intimate with them. It's just a business exchange. You can use it if you need it, and throw it out if you don't need it. I hung up and read the comments on my video again. I said that 99% of the comments were praised for me. And the remaining 1% are mostly contract-related inquiries. Platform brings you as a partner streamer. Hello, this is Pyogo TV. Watch the high characters broadcast well. This is Japan Buscast. Nothing else. Come to you, exclusive BJ. I snorted and chewed all my mail. Lone wolf. Never flock. Mystic. Cool. Chic. Cool urban man. That is my concept. But it will be warm to my advertiser. Apart from him, I responded very kindly and softly to the emails of those who were requesting advertisements. Good morning. This is Wu Ram Lim, director of the planning department of this entertainment. Please inquire about the promotion of the girl group and IR album. I would really appreciate it if you could allocate a medium-sized boy. Inquiry about a large banner advertisement from Inverboiler. Request a wallpaper/molding/sash text advertisement from the interior. Rue inquiries about the lower banner on the T1 webtoon. An advertiser greater than the creator. Your requests were flooding. I screamed of joy once and screamed, and then I started sending warm messages to all my mails by hand. How long has it been? When I'm selecting some of the ads that will be on my channel according to my taste. A few kinds of emails that I see occasionally bother my nerves again. This time I also looked at your play in an impressively deeper way. What do you need to say? It was a truly impressive raid. This is a pleasing message once again. Our professional gamer team, Kook K1, is the best team in Korea. Omitted, it's okay if you don't sign up, so if you give me a chance to meet you and serve a meal. There are about 32 similar males. Have there already been so many damn pro teams in your country? All of them are pleasing to join the group. The annual salary is also a considerable amount. Some of them offered to release the ban on private broadcasting if they wished. It is natural to do it. The reality is that the income earned from personal broadcasting is far greater than the annual salary earned as a professional gamer. The difference will continue to widen in the future. It seems like I've been running a lot of ransom money. Shall we do it formally? Hopefully, I think I will be able to work as a coach while also playing active roles. If that happens, there is also a willingness to differ between the team that plays and the team that is coached. Of course, it would be possible only if several special agreements were entered in the contract. I started looking around the pro gamer clubs that had offered me to join. Quite a few major clubs were all in contact. Where I can't see my mailbox. It must have been too small to contact me because it was not possible to recruit me. I made an entry and sorted out a few promising clubs. Of course, It wasn't just based on the current reputation or prestige. They also chose whether or not they could maintain and grow their influence in the future 15 years from now. Countless games declined, and again. The time to come up and repeat. The Pro League of Deus Ex Machina, which had repeatedly flickered and flickered, was truly eventful. Many teams have formed and disappeared again. The super large team, whose momentum never seemed to die, disappears for an absurd reason, while the small team that never seemed to be seen hits the majors at once. There were cases of coming. Where to choose? I struggled for a while, comparing the salary offered, the welfare of the team, and the status 15 years later. You don't have to worry about this for a day or two. Right then, my eyes scouring internet articles. An interesting pop-up window suddenly came in. Esports Toto. Who is the best professional PK for Deus Ex Machina Yaju? The number deadline is imminent. The number of matches all the way to the previous level. Dollar Impulsici, Daypal alla bonus asterisk dividend reverse, nothing dollar Drua Drua. Do not watch for a week, X. This has little to do with the problem of joining a pro gamer, but it was attractive enough to draw my attention to Sanchiampo. Tatora. Indeed, one smell of people's money is stunned. How long the game has been released, the illegal private Toto is already booming. Well, originally Sports Toto is legal. I did it. In the long past, sports promotion voting rights were divided between Toto and Proto in a fixed refund rate method and a fixed dividend rate method. Among them, Toto pays dividends to the bettors who win or lose the match. Win/D/L match-winning game. Score-based game, to score points/consequences. MX game, that mixes them. It consists of a special game that matches the winner/ranking/scoring player, etc. Most of the Dim Toto was a matchmaking game. Among them, the most spectacular item is PK. Compete for raid time. There were many races in various mini-games in the game, but in fact, the theme of most Pro League games is made up of PK between pro and pro gamers. 99.9% of the Pro League was PK. By the way, it wouldn't be legal yet. In my memory, Dem Toto becomes legal in mid-2020. It was less than a week left. So, this is definitely an advertisement for an illegal private gambling site. Good. I'll try it later. It won't be bad. Oh, of course, I'm not saying I'm going to commit illegality. According to the memory of my previous life, after the government cracked down on the largest illegal private Toto site, it will be confiscated and officially opened in the next 2 weeks. So, it means that it will be legalized in 2 weeks. And I knew in advance where the first big dividends from the official esports Toto started. Reverse. The legendary plate that bursts 21 times. It is a match between the second place in the Korean ranking and the no-rank rookie pro gamer investment Matthew, which takes place 6 weeks later. For reference, the current Matthew River has not yet been nicknamed investment. On the other hand, the opponent is Korea's representative PK player. Whoever sees, the result was an obvious match. Oh, it's not that the 21-fold reverse is not going to burst. However, life is always a series of reversals. I decided to put aside my worries about joining a pro gamer for a while. It seemed like it's been a while since I was excited to look at the calendar. The humming song comes out as a clause. I'm waiting. Until then, it's something to store up a lot of cash. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 34. Previous talk next. Chapter 35. Balance Inquiry 3. I moved. A semi-basement with a deposit of 600,000 won and a monthly rent of 200,000 won. A place where there was no sunlight and always suffered from condensation, mold, and cockroaches. Coming out of it was an excellent choice. The place I'm looking around is the 14th floor of an office L standing tall at the junction of Gangnam Station and Sinbundang Line. It covers an area of more than 40 pyeong, and the southern wall is entirely glass, so it is well lit. Underneath it, the scenery of Seoul was striking at a glance. I liked the interior neatly decorated in black-white. There was even a fitness club, swimming pool, and salad bar that residents could use for free. I'll sign the contract right away. When can I move in? I asked Mr. Money, the realtor standing next to him. Then the aunt's surprised voice returned. Oh, really like this, right? There is also a charter or monthly rent. No, by sale. As I said simple, the aunt nodded in a hurry. Oh, the young boss is refreshing. You made a good decision. This is also a good place to invest. Prices will go up a lot in the future, obviously. 8.2 Due to the aftermath of real estate countermeasures, the value of Superstation Officetel is still rising, and the vacancy rate is twice as low as that of other officetels. And it is a very merit that there is no resale limit, and the loan regulation is very loose, and the subscription bank book without. The real estate woman continued to explain the merits of this office tell, as if to solidify the fee. However, that is only the strength of 2021 now. I didn't listen to the real estate lady at all, not only because I already know everything, but I also know the future 15 years after that. Actually, I don't know about real estate, but all of the best pro gamers bought their homes here and did financial tech. About 5 years later, this place becomes a mecca for pro gamers. This is the place where the most pro gamers, who were famous for their league games, flock. That is why even I, who is ignorant of real estate and the like, was able to choose this office tell. Well, let's hear it. The new Bundang line was extended later, and additional developments near Seocho Station and Gangnam Station maybe? It is a development in Gangnam, Seoul, which has already reached its limit. If you ask me what else to develop here, I have nothing to say. Still, Gangnam continues to be developed. Even though I don't think there's anything else to do, I keep going, and I'm in. That's why the guys who are there keep earning more money. I shook my head while looking at the view of Seoul below the 14th floor. Hey boss, so when is the move-in date? A real estate woman asked from the side. I looked at the calendar once and replied, well, 2 to 3 months later. Oh yes, that's great. The owner of the house wants that too. He wants the house to go out quickly, so? It was a little cheaper. Oh, I don't have much water for this price these days. The interior is also this one. It's a pretty remodeled one, and you don't get any extra money ho, ho, ho. The real estate woman seems to feel even the joy of the situation where everything is falling into place. I just nodded beside him. In fact, it doesn't matter if you start moving in right now. I already have money to buy this office tell. However, now, the priority is to collect as much cash assets as possible. Legitimate esports Toto, which will open in 6 weeks. The best dividend that bursts 21 times there. If you want to aim for that time, you need to collect 1 KOK in cash from now on. Here is the gym on the 4th floor. You can exercise there. The swimming pool is free. And at 7 o'clock in the morning, we give you free toast, Garin fries and coffee on the 1st floor, so make sure to try it. It's pretty good? At the words of the real estate woman, I nodded. 7 a.m. It's time to be in the middle of the raid. I can't eat it. After reading my expression, the real estate woman quickly added, oh, for those who couldn't eat it in the morning, they gave garlic bread and bacon at around 7 p.m., but you can apply for that separately. It was almost free. At the words of the real estate woman, I nodded. 7 p.m. is the time to be in the middle of the raid. I can't eat it. Anyway, on the way out after looking around the house, the real estate woman tapped my forearm with a bearish attitude. Oh, the boss is such a young person who has a capsule room and buys such an expensive office tell. What? Since you are a working person, would you have such a good skill? I'm just freelancer. Phew. After all, a capable person should be a freelancer. He's a good character and he's tall. It's because I want to introduce my daughters very much. Daughters? As I showed some interest, boo. Aunt Dongson picked up her cell phone. Then, as if to show photos, he began to search through the gallery folder. It's not because they are my daughters. Everyone is pretty and kind. They studied well, so they all came out to prestigious universities, and now they are preparing for the exams. I haven't studied these things these days, but I'm immersed in whether they are virtual reality games or something. I am a real estate agent. I looked at you. Even though she is this age, she is quite a beautiful woman. Seeing that you are tall and full of health, your daughters will probably be pretty. But you play a game? Is it Deus Ex Machina? Is there anything else as fun as playing games like your lover? A moment when I get a little curious. Now, as they are triplets, they all look the same, but they all have different personalities. The real estate woman gives me a cell phone. Moment. I felt the unprecedented ominousness. Oh, I don't want to see it. I stretched out the palm of the real estate blocked the cell phone in the pocket. On. Why? The real estate woman makes a puzzled look. What should I say? When I heard the word triplets, it was because I got creepy goosebumps. Well, because I like men. Yo. I picked it up as soon as I could. Ah, men you like men. I don't. The real estate woman nodded with a gloomy expression. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I left the office cell and went to the street. Now I am going to go to my capsule room, which is quite far away. An empty basement floor with no capsules in stock yet. But when I am immersed in that darkness, I feel comfortable. A time to immerse in meditation while imagining the future that will unfold. That's why I often look around empty capsule rooms with nothing. Flow empty space to fill in the future. Looking forward to it. Taxi. I took a taxi to go to the capsule room. Keek. As the car stood, I immediately opened the back seat. Han Xiandong. Then, the taxi driver frowned. I just need to go over the high price in front of that. Are you just walking? When I'm tilting my head. OMG. I'm in a hurry. A woman in the back slipped through the back seat door I opened. Goes. Whale dong. The destination the woman said was 3 or 4 times farther than the one I said. Boong. Then, the taxi driver just drove off and left. Huh. I opened my mouth to an absurd heart. Wait for a while and catch a taxi again. I'm sorry. The steering wheel is broken, so I can only go straight. Han Sundong would be difficult. Oh, this is a long distance. Taxi avoid me with their own excuses. Other people in the meantime. Burning well. This street is ambiguous, so I don't even take a taxi. I wasted more than 35 minutes already standing on the road. In the end, it was the bus that I chose. After waiting for more than 15 minutes, the bus came to the stop. Kim, this is right in the direction of Hanseandong. Right. If you ever want to ask when you ride. No, the other side of that. The driver pointed to the stop across the street and closed the door. Again, I had to cross the crosswalk in the distance and go to the stop opposite. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, my bus finally came. However, inside the bus, people were crowded, just like in the Sunday. It seemed like I could be crumpled, but... Tuck. The faker struck my shoulder at the front and drove to the bus. There was Lee. Those who seemed to be still young students stepped openly in front of me and get on the full bus. I tried to swear, but I held back. Because I am very patient when I see injustice. But, how come those cut-in laws are familiar? Ayo, the penalty for not being able to access is really high. The deceased character, XX, really get caught. Very. Why don't you do that, but move the guild at all, and George? Okay, he has to kill him at the guild level. For cut-ins. They were the deceased musketeers who were used to death by me the other day. This. I quickly turned around and moved away from the bus. Hence, this kind of coincidence happens. Anyway, the bus carrying the deceased musketeer. I started off. I spent more than an hour on the road in total, but it's still there. At this time, I have to go home after seeing all the things to do and go around the raid. You're going crazy one, really. I couldn't help but get annoyed at the bus stop. Stood. Taxi is denied, and buses are always full at this time. The subway is too far again. Right then, there was something that caught my eye. The first floor of the high-rise building across the street, the show window. A store with cars lined up inside. You can see the letters written in elegant font on the signboard, which is neither big nor small. Porsche Korea H0 Porsche Korea Headquarter. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 35. Previous talk next. Chapter 36. Hawkeye's Nest 1. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. A deserted land in the outermost part of the eastern continent. An area where no traveler has yet entered because of the poisonous air rising from the ground. I stood here alone today. Music pop. Green poison rises from the cracks in the black ground. Just by passing by, the addiction, the enormous HP, will be reduced. However, there is nothing scary from my point of view, knowing in advance where the poison will emanate. I picked out only the safest areas as possible and went deep into the depths of the black land. Within, a land where everything was dried up and burned, a dungeon standing alone on the black land was seen. The nest of imperious children, grade A. The average grade of the dungeon is A. This is the most difficult area among all dungeons on the ground in the East Continent. Sutsutsu. At the entrance to the dungeon, which leads to the deep underground, a stretch of black energy was rising. It is an underground oyster that is not unusual even at a glance. And today I am about to clear this dungeon. Bronze Golem, C+. Nameless Queen, B. Weeping Angel, B+. Medusa, A-. A chain quest that advances to a higher level monster. I even defeated Medusa, who was blocking me in front of me, leaving only the final boss of this place at hand. Tiring. You have found the hidden quest Medusa's mother. Sun Hunt 0 out of 1. Reward dash. That's Medusa's son. But I was never in a hurry. Will you be around here? I didn't dive right into the dungeon. Instead, she carefully looked around the dungeon and walked around. Pushik. Under the black crack, green poisonous energy bursts out like a geyser. A hot and disgusting poison mist was spreading in the air. If you are a general newbie, as soon as you are hit by the poison from your feet, I'll get addicted and suffer damage and die, but I am different. Pushik. My ears were sharp. Even in the midst of the sound of poison vapor coming out everywhere, I only reacted to the sound of venom emanating from near me. The sound of toxic gas emitted from places other than me is BGM number L91 #3021, 2 octave soul. The toxic gas emissions emitted from my surroundings are number L91 #3022, 2 octaves. There is a huge difference, but why can't I hear this? I separate the simple background sound from the sound, just before something explode in front of me like a knife and move around them. There is no other kind of game that is so friendly if only the sound can be distinguished well. In the first place, there is not much worry about getting addicted because you are walking on a route that has few poison puddles. Then, I found it. I had to find the object I was looking for. Big tall at the end of my field of view. A man came in. A being wrapped in a black cloak with red horns on its face and 2 black wings on its back. Intermediate devil horse. NPC horse. He is a hidden NPC that randomly wanders around this place near the Periuna's nest and takes a little care to look around the area. If you lose, you can meet it without difficulty. Of course, you have to avoid the poison vapor emanating from the ground. As I approached and spoke to him, he began to spit out his scheduled lines. Nice to meet. I'm an intermediate devil horse. I'm monitoring the prisoner trapped in this dungeon. Prisoner. Yes, I have a job for the being trapped in the deepest levels of this dungeon. I would like to go down to the bottom floor. As I spoke, Hors made an expression, what should I do? But I didn't stop talking. Pariana's nest is a dungeon with 7 floors below the ground. However, the average player can't get close to it, let alone because of the poison damage scattered throughout the terrain. Even if you enter, only the 7th floor is allowed to enter, and the 8th floor, which is a hidden space, is only allowed to enter under special conditions. After defeating the middle boss on the 7th floor, you need a special item to open the door of the hidden dungeon 8th floor. Black PD1. There is probably nothing good about touching this object. This item obtained by grabbing Medusa. This is the key. As I showed them the key, Hors opened his eyes wide for a moment and looked surprised. Is it? Indeed. A mother's love is deep. Then, a notification sound popped up in my ear. Tiring. Intermediate devil Hors reacts to the black key, 1. Hidden quest got involved 1 step deeper. Hors handed you the item. Within, I was able to take 1 more item from Hors. Black key D2. There is probably nothing good about touching this object. In fact, it was only half the black key, which had a poor appearance. After adding the fragments Hors gave, the black key finally regained its full shape. You are only allowed to visit for a very short time. Our plan should not interfere. Hors screamed in an anxious voice. But what about this? I'm not just looking at my face for a moment, but I'm going to catch it. I left the Hors behind and left. Real raid time now. Tiring. Video recording starts. Don't forget to leave the raid video. Again, I need to save as much cash as possible now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tiring. You have entered the dungeon Happy Child's Nest Fish. When you just threw yourself into the darkness of a dungeon. I tilted my head. What? No message. The message that always came up doesn't appear this time. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic Records. A guide sound that records the first entrant to the dungeon. It didn't come up this time. Is there an error? I tilted my head and entered the dungeon. However, I quickly realized that I was not mistaken. Longsword Scale King Cobra Grade. C+/traits. Transformation. Poison. Battle Veteran. Size. 13M. Habitat. Breathtaking plains. Suicide forest habitat. These capricious reptiles are known to value their territory more than their parents. Hidden boss monster of the breathing plains. One day, we competed with the wet spider. The figure remains in my memory. That guy appears as a normal monster here. It's not just this guy. Horn lizard, grade. C+/characteristics. Change of temperature, poison, insect, reverse. Size, 10M. Habitat, habitat of habitat, suicide forest, rotting and burning land. Full of poison and evil. Lizard. The horns on the whole body are not scales, but parasites that live on scales have changed. Camille kill, grade. C+/characteristics. Change of temperature, poison, mimicry, war veteran. Size, 7M. Yi habitat, the nest of Periuna. It is hidden in camouflage color according to the surrounding environment. The elongated tongue is sticky and won't be able to escape once wrapped around it. Numerous reptile-type monsters are rare here. All of them are cold, violent, and poisonous monsters. The problem is, all these monsters are dead. I entered the dungeon, avoiding the stream of poison flowing through the corpses. Red nails had already formed in the depths where giant reptiles were dying, and in the depths where they were flowing. Oh, strange. At this point, no one can attack this dungeon. Imiosep, the current top ranking in the Korean rankings, and Meidi Gang, the trustee who will soon become number 1 in the Asian rankings, are still only in their mid to late 20s at the level. It is never a level where you can play here. But, who the hell is farther than me? Did you mean you visited this dungeon? Killing all the tough C+ monsters like this. A while ago, a video was uploaded where Tushin barely caught a C+ class monster slash. The video of Matthew Kong defeating the boss Akahoni while attacking the labyrinth of rocking ears became a hot topic in the community a while ago. But here, that level. The corpse of a C+ class monster is full. How the hell happened? Is there even a raid core coming? Or are the rankers of other countries? It might be possible if hundreds of guild members came in at once. But if I did, I wouldn't have known it. I just crossed the bodies and went underground. When I went down, well, I could see a strange sight. Bang. The seismic wave that comes under your feet. There was a monster guarding the 4th basement level of Pei Ryanos Nest. As big as a rather high-rise building. Bulky, one-eyed, protruding fangs with slender muscles. Aoni Chingoi, grade, C+, / character, giant. Demons, natural disasters, Jungu. Habitat, habitat's nest, rotting and burning land. Size, 12m. Belpagal, one of the 7 great demons. Lodov, he came up from hell, commanded to invade the earth, but his head is so bad that he is still trapped in a labyrinth. I haven't been able to fulfill the owner's orders for a long time, but it's okay. Belpagal, who gave orders to him, was also quite lazy, so has he forgotten his existence for a long time? The whole body is surrounded by blue light. It is seen that a Dahan demon is stomping on his feet with a lot of anger. A monster with a stat that is completely similar to Akani I caught the other day. Ayo. The moment I saw this monster, I sighed in Ando. That's good. I wasn't caught by someone else. Well, strictly speaking, it seems like he was nearly caught. Aoni's condition was not normal even at a glance. All over the body, there were things like fine thorns, but they were all arrows. In addition to that, it seems that arrows are embedded in the floor and stone pillars, so the existence here seemed like an archer. The problem is that there is only one trace of an archer. Crazy. Breaking Pei Ryanos Nest with a solo grade. It's an archer too? I was amazed to see the traces left behind. What kind of monster is it that you can attack alone in a Class A dungeon at this point? Home to the global unified official rankings. It is estimated that the level of the first place is only about 30 now. When I'm thinking about things by myself. Oh, and I profit. Aoni, who is studded with arrows, runs toward this side with his teeth and horns in front. Why did this guy go for a while, but? His blood pain is useless and run. I thought while looking at the arrows embedded in Aoni's body. Probably, the person who entered this place was very annoyed while catching Aoni, so there is a high probability that he just went away. Aoni is a monster with so high HP. You might have thought it wasn't very productive to grab it. I'm Aoni's fist that rushes. Moved quickly to avoid. Aoni was an easy opponent to me, who had already hunted Akani. Puff, plenty. Sheerdan inflicted damage to Aoni several times. His earthquake was offset by Akahoni's footskin. Woo, he confronted me with ice from his mouth. Shoo. Jormungand summoned from my ring blocked Aoni's ice breath with a body of 100% magic resistance. Shoo. After stopping Aoni's magical attack, he looked at me and shook his body as if boasting. Of course, I don't have much time and I just ignored it. Flashed. As soon as I opened the eyes of Medusa, Aoni, who was hit by my mana-earned trait, staggers back. Blah blah. A giant ghost stone statue was erected. Aoni, weakened by damage, easily turned into a stone. Before I passed this place and went down to the 5th basement level, I carefully examined Aoni's body once. Flashed. Not surprisingly, Aoni dropped the item. Aoni's foot leather shoes /C+. A walker cut off the skin of a blue ghost's feet. It is said that those who wear this will be able to borrow the power of demons. Defense +50. Ice property attack +30. Movement speed +30%, special. Use of characteristic earthquakes, special. Convergence, special. There is no big difference compared to the skin of the Akani's feet that I am wearing. Fire property attack power was just replaced with ice property attack power. However, even though I was both a humble soldier, there was another reason why I came down to this deep dungeon to get this item. Convergence, special. It is because of this characteristic. Two monsters with almost the same name, dropping items are almost the same. The stats of the items are also similar. Furthermore, the common characteristic fusion attached to the two items. Is this really a coincidence? I don't think it is. Red footskin in one hand and blue footskin in the other. I soon overlapped the two footskin. Okay. She D. Two of the ghost skins intertwine with each other, making a loud noise. The surprise began to happen. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 36. Previous talk next. Chapter 37. Hawkeye's Nest 2. Converging. Do not turn off the power. A strange message came to my eyes. 2 items made by peeling the souls of the demon's souls are now one. Was being merged into. Yee. Red leather and blue leather mix violently, as if they were trying to eat each other. Red tendons and blue veins wrap around each other, as if they were in a struggle. It's like seeing a fight of snakes. I pondered the process of mixing the 2 items into one. Memory from a long time ago. In my recollection now, there is a picture of a huge demon that I hunted 13 years ago. Bang, rumbling. As big as a high-rise building. The giant demon that stirred the field. When he put his muscular arms in the ground, grabbed the stratum, and shaken it, an earthquake would turn over the whole world. Kaidamaru, outside road. Grade, B+, / characteristics. Giant, demon, rock, ground, natural disaster, fusion. Size, 30 m. Habitat, the castle of evil, Ura, the land of rotting and burning, odds. Land. One day, 2 demons fell into a deep pit. The pit was so deep that even the 2 demons couldn't climb up into the gigantic mass. After a very long time, a brave adventurer looked into a pit where 2 demons had fallen. Nothing in the pit. There was only one footprint that was so large that it couldn't be considered that the 2 demons belonged. Kaidamaru. Among the B+ class monsters, a monster-like demon that had the highest physical level. Demonic type, rock, ground type. It was an elite monster that was very difficult to attack because it even had a giant type. In terms of characteristics and race values, it was almost like a Class A monster, but unfortunately, the intelligence is so low that the attack pattern is simple. Because of this, he was the boss of misfortune, who could not be placed in a higher rank. Kaidamaru, demon. The process by which this guy is born is quite unique. Convergence, characteristics that are few in the dim. Yes, these demons rarely occur naturally in the wild, but they can also be created in the direction of fusion evolution between Akaoni and Aoni. And the items that Akaoni and Aoni drop are also like this. Go through the same process. Items dropped by a monster will have one of the characteristics of that monster. It's like catching Kaidamaru. I laughed happily as I watched the 2 items that came out after holding Akaoni and Aoni mixed together. The item that fell while holding the Kaidamaru will have the same stats as this. Why isn't there such a scene in Star X Raft, which was famous in the past? The high-ranking Templar and the high-ranking Templar merge to form a whole new unit called the Magistrate. This is very similar to him. It seems like it takes a long time to complete the fusion. I'll look at something like this. I pushed the 2 tangled items back into my inventory. For the time being, the seismic skill was not available. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, in this dungeon, the earthquake skills of Akani, a C+ class monster, do not work. It is only a little disappointing that the movement speed is reduced. Other than that, there is no reason to hesitate. I went right down to the depths of the dungeon. Suddenly, I passed the 6th basement level. Except for the 1st basement floor, most of the monsters were alive. It seems that the player who entered this place first quickly removed most of the monsters and went straight down to the basement. Only a minimum of unnecessary battles. Is it a familiar style somewhere? I moved slowly, following the trail of the player who entered first. Poison puddle damaged with minimal movement, surprise guillotine avoided with tremendous reflexes, and booby trap destroyed with a swift leap. The arrows were stuck in Aoni's body there. A picture is drawn in my head. Among the beings who chose the Archer as an unpopular event, the Archer class, few gamers had this degree of control and physical. The suspect narrowed down at once. Yet, I run away from all the monsters and traps that stick to me. You have reached the bottom of the dungeon. 7th basement floor. The deepest part of Pei Ryanos Nest. It is the deepest of the areas that can be accessed in a normal way. Geek. As soon as you push through the dull iron gate, you can see a winding underground staircase. I went down slowly, taking care not to make any noise as possible. A cold stone floor that touches the bare feet. Between my toes came cold and clear puddles of water. Yet, through the dim light, the scene of the 7th basement floor began to be seen. Quackwang. As soon as I came down to the 7th basement floor, what greeted me was the pieces of rock that came with a roar. I frightened and stepped back. An unexpected situation, several fragments hit the body. Per fuck. He was a naked body with no defense, and his HP was quite worn out. Continued. LV33. Title, Medusa Hunter, Special, Mana. Time, HP 99 of 320. How I would have died absurdly if it was hard. It's been a long time since it's been turned on. Just being hit by a few pieces of rock and getting sucked. This humiliating thing. I looked up, frowning. Boom, / quackwang. GG. There was a terrifying blood fight in front of me right now. Earnings. You can hear the snort from a huge monster and the hot snort sound that seems to erupt from a steam engine. A bull with huge horns was standing in the middle of the dungeon. Unusually, the bull had teeth sharp as an awl on its ugly exposed gums. There was only one eyeball in the center of the face, but it's terrifying that the red veins are running around the eyelids. His body, full of muscles, was covered with black poisonous hair. It was wriggling with a large snake attached to its tail. Gorgon, grade, A/characteristics, dark. Beast, poison mana burn. Habitat, the nest of the paternal children. Size, 3M. It is in the shape of a huge bull, but it is said that there is a terrifying, ancient demon sealed inside. The saliva, blood, hair, and tail were poisonous, and the center of the head had a large single eye. My head is heavy, and I usually bow my head, but if I raise my head, I see Gorgon's eyes. If something scary will happen. Contrary to the appearance, the feet are quite fast, and if hit by a dull horn, any armor will quickly get damaged. Boss monster Gorgon. Balance-type monsters with evenly distributed power, speed, stamina, race value, and characteristic value. It has a rare characteristic, mana times. It was also a monster I had never dealt with in my previous life, because I did not catch all the boss monsters. Since it is a monster that has never been hunted, I do not know the exact pattern or the like. However, the strategy shot by others. I've seen the statue a few times. I've also heard a lot of low tide that rankers are doing in private broadcasts. I saw a lot of related documents and photos on community sites like TreeWiki and in Pin, so I knew how to deal with them and what to watch out for. Well, there were some patterns I can't remember, but that's about it. It will be a level where you can mix it with Jambap and your skills. However, the real problem wasn't Gorgon. Papa, a being that moves at an invisible speed and inserts an arrow into the Gorgon's torso. An archer covering his body with a red cloak. He was dealing with the Gorgon, crossing stone pillars and pillars with incredible speed. PP pick. Arrows shot from his hand hit Gorgon's torso and bounce off without force. However, nevertheless, the damage was steadily entering. It's fine, but it's steady. Like falling water through rocks, short, thin arrows steadily hit the corners of the Gorgon's torso. Gorgon's HP was slow, but it was clearly decreasing. I saw the archer's face and was convinced that my guess was correct. Earthquake, Archer Drake Cat. Americans residing in North America. It is the one who reigned as the top-tier rank of immortality when I first entered DEM. At that time, his nickname was R in Billions. The reason for this nickname is simple. He was ranked number 1 in the world. Of course, this is not an official ranking. In terms of official rankings, he was also pushed back to the Asia's number 1 player, Tushin. But, many said, Drake is truly the number 1 in the world ranking. And most of the players didn't disagree. The reason is simple. Official ranking is determined by level. However, professional gamers or top-tier rankers are evaluated by a number of other rankings besides the official ranking. Drake Cat. He was the undisputed number 1 in the PK ranking. He put the non-mainstream archer character at the pinnacle with divine control. Numerous people were enthusiastic about Lee's play and raised archers, but none of them could reach his feat, let alone imitate him. It was the same for pro gamers. Because of this, his PK video has always been highly viewed on YouTube. He was so popular that he was so popular in Korea that he would be called Yang as a cute nickname. However, from one day, he suddenly disappears from the game. No one knew why he quit the game. Extreme mysticism. That's what made him a legend to the end. I watched Drake's Gorgon solo raid with an interesting look. If it is Yang, which was the number 1 in the world's PK ranking, it is deserved to be here. Anyone who hasn't seen that godlike control will say it's ridiculous, but it might be possible if he's been almost as a celebrity, even to top-tier ranks. And I also felt a little sorry for him. Originally, Akaoni's footskin was that person. Drake was the first to discover the labyrinth of rocking ears in the original history. He gained the ability to cause earthquakes in Akaoni's footskin walker, which he obtained there. Drake managed the earthquake really well. He hunted numerous monsters using its characteristics and grew at a dazzling speed. If he had been in this dungeon at this point in his previous life, he probably wouldn't have just passed Aoni upstairs. If that was the case, the item being fused in my inventory now would be his job. It was like that in the original history. In the end, I have stolen the item he should have had. Shall we not interfere? I was sorry, and I hid behind a stone pillar. And I decided to take a peek at the battle of a man who would be called 1 in 7 billion, in the past, or in the future. Anyway, I had to wait for the time to complete the item fusion. It is impossible to move right now without shoes. And it's also a personal fan mind. Yes. I was also a big fan of PK's God, Drake Cat's Dragon 9. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 37. Previous talk next. Chapter 38. Hawkeye's Nest 3. Gorgon. A class monster and a balanced boss with evenly distributed race and trait values. The last gatekeeper guarding the 7th floor of Pei Ryanos' nest. Players of quite a bit can't even look at this monster's eyes properly. And the player who is confronting this is 7 billion worth of our Drake Cat. The man who once dominated the PK leagues around the world. Everything is the archer of the god Rain, wrapped in a veil. Even the top-ranked masters in the current rankings are barely catching a C+ class monster alone. It is also limited to some monsters whose attack is quite clear, and there are still no rankers that can capture B-class or higher monsters in solo raids. In such a situation, Drake is a very strong axis among A-class monsters. You are attempting a solo raid against Gorgon, at least 1,000 times stronger than a C+ class monster. However, Drake, with Gorgon in front of him, was not at all frightened or depressed. Are you rushing too? Drake steps quickly, went back. Like a seasoned matador, he avoided the Gorgon's horns rushing in a straight course and avoided. At the same time, he stepped on a stone pillar that had collapsed in half and jumped up. Tada! He stepped over 2 pillars in a row, then jumped into the air and shot 3 arrows in succession from that spot. Oh, it blown up. Unusually, Drake didn't use a bow. He mainly used a light crossbow that can be held in one hand, and he felt like he was sending several arrows at once. Tacky. Drake landed on the floor and fell back again. Quackwang. Gorgon rushes, breaking several stone pillars. Pewuk. The sharp tip of the horn struck one of the pillars and made a deep scratch on the waist. Not bad. Drake mumbled briefly and nodded. He was deliberately letting Gorgon's attack sweep through the stone pillars. This is because the grooves for stepping on the surface of the smooth stone pillars are dug. Rather, Drake's one-handed crossbow reloads the arrow. Bacon City one-handed weapon /B+. It is a crossbow that is easy to manipulate and light enough to be lifted with one hand. Due to its poor design, its attack power decreases, but it ignores the opponent's armor. Attack plus 2,500. Can be used when the characteristic opens special. The attack power is not very high for a B+ grade. However, Drake chose this crossbow as the best item to deal with the Gorgon. The reason was because of the Gamushi characteristic attached to this crossbow. It can inflict fixed damage regardless of the opponent's defense. Because of that, Puffer Puck. Several arrows flew into the Gorgon's hard body. Mom dash. Gorgon trembled once as if it wasn't itchy, but his HP was gradually decreasing, slowly and steadily. Rumble. Gorgon is ready to rush again. Quack 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 quang. He did not cover anything in front of his eyes. The collapses, the statues, the stone pillars. Anything is destroyed if it gets caught in its horn. The majesty as if the god of destruction is charging. However, with the overwhelming sight in front of him, Drake was still calm. Whip. He again moved to another stone pillar with the horns indented at the waist of the stone pillar. Rather, Drake loaded the crossbow with one hand, and at the same time put the other hand in his pocket and stirred quickly. Patter, patter. Something sprinkled from his pocket and laid under Gorgon's feet. It was a small piece of metal that looked like a sea urchin or chestnut. Hell's Lockdown one-handed weapon /B+. An object made to be laid under someone's feet. Anyone who is stabbed by this thorn, which is tightly packed with evil intentions, will have no choice but to lie down. Attack plus 500. Poison attack power plus 500. Characteristics available when opening, special. The loaves falling patter from Drake's pocket. Since it is rechargeable, you can use it without worrying about the number of times. Fuwook. Gorgon stepped past the ironwork without hesitation. Whenever that happens, damage ignoring the defense power was constantly being applied by the Gamushi characteristic. Well. Gorgon continued to pursue Drake. Drake was pushed back for a while. Soon, he flocked to the corner and was trapped in a corner of the dungeon. Junik, Peruk. Gorgon pushed Drake as if he had seized the victory. Its artificial intelligence is never low. There was no way to let the enemy who drove him in the corner escape. Moo. Soon, Gorgon screams and charges. However, Drake has no signs of trouble at all. Patter. He laid a lot of irons in the corner where he stood. At the same time, Drake opened his inventory and sprinkled something on the floor. Essence of Slime D. After collecting and boiling 1,000 slime flesh, only the core substances were filtered out. Skull Snail Gel D. When skeleton snails mate. Lubricating oil to flush out. Plenty of love. Because it's very slippery. There is no. Ignore the degree of bondage and slip. Items obtained from slimes and skeleton snails. Although it is a D-grade Japtum, the effect is endless depending on how you use it. Drake sprayed them right in front of Gorgon's rush. Yet, Kai Prophet Yi. Gorgon, running like crazy, stepped on the liquid sprayed on the floor and pushed back as it was. Whip. Then Drake escaped the corner and climbed the wall to escape. Quack 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 quack. Gorgon was hit in an empty corner as it was. If it were the same, he would have changed course following Drake running aside, but his turn failed because of the mucus and gel on the floor. Fook, fook, fook. Numerous poison traps dig into Gorgon's body. Moo. Gorgon turned his head in an enraged state. However, Drake has already neatly escaped the corner. The same pattern of raid began again. Quackwang. Gorgon rushes quickly and destroys the surroundings, and Drake moves it back to avoid killing them. Inflicts caltrip damage. Then, when he gets to the corner, he sprinkles slime and gel on the floor to escape. That kind of fight had already been going on for 60 hours. Peruk. Gorgon quickly shows signs of exhaustion, no matter how invincible a rank monster. However, the effect of the ignored dog's trait that ignores defense was really strong and tough. Although they were weakened arrows and irons, the damage they inflicted was through Gorgon's hard and tough fur and penetrated into the flesh. Consistently intact. Quackwang. When Gorgon destroyed one of the few stone pillars left, its HP was now barely dropping. Okay. Flashed. Gorgon's attack pattern has changed. His head, which had been drooping so far, as if it were heavy, stood upright. Red eyes were shining through the entire dungeon. Many times. It's a really annoying property that turns the person in contact with the eye into stone. It's finally out. Drake avoided his gaze as soon as Gorgon raised his head. If it's about the mana-burning trait, he already knew keenly over the past dozens of failure experiences. Beard. Drake even sprinkled the calf he had grasped on the floor. This cannot be used until you return to the last calf, the village, and charge it. Click. The quiver on his back was suddenly empty. All the arrows left in the inventory were thrown away. Rattle. Drake moved his hand. Then, I took out a dagger that I had tied with a leather strap on the inside of my thigh. The final number of matches. Sword of the weak, one-handed weapon, /B+. A dagger that shines with the resentment of the weak. Ironically, the grudge always turns to the weaker one. Attack, +800. Can be used for the characteristic deprecated, special. The characteristic of despising the weak, Rojra Mirshru. It is a trait that kills an opponent with 5% or less HP with 5% probability. This trait, which instantly kills weakened enemies, is rarely used in general. This is because the frequency of utilization is extremely low. However, Drake was playing the final game on this item. Gorgon rushed with all his might. Drake thought by throwing a dagger. 20 attempts so far. If there is a 5% chance, it was time to burst at least once. Before I close my eyes, I've already been smart about Gorgon's position. I know its speed, the trajectory it's rushing through, and I've been dealing with it so boring. Drake threw the dagger with all his might. I did everything I could. Now you have no choice but to lean on your luck. Kirarik. The thrown dagger flies round and round, aiming at the center of the head of Gorgon, coming from the front. Both the arrows and the lozenges fell. HP is also low. This raid will also fail if this instant death trait does not burst. There is no choice but to endure death and go back a long way to make a promise in the future. And within, FAT. A loud sound echoed. The sound of a hard metal piece breaking into a hard skull and getting stuck. The violent smash sound, Pushai Yin, was short but intense. It was enough to resonate throughout the dungeon. That moment, Drake was intuitive. Went in. At the moment of throwing, there was a feeling on my fingertips. This definitely worked. Entered properly. Drake gently opened his eyes. Okay. Thud. I saw Gorgon falling down with a dagger stuck in the forehead. Done. Drake cheered. This dagger with terrible attack power did it. Finally, there is a 5% chance that it shines. It is a characteristic that has not been exploded in more than 20 attempts. It just burst. Drake ran with a thrilled expression and stood in front of Gorgon's body. The Gorgon, seen up close, was really huge. Looking at it like this, I really feel new. It was a really great monster. Drake sighed and tapped Gorgon's body once. Now it's over. A raid that has been hanging on for a week without eating or sleeping. Like the old man and the old San Diego in the sea, and like the Marlin. Drake and Gorgon had a great match. And now it was the turn to allocate the results. Behind the scenes, Drake reached out and searched Gorgon's body. It was to collect the items. But Gorgon still seemed to have a hard time convincing the outcome of the match. Wriggle. Drake's body flinched momentarily as he searched for the body with a look of exhaustion. Kaya. Something suddenly popped out of the end of Gorgon's body. Tail. Yes. Gorgon's tail suddenly started to swing like crazy. Gorgon's tail, grade, B. / character, poison. Habitat of Periuna. Size, 80 centimeters. The one who has been giving things to the head for a lifetime. Now there is no him. The obstructor who regretted the loss of his initiative and stopped his flesh. It started beating like crazy, as if claiming to be a separate creature completely different from its head and body. Blah. It widened its snake-like snout, and soon spewed out a sea-common poison mist from its throat. Deadly poison magic. It was pouring into the moribund Drake. Fuck it. Drake felt the darkness before his eyes. Even if you die here. What was called Chien Ryilsil, Chan Lir Yi Sur. And everything was handled perfectly. The long-awaited fortune also burst. However, a piece of inattention at the end of the day put all this in vain. Die. You'll have to start all over again. No, much behind the scenes because of the death penalty. Drake lowered his head as if he had resigned ahead of his darkening vision. It can't be helped. He is now weak enough to die even in the slightest shock. But Drake had to tilt his head. The poisonous magic that should have been put on the whole body has not yet reached. Already soaking your body. It's not enough time that it should have eroded the bones. The lake raised his head with a confused expression, and soon something black came into his sight. It wasn't that the view was darkened by frustration. Something black and huge completely obstructed Drake's view. There was Jormungand, level, B/ traits, White Warlord, poison immunity, magic immunity. Habitat, secret puppet dong, giant Nguk, and stupid thoughts, size, 15m. Time. The snake occupies the end of the myth. The scales that are tightly covered with no gaps are immune to all poison and law damage. Do. Where did it come from? A pitch-black snake was standing in front of Drake, confronting Gorgon's tail. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 38. Previous talk next. Chapter 39. Hawkeye's Nest 4. Gorgon's tail, grade, B/ trait, poison. Size, 80 centimeters. Habitat, the nest of the paternal children. Living with regrets throughout my life that the initiative was taken by the head. The whole being. Now there is no interfering person to stop him. Gorgon's tail. It is an event monster that lives only in Periuna's nest. There is no impact because you can't meet them separately, and you can only meet them for a while when they appear additionally after catching the Gorgon. The grade is only B, and the characteristics are also just dung, not guidance. No matter how, it wasn't a great monster. However, at least at this moment, it can be said to be the most fearsome enemy for Drake. The poison he has is grim. Drake in a state can be terrible in an instant. No matter how weak it is a Class B monster. However, now, instead of Drake, there is an entity blocking Gorgon's tail. Jormungand, level, B/ traits, White Warlord, poison immunity, magic immunity. Habitat, secret puppet association, giant Nguk, myth, Nang. Size, 15m. The snake occupies the end of the myth. Ebon scales that are tightly covered with no gaps are immune to all poison and magic damage. A snake with ebon scales. Jormungand was now staring at Gorgon's tail with a pronounced hostility. Self. Soon, Jormungand ran with his mouth wide open and swallowed Gorgon's tail in his mouth. Kyaha. The tail resisted fiercely, but not so much in front of the huge difference in weight. It didn't seem to have a big effect. Gorgon's tail and Jormungand are both B-class monsters, but the outcome of the battle was overwhelming, perhaps because of the characteristics of the match. The tail sprayed a poisonous mist from its mouth and resisted, but neither poison nor magic worked on Jormungand. Because this giant snake has the power to defend almost 100% of poison and magic damage that touches the body. Oh, munch. In the blink of an eye, Jormungand chewed and swallowed Gorgon's tail. As I said before, the monsters in Dim eat each other in this way, fill up their HP, and grow. Drake looked at the monster that appeared in front of him with a blank expression. Where else did this giant monster appear? Foofs. Oh. Jormungand swallows Gorgon's tail and burps with a satisfactory expression. Then he rolled around the giant body to form a poop shape, and he was sticking his tongue out. It was a modest attitude with no hostility. Then, you ate Macta unintentionally. There is one throat sound in Drake's ears. Soon, someone walks out of the shattered wreckage. To be born. *****. Traveling thoughts. Fingang, ring. /A. Jormungand, A giant snake that lives in the demon world discovered a small gap that leads to the human world that is good for living. I dig the hole by myself. Can't come. This cunning snake decided to take advantage of the human greed beyond the hole. Magic power plus 300. Summon Jormungand, max 1 horse. Lee special. I looked down at the serpentine ring on my finger. The ability of this summoning ring is not worse than I thought. Jormungand is not only large, but also very fast. The physical attack power is also quite strong. Poison, magic defense is almost perfect. AI artificial intelligence was also quite sophisticated and excellent. It's a monster that would have been fed a much higher rank if its physical defense wasn't terribly weak, so it could be quite a convenient pet depending on how you use it. Fooths. Jormungand pushed a huge head and rubbed against my body. I hit him in the head a few times and then summoned him back into the ring. Meanwhile, I looked around and stuck my tongue out. Arrows, irons, and daggers embedded in Gorgon's forehead. All items above B+ grade are all characteristics that deal damage regardless of the opponent's defense. The monsters dropping these are scattered across the continents of the East, West, North, South, and so on. Then really, I can only say that it's great. Probably, this person will be the number 1 in the unofficial ranking. The number 1 ranking in Korea is a tremendous achievement that you can't even dare to rub. I glanced at each corner of the dungeon. Essence of Slime D. After collecting and boiling 1,000 slime flesh, only the core substances were filtered out. Skull Snail Gel D. Lubricating oil released by skeleton snails during mating. It is very slippery because it contains a lot of love. The degree of bondage is negligible and slips. All kinds of liquids are scattered. I didn't think there would be anyone else writing these besides me. It's only natural that I know how to attack a few decades in advance, but Drake is real. That was the genius among geniuses. I'm sorry about this. I thought to myself. Originally, Drake Cat's meta was Gene Archer. It was a presence in an overwhelming battle that caused an earthquake by shooting a bow from a distance. If he was the first to catch Akani as it was in its original history, and that's why he got the earthquake meta, perhaps he didn't have to hold the Gorgon so hard. By catching Aoni on the way down to pay Ryanos Nest, he would have obtained an upper seismic item, and with that, he would have checked the Gorgon's rush and succeeded in the raid more quickly and safely. But I stole the earthquake meta from Drake. He seemed to have grown into the Gamushi meta, that is, an armor-penetrating meta. Certainly, the characteristics of piercing armor or immediate death are good for archers who do not have a wide area such as an earthquake, as long as I would only play 1:1 solo for control against dark high-level monsters. I praised Drake's choice. Although he was deprived of me in the early stages, he immediately picked the next best option and clapped his eyes. Due to this, Drake's growth meta will be completely different in the future. Probably it will turn out to be incredibly hardcore. Right then, I owe you. The voice is hard heard through the translator. As I turn my head, I see Drake with an exhausted look standing towards me. When I handed me a bottle of potion silently, he continued to drink it. The death penalty for this game is very fatal. If I barely caught Gorgon and died here, I would have been sick and could not have slept during the period of inaccessibility. Drake looked very tired. It might be so. Just by watching it, it's been more than 60 hours. If I've been hanging from Gorgon all the time, I'm sure it's about to fall by now. When you look at your proficiency, it looks like you've been hung up for about a week, right? When I asked, Drake nodded. Yes. For a week, I've almost completely grasped the entire dungeon. I died several times before that, but I thought that if I could only catch Gorgon, I would be able to get all the rewards. That's right. No matter how much you die, as long as you can catch A-class monsters, there is no such thing as a penalty. Yet, a familiar notification sound popped up. Tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first Gorgon raid. This is the world's first Gorgon solo raid. Reward is paid. Would you like to leave your name? Solo raid ranking total. Medium. First, Drake Cat, /7 deaths, 82, give up, /162 hours, 3 minutes, 21 seconds. Trang. Items also fell. Gorgon's Horn Fragment Lotion, one-hand weapon /A. Gorgon's horn is still dangerous even after being shattered. If any of its fragments penetrate into the flesh, it is recommended to cut it off as soon as possible, if you don't want to be a stone. Attack power plus 1000. Poison attack power plus 500. Attribute mana times can be used. Special. Items that seem to be made for Drake dropped. Hemp. Because it is possible to combine up to 3 traits by fusion of Yumso type weapons, the Gamushi trait will be added to make it even more perfect. It must have been given a title as well. It was likely that Gorgon's Beast trait was given. Saw. Drake touched the lozenge once and nodded. He seems to like the characteristic of he who is stabbed by this thorn turns into a stone. You can lay it on the floor, or you can throw it. The uses will vary. Within, Drake, who collected the item, turned to me and said, I owe you a debt, so I want to pay it off. What can I do for you? It was a rather unexpected line. Is it in return for my killing Gorgon's tail? After I was silent for a moment, Drake seemed to have judged something on my own. There are several proverbs passed down in our family. One of them is 2 times the grace and 10 times the revenged. That's a bloody proverb. As I nodded, Drake declared, Since you saved my life once, I will save your life too. Twice. Who? Looks like this is a pretty good condition. The world's #1 PK ranking saves my life twice. It's not okay. It's a very good condition. It is not a buck compared to the rewards obtained by grabbing Gorgon. I replied right away. Then I don't even know if I should use it now. Ding. Drake listened to me and looked like he couldn't understand. I did it. However, it is more effective to see it once than to explain it 100 times. Anyone with the physical and control skills of Drake's level would follow suit without any explanation. I moved without hesitation and headed to the deepest part of the dungeon. Where are you going? This dungeon is here. And Drake couldn't finish talking. Where the dungeon boss Gorgon becomes Zen. It is the altar at the far end of the 7th floor of the Palianua's nest. The altar is a huge square. It was a block of stone, and above it was an arch-shaped bridge. From a distance, it looks like a giant lock. I groped at the bottom of the altar where Gorgon was born. Where the finger is indented. There is a hole. As soon as I checked the hole, I went through the inventory. Yeet black, key D, 1, 2. It's probably not a good thing to touch this object. The time has come to open the lock. Beard. Combine the 2 pieces of the black key into one and push them into the hole at the bottom of the altar. Q1F. A tremendous earthquake began to strike. What is it? Drake gripped the potion bottle with a confused expression. Quajajijic. Quaquaquang. Starting from where the altar is, the floor collapses. And, oh. You can hear a scream coming up from very far, extremely deep. It started. At the same time, the awaiting notification tones pops up. Tiring. You have entered the hidden dungeon, 8 nests of fearless child. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Gene Boss appears. Midyus's son. The last monster I've been struggling with. The time has come to put an end to the boring chain quest. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 39. Previous talk next. Chapter 40. Basilisk 1. Tiring. You have entered the hidden dungeon, 8 nests of fearless child. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Gene, Jun, Boss appears. Medusa's son. Green venom began to spurt under the crumbling floor. Quaquang. Rumble. In every crack in the black crack, a wave of poisonous poison rises like a tide. Under the green foam, the last monster I've been struggling with so far has begun to reveal its enormous figure. Basilisk, level, A+/ characteristics, poisonous, earth, earthquake, impulse. Habitat, the 8th floor of the nest. Size, 44 m. An illegitimate child born with a black dragon. It is known as the king of all crawling things. Although it had the same size and strength as a dragon, it was not a dragon because of its lack of wings. The inside is always rotten and rubbed. A huge monster was crawling up the basement. Dinosaur's head, sword-like scales and a smooth, long body are those of an inexorable snake. There were no whites in the eyes, only the black faces were filled, and the eyes of the eyes were full of black and red bloody tears. The black upper body had 2 thick arms, but no legs. The lower body, which leads directly to the tail, was so large and long that it seemed to be staying in the basement floor, immersed in venom. He roared as if destroying the entire dungeon. Whenever Pierre burst, green venom was spewing out of his throat. I trembled at the overwhelming majesty. Basilisk. What a charismatic monster. The basilisk is a monster of luck who could not be a dragon in the end despite having the same size and strength as a dragon. When I think of a more detailed setting, because of the tremendous anger and sense of inferiority for not being accepted as a member of the dragon tribe, the basilisk betrays the dragon core and enters the command of the demon core. Of the 7 demons, Satan, the director of anger, made a plan to invade the Dragon Legion, using him as a lieutenant. However, the Dragon Legion responded quickly. The Black Dragon imprisoned his son, Basil Lisk, in a dungeon just before his rebellion, and sealed his birth mother and his own government Medusa in an ivory stone forever. Currently, the demon army is trying to escape the basilisk by sending an intermediate devil horse. What are these things? But it's not that important now. Skip. Skip. Settings I don't need to hear. I turned off all of them. As you look around in a calm manner, you can see all of the current situation. The basilisk is gradually creeping up this way. The floor was almost completely melted by the poison it was emanating. Push type. The stone pillars touched by the green venom quickly collapse. The water level in the poisonous sea was slightly higher with this. Oh, there must be such a hidden boss. Drake raised a crossbow and read. The fatigue of not being able to eat or sleep for a few days seems to disappear in an instant. Vote. Several arrows flew and touched the basilisk's body. Damage ignoring defense is inflicted due to the penetration characteristic. Right then. Puffer puck. Drake felt his HP sharply cut. What? Obviously, he wasn't attacked, but his HP decreased in an instant. To the puzzled Drake, I briefly explained. It is because of his characteristics. If you attack it carelessly, it will be reversed. Basilisk's characteristic P.E. Ryan. It's a very annoying and troublesome trait. It may be a trait that is difficult to understand without knowing the sad history of the basilisk. Reflects up to 99% of the damage suffered. It can be regarded as a high-level compatibility of the bottom best characteristic that I used for a while. Basilisks deal 90 to 99% of the unknown damage to their opponents. It had a reflective passive characteristic. The damage itself is very long, because his defense is so great, but the fact that more than 90% of the damage inflicted is returned is inevitably a huge burden for the dealers. Because of this characteristic, it is impossible to raid the Hanta using the one-shot rush. It was also impossible to rush into a swarm and let go. If the damage of the master is reflected, the sewers will be destroyed. Drake looked up at the basilisk with a subdued look. That kid, the guy who also looks great in defense, does reflection damage. It's a scam. Yes. By setting, the scale of the basilisk is dragon scale. The scales of a dragon, an S-class monster, are densely covering its entire body. Although he was confined deep in a narrow underground dungeon without having flight characteristics, he received an A+ grade, but his race value is almost comparable to that of the S-class. If he is released in the vast wilderness, if he had been in the state, he might have been able to get an S-class decision. Invincible defense, reflection damage, even deadly poison there. This is the majesty of an A+ class monster that does not fall out of anything. Even if it's a scam, there's nothing to say. Oh. Basilisk raised his upper body to the 7th floor. Looking down at the 8th floor through the collapsed floor, the bottom was already filled with green poison. The dark green liquid that flowed from his sharp teeth suddenly filled the floor on the 7th floor. Pushy profit. Now the entire floor of the 7th basement floor begins to blur. Probably, after a little time, it will naturally collapse and sink into the poisonous sea on the 8th basement level. Continuously, a roar that seemed to pierce the eardrum was vomited. Green, disgusting liquid and solids popped out of the basilisk's mouth. Rotten blood, intestines, bone fragments, etc. They contaminate everything they touch. Was it really upset, and upset by the upset heart? It's such a beggar setting. A carnival where rotten blood and intestines are sprinkled. This space, full of corruption and pollution, was completely dominated by him. Quackwang. The floor, weakened by the poison, collapsed again. Almost half of the floor on the 7th floor is now left. With a plop, with a plop, with a plop. The decays sink deep into the sea of venom below. What do you think you woke up this guy? Drake looked at me with a confused expression. I shrugged and replied briefly. What are you thinking? Of course I'm going to catch it. What? When Drake listened to me, he looked embarrassed. Catching it? What? This giant monster in front of you? He looked like he couldn't understand what I was saying. Right then. Oh. Basilisk began to open his mouth towards me. A black throat can be seen through a mouth full of sharp teeth. Something is coming up from beyond that. Breath is coming. I warned Drake. At the same time. Pew. A huge fountain of venom erupted from the basilisk's mouth. The blood and my intestines were scattered throughout the dungeon, mixed with the fierce breath. A smell like rotting from the nose to the brain, terrible toxicity. The whole dungeon was filled with the energy of corruption. However, I didn't suffer any poison damage. Kriok. Basilisk opened black eyes as if unexpected. Puss sus. Jormungand. This snake, which 100% defends against poison and magic, was protecting me. Jormungand's resistance to poison, which even ignores the venom of the basilisk, was truly great. Maybe it's the guy Medusa summoned, or maybe he's resistant to the poison of Basilisk, Medusa's child. It is now. I hurried out from behind Jormungand's back. About 2 seconds after the poison breath is applied, the basilisk is stunned. This would be because he was all over the wounded. Damn it. I lifted the cut and poked the basilisk's torso once. Okay. Poop. Some damage went into the basilisk. And at the same time, the reflected damage bounced like a thunderbolt and aimed at me. Per fuck. It was Jormungand who received the reflection damage of Cockton instead. Chill. Poison and magic defense is enormous, but physical defense is poor. As soon as the snake was hit with reflection damage, its HP was sharply cut. Sorry. I'm taken care of. I patted Jormungand's neck lightly. Grungy, grungy, grungy. Everything the basilisk's breath touched was melting. The dock sea on the 8th basement level has already encroached on more than half of the 7th basement level. Leaving it this way, it seemed to rise higher. The whole world is a green sea. All you see is poisonous. Now I have to float here. I did it because I did a little damage to the basilisk. From now on, I have no choice but to believe in the damage of Cumden. I quickly moved and climbed onto Jormungand's neck. The same was true of Drake. Sloppy, sloppy. Jormungand wanders the green swamp with me and Drake on his neck. I started to run away. Okay. Basilisk follows immediately, but maybe because of the slow movement, he seldom caught us. It's all here in the end. Unfortunately, running away is the best option in this situation. Next time, I'll be more prepared and calm. Drake mumbles from behind, as if to be disappointed. However, I squeezed my eyebrows as if saying what I was talking about. I told you. Are you going to grab it? Drake tilted his head, and at the same time, a notification sound came to my ears to support my words. Tiring. Item fusion is complete. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 40. Previous talk next. Chapter 41. Basilisk 2. Qua 7 rumble, slash. The whole floor was collapsing. An earthquake strikes and sinks the walls and pillars. With a plop. Clapper duck. With a plop. The collapses fell into the green sea and disappeared in an instant. Whether it has sunk or melted is unknown. Fussussy. A green poisonous fog began to form. Everything inside the dungeon is rotted and polluted. In the midst of a shower of rocks pouring out, the decay swallowed up everything. And, in the midst of this great chaos, K-O-O-O, the king of the dungeon, Basilisk, roared with his mouth wide open. Basilisk, grade, A+/characteristics, poison, earth, earthquake, impulse. Habitat, the 8th floor of the nest. Size, 44 m. An illegitimate child born with a black dragon. It is known as the king of all crawling things. Although it had the same size and strength as a dragon, it was not a dragon because of its lack of wings. The inside is always rotten and rubbed. Like a monster with a poisonous characteristic, he pursues and follows the enemy who inflicted even a little damage to himself. It is an artificial intelligence with a fierce tenacity. However, now let's go up quickly. I wasn't afraid of the basilisk's pursuit. Because he is a monster that must be confined only in the dungeon, the range of luck is limited anyway. Pa Ryanos Nest is a dungeon consisting of 8 floors underground. If you run to the first floor, it will last until its HP reveals the floor by damage. I will be able to. 3 hours. If I can withstand that much, I will win. Basilisks were damaged by the hell out of them, so it is clear that at this moment, they must be affected by damage. Gaza. I escaped the 7th basement floor that was all poisonous. As he jumped up the stairs to the 6th basement floor, Drake asked, "But do you have confidence to survive that poison attack?" I didn't respond to Drake's words. In fact, even if I think about it, it's because it's a little straightforward. It takes about 2.5 hours to escape from the exit on the 1st basement floor. It's a little vague time. In the meantime, can the basilisk's poison be ruined? Drake seemed to think on the negative side. Hagi, you must have learned quickly about the size of the dungeon while dying countless times in this dungeon. However, but there is a way. I had a corner to believe. If you follow, you'll know. I told Drake. He has a choice. Follow me or escape out of the dungeon. Trust me. Drake seemed to have chosen to follow me. Is it because of the unique, boiling blood of an adventurer? Anyway, we ran through 6 underground dungeons. K-O-O-O. The basilisk burned down the underground stairs, spewing poison from his mouth. Then he poked through the door on the 6th basement floor to reveal its wicked appearance. It was the monsters on the 6th floor basement that suffered the hardship. Darkscale Bat, Ultra Pi Sun, Cave, Blade Salamander, etc. Originally, all the monsters living peacefully on the 6th basement floor were covered with basilisk's poison. Pasa Sasic. Monsters dying without even screaming. Only the sound of dropping items all over the place is loud. How each one of them is so strong that I couldn't even catch them. Drake sticks his tongue out as he watched the numerous monsters he had escaped from being annihilated by a basilisk. Was it not enough to extinct all the creatures on the 6th basement floor? Bang, bang, bang slash. The basilisk was striking a fist covered with muscles and dragon scales, smashing all the nearby landmarks. Rumble. Jig. Every time he jumps, the pillar and the floor crumbles. The existence itself is like a natural disaster. Indeed, it was the majesty of a large monster with earthquake characteristics. Grungy. Basilisk's uvula shook greatly up and down. It again attempts to spray poison at a distance. Pew. Pouring green poison cannon. Shield puck. But again, I used Jormungand to stop the poison wave. Are you surprisingly useful? Fooths. 1. As I stroke my head, my body twists and makes a pleasing sound. Within. Whoa wow. Basilisk roars again. This time it's poison fog. Unlike the venom cannon, the poison mist that spews out like a humidifier is the Yaman. I can't even stop it with Gand. It's best to just run fast and avoid going upstairs. Hodideki. I quickly climbed the underground stairs and started to climb to the 5th basement level. Hey, comma. Then, behind me, Drake asked in a poignant tone. How do you know in advance that poison cannons and poison fog will come? That's what you know by sound and posture. Well, sound. Posture? As far as I can tell, both attack patterns are the same. At Drake's words, I touched my index finger from side to side. The venom cannon is 350 frames. The fog is 370 frames. Only the motion before firing is the same, and the frame is 20 different. Chan. In addition, the roar of the poison cannon is 3 octaves, and the roar of poison mist is 3 octaves. And to give a personal tip, when shooting poison cannons, the uvula only moves up and down, but when the poison mist is emitted, the uvula is weakly shaken from side to side. I can see this right away. Drake looks at me with his mouth open. I wonder if all these crazy guys are there. Meanwhile, I just tilt my head as I am. Why don't you understand this? I don't understand. In the meantime, I and the lake broke through the 5th basement level. Kokwang rumble. The floor, weakened by poison, collapses again. The basilisk was still following me with great tenacity. Goah. Basilisk opens his mouth again and tries to do something. It was neither spraying of venom nor discharge of poison mist. 5. The rush is coming. I knew everything about what kind of attack was coming just by looking at his motion. Just as expected. Quang slash. The basilisk rushes at great speed for an instant, turning everything in front of it into powder. However, in this case, it could not move outside the straight track, so it was a sneak peek to the side in advance. In conclusion, I am saying that I have not suffered any damage. But we were already on the 3rd basement level because the basilisk was closing in at a tremendous speed. Glance. Looking back at the basilisk, his HP is still strong. Basilisk. HP 7,800, 175/9, 750, 220. 80% of HP remained. There's less than half of the space left to escape, but that's about it. What are you gonna do? If it's like this? Drake urgently asked. I don't even ask how I cut off his HP by 20%. As much as that, the situation was urgent. Cow ho ho ho. The basilisk that stopped rushing roared again. The black scales on its entire body began to stand up like the blade of a long sword. Puffer pow. Scales burst out and flood like a shower. Quang. 6 stone pillars hit by the emanating scales were penetrated and collapsed. The walls and the ceiling were all smashed. A skill that is so powerful that the entire dungeon becomes a mop. In terms of physical attack power alone, it is comparable to that of an S-class monster. However, while lying on the floor, I avoided all the scales of the basilisk. The scale grenade technique is rather easy to avoid. All you have to do is lie down because all the scales bounce upwards at a 45-degree angle. I woke up right after I finished talking. Then he smiled as he looked at the basilisk, which had stopped standing tall while blowing the scales away. The best thing about it is that this technique is a counter motive, so it inflicts damage on yourself as well. Literally. The basilisk, which blew off the scales, was stationary for a while and motionless because of the shock that he suffered as well. Now is the deal. Due to the lack of scales everywhere, if you target well there, the periunit trait will not be activated. I poked a cut into the body of a still basilisk. Per fuck. With a loud sound, a deal goes in. Oh. Basilisk struggled with pain. Joe, good. Then me too. Drake quickly lifted the crossbow. No, I was trying to hear. But the moment he picked up an arrow and loaded it into the crossbow. Gaya ho ho ho. Basilisk will wriggle again. I started to do it. Quang. Another earthquake hit and broke the floor. Oh, what is it? He's moving right back? Drake looked at me with an embarrassing expression. I shrugged. I had plenty of time for him to stern. Didn't he hit a single one? Was it enough? It seemed like it moved right away. What are you talking about? It was paused for about 0.8 seconds. Hearing my answer, Drake looked upset. Isn't it time to add 2 more deals in 0.8 seconds? Why don't you understand this? Meanwhile, we were passing the 3rd basement level. The basilisk has been chasing right behind us at some point. Drake shouts frightened. I'll get caught like this. Wait. As I ran forward, I scanned my surroundings. Where was it? It seemed like it was about this time. Before long, this body sparkled in my eyes. Found. You can earn about 3 seconds. Eventually, I was between the 2 stone pillars slightly to the right from the front. Got out of it. It was a little detour from the survival zone, but I have to go there. Why are you going this way? Drake also follows me without knowing English. Thanks to the long way back, the distance between us and the basilisk narrowed a little further. HOA. When the basilisk roars and reaches us, as if reaching out. GING. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the air. And, thump. Beyond the magic circle, a giant monster fell off as a Regan. Blue skin, one eye, sharp teeth. It was Aoni. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 41. Previous talk next. Chapter 42. Basilisk 3. Aoni Chingoi. Class C+/character, giant. Demons, earthquakes, fusion. Habitat of Paliyuna, rotting and burning land. Yi size, 12m. Of Belpagal, one of the 7 great demons. Load. He came up from hell, commanded to invade the ground, but his head is so bad that he is still trapped in a labyrinth. I haven't been able to fulfill the owner's orders for a long time, but it's okay. Belpagal, who gave orders to him, was also quite lazy, so it has been a long time since he forgot his existence. Blue skin, one eye, sharp teeth. The opponents who will suffer within the body class. Aoni Chingoi. A powerful demon, a giant-type monster with no evil. Oh yeah. As soon as this giant monster became Regan, it roared with 2 fists tapping his chest. Like a large monster that possesses both demon and giant characteristics, its strength is so enormous that it does not seem like a C+ class monster. Its set of dull intelligence makes his attack pattern very simple. An enemy who enters a certain area will attack. Simply, this was Aoni's rule. For this reason, it relentlessly launched an attack on the enemy who invaded its territory. Even if it is a basilisk, a monster that is 10,000 times stronger than itself. Let Aoni grab the head of Basilisk with all his might. Quageek. Basilisk was rushing like crazy. Braking was applied to the movement of the car. Certainly, Aoni was neutralizing basal risk. That's about 3 seconds. Great. Basilisk, as if it were annoying, narrowed his eyes with only black masturbation. Yet, 1. Basilisk stretched out his arms and hugged the blue demon in front of his eyes. Crackling. Blade-like scales stuck in Aoni's body. Push tasting. The terribly strong, poisonous gastric juice dissolves from Aoni's head. Oh, and I profit. Aoni was terrified in the blink of an eye. Thud. When the blue hand holding the head was relieved, the basilisk shook a lot and shook Aoni's body. I did it. Then, as if when it was, they started charging towards me. It was good. You made 5 seconds. I nodded when I heard Aoni screaming from behind. 5 seconds is a tremendous amount of time. It's time to cut the basilisk's HP by 0.05% and a whopping 4,875. So, Aoni has achieved more than just his role. I tried to silence for a moment toward the blue demon of imposing physique. Yet, me and Drake broke through the 2nd basement floor and climbed to the 1st floor. If you go a little further, you can exit the dungeon. But then, the basilisk won't be able to meet again for a while. It's because of the 1st cataclysm that he will be released to players in earnest. Will it be behind the next 5 years? I can't wait for that. I bit my lips and ran. Before you run the remaining distance, you have to play somehow. Great. Basilisk, standing tall in the back, now has about 50% HP. It was pretty much worn while he ran away. At the same time, Tadak. I got to the 1st basement floor. There is no more escape. Now is the moment to make a choice. 1. Will you escape to the door behind your back and save your life? 2. Or will you die here? The answer seems obvious. Drake looked at me with an urgent look. The basilisk is still alive, Jing. I'm angry, but I think it's not that far. Okay, you can think so. Usually you think so. But I am saying that I am not normal. What are you talking about? It starts now. I was bored, but can I give up here? Then, Later, readers who watched my basilisk hunting video will receive countless personal aggression curses. I dragged myself and asked if this was the only thing. Rather, I was preparing for a full-fledged raid only now. Good. Everything is as calculated. It's showtime. I lit my eyes against the basilisk that had about half of the HP left. At the same time, a new item came out of the inventory. Kaidomaru's footsteps. Porridge shoes /B+/convergence. A shoe made from the skin of a strong demon's foot. It is said that those who wear this will be able to borrow the power of demons. Attack power plus 500. Movement speed plus 50%, special. The characteristic earthquake can be used, special. Number. An item made by fusion of Akani's footskin with Aoni's footskin. Not only has the attack power been greatly enhanced, but the seismic characteristics are still usable. Earthquake, D-Jun. The most devastating wide area among the techniques used by demon-type monsters. I rolled the floor of the first basement floor with all my might, wearing Kaidomaru's footskin. The explosive power from the whole body is concentrated on the soles of the feet, and it was passed on to the ground intact. Grungy. I wondered if the ground I stepped on was rocking like the sea level. Qua one bang. Soon, heavy vibrational waves began to shake the ground. At the same time, rumble. The dungeon floor began to collapse. Of course, it wasn't because of the earthquake created by Kaidomaru's footskin. No matter how powerful Kaidomaru is, I cannot completely copy its seismic power. I wonder if Kaidomaru has enough power in the first place. I mean, the reason the dungeon floor is now collapsing was because of the basilisk. Earthquake damage caused by his raging during that time was still accumulating throughout the map. And because of the poison that melts and corrodes everything, the entire terrain of the dungeon was weakened a lot. The earthquake I caused was just a trigger. Oh. Basilisk struggled, but he couldn't help it on the crumbling ground. It wouldn't matter if it had wings, but in the first place, isn't he a creature that couldn't be a dragon because it didn't have wings? Quack 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 quack. Within, the floor of the first basement floor collapsed completely. Ka! The basilisk shouted and fell down. Pyuna's nest is basically a deep dungeon. As the distance between the floors is 10,000, the height of each floor is naturally bound to be considerable. Quabang! It was thrown to the floor of the second basement floor. In this process, a significant amount of HP evaporated. Fall. Basilisk took damage, and the scales of the gnome had the characteristic of immortality. The black scales reflected their shock in all directions and scattered them. Bang quack quack quang. Jik. The surrounding terrain was destroyed once again due to the reflective damage that spewed out like a thunderbolt. Oh. Basilisk stood up, wriggling his arms. No, I tried to build it. When the basilisk struggles violently. Uji string. Eventually, the floor collapsed again, and he was slammed into the third basement level. Again, HP went out into a cluster. The ground was weakened a lot due to the riots and poisons that the basilisks have crawled up the dungeon so far. In the meantime, the size of the giant fell from the top, so the shock would not be the only one. Even the reflected damage was riding on it, so there is no way the floor can withstand it. Kuryong. Not surprisingly, the bottom of the third basement floor also collapsed. Qua one bang. The basilisk again rolled down to the fourth basement level. Again, HP goes out into a bunch. It was repeated over and over again. Boom, /quakwang, /rumble, /. Eventually, the basilisk broke down the weakened floors of the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh floors and rolled down to the bottom of the dungeon, the eighth basement level. And there was a sea of poison that he had made himself. With a plop. Eventually, the basilisk fell into the place where he was originally confined. Ka. Oh, the sound of a roar that comes from far away. But it will take me quite some time for him to come back up to the first basement floor where I am. In the meantime, sheer damage will take care of him. Who? I sighed deeply. Thud. Thump. 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 A slight vibration continues to resonate from below. The basilisk again swims through the sea of poison and climbs the wall. Would it be quicker for him to climb back and kill me? Or would it be faster for Cumden's % damage to break his breath? I'm ascending him as much as possible. I move to stop it. Bang. Quakwang. Roll your feet and break the floor. Excellent sorghum. Giant rocks, fragments of stone pillars, and sculptures collapsed and fell below. I can't ignore the rockfall damage this way. Hey, you help too. I also shouted at Jormungand next to him. Foof. Then he moved a huge mass and threw rocks or statues down. Is this a secretly useful guy? Countless rockfalls fall into the dark sea of poison. Now it was really a time fight. There. What can I do? Asked Drake, who was next to him. But at this point, There's really nothing he can do. I don't know if it can cause an earthquake, but is it impossible for him now? I glanced at him and said, I'm eating popcorn. Worn and Worn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 42. Previous talk next. Chapter 43. Killing Spirit, Drew Savling. 1. 24 hours. The time it takes for the destroyed terrain to return to its original state. I gazed at the huge green hole from the 1st to the 8th basement level. Boogle, boogle, boogle. It is too deep to see the bottom properly. Sometimes only the sound of boiling poison was heard intermittently. Yet, definitely one. I wondered if my surroundings were shaking, but soon. The map began to be reconstructed. The smashed walls and floors are recreated. The broken statue has also returned to its original place. The collapsed ceiling and floor have also been restored to their original shape. The time for the monsters to respawn was a slightly different concept, so the dungeon was still empty. Then shall we go now? I slowly entered the dungeon's wealth while riding on the back of the ebon serpent, Jormungand, being careful about the poisonous poison that may remain. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yet, when I reached the 7th basement level, I heard a familiar notification sound in my ear. Tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first basilisk grade. You have cleared the Perunia's nest for the first time ever. You have cleared the hidden quest Medusa's mother. Sun hunting 1. Reward is paid. Would you like to leave your name? Under the altar where Gorgon used to be Zen, you can see the entrance going down to the 8th basement floor. As I went down the underground passage, a secret room hidden in the deepest part of the dungeon appeared. In the middle of an empty room with nothing, a huge body was scattered. Basilisk's body. It seemed to have died after being marinated in terrible poison. Eventually, he couldn't climb up and lost his life in the swamp-like rage he vomited. Bay Ryan, who neither father nor mother recognized. Let's get official recognition for the basilisk hunt. E. Tiring. Your level has risen. Continued. LV 35 up. Title, Medusa Killer, Privilege, Mana Burn, / Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Poison New. HP 350 of 350. Item, Scarce the Flurry / One-Handed Weapon / S / Not Too Bad. Scarred Thoughts, Thungyang, Ring, / A / Summon Jormungand. Foot Leather of Kaidomaru. / Shoes / B + / Earthquake, Convergence. This is a status window that has been opened after a long time. Level has risen by 2 and a new title Basilisk Hunter has been created. The benefit of this is poisonous. That's great. I nodded. I guessed it, but when I got it, there was no way to prevent the tip of my mouth from being slit. The poisonous trait is one of the few traits of a basilisk. The content was simple. The blood that flows in the body inhabits a terrible poison. When you are on the defensive in battle, if you sprinkle blood from the wounded area, the area becomes a deadly poisonous zone. Enemies poisoned by poison can take up to 4 times more damage than normal poisoned enemies. It will go well with the cut. I muttered, stroking the sack of an awl hanging from my waist. Now it's time to check the items the basilisk dropped. I caught the basilisk for the first time, and for this I am also blessed with Medusa. Therefore, the dropping item would be an A+ grade item that is equivalent to the unconditional basilisk. I walked toward the pillar of light that emanated from the center of the basilisk's body, chest area. Oh, yet, an item that was good enough to make my eyes wide open showed its appearance. Heart of Imperious Child Armor / A+. Basilisk's heart skin cut out and dried well. I am ready to hate and curse all of the world. E defense + 500. Property people can be used, special. Number. Armor that looks like a welded black blade. I put that armor on. LOL. The black armor soon digs under my skin and disappears. On the outside, it seemed to be naked, with no clothes on. However, when I receive even the slightest shock, my body turns black. And from that part, black thorns like blades pop out. It seemed to react extremely sensitively to external shocks. Right. Was this item falling off here? I muttered, tying the black armor inside my body. In the distant future, hidden pieces called A+ grade 3 gods. If you collect those 3, can you live a building in Tehran Aro, Gangnam? Pei Ryanos Heart was one of those 3 miracles. It seems to be an express reward for the first attack. Then, well, it may be rude to say this, but Drake was talking from behind. Oh, he asked me with a cautious look. That armor. It doesn't look very good. Maybe it's because I don't know well. Drake said, looking at the basilisk's armor. Yes. At first glance, the stats of this armor look very stupid. If you look for good items in the B grade range, there are many things with more than 500 defense. If the defense of A+ grade armor is 500, it is a really ridiculously low number. But, as you can see, the true value of this armor comes from its characteristics. Polyana. Reflect 90% or more of the damage you take to your opponent. There was even a special effect that reflected a total of 99% damage by applying plus 9% as a bonus to enemies with higher ranks than him. However, if you are not a tanker-type character, it would be difficult to use that armor properly. No matter how much I look at, you're not a tank. Drake said, looking me up and down. I nodded. Of course, this one is meaningless. As I said before, the Heart of a Frenzy is one of the A+ grade items called 3 Shinji. This armor alone is great enough. However, when 2 other items are added, this is worth enough to be attached to the word Sung, because you can really hold on to the gods. 17S+, class monsters reigning as the god of this worldview. I scratched my chin, thinking about the distant future. No, maybe it's not a very distant future. Meanwhile, Drake keeps snooping on my body. It's a very subtle feeling because I'm getting naked and seeing other men's gazes. Would you like to touch it once? Let me ask in a low voice. More. Drake moved his head with a serious expression. Excuse me then. Please be gentle. At the same time my mouth opens. Drake picked up an arrow with lightning-like gestures and stuck it on my shoulder. But, Tom, my skin, which touched the arrowhead, turned black at an instant. At the same time, along with the sparks, a lightning bolt-shaped transparent airstream shoots out towards Drake. Per fuck. Drake was hit by reflection damage and frowned a little. Okay, do you get 90% of the damage back in this way? It would be quite difficult to avoid it. Hey, it's pretty hard. Then pretty power. Is it that you can avoid it if you give it? Well, it might be possible to avoid it with Drake's magical control ability, but it would be impossible for most ordinary people. Drake stabbed an arrow through my body one more time. Kang. There is a sound of metal and iron bumping, and the reflected damage is thundered like a thunderbolt. Comes out. For puck. Drake smashed some of the reflected damage back. Ting 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 ting. Reflective damage spread like a translucent thunderbolt, bounced between numerous stone pillars, and disappeared farther away. This is great. If you do well, you can also kill a great deal. Drake sticks his tongue out, seeing the reflected damage that extends quite far. Anyway, I successfully raided the Basilisk. The biggest achievement in this raid was Basilisk. It was the item and title that came out. In particular, I really liked the fact that he acquired the trait of Polery Child and Poisonous Character. I also realized that Jormungand was surprisingly useful as a pet. If it weren't for him, the Basilisk's poison damage would have caused him several times. In addition, it was also a huge harvest that Drake, who will be the #1 in the PK rankings, left 2 extra lives. He was showing me curiosity, and I think we can be a pretty good partner. I didn't have anything, but I have no face because I have been involved in the Basilisk treatment. Drake said he was sorry to me. He couldn't get the item because of his low contribution, but he managed to get the title privilege for hunting basilisks. Drake was given the ground characteristic, which is a pretty attractive perk as the attack power when stepping on the ground becomes 150%. Ever since Gorgon's Tail, he's been in debt to me. Oh, at least he himself seems to think so. Being a person with quite a few cases, I decided to share the task with him. You know the geography of this dungeon, so why don't you help me to collect the items? Is there anything? If you have anything else to do it to your heart's content. I will do my best to help. Drake nodded with twinkling eyes. Soon, he began collecting numerous items by going around the 1st to 7th floors of the dungeon. Aoni, Horned Lizard, Camille King, Longsword Scale King Cobra, etc. Numerous monsters marinated in the venom of the basilisk were dead with items dropped throughout the dungeon. Most of them are C+ grade items, and very occasionally, B grade items are also seen. We took all of them. I handed over some archer items to Drake, and then put the rest at the auction house. This will make your cash assets even thicker. Soon the day is coming when Esports Toto will open. The bullet was getting ready to land. When I'm making plans for the future in one way or another. Hey, Drake, who was maintaining the item, spoke to me. When you left your name in the Basilisk raid rankings, you said, "Is the deceased?" Why? When I asked, Drake looked seriously for a moment. Soon, he told me a pretty surprising thing. It turns out, a few large guilds recently ordered you to kill. I heard the news. Killing order? After a few stiff eyes for something to say, Drake showed me the messenger note he had received. The number of users who engage in non-mannery activities under the nickname Deathwater is publicly distributed. Crime, deliberate trolling, monster steal, item theft, unauthorized PK, naked costume performance lewdness, etc. We are waiting for the help of many rankers residing in the night. The bounty is Hyun Sang-soo's ship at the guild level. Huh. I was shy and opened my mouth halfway. Among them, there is no single offense I can agree on, except for the crime of obscene performance. As I was making a ridiculous look, Drake said, I had a bounty request, too. He told me to come if he's interested. Quite a lot of people gathering. It was the same. He was really worried about me. The tone seems to be how it would be to hide away for the time being. But I was rather shining my eyes. You want to catch me? It's cute and makes me laugh. I'm already excited when I imagine how the little chick newbies gather and rush to me. But what is cute, and what is ugly. No, what do I mean to even kill me? Huh, I thought, stroking my chin. It wouldn't be bad for these chick newbies to get rid of them quickly before they grow up and become fighting chickens. Moment. Stunning thoughts came to my mind. How to get rid of the nerds who ordered me to kill me all at once and get the second item out of the A+ grade 3 wonders right away. I turned to Drake and asked, You said you had a request for a request, right? When I asked, Drake nodded. Yes, I wasn't particularly interested in rushing around, so I read and chewed. No, could you reply to that note once? It's not that difficult. What do you reply to? I'm telling you where I am now. Well, are you telling your enemies where you are? At my words, Drake tilts his head. I can't guess my intention. An expression that seems to be impossible. He asked again, Where can I be? I replied with a serpentine smile. The West Continent, between the desert village Ketis and the dungeon remains of forgotten ancient civilizations, the harsh desert zone B. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 43. Previous talk next. Chapter 44. Killing Spirit, Drew Sovling. 2. YouTube View. The world's largest streaming site. Tens of millions of videos are uploaded a day. Tiring. Among hundreds of millions of videos, one additional video was uploaded. Normally, it is natural that they do not receive any attention, but this case was an exception. Deus Ex Machina, A+ grade monster, Basilisk grade. It's a simple title. However, the meaning contained in the title was by no means simple. Bronze Golem, C+. Nameless Queen, B. Crying Angel, B+. Raid video leading to Medusa, A. They've already documented an enormous number of trillion views. And the 4th episode, following those 3 videos the other day, has just been uploaded. A+ class monster caught 6 months after the game was released? That's ridiculous. It should be common to dismiss it as fishing, but there is a record of Medusa Raidra, so I can't believe it again. Countless DIM users clicked on the video as if they were holy. Everyone wants to see the ridiculous play of BJ deceased person. It's kind of like a pervert, but it's cool, and it's a play that's really swearing. Yet, in the video, a man who covered his face with a mosaic began to open his mouth. BJ is a deceased person. Now, today I will try to catch an A+ class monster. Yeah? What did you say? Is it nonsense? Absolutely impossible. By the way, there is no such thing as absolute, Jajan. Because I decided to catch an A+ class monster today. If I catch it, I catch it. There's nothing that doesn't work. So please recommend, subscribe, favorite, and favorite works. Okay. Comments began to be updated in real time. The last time you catch Medusa, it's ridiculously uninteresting. Can't you fight a bit fiercely? When I see other BJs, I fight like blood. This guy only runs away all the time. Why do you always go naked? You're all bad, but it's the worst. Put on some clothes, it's kinky. Mayweather and this one. Go. I admit that you're good at it, but it's a really uninteresting fight. The Cubs tried rewrite Spirit hit the subscribe box, chuckling look up a little later. Also failed raid images that seem to be more Culjum cider. Public opinion is not very good. All of them are comments that slander the streamer's sleazy fighting style. However, once the basilisk appeared, public opinion turned upside down. By quickly. Coming again. Dog breath is coming. Damage. Come on. Bounce and fast. I can't see it. I think it will be right. Sheet. I'm sorry for cursing me for just avoiding it for no fun. How do you fight with that? Koyo. But BJ's deceased person never dies or retreats. The poison cannon is coming. You should avoid that. Oh, this time it's poison mist. The motion is the same as when using the poison cannon, but the poison mist is a little more. The movement is smooth. You need to separate them well. Seeing that the roar is a 3-octave soul, another poison cannon is coming. I knew it. Oh, have you just seen it? Basilisk's uvula trembled from side to side. This is poison mist. I have to bounce. Aracha. Yes, safe. Have you just heard the sound? Have you all heard it? A cow dragged on the floor. Lee ran twice in a row. Do you think it will rush in 2 seconds? Oops, I can't do it. Lightly roll the floor twice to avoid it. Be careful of sharp stone fragments. It looks like the scales are going to explode. All you need to do is lie down, as all the scales bounce upwards at a 45-degree angle. I'm sleepy, but I'll lie down and sleep. Snoring. Now, the technique is over. Once this is done, the basilisk will hang on the stern for quite some time. 1-2 at this time. Add dill, and it will come out. There is plenty of time, so you can add a dill to your liking. 0.8 seconds. Do you have enough time to bounce after dill and dodge? The longer my lines resonate, the more they spread. Basilisk's anger is getting more and more intense. Commenting public opinion completely reversed in those few seconds. Wow, avoid it really well. I turned away the sound of a roaring, octave, and technical separation. Possible part? Absolute pitch. Yo. No matter how many times I look at it. I'm not sure how many times you know 7ODF. No, he said this was his first raid. If you look at the death number and the abandonment number of 0 later, you can see. Basilisk is a real jackpot. Chunky. It seems scary. I love you, but how are you going to hold it? TT1T because it seems like you're just running away. Yet, immediately after arriving at the first basement floor of the dungeon, BJ's deceased person just turned around and Basil. The moment to make the final decision with risk. Fit. The video ended abruptly. You what is it? Why off? Oh what? At an important moment, comments rush out of anger. Anger as if everyone became a basilisk. Then, a message popped up on everyone's monitors. Part 2 will be released for a fee on the fan channel. Yes, there is another new concept of pay channel in YouTube View. It is a special channel that is open only to those who have paid a certain amount of donations on the free channel. A system that any YouTube View user knows and recognizes. It has risen. Your head rolled well, the deceased Hyung. If you do this, you have no choice but to see. What are the conditions for joining the fan channel? You only have to pay 101 or more in donation. It seems relatively conscientious. It doesn't matter how much, so please upload part 2 soon. It. I'm talking about donating it now. Shut up and take my money. In the middle of the clamor of comments. Tiring. Soon, the second part video was uploaded. At the moment, the comment window is locked in silence for a moment. Everyone is immersed in the video without hesitation. Within, rumbling. A scene where an earthquake breaks down the dungeon floor. Basilisk going down. Scenes sinking into the deep sea of poison are sent out. A magnificent ending that reminds me of Terminator 2. Viewers did not spare a respectful praise. Standing water I admit. This is not 101, but 1001 or 10,001. My heart rises. I'm overwhelmed. I'm going to run for raids. These days, I live in the pleasure of watching this broadcast. I'm still having a hard time catching a slaughter bee. This person is you're holding basilisk by yourself? Sheet. Being naked wasn't because it was a pervert, but you were confident in holding it without armor. Not. That's just a perverted sheep. The voice is so good, the late person. Please reveal your face only once. I love you. What are the pro gamer clubs doing? Don't take this person soon. I am the current owner. I want to drive us crazy too. Please get in touch with me, Mr. Deceased. Or, please report some of your acquaintances. I'll be back, please. The real story of the Boo manager's appearance? Be crazy shit that owner. 2 coming out big ire 1 that it. The owner's tease is a little boss sock. Giko yo shi kao yo. The response to the comments was indeed explosive. Views reached millions within a few hours of posting the video. Even though it's a paid video, it's this much. Even if the number of views is 101 alone, the sponsorship revenue is hundreds of millions of dollars. But considering that there are a lot of people who donate more than 101, it is difficult to know how much it would have been spent. Those who were initially negative about posting the video in first and second parts also turned away. This is worth paying for and seeing. However, there were also quite a few who didn't like this video. Representatively, unlucky baby. With swearing. Squash. The spit fell on the monitor. Outstanding body with no place to hide. A face like a goddess of beauty. However, only the expression he is making is the same as that of the evil ear. Yudahi. She stood in the center of the basement capsule room and was struggling, while staring at the channel of BJ's dying person. What really killed the Yalmian bitch? Yu Chang shouted at Yudahi, who was fluttering. Oh sister, what if you spit on my monitor? He grumbles and pulls out a few wipes. Oh, look at the cigarettes, so yellowed. What is it? Gee, not spit. The monitor. I have to throw it away. Yu Chang grumbles carefully so as not to contradict Yudahi's planting. Meanwhile, even beyond the opaque spit dripping down on the monitor screen, BJ's stagnant water was still splendidly going out. Paid views keep rising. I will set an all-time record in 24 hours. This. For reference, Udahi also paid 101 and watched the second part. I didn't want to pay the money, but I was curious and I felt like I was going crazy, so I couldn't help it. And after watching the video, a deep frenzy comes. The cub. We sold and bought Medusa. Now you have risen to a higher place. Allah. X-bitch. Why are you so good at controlling? How is this possible? It is unfair to be dead by a crying angel, and to pluck 100 million gold deposits before that. You can also succeed in the basilisk raid. His brain and eyes were all burned out of anger and jealousy. Then, my sister. Please calm down. I heard a wriggling voice from the side. Torch. Udahi turned his head nervously. There was a man standing as tall as he was far away. Are you now a high school student? He is a friend who still has a youthful spirit. Take Jang. He is the leader among the deceased water riflemen. Not like this. Let's find a way to get revenge on him. Taek Jang said. The reason why the brothers and sisters Jang Taek, Yu Dae-hee, and Yu Chong, the captain of the deceased water gunmen, met was simple. Yu Dae-hee started BJ activities a while ago, and in the process, he had formed a guild by gathering a large number of passionate fans. The so-called Udai Guild. In addition, Jang Taek also created and operated a guild for quite a long time to repay the grudges of his friends who quit the game. Youth called in Chan Alliance. It was a guild. Taek Jang said. If you gather all of your sister's guild members, there are about 150 people, right? That's about us too. So, let's hit that deceased child with a total of 300, right? Yeah. I also return messages to other ranking rankers. If you see the location of the deceased, please report it. Why do they listen to you? I put a bounty money on it. The money is great. Do you have money? Yes, I broke it and stored it in the guild warehouse. I think you should help out in your guild as well. At Jang Taek's words, Udahi nodded. BJ's deceased person is raising the stock price these days. If you take a video of killing him with PK, the sponsorship revenue will be significant. It won't compare to the amount going out as a bounty. In reality, money is not the problem. Anger. It seemed that if I killed him, this anger would subside at least a little. Right then. Tiring. Jang Taek's cell phone rang. As soon as she saw her cell phone, Taek Jang opened her eyes wide. The location of the deceased child has appeared, sister. What? Where are you? When Yu Dae-hee and Yu Chong asked, Jang Taek hurriedly replied. It's a harsh desert. See if you're hunting there these days. Screenshots are also attached, so I'm sure. At the words of Taek Jang. Puduk. Yu Dae-hee sharpened his teeth. If it is a harsh desert, it is the place where I went to catch the nameless queen. The place where I first met him, the forgotten ruins of an ancient civilization. Yu Dae-hee's eyes began to get red and red. That place, that person, that taste. The taste of defeat. The taste of death. The taste of humiliation. My cold hair boils hot again. I will surely kill it. Yu Dae-hee flutters with anger. Like that, Yu Chong and Jang Taek glanced at her with fearful expressions. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 44. Previous talk next. Chapter 45. Killing Spirit, Drew Sav Ling. 3. C-Class Item Large Quantity Asterisk. For sale $. Quickly click on the surface color. Limited Sale Super Special Price D-Class, K-Tem Mass, Sale 1+1 Event. Glutinous Rice Cake, Buckwheat Cake, 3 Void Youngdeok Snow Crab, other consumables such as potions. Selenadat. Severe Desert Zone B1. This place was popping up with people now. A street vendor, the symbol of a hot place. They gathered together to form a huge flea market zone. Originally, it was a district where there were no people at all, so this crowd was unusual. Perhaps this is the first and last time that people gather here like this. Right then. Quackwang. Suddenly, the desert floor began to slump downward. Haha. What? Those who used to be street vendors were greatly embarrassed. Jaya. Sand rises like a fountain, and a giant monster emerges. Sandpit Ant Goblin. Grade. C+, / characteristics. Goblin, Bug, Latent, Vortex. Habitat, throughout the harsh desert. Yi size, 5M. Chungwangjiang monsters inhabiting the middle of the desert of the heat. If you are walking in the desert and there is a hollow pit in front, it is better to avoid it unconditionally. A C+, class monster has appeared. He is a field boss with an appearance that looks like an ant ghost has become huge as it is. KOO. The ant ghost sheared the countless prey and created a whirlpool in the center of the sandy swamp. The ambition to devour everything that moves. However, there were too many opponents. Puff, 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 puff. All kinds of magic and arrows were scattered. As many as 1,000 people attacked each. The ant ghost turned into powder and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, it's a great crowd. There was a woman who admired the sight. A beauty with a physical body that looks like he is not a real person. It was Yudahi. She looked around and checked the population. More than 1,000 people were now flocking here. All of them have an outstanding level. It was even more crowded when hitting the chopsticks. How did you get so many together? Yudahi tilted as if he couldn't understand. Of course, he recruited the killing squad mainly from the hot-blooded fans in the secret fan room, but the number is at most about 100. If I collect Jang Taek's Incheon Union Guild, it will be 200 or not. This, of course, is tremendous, but it is not comparable to the thousands of people gathered now. As Yu Dehe and Yu Chong tilted their heads, Jang Taek, who was next to him, said, "A lot of Chinese rankers are probably coming." "What? China? Why?" When Yu Dehe asked, Taek Jang explained. "It seems that Chinese gamers don't like how Koreans are doing right now. It is said that the Chinese great favorite, Ing, personally bet a large sum of money and ordered the killings. If I partner with them, it seems like things will go well, so I released information and collected it. Ing Bei PK Quest. There is no way that dark gamers in the dark realm will not respond to this amount of bounty. Among those who are wandering, there are often also those who are running as pros. All of them have world-class rankings. Eventually, the dominance here was a three-way battle. Udai Guild led by Yudahi, Incheon Alliance Guild led by Taek Jang, and bounty hunters aiming for the bounty of the Godfather Nungsi. It doesn't matter if it's the chopsticks who hit it outside the field, but they are also gray molecules that can draw a knife at any time in some cases. Strictly speaking, is it a fourth-wave battle? All these people flocked to catch a dead water. Yudahi shed a cold sweat on the plate that was bigger than she thought. But apart from him, the tail of his mouth keeps rising. Now I can kill 100%. When I think of that bad guy, my heart boils again. This time, you should definitely swear at the opportunity. Then, there is quite a loud noise coming from the other side of the crowd. "Hey, I caught it. Give it to me." A man was shouting in an annoying manner. Sandpit Ant Demon just haunted. There seems to be a dispute over the item that came out of catching this giant Chungwang-Jok monster. In the midst of countless attacks, items were first distributed to the beings who made the most decisive contribution to catching the ant ghost. The problem is that there are two subjects. The one who's getting annoyed right now, Guillaume Pater, the 12% shareholder in Yodo. As a famous professional gamer active in France, the official ranking is 9 places, the Western European ranking is 6th, and the French ranking is 2nd. And, even with that annoyance in front, silently, a man with no answer. A man covering his body with a black cloak. Brightly. His eyes shine brightly under the hood. Audacity Do Sun Matthew. Official ranking 30th, Asia ranking. 21st, 16th in Korea ranking. He was also here. The stake in Sandpit Ant Devil was 12%, which was the same as Guillaume. Usually, the contributions rarely overlap like this, but sometimes this happens infrequently. Take your hand off. If you don't want to be cut off. Guillaume put a grudge toward the investment god. His ranking is 9th in the world, and his opponents are at best 30th. He thought it couldn't be a game. But, cut it. No investment was pushed back. Huh. Guillaume narrowed his eyes. As soon as he realized that he shouldn't be verbal, he drew a long sword from his waist. Rankers PK began. Oh. Awesome. Are the reels sticking together? Go. Kill it. Is it an unofficial ranking game? Get the PK of pro gamers. All the spectators who became light were excited. Spock. Guillaume was quick to play. He narrowed the distance from the two Shin by playing the sword with his demon-like skill. It is the 2nd place in the French rankings, fast. Avatar is breathtaking with its head tilted back. It narrowly escaped the offensive trajectory. Spot. The large rock behind it is cut diagonally and slides. And after that, the bars behind it were also cut off in succession. It seemed to be using a weapon with penetrating characteristics. It must be delicious to squeeze. Tushin clenched both fists. For him, who pursues a macho style of martial arts, close combat is rather welcome. Soon, when two masters are going to make a full-fledged game. A while, there was a person between them. It was Yudahi. She stared alternately at Toshin and Guillaume with a bitter look. You haven't forgotten the purpose of gathering here, right? Don't lose your power without need. Okay. Both Guillaume and Investment Shin are fluttering. Yes. Wasn't this gathering here to catch one that new meal in the first place? Standing water. A greedy man who alone disturbs the ecosystem and tries to dominate everything with excessive soloism. It is not necessary to fight among the just people gathered to stop him. Huh, that's right. Because of those Japtums, there is no need to subtract HP in these places. Guillaume took the knife first. He gave up the item coolly and left. Anyway, these days, C+ grade items. It has been released quite a bit, so it's not so insanely expensive. That's not a big cake for Guillaume Toya, about a month's worth of salaries. And, compared to the bounty that Mr. Ng, the Chinese refusal, originally paid for, the money generated by selling C+ class items is like a small amount of money. Let the PK fever fade. Huh. Tushin also left. He also has a clear purpose for coming here today. Standing water. I didn't really want to kill him. However, I was curious about the expression he would make when dealing with so many crowds. What the hell are you going to do? Tushin sat down in an ugly place and thought alone. Will he die from being beaten? Would you like to die so smoothly? Considering the play he showed at the time of the Medusa raid, it would seem that it would be so vain, but it is not. But what can that one do against the thousands of players gathered here? No matter how much you think about it, the probability of the deceased winning or surviving is infinitely close to 0%. Tushin was sitting here with such a complex and subtle feeling that he wanted him to die, but not to die. Meanwhile, Zhu Dehe, who prevented the PK of Tushin and Guillaume, had to travel around busily even after that. As the masters who are said to be Nandanda gather together in one place, there will surely be an uproar. Those who couldn't win the favor were already playing PK everywhere. If I went like this, it seemed that the Buntang quality would become too big. It is not known when the one purpose gathered here will be disturbed. Even though the miscellaneous trader admits, the PK offender cannot. Because of this, Zhu Dehe was gathering diligently to dry out the PK and unite the forces. Her agitation and politics are gone. He's a genius. Even the innocent face that stimulates the man's protective instincts and the reverse body completely different from him were enough to bake a number of men in an instant. In the meantime, it is no wonder that the number of members of the Udai Guild rises by about 10%. Everyone, don't use that overflowing blood in PK, but use it to kill. PK players who heard Zhu Dehe's words immediately nod their heads. Bounty, beauties beg. It's enough to move the rankers with some skill. Yet, the forces that were divided into 3 groups began to calm down quite a bit. One great current dominates this power. Kill dead water. Everyone sharpens their swords and aims only for the timing when the baby's appearance will appear. Looking at the scene, Zhu Dehe smiled. She secretly instructed her younger brother, Yu Chong, standing behind. As soon as the baby dies, you gather a few of the 10-blooded kids and hit the heads behind other guild leaders and some of the rankers of interest. Zhu Dehe was very strategic. As soon as he succeeds in hunting the deceased, he plans to receive a bounty or use it as a career to eliminate rankers who will grow more and more in advance. The strategy of repaying enemies, not giving money, and trying to get ahead quickly when others are behind. In addition, the Chinese sign, what a profitable business if Nung Si even eats my bounty. When Zhu Dehe and Yu Chong are planning to hit everyone in the back of the head. Hey, there was a voice calling for them. Zhu Dehe raised her head with a puzzled expression. Okay, there, you can see a man wearing a black hood deeply. Having a crossbow on his back seemed to be an archer class. Zhu Dehe recognized his identity at once. Li Hu took a screenshot of the baby's location and reported it. It is Drake Cat. The rank is unknown because he is not registered in the official rankings, but he is already quite famous in the under. More than anything, it is quite trusting in that I go alone without making an unreasonable partner. It is because they are not entangled in the interests of any group. Thank you for the report. Thanks to that, you can know where he is, so it will be easy to destroy. Thank you again as the guild leader. Zhu Dehe with a pretense smile. As he lowered his head, Drake Cat struck his hand. Soon, he revealed Yong Jian, who had visited Zhu Dehe and Yu Chong. I had a party with him for a while, so I know his exact location and access time. Then, one of Zhu Dehe's eyebrows wriggled. She is quick to notice. I understand what you're using. Zhu Dehe opened her eyes and looked at Drake. Like sticky and dense honey, her gaze runs down Drake's whole body. Assassination, on Shah. Half, anti. Either way, this strategy has nothing to lose. Soon, Zhu Dehe and Drake's eyes are sticky and tangled together. The hands of both men and women were firmly held together. Deal is complete. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 45. Previous talk next. Chapter 46. Killing Spirit 4. Drake and Zhu Dehe shook hands. However, there is no set yet as to how the assassination will take place or what the cost will be. What do you think? Zhu Dehe narrowed her eyes and looked at the lake. I couldn't read anything from that expressionless face. I just felt the strange heat emanating from my eyes. It was a look that anyone who pursues money or fame would have. Yu Dehe could see at a glance that this person is of the same class as himself. Those who are crazy about the game. A human who can do anything to go up. Yu Dehe asked straightforwardly, "Are they the motherfuckers that can be assassinated? How are you?" Drake just laughs bloody. Soon, he drew a crossbow from his back like lightning. Ugh, comma. Embarrassed Yuchang just reached for the shield, but Drake's hand was at least 3 times faster. Shit. In the blink of an eye, 2 arrows flew and struck Yuchang's ear hooks in both ears. Take out the bow and arrow, load it, point it, and shoot it. It all happened and ended before Yuchang had just raised his shield to his heart. Yu Dehe and Yuchang have goosebumps on their backs. I felt it sprouting. Until now, because I've seen the splendid play of the BJ deceased, I thought that there would be no skilled person going beyond that. However, this is absolutely not the ability of an unknown ranker. How much would it be if registered in the official world rankings? Top 10. Yu Dehe and Yuchang feel like they've had a fresh look. I thought the world was wide and there was a lot of standing water. Meanwhile, Drake still said with a blunt expression, "Once again, I know his exact location and access time now." Knowing the location and access time, and the archer, it seems that it could be assassinated if it was that fast. Yu Dehe asked again, "How do you know that?" I followed. "Why, comma. The news of the PK League of oh shit came to me as well. The horse is PK, in fact, it is a killing order and a bounty." Drake opened a messenger window and showed him the note. Yu Dehe nodded as if convinced. "So what do you want from us?" "Degree." Drake's words, Yu Dehe glanced. Frowned a little. "Are you going to receive double the bounty? Standing on the Chinese side and on our side." "I am unable to receive the bounty from the Chinese side due to circumstances. I will transfer my share of my contribution to your guild, so send that amount of money." Yu Dehe quickly rolled her head. A talented person like Drake. There is nothing bad about it because it is nominally one of the Udai guilds. If the bounty from the Chinese side flows in this direction in the first place, the promotional effect will be great. At an offer with nothing to lose, she nodded. "It's not that difficult. Only." But Drake didn't just say good things to Yu Dehe. He said right away, "I would like to pay some bounty on my side with fire." "Prepayment? How much?" "It only needs 200 million. 200 million. 20 million won in real money. That's over." Yu Dehe frowned. "Do you know me as an idiot now?" "No way. If you wish, you can do so in a deposit format. A method in which money is left in a third space and then withdrawn when the conditions are met." Yu Dehe touched her chin. If Drake could really assassinate that new guy, what would be the regret of 20 million won? Pay off your grudges, collect huge bounties. As you may not know, the bounty for the Chinese rejection ing will be much greater than this. If it fails, the money placed in the deposit will be returned to your account intact, so there is no problem at all. Revenge plus bounty plus promotional effect plus safe transaction equals? Yu Dehe, who finished a quick calculation in her mind, soon regained the same fascinating smile as before. "It's good if it's a deposit account." "Okay, comma." In this way, Yu Dehe was a woman who wanted to be cool. She immediately opened an account, linked it to Drake's account, and immediately placed 200 million gold as a deposit. Deposit, 200 million G. Deposit conditions, killing that baby 0 to 1. Here, the baby means BJ's deceased person. Although there was no way to find his account, I was able to spot a specific account by accessing the YouTube View channel. There is no doubt about this as YouTube View cannot create a channel in the name of another person. Good. As long as Mr. Drake completes the assassination properly, the money automatically goes into your account. No, comma. By the way, it's a word from the old woman's heart. Do you really need 200 million gold? Asking for an extra fee. So, wouldn't I have to give it to me? There is no way to take more than the amount of money in the deposit anyway. Well, it is. The deal is over. If the assassination is completed, the quest will be automatically distributed by a fairer hand than anyone else. Yu Dehe is about to leave after finishing his business. Wait a minute. Drake summoned Yu Dehe and Yuchang to one more time. He watered it with a sincere voice. "I did it. Are you sure you're not going to end up killing him alone?" Yu Dehe's expression hardened at those words. Taek Jiang of the Inshan Union Guild or rankers from China. They are an alliance now, but after the killings, they will surely turn into cumbersome rivals. In fact, after the end of the PK, she was planning to kill all the other rankers who joined it. As the board grew so large, I had to tweak the plan a bit, but I didn't intend to share the bounty with anyone. In a yard where there were so many independent bounty hunters that it was difficult to move in the open, Drake said Soul. "I've been making an interesting suggestion. Why don't you leave the quest for some big guys? They're specially cheaper. How much is it? How about 50 million per head? Of course, as a deposit. At Drake's words, Yu Dehi sparkled her eyes. Maybe we can get a lot of rivals out there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An employee without a single person. It is an abandoned sculpture that has been left unattended on the desert. However, there is one person today. This is quite rare. Drake. He is now abandoned. It was carefully entering the temple. Assassination list. Deposit, 200 million G. Deposit condition, killing that baby 0 to 1. Depositary, 32. Deposit, 50 million G. Deposit conditions, Incheon Union Guild Leader. Jang Taek, murder 0 of 1. Deposit, 50 million G. Deposit conditions, Udai Guild Leader. Udahi murder 0/1. Deposit, 50 million G. Deposit conditions, Udai Deputy Guild Leader. Killing Fluent 0 to 1. He's the amount of deposit he has. I opened the left. The names of those who entrusted the quest were all listed on the assassination list. The names of Yu Dehi, Yu Chong, Jang Taek, and numerous bounty hunters who were commissioned are all listed as targets for assassination. What is English? Tada. He made a leap forward and burned the pillars of the temple. Okay. On the roof of the mosque, where the sand breeze blows. A man flapping his black cloak raises his hand toward Drake. It is me. Did you get the deposit well? When I asked, Drake nodded. Both guilds wanted to kill each other. Each other paid a deposit to each other. As soon as your killing order is over, you will turn into an enemy immediately. That's right. Are they such things? I remembered Yu Dehi's face and laughed. The back of the head. I don't want to change. Did you properly leak information that I'll show up here at 2 o'clock tomorrow? Yes. He believed in surprisingly well. That's it. You're a personality that makes a bunch. Because this is not. You would have thought there was no reason to lie. That's not enough. I even wrote down tomorrow's schedule on my private channel. Tomorrow, around 2 o'clock, I will try to attack the Forgotten Ruins once again. That would have made Drake's credibility even thicker. I said while looking at the map. Tomorrow, while I fight against the 3 factions, you collect your deposits while organizing your assassination targets. Yes. The purpose of sending Drake is to collect money. It's a bounty on my neck. Of course I give up. I can't kill me and win a bounty. Instead, I will kill those who have come to catch me and take all the bounties that they hung around each other's necks. To do this, they deliberately used a system called depository. Would this come in quite nicely? I hope tomorrow comes right now. I'm very excited. However, unlike me, who is swaying around, the lake has an anxious complexion. Hey, I did what I told you to do, but what the hell are you thinking? What? There are more than a few hundred people who have come now. It will grow even more tomorrow. Yes, probably. Each one is the adherents. They flock to catch you. In addition, the questionable rejection of Nung Si fueled the heat even more. That moment, I opened the screen and popped up a screen. It's a community picture. The posts I posted were listed all the time. Of course, under a pseudonym. Ing. We are looking for warriors who will catch that baby and let them know the greatness of the great nation. Deposit, 10 billion G. Deposit conditions, killing the baby 0 to 1. Mysterious Chinese rejection Ing. Yes, that's it. Your last name is Yes, and your name is No. No. Of course, I have no intention of giving money to bounty hunters. I won't die, so I don't have to worry about taking the deposit. If I don't mind, I will commit suicide, well. Then, won't the bounty that kill me fall on me? The death penalty isn't a big deal. I haven't been able to sleep properly in the last few days, but after a good night's sleep, the time for access will be over. Was you womb? Drake looks at me with an absurd expression. Soon, Drake shook his head with his hand on his forehead. Yes, even if I say that the money I paid as a bounty can be recovered through suicide. What will those people in the crowd do? No, why did you call them together in the first place? Drake wondered about everything, like a 7-year-old boy. I didn't answer his questions in vain. He just flipped his thumb and handed him a 500 gold coin. Go and get a camel. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 46. Previous talk next. Chapter 47. Sandworm 1. Yet. It's time. Friday before 2:05 p.m. A huge crowd gathered in the harsh Desert B area. 1. Siege Annihilation. Rankers wrapped around the point where BJ's deceased person is going to connect. The first people around were wizards. Lightning, flame, poison, wood, frozen, steel, rock, etc. Wizards of countless attributes always lined up. The tanker line is behind it. They charge as soon as the magic bombardment is over, killing the high BJ character who may be alive. Aren't you taking archers? Yes, some archers. I'm sorry. Archer users from all over the shoulders were running around. It is unavoidable because the ranged firepower is weaker than magic, the amount of damage is lower than that of the close-up dealer, and the rate of fire is much slower than that of other classes. It was difficult to join any party with the current archer class, an era where only magical or melee dealers are treated as aristocrats. Meanwhile, just come in. After making the barbecue right away, I'll stick it like a skewer. Yu Daihe was gazing at the center of the besieged island, with her appetite again. She is not a wizard, but today she herself spent a lot of money to buy some magic scrolls. He wanted to feed him a room somehow. Isn't it unfair if I die of magic before I even stab it with a knife? Yu Daihe opened her eyes while holding the accusation. Far away, the center of the round besieging. Soon there will be a BJ deceased person's in. Then, after pouring all kinds of magic, spearmen and swordsmen rush to make a beehive. Now I am repaying my enemies. How many times have you been rippling money already, even your life? Today is the day of revenge. You will be rewarded for everything you sleep with Bob, who has been overwhelmed by anger. While Yu Daihe is chewing his mouth while looking at the clock secondhand. It was 1:59 p.m. in no time. BJ deceased people tend to strictly observe the broadcast time, so there was a high possibility that they would connect on time. Kuriak, blah blah blah, wujijik sutsutsu. The sound of casting magic everywhere is noisy. Everyone's nerves were sharp. The fuse caught fire. It's burning slowly, surely. Even with hundreds of people crowded in, you can't even hear the sound of breathing. The calm before the storm, the silence before the explosion. Just before the huge firepower explodes, the situation is instantaneous. Yet, count goes in. 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone's nerves are at one point. When will you shoot the magic you are preparing? That, too, will affect the percent of the deal's contribution. The count also reached 2 in no time. Will you shoot at 1 or 0? If you shoot after seeing it, it's too late. Others' magic will be right before you do that. The moment the count becomes 1. Yu Daihe tore the scroll. Pujik. The thick skin is torn, and a huge lightning storm flies like a thunderbolt. When Yu Daihe shoots a magic, the others are frightened, and throws the magic in vain. However, no one used magic as fast as Yu Daihe. Please, come in quickly. During that short period of time the magic flew away. Yu Daihe prayed in her heart 1,000 more times. Yu Chang, her younger brother, was preparing for a magic scroll one tempo behind her, but if this is the case, she wanted her to feed her first stroke. And, was the heavens impressed by Yu Daihe's desperate heart? Boom! Immediately after Yu Daihe's magic exploded, a bright pillar of light shook at the coordinates that everyone was aiming for. BJ deceased person. Collectively, the cub belongs. Done. Yu Daihe sang a delight. I used lightning, a magic chain of 4 circles, which has the greatest power. If this goes into authenticity, no matter how much I say that baby, I will have no choice but to die immediately. If you match it, it's jackpot. If you don't match it. Yu Daihe's matchmaking went well. Daya. Yu Daihe shouted earnestly with the energy of the whole universe. Please die 100% with this one shot. Yet, Quakwang. Yu Daihe's magic is BJ's deceased person. It fell off exactly at the connecting coordinates. Followed by Quack. Hundreds of thousands of magic followed, falling apart. No matter who the opponent was, it was a shock that I couldn't get a piece of bone. Hueying. Smoke rises in chunks. The tankers who stood in the second round of the siege was not charging even though the magic baptism was over. In the first place, because that guy that saw the exact spot Bwaki logged in to me the power of magic bomb falling on it. How do you survive over there? The wizards only did good things. But will we be able to share our share later? They flirt with each other as if the raid was already over. However, only one person. Only Yu Daihe was feeling it. It's uncomfortable. Somehow, I can't feel refreshed. I must have smashed him, but why? Sister? What is it? Yu Chang asked from behind, but Yu Daihe did not answer. Is this the original revenge? It's vain. Do humans feel a sense of loss at the moment when what they expect so much comes true? That nasty face that I've never forgotten in my dreams. It disappears so easily. What did I expect? Yu Daihe felt a sense of disparity as she looked back at other rankers who were falling happily next to him. Somehow they felt very pathetic and disgusting. Yu Chang looked at her sister and tilted her head. When is the time when he grinds teeth while saying that baby and that baby? And why does he have such an excellent glance now? It's like a teenage high school girl who left even unrequited love. Hey, it's the first time my sister has put a person in her mouth for such a long time. Although half of them were swearing, it was the first time that my older sister, who used to get tired of anything quickly and easily, became so persistently obsessed with something. Yuchong turned his head with a fresh look. BJ, deceased person. Maybe he was the driving force in her sister's life. However, right then, several rankers who were giggling suddenly vomited their flagships. Oh well, when the thick sand dust was cleared up to some extent, it was because something unexpected appeared. It's one huge. Yudahi opened her eyes wide. In the middle of a pit dug in the desert, there was a huge dong. Big black shit like pitch black. Within, it releases the tight body. Fooths. Jormungand, the ebon serpent. That's what it was there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hey, it's a great welcome. I smiled and stroked the neck. Jormungand, which has 100% magic resistance, is a really good magic shield, except for its poor physical defense. There is no way that this guy, who stiffly stopped the basilisk's attack, could damage those newbies. If there was an archer, it would have been a big deal. Jormungand has weak physical defense. Because it is a melee-type monster, it is really vulnerable to archers. But these days, archers aren't treated very well, so I thought he couldn't have joined Patty, even if there are really few. In addition to that, Drake's information on the siege was accurate. At the same time as I connect to prevent the magic bombardment from pouring out at first, it was the summoning of Jormungand. Meanwhile, let's get out of the door of Jormungand with the damage I'm in. The tankers and melee dealers of the siege was rather excited. Near dealer Gajua. Tang to hold on. Tijong. Enlist a noble tank. Yo. They ran like crazy to poke a single knife into my body. It is natural. The contribution is required to receive the bounty raised by the Chinese rejection Yongsan, even in percent units. Like those who tore the body of King Hangwu into 5 pieces and win a bounty. Even by tearing it into 10,000 pieces, it is the momentum to win the bounty. However, I am the one who gave the bounty to my body. Yeah, don't give it. Which crazy guy would ask him to be killed for a bounty? In any case, even if you commit suicide, you cannot pay the current prize money. In the first place, there is a reason that they collected them as a bait called a bounty. It's just for now. I turned to Jormungand. Okay. Shy. He seems to know my heart. Nodded the dog. Then I put the chin in front of me, which I had wrapped around the tail. It was a camel bought for 500 gold from Ketis, a desert village. I lifted the shave and cut the camel's neck. Okay. The blood from the camel's neck moistens the hot sand. Chan. What is that, child? What a camel suddenly. Those who ran from the front head tilt their heads. But what's the big deal in the current situation? There is a certain amount of money in front of you. If you can feed even one knife, it will cost you a ton of money. Gaza. Those who are blinded by money run like a devil. That number has reached a thrill. However, Kudadyi. There were beings who responded to their desires before me. Quackwang/quackwackwang/. In the distance, the sand pops up loudly. Huge rocks and dunes collapsed in succession. At the same time, huge ground peaks bulging upward and approaching at a fierce speed. Underground species, Dishajong. A creature that lives in the harsh desert and reacts only to the blood of camels. I raised my head and smiled. I asked, at the same time, Howuk. It was night. As if someone blew the candle on the birthday cake. The sun was out. What? It was daytime just before. Everyone stopped running and stopped. The sun suddenly disappeared. However, the far end, seen as the corner of the field of view, is still bright. It was only here that night came, only the part where the chalks were gathered. And within, people realized. It wasn't night. Something huge protruding from the ground completely covered the sun. Yet, what cast a huge shadow on countless people began to roar, as if turning the whole world upside down. Oh. The strongest species of the desert, Zoichang-jong. It was the appearance of Sandworm. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 47. Previous talk next. Chapter 48. Sandworm, 2. Sandworm, grade. A+/characteristics. Bug, earth, drought, overburden, drilling, earthquake. Habitat, all areas of the harsh desert. Size, 50 m. This giant monster, marked at the end of the myth, hasn't revealed its appearance in front of people for a long time. But as much as the desert nomads still remember it. A moo in the sand used to swallow hundreds of camels at once. Huge mouth, wrinkled leather, a whole body with no deceit. With a body length of 50 meters, this giant annular animal was constantly snaring its head pulled out of the ground toward the ground. In a large circular mouth, teeth like blades rotate at high speed. It seemed that even rocks and sand could be crushed in an instant. What's more, it's human. I laughed bloody, and when I flocked in front of my eyes, I winked at the giant raid to kill me. It's a gift. Hold it. Sandworm had a taste for camels. It is evident when you smell the blood of camels in your sphere of influence. Algoy holahoy happy face. Some foreigners are frightened and step back. This huge monster that appeared out of nowhere. It is so big that night comes to the desert just by appearance. At first glance, it is not a monster that humans made to catch. No one attacked this huge monster first. I'm just looking up at the sky with a blank expression. However, chop 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 chop. After devouring the corpse of a camel, Sandworm seemed to have no intention of retreating peacefully as it is. Jio ho ho ho. Immediately after swallowing the camel in his mouth, he turned his head and started attacking the people around him. Puck. Puchy puck. Puck 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 puck. Slash. The sandworm crushed dozens of people just by moving their heads lightly. Aha! Users came to mind only then. Of course, Sandworm is a first-class monster. He died at the point when he first caught his eyes, and he was bruised on a plate that wouldn't be cool even if he ran away. Shoot shoot. Several commanders of the Air Force ordered to fire. Quack 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 quack. Numerous magic pours out to support the sandworm. However, the leather of sandworm is so thick that it chews away a lot of magic damage. Patter patter. Rather, the magic bombardment only slime flowing on the surface of the sandworm's body. I made it scatter in all directions. It is an acidic solution strong enough to dissolve sand or rock like water. Melee dealers nearby are struck by the slime and screamed. Damn it, what is this monster doing? Yuchong clenched his teeth. A giant monster that I had never seen before popped out. That's also grade A+. Isn't it a great beast that's never been seen before? Oh. Sandworm shook his body and started beating like crazy. Each time he moved his body, acidic solutions splattered in all directions, and terrifying seismic waves struck the ground. Quack quack wang. The tankers who were stepping on the ground were ruined. All of them have broken ankles and crushed soles. The tankers with their backs or boats on the floor were frightened. Earthquake damage is now evenly applied to the whole body. Crisp, crisp, crisp. The spine of the back is broken or the internal organs of the stomach burst and die. Those who were on their heads died immediately after their skulls were broken. Genocide, Maisa. The entire desert is stained with blood. It was like a mosaic of the map itself. But users didn't get hit without Mac. It's a ground/worm type. Ice damage is 4 times. Under the leadership of Yu Dehi, the wizards united. They spread the distance wide and began to freeze the sandworms by using the Bingai magic. It wasn't a very effective attack because it was a desert of heat, but it was quite painful for monsters living in the desert. Post a notice to the community that Sandworm is out. Gather the guild members. It's an A+ class monster. The commanders of the engineering are busy everywhere. As the number of users who were annihilated, new users began to flock. The people who were shy about killing the BJ deceased were enthusiastic about the appearance of an A+ level field boss. Public raid. The confrontation between the newbies using tactics and the full boss mob began. Quack 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 quack. The sandworm started to run more and more. It shakes its body to cause an earthquake, while at the same time wiping its head like a whip, it destroys everything around it. However, the attack from the player side was even more intense. When all the people who put the deal in the beginning die, the new ones again. Come and Adil. If you die during the raid, your contribution will be distributed evenly to those who survived and transferred. However, as all those who used the deal died, none of them could consistently accumulate contributions. Just dying and dying. And even in the midst of all achievements being initialized, you have to stick with the deal. But it seems to have worked quite a bit. Oh. The sandworm is weak. When the HP drops below a certain level, it seems that he focuses on defense rather than attack. Defensive patterns to save HP, such as melting rocks and applying them on the body to increase defense, or hiding under hemp sand for a while, began to become more frequent. Looking at it, Yudehi cried out with an overwhelming voice. You just need a little more. Everyone, cheer up. Let's grab it. The giant monster sandworm appeared out of nowhere. It is the first time that hundreds of people can rush together to hunt field bosses. Right then, poop. A dull sound echoed from the side. Yudehi hurriedly turned his head. Okay, I saw Taek Jang, the master of the Incheon Union Guild, who caught the sandworm with him just before, lying on the floor. An arrow is stuck in his forehead. Oh my, Drake? Yudehi turned her head. An abandoned temple in the distance. You can see Drake standing on the pillar pointing his bow towards this side. Yudehi touched her forehead with her hand. That stupid child, who told me to do an assassination in timing right now. It's not that he couldn't assassinate him. Even so, what if he kills Taek Jang at this moment? Is it to be done? Sandworm Raid is the version that you should borrow even a cat's hand right now. But you already assassinate those who are still useful. Even if I'm assassinated, I have to do it when I'm done. When Yudahi is complaining in her heart. 1. A dull sound that comes back again. Da-da? Yudahi opened his eyes wide. As he turned his head, the man next to him is lying on the floor this time. Younger brother Yuchong had an arrow on his head too. Headshot. An archer's special move that doubles the damage. It seems that Yuchong's defense was also of no use to Drake's full-strength blow. It was one hand. Only then did Yudahi understand the situation. From the beginning, he had no intention of helping the squadron. Let her turn her head. Quack quack wang. A face with a frown wink can be seen across from the sand wave created by the sandworm. It is me. The deposits melt gently. I confirmed that the deposits from numerous rankers, including Taek Jang and Chang Yu, went into Lake's account. That amount is a whopping 600 million gold. He earned more than 60 million won in real money, only as a bounty. Even if you give Drake part of it, you will have a lot of money left. While I'm smiling brightly. Wow, you bastard. In the distance, I can hear Yudahi yelling from behind the sandstorm. However, her poison did not last long. Crisp. It is because Drake's arrow that flew straight away blew her head away. It's Drake's arrow that you don't even know. After seeing the death of Yudahi and the escaping the deposit from her neck, I retreated with a satisfied expression. Quack wang. Quack quack wang. The ground continues to turn over. However, earthquakes produced by sandworms can be avoided. 100% raw slime juice armor/C. It feels like wearing a slime as it is. There is not much defensive effect. May I feel good if I wear it. Defense +5. Movement speed +10. Poison property spirit power +5. The characteristic soft and moist skin can be used special. A slime walker that I used to catch Akani in the past. If you wear this and jump in a crossbeat according to the timing of the earthquake that sandworm creates, damage can be minimized and avoided. Sandworm's earthquake is a wide area period, but surprisingly, the range is not wide. I bounced at his 11 o'clock with sandworm back. Literally, the sandworm's seismic range is flat, fan-shaped with a central angle close to 350 degrees. However, there is a gap of about 10 degrees. It is determined by the direction of the sandworm's head, but in the current case, it is at 11 o'clock. Damage is considerably less in this area. The area occupied by a central angle of 10 degrees increases as the distance increases. I thought, keeping a reasonable distance from the sandworm. Let's see. I've eaten the damage of Cumden, and it seems that the poison damage goes well. I once fed a sandworm with shaving in a gap of confusion. I also poisoned the sandworms by applying my blood to the camels. Thanks to the passivation privilege obtained by holding a basilisk, my blood is a terrible drama. Sand eats a camel poisoned by poison. Of course, the worm also suffered from poisoning. Shaw's damage and basilisk's poison damage will slowly dry and kill sandworms. Originally, sandworm would have been chasing me like crazy to kill me, who had been wronged by him. Quack quack wang slash. Newbies flocking countless times now. Because of that, it doesn't seem like that. He was completely captured by the tactics of the newbies. Like that. How long has it been? Thud. The sandworm's huge body fell on the sand. A+ monster has died. The users who flocked were enthusiastic. We did it. They cheered warmly around sandworm's body. Yet, a+ grade item was dropped. The mark popped up. A bright pillar of light informing the existence of the item emanated from the middle of sandworm's corpse. Ooh, the player's victory is all. Wow, it's an item. That's what we did. Let's distribute it fairly. Numerous users shouted around sandworm's body. Perhaps they are going to make some order and share their achievements. However, none of them officially contributed to the sandworm raid. All those who tried hard to deal died, so no one can claim the contribution. They didn't even know what caused the sandworm to die in the first place. I just know it because of the sacrifices of those who hit it first. Come on, let's all keep order. Let's get together to share and compare achievements. Order arises in the midst of confusion. People began to gather in front of Sandworm's body. It's like you're almost all sandworms. As if he had caught him, with an expression that looked like a warrior of reversal. Everyone shouted with excitement. If I'm an A+, is that all? It's a monster at best. It's the player's victory. You guys, we did it. However, thump. A huge earthquake suddenly struck. Oh, mountain. Oh, feh. People in front of Sandworm's corpse fall behind her. Some were stunned because they wondered if the sandworm had come back to life. But it wasn't. The player did not win. An entity that appeared on the body of Sandworm. I won. Yes, it's me again. I smiled and raised one hand toward hundreds of people, including the Udai Guild, Incheon Union Guild, the current prize money hunters, and newbies. I heard it. A+ grade item dropped by Sandworm. It was radiating a bright light in my grasp. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 48. Previous talk next. Chapter 49. Sandworm 3. It was just Lee Sedol's defeat, not humans. March 12, 2016. This is what he said after Lee Sedol, the #1 player in the Go World Ranking, lost to AlphaGo. My opinion right now is similar to this. The players didn't win, I won. As soon as Sandworm fell, I ran quickly towards the corpse. Not surprisingly, there are a lot of things that rush like a moth aiming at an item. There are things that can't even be rooted because there is no contribution anyway. I caused an earthquake with Kadu's paws and blew the moths away. As such, it is impossible to let A+ grade items be released in the market. Among the items currently available on the market, the highest grade is the C+ grade. All items that go beyond that are owned by me. Of course, there is no thought of releasing the monopoly for a while. Meanwhile, Sandworm is still alive. Are you surprised when you grow up? Are you surprised when you see Pork Belly? Players don't think Sandworm has come again after seeing the earthquake I caused. Watching those running away, I took a leisurely time to collect the items dropped by the sandworms. Sandworms had a huge size, but that didn't mean that even the items dropped weren't huge. Inside torn leather and crushed intestines. Items shining in. I thought about collecting it. The day is coming when I catch sandworms alone. Of course, it was possible because of the tactics of the newbies who flocked to me. Reed would have been an agent if these friends hadn't been hard on the road. In the original life, the time when Sandworm was attacked was about 5 years after the game was released. That was the result of countless rankers flocking in hundreds of units to unfold a massive raid. Now it's been about 6 months since the game was released. 10 times faster. I stick my tongue out. Sandworm's dignity, seen up close, was truly enormous. Countless people died. In fact, the Sandworm of the previous life was a monster that was not very popular. The reason is that it requires an enormous number of personnel and preparations to catch. This is because even if you receive a reward at best, if you divide it into hundreds of parts, the share that falls on the individual is not very large. But, in this case, only myself was rewarded. This is because, as I just said, everyone who has dealt with sandworms so far has died. Since everyone died, the contribution was 0%, and only the damage I fed was steadily accumulating the contribution. So naturally, all the perks are bound to focus only on me. Continued. LV37 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Poison, / Medusa Hunter, Privilege, Mana Burn, / Sandworm Shanong, Privilege, Drought, New. HP 370 of 370. First, the level has risen by 2. And in the title column, there was a sign indicating that the sandworm was caught. Passively gained the Drought characteristic. Drought trait is a trait that gives strong resistance to enemies with traits such as rock, land, water, fire, and wood. It can be applied to almost all types of monsters and players. It is a well-balanced trait that raises both attack and defense. However, above all, the best achievement was the item. Flashed. I looked down at the item shining in my grasp. A+ grade item. Along with the basilisk's heart, one of the things called the 3 wonders came into my hand. It was a piece of cloth. Sandworm's leather / cloak / A+/. Amber Team. A crumpled sand-colored cloak. It's thick and heavy, and it's not cool. Flapping. But I wrapped it around my body without hesitation. Finally, I felt my 2 fists trembling with joy. I got 2 of the best items among A+ grade items. Sure, it is not that the stats are superior to either the Heart of Fearless Child armor obtained from holding a basilisk or the sandworm's leather cloak obtained from holding the sandworm. Rather, in terms of stats alone, it might be bad enough to be in the bottom 5% of A+ grade items. In terms of the individual performance of each item, there are a lot more good things than these. But, when items are gathered together, there is nothing that amplifies the synergy effect as much as these. If one other item is added to the Heart of Pariana and the Leather of Sandworm, you can also catch an S+ class monster called God in the game. It wasn't that it was called a set of God's layers for no reason. I thought of the rankers of my previous life. About 13 years later, there was an enemy where a ranker faced an S+ class monster 1:1. At that time, he failed the raid due to a slight difference. Later, in an interview for a game magazine, I remember what he said while recalling the time with a sorrowful expression. At that time, if there was only the sandworm's leather cloak, the raid would have succeeded. Okay, so today I stood here, wearing that sandworm's leather cloak. Okay, where should I check the effect of the item? When I just turn on the status window and try to eat the amount. Techie. Blind spots in the field of vision. There was a sense of incongruity in the lower left corner. Let's turn our head for something. I have been waiting for this moment. There was a shout full of determination. A red figure that quickly gets closer to me. It was Matigang, the investment god. He was deliberately not participating in the sandworm raid and was looking for an opportunity far away. I'm not interested in Sand Sunday like that. My goal is only you. It was the same with the crying angel and Medusa. He has a personality that doesn't even pay attention to anything other than what he has set as a goal. Again, I was only targeting my body. Spot. Stepping on Sandworm's body and jumping into the air in the blink of an eye. However, no. There was an entity that was intercepting such commitment. The one who was hiding as if melting into my shadow. Archer Drake. It was blocked. Drake, who kept the undisputed #1 in the PK rankings in the past. An investment, which was the #1 in the former Asian integrated ranking. The two met in the air. But, flick. Even the big match of the century cannot be achieved unless one of the two sides has a will. Audacity. He seemed to face Drake, but just before that, he twisted his one foot and made a turn. And, like a running bag in American football, in the blink of an eye, Drake broke through. Pucky. Even the provocation of stepping on Drake's back in the midst of that. The impact of the soles of the feet felt on the back. Drake turned his head with an embarrassing expression. It was a peep that looked down on the opponent in my heart. Fighting spirit is admitted, but it looks young and the level seems to be low, so I tried to push it out, but it's awful. The opponent was not a tiger cub, but a big wolverine. Let's go. Tushin rushed towards me and loaded both fists. Kuriak. Soon, his two fists burned up. You know that technology. I nodded. Yes, the technology that Tushin used about 6 months after the game was released. After destroying the golem countless times in Painless Gorge, he accidentally catches the hidden monster, Burning Steel Golem, and gets the red gauntlet he is wearing now as a reward. A technique that uses the forged Donzak property to inflict strong flame damage and penetration damage on two fists. Because it has a lot of damage, a lot of monsters can be killed in one shot. The downside is that it takes quite a while to activate a talent. In a word, it is an oriental medicine that can be used only when the flags are collected. In the meantime, Audacity has gathered energy to kill me. As if I already knew I would never die despite being besieged by hundreds of killers. I believed, that you won't die that much. Tushin looks at me with hot eyes. When surrounded by hundreds of killing troops, even when the giant field boss Sandworm appeared, his eyes were fixed only toward me. And now the results are exploding. Chain love liquid. The two fists of Audacity drew a red trajectory in the air. The trajectory of hiatus, Rurkong, is drawn hot. The red light from the iron that burned in the flames. The two fists hit exactly both of my chests. Quackwang. A loud sound burst from my heart. Terrible fire damage struck my heart right away, ignoring the armor. Wow. I had no choice but to vomit blood. Instant death. I'm naked with no armor. With only 370 HP, I have no way to survive. However, simultaneously with the fact that I was hit by the fist of the investment god and fell back. The expression of Audacity changed drastically. My chest that was hit by a fist was dyed black. Skin as if covered with black iron, and then blade-like scales covered my chest. Puff, puff, puff. Something like a black thunderbolt spewed out of my body and struck the avatar. That is reflection damage. Parayana's heart. The armor obtained by killing the basilisk was sleeping in my body and reacted to an external shock. Wujik. In the shock of smashing his whole body, Tushin opened his eyes wide. English is unknown, but one thing is certain. I die. A moment so short that you don't even dare to recognize it. He was counterattacked, and he suffered damage to a point where he had over 1,000 HP at once. However, at that moment, there was one more question that could not be resolved. Why don't you die? Tushin was glaring at me while grasping the exploding intestines. Obviously, I have experimented countless times. With this technique, even a number of C-class monsters die in one shot. Even the powerful C-plus class monster Akahoni couldn't last more than 2 rooms with this skill. Why the hell? Slowly with a lot of questions. Falling avatar. However, I took a few steps back, but I didn't fall. He stands upright in the same place as when he was first struck by the fist of Audacity. Flapping. The cloak that covers my body. Sandworm's leather /cloak /A+/. Amber team. It was floating in the air. I thought to myself as I watched the avatar rolled under Sandworm's corpse. After all, life is hell. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 49. Previous talk next. Chapter 50. What will it be when you grow up? 1. Forged gauntlets, two-handed weapon, /C+. Steel gauntlets that are heated to the limit and look red. Quite a few defenses just pierce. It is said that it does not cause any harm to the wearer. Attack plus 350. Fire attack plus 100. Can use the characteristic penetration, special. This gauntlet is an early item that is no different from a treasure for Matuga. The good attack power of 350 comes into my eyes. This is a very high number considering that the average attack power of a C+ grade two-handed weapon is 200. 100 fire damage is added there. Fire damage works against quite a few opponents, so the total attack power is about 450. It is a gold medal because it has a penetration characteristic. A fierce blower that ignores the opponent's armor and hits him. A real man style that smashes everything with just two fists. Wasn't that all Matuga's romance? Of course, it takes quite a while to gather energy, and the more powerful you use it. Although there is a drawback that the durability is rapidly worn down. Still, there is no other item that is enough to produce explosive firepower in an instant. Therefore, it can be said that it is a very suitable weapon for Matthew Kong, a spirit god who sticks to the opponent and fights like a yacha. But, this time, the good weapon stats grabbed the ankle. Poop poop. I smiled as I watched the exploding body of Audacity in front of my eyes. Reflective damage. The armor I wore, Heart of Fearless Child, reflects 90 to 99% of the damage I suffered. Avatar's level is lower than me, so 90% of reflection damage must have been entered. However, reflecting the damage and taking the damage is another matter. My defense is at most 500 or so. There is no way that the attack that Avatar put in with all his might did not work. But I'm only 370. Why didn't you have to survive with the maximum HP? It's because of this sandworm's cloak. I glanced down at the sand-colored cloak around my neck and shoulders. Sandworm's leather cloak /A+. Sandworm is the largest and strongest among the Chungwang monsters. It is a noble being. So far, countless forces have attempted to capture and use this giant entity tactically, but there has never been a case of success. Defense plus 500. Property playing can be used, special. Able to use the characteristic Amber Team, special. Items dropped by the death of the sandworm. At a glance, it can be seen that this is a cloak made of sandworm skin. But unusually, the description of this cloak does not describe the effectiveness of the cloak. It just lists the explanations of how difficult sandworms are to subdue. If someone you don't know saw it, you might have complained about how unkind the explanation was. I am not. We already know the capabilities of this cloak. Therefore, we also know that the tough and strong nature of the sandworm will soon become the setting of this cloak. Home, defense is 500. The defense power of sandworm's leather cloak is still insignificant. Just two special options. All have characteristics. One is the characteristic of playing around. This is passive, where my body naturally resembles the surrounding environment when stepping on the ground. The probability of being spotted by a first-run monster is reduced by 50%, which works quite well for players as well. However, the true value of this cloak lies in its second trait, Amber Team characteristic. This is when the cloak wearer is in the maximum HP state, and when the damage exceeds the maximum HP. This is a passive characteristic that allows you to hold on once with 1 HP left. In other words, as long as my HP is 370, I will survive with 1/370 HP even if I hit any terrifying attack. Survive with 1 HP regardless of any attack. Any attack. If a meteorite with destructive power enough to destroy the earth falls, I can withstand one shot. That is the reason why I stand up even after being hit by the Oriental Flag of Tushin. The basilisk's armor reflected the damage inflicted there, so the avatar was caught by one's own weapon and killed it as it was. Gulp. I quickly pulled out the potion and filled it up with HP. It was only 370 HP, so even with a few donations of potions, it was 3 full. Looking at me like that. Nonsense. Tushin makes a stuttering voice. However, you can't do anything with a body that has already been torn by a barrage. Nothing but just lying on the floor and dyeing the sand red. Within, Tushin closed his eyes. I came to close the gap widened and earned. Standing water you the hell. However, somehow my heart is cool. Standing water. Dying by that human is unpleasant, but it would have been worse if I had died by someone other than that. Yes, if I couldn't catch it. Rather, Audacity thought to himself. Tiring. Soon, a message informing you of logout appeared. I nodded as I looked at the sight. Basilisk's armor and Sandworm's cloak. Out of the 3 novels, I have already obtained 2. As a result, didn't you kill Avatar very easily? Even with these 2 items, it is almost invincible at 1:1. If you dodge a job attack and get hit by a herbal medicine, it's all you have to do. Tangrang, I thought, throwing away the empty potion bottle. If you collect all 3 novelties, you won't even have to carry a potion like this. The only weakness of the current meta. When there is 1 HP left, it is. What if you get attacked? It doesn't matter now that I have plenty of potions and Drake stands behind me, but I'm sure you'll face a lot of melees in the future. I turned to Sandworm's body as a barrier, and I quickly moved on, leaving behind the crowds that were clamoring in the background. Oh, let's go together. Drake followed me back and forth. Okay, come on, grab it. It's a sandworm we caught. That naked kinky bastard took my credit. You can't open your eyes and take an item. The frightened and staggering players began to rally. There are a lot of people who scream whale whales only now on a subject that they couldn't come close to because they were scared of dead sandworms. But, those who climbed Sandworm's body had to open their eyes wide at once. No, where have you been? Because in their eyes, only a vast desert could be seen. Me and Drake have nowhere to go. You would. Stupid guys. I was crawling slowly over the desert with Drake covered in Sandworm's cloak. The playing in the dirt trait attached to the cloak. This lowers the probability of being spotted by a first-class monster by 50%. If so, does it work for players as well? Of course. The camouflage color of this cloak changes from moment to moment, almost the same as the color around it. Like cuttlefish or octopus, any pattern is copied as it is. Clocking. Something that moves doesn't mean it doesn't go unnoticed. It barely flies. Of course, if you look at a person who is about me, you can see it, but it's absolutely impossible for new biddles, who are 6 months at best. Oh, by the way, I'm naked, so my stomach rubs in the sand. I shrewdly told Drake with my cloak on. The next time I connect, it's a day later. Then, will it not come in tomorrow? Because of family circumstances. Okay, then, I'll have to deal with the money and deposits that have been disposing of items in the meantime. Me and Drake stayed in the desert. After moving to a safe place, I logged out. While crawling long distances, we seldom talk to each other. 2 men cover 1 blanket and crawl on the hot sand. The atmosphere is like that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So, the capsule door opened, and I came back to reality. This is a semi-basement studio, which is still cool. Since I haven't moved yet, my hometown is still based on this place. I muttered as I looked around the dark semi-basement studio. But, I'm sorry to think that it's goodbye now. Glass windows with white water droplets due to condensation. A security window with iron bars down like a prison. A lamp where flying insects are dying. The floor coverings peeled off in several places. Kitchen windows, greased vents. The cute mushroom country friends are blooming between the wall and the wall. It's goodbye to you guys now. I looked around all this with tears. To be honest, when I don't have money, I'm just trying to set up a fire once or twice. It wasn't. I feel a little new now. Now, I have to put the new liquor in a new bag. I completely pulled myself out of the capsule, and he wore the neatest clothes among the clothes he had. The moment I was about to leave the front door with my shoes on. Jing. A cell phone rings in my pocket. Good morning. Li Yunin, the boss. Did you have lunch? Are you okay with the call now? The voice of a heavy middle-aged man came over the phone. I left the front door and climbed the underground stairs. Then he said as he came out of the alley where the clothesline was hanging. Yes. Did you decide to visit today? Yes, it is today. I guess I called you too early. No. I was going to start now, though. It's very soon if you take the bus. Oh, wasn't it the boss coming by your own car? Then we will pick you up right away without having to take a taxi. Yeah? I don't have to. The basic fare is even by taxi. No. Ugh. How do I get my boss to come by taxi? Uneasy. In the event of an accident, what to do with your precious body? We will go to pick you up like a bullet. Lan. Please call me Wonder Mark. A landmark? Instant slaughter Hyungun's pork belly. Let me tell you the name of the biggest meat restaurant in this alley. Where? Where are you? Yes, I'll search right now. Oh yes, it's out. The person in the passenger's seat is reciprocated to the portal. After searching for people hard, you can hear the sound of beating the navigation. Yet, has it been about 3 minutes? Benefit. A black luxury sedan stopped in front of me. Look, the boss. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses greets me with a bright smile. Let's ride. I'll serve you right away. He greeted me with a very desperate attitude, as if you've been waiting for me for a long time. Yet, I walked through the alley leisurely behind the black sedan. Through this narrow and sloppy alley. Worn newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 50. Previous talk next.